In a world of magical wasteland, humanity collectively traverses to a new realm, starting with only a magical tent that provides basic shelter. Survivors must adhere to the primal rule of work at sunrise, rest at sunset to upgrade their shelter into a castle made of giant beast skulls, a dreamy shell house, or a towering, magical tower. However, a series of catastrophic events follow, including the onslaught of magical tides, the resurgence of ancient spells, the uncontrollable forbidden spells, and the rampage of magical creatures that in this fantastical world where opportunity and death coexist. Everyone struggles for survival and evolution. Chapter 1. The Magical Wasteland World. Waking up with aches all over. Weight aches. Jiang Sun struggled to open his eyes, only to find the familiar white ceiling of a hospital had vanished. In its place was a canopy of eerie blue fabric. The sharp smell of disinfectant was gone. Instead, a fragrant scent of plants wafted into his nostrils. Am I dead? Jiang Sun muttered to himself, a hint of confusion and relief in his voice. For someone who spent the best 10 years of his youth confined to a hospital bed, death seemed like an acceptable outcome. Suddenly, the long-lost sensation of pain surged through him like a tide. The senses in his body seemed to reconnect with his brain at that moment. They say the body recovers health after death. It seems to be true. Jiang Sun smiled, like a newborn baby, groping to stand up and gently moving his limbs. The feeling was like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, flapping its wings for the first time. Not dull, but as if reborn. Every inch of skin, every joint rejoiced, celebrating newfound freedom. Welcome to the magical wasteland world. A deep, grand voice boomed in the air, startling him. Seek life in desolation. Find hope in despair. Your bodies will be reshaped by magic, returning to their peak condition. From this moment on, you will bid farewell to the old world. Everything that came before will lose its meaning. Travelers from the realm of no magic, please live well and let the miracle of life continue within you. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Sun's body instinctively trembled, vibrating like a struck drum. Whoa. So, I'm not dead, and my body has recovered. The surprise was too sudden, leaving him momentarily at a loss. You see, recovering health was a luxury he never dared to imagine as a person paralyzed from the waist down, bedridden for so long. As for the talk of survival, survive what? What was the saying again? Live if you can, die if you can't. In an instant, Jiang Sun's dull eyes sparkled with excitement. He suddenly raised his hand to smooth out the blue and white patient gown he was wearing. Then, he yanked off the coarse thread of the collar. Finally, he had endured it for so long, always poking me every day. After dealing with the long-standing enemy of life and death, Jiang Sun immediately stood up. Struggling, he did a half-hearted set of exercises, moving his limbs. As he reacquainted himself with his body, his gaze began to survey the unfamiliar environment around him. Goodness! The sight before him made him gasp. Describing it as a bare house seemed too pale. The walls of the room were made of soft blue material, rustling in the wind. Rather than a room, it felt more like a tent. A wooden stick as thick as a bowl stood in the middle of the tent, supporting the weight of the entire structure. The stick was covered in strange patterns, with faint lights flowing within the designs. The tent had only about 5 square meters of space, which felt somewhat empty given the pitifully few items inside. Apart from the grass mat beneath him, there was only a wooden table. On the table sat a peculiar lamp resembling a horse lantern, quietly illuminating the space with a dim glow as if fireflies were dancing inside it. Next to the lamp lay a black spell book, quietly resting there. The patterns on it seemed to shimmer with light, looking quite extraordinary. Jiang Sun steadied himself and slowly walked toward the table, just as he reached out his hand. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound from outside. Then, with a thud, a dull crash echoed. It sounded like a heavy object had collided with a drum surface and was instantly bounced away. Immediately after, a piercing scream erupted, only to gradually fade into silence. Jiang Sun's body jolted. Ouch, that sounds painful. He instinctively touched the back of his head, but chose to ignore it. No way. I can't die right after crossing over, can I? Not scared at all. He reached out to gently touch the spellbook, and the mechanical, emotionless, synthesized voice returned in his ear. Please put away your cheap fears. in the magical wasteland. World, danger is everywhere. To survive, please remember the following points. 1. The magical tent you are in has a secondary magical shield for protection. It is your only safe place at this stage, but it only guarantees temporary safety. 2. Mastering basic magic is key to survival. Learn how to awaken the magic within you. Even the simplest lighting spell or protective barrier can illuminate hope in the dark. 3. Any living supplies must be gathered by yourselves. Please collect resources as much as possible to ensure your survival needs. For if the wasteland world is very dangerous at night, please try to return to the magical tent before dark. This maximizes your chances of survival. 5. The manual of the magical wasteland on the table can help you understand the overall nature of this world more quickly. Please keep it safe. Jiang Sun ignored the mechanical voice droning in his ear and had already pulled open the tent's entrance curtain. Same old saying, live if you can, die if you can't. After 10 years of not moving his body, he was now going out for a stroll. With a resolute look in his eyes, Jiang Sun stepped out of the tent without hesitation. Then, he tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath of the fresh outside air. Hissa! The fresh air rushed into his lungs that he felt as if his soul had been significantly purified. The lingering bitterness in his nostrils from wearing an oxygen mask for so long had vanished without a trace. Magical world, here I come. He shouted his overly dramatic declaration, letting it echo in the night sky before slowly dissipating. All the pent-up frustration in his heart dispersed into this mysterious world. The mechanical voice continued to introduce itself in his ear. 6. That you can obtain basic weapons at the manual of the magical wasteland. Please collect them as soon as possible, or you will have no chance of survival. Interrupted. After hearing this, Jiang Sun wasted no time and turned back into the tent. When he came out again, he was tightly gripping a half-meter-long white staff. I can die, but I won't die in vain. This piece of junk, why is it white? Jiang Sun frowned in disgust as he looked at the staff in his hand, that he really disliked the hospital's color scheme. In fact, the spellbook earlier had a variety of weapon options available. Yet, he resolutely chose the staff. Only dogs fight up close. He muttered to himself. 10 years ago, it was that close encounter with a truck that plunged him into a decade of darkness, unable to care for himself for a whole 10 years. So, I can die, but I won't die in a humiliating way. Jiang Sun tightly gripped the staff, the cold touch inexplicably calming him down. He slowly raised his head, and the sight before him made him hold his breath. Before him was a faintly visible hemispherical light curtain, like a layer of transparent silk, completely enveloping the tent within. The edge of the light curtain was about 2 meters away from the tent, and he had just been standing in that 2-meter gap. Outside the light curtain, stars twinkled, and the moonlight was dappled. Not far away was a dense forest. Towering trees were entwined with glowing vines, their leaves gently swaying and rustling. In the air, unknown flying creatures zipped by like lightning, leaving behind a brilliant light trail. On the ground, countless unnamed magical plants bloomed with radiance, their lights intertwining. It was like a magnificent painting, attracting nocturnal creatures to weave through it. Once, Jiang Sun had listened to novels countless times while lying in bed. The dazzling magical world he had envisioned in his mind was now materializing before his eyes. It was real, and no one could imagine how deadly attractive this scene was for Jiang Sun, who had been bedridden for a long time. Ding! Warning! Stepping out of the light curtain at night will. Ding! Warning! There are dangers outside at night. Ding! Warning! Ding! He paid no attention to the system's warnings about nighttime dangers. Jiang Sun rubbed his somewhat blurry eyes and stepped out of the light curtain at that moment. All he wanted was to embrace this world that gave him a new life, regardless of the consequences. Even if he were to die at that moment. Ding! You have achieved ignorance of danger and received the reward, source of magic. Jiang Sun opened his arms, slowly closed his eyes, and tears slid down his cheeks, only to be brushed away by the evening breeze. Whoosh! A sudden sound of something slicing through the air came from behind, and then Jiang Sun felt a weight on his shoulder. He opened his eyes wide and turned his head. To his surprise, a small squirrel, about the size of a palm and radiating colorful light from its tail, was standing on his shoulder. At that moment, it was striking the same pose as Jiang Sun. It stretched out its arms, paws, as if embracing the world. Jiang Sun looked at the little squirrel, and the little squirrel looked back at him. The human and the squirrel were at a loss for words. Then, they both turned their heads back in unison, maintaining the previous pose of embracing the world. After a while, "Thank you, nature, for your gift. I, Gunera, the god of darkness, have returned." Walla 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 walla. Jiang Sun turned back in confusion, only to meet those small eyes sparkling with wisdom. Chapter 2, Source of Magic. "Wait, what are you making noise about?" Jiang Sun looked at the little squirrel with a speechless expression. The little squirrel sighed. With its small body, it nimbly turned around, raised its tiny paw, and smoothed Jiang Sun's somewhat frizzy hair. Then, it gently leaped down from his shoulder and ran into the tent. Jiang Sun was filled with question marks. Wait a minute. Didn't they say there was a magical shield for protection? Isn't this dangerous? That big thing just ran in there and no one stopped it? Why are you putting everything in the tent? How can I sleep peacefully? Jiang Sun sighed helplessly, also smoothing his hair that was as messy as a bird's nest, and stopped thinking too much. It's just a squirrel. It can't eat me, right? He comforted himself, silently muttering in his heart. The temperature outside was a bit low, and the chilly air seeped into his clothes through the collar. Hastily darting into the tent, Jiang Sun tightly wrapped his clothes around himself. Trying to fend off the slight chill, he secretly cursed his shabby hospital gown, which provided no warmth at all. After tightening his clothes, he suddenly remembered that the system had just mentioned he had received some kind of reward. So, out of curiosity, he reached into his pocket and felt around. First, he pulled out a few milk candies. Then his fingers touched a cold metal object. When he took it out, it turned out to be a necklace. The necklace shimmered with bright silver light, and at the moment it was touched, a line of prompts suddenly appeared before Jiang Sun's eyes. Source of magic. Type, necklace. Level, star, faint light. Firefly, star, bright moon. Wearing requirement, none. Effect, increases magic recovery speed by 300. Remarks, the first step towards the magical world. A reward for those who are unafraid of life and death. A unique item that can be upgraded. Hey, it looks pretty good. Jiang Sun rubbed the necklace in his hands and raised it to put it around his neck. That moment. He had no concept of magic value. He just felt that after putting on the necklace, a mysterious power seemed to start surging within his body. Something seemed to have become more substantial. He then looked down at the staff in his hand. That a prompt also appeared before him. Basic staff. Type staff. Level, faint light, firefly, star, bright moon. Wearing requirement, none. Effect, magic value limit 50, magic induction rate 20, can release basic magic. Remarks, newbie whiteboard weapon, low conduction rate, poor material, just make do with it. After reading the introduction, Jiang Sun silently compared. Then he quickly picked up the pendant of the source of magic like a treasure and breathed on it. Then, feeling uneasy, he rubbed it against his collar. Seeing the necklace become extraordinarily shiny, he finally felt relieved. Sorry, earlier he hadn't shown enough respect. Compared to this free staff, the source of magic was clearly a good item. He picked up the staff and gently poked the little squirrel, which was busy unwrapping a milk candy on the magic book. The little squirrel was poked and tilted its body, glaring at him in dissatisfaction, then continued to eat. Jiang Sun ignored it and opened the magic book, carefully examining it under the faint light. Flipping through a few pages quickly, the contents of this magic Wasteland manual were indeed as the voice had described. It introduced the basic situation of this world that the front was a whole page of chronology. Here was once an incredibly glorious magical world, but a terrifying magical disaster destroyed everything. There were too many words, no substance, not worth reading. Next page. Time. Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 1, 0, 25. Night, 14 to 2000 hours, 20 to 6 o'clock. Day, 6 to 1400 hours. Jiang Sun frowned slightly. His eyes narrowed into a slit, filled with confusion. From the hints in the magic book, it seemed that there were only 20 hours in a day. Moreover, the nighttime accounted for a full 12 hours. This was clearly not the day-night cycle of Blue Star, but that was normal. Since he had crossed over, he shook his head helplessly and continued flipping through. Weather. Temperature, 15 to 24. Weather conditions, clear blue skies, stable flow of magical energy. Wind force level, gentle breeze. Magical atmosphere. A faint scent of moonlight grass pervades the air. indicating that magical events will occur today. Star omens. In the night sky, the stars are arranged in an ancient magical formation, signifying good luck and encounters. This magic book is just like a magical tablet. Huh. Jiang Sun complained, then flipped to the World Communication Channel 1/1. He saw a flood of messages pouring in like a tide, refreshing and rolling at a terrifying speed. It made his eyes hurt. The nearly 8 billion number labeled at the back was also roughly consistent with the total human population of Blue Star. Jiang Sun secretly marveled. It seemed that everyone, young and old, had been transported here. Could it be that he would have to take care of babies here? He suddenly felt fortunate to be all alone, without having to worry about others. Thinking of this, he raised his head and tried hard to hold back his tears, continuing to scroll through the chat. The sides of the chat box were Regional Communication Channel, 5/5, 9,998 people friends, 0 people. The channel was clearly switchable, and Jiang Sun blinked, pondering. To himself, 0.9998 people? Someone had just said in the World Channel that each region had 10,000 people. The missing 2 must have already. He inhaled sharply, a chill rising in his heart. The magical world is truly terrifying. Then, he began to browse the regional channel, discovering that the message refresh rate was also extremely alarming. He could barely make out a few sentences. Hey, what the hell, where is this? I was just sleeping. Does anyone know what's going on? What is this magical wasteland world? Did you see those glowing plants outside? They're so beautiful, but I wonder if they're dangerous. Mom, where are you? There's a wolf-like animal outside staring at me for a long time, drooling everywhere. What should I do? I hear something outside, making scary noises. I'm hungry. Do you guys have food? My hot pot just got served, and then I was teleported. I, the brother of the magical family, will dominate the magical world. Avada Kedavra. I got a new beginner weapon. I'm going out to kill that tiger. 9997/10,000. Let's mourn for the big brother. Let's mourn for the big brother. Let's mourn for the big brother. Hey, have you guys learned the gathering skill given by the system? Seeing this, Jiang Sun was taken aback, first mourning for that brave big brother for 3 seconds, then opening his information. Personal information name, Jiang Sun. Level, Glimmer, Firefly, Star, Bright Moon. Strength, 3/5, Agility, 5/5, Stamina, 4/5, Intelligence, 8/5, Magic Power, 210, 100 Skill, Gathering Level, 1. The numbers in parentheses are the standard values for a healthy adult, and it was obvious that Jiang Sun was lacking in almost everything except intelligence. He was really pathetic. Wait, am I this useless? Jiang Sun sighed as he looked at his meager 3 points of strength. It's actually not his fault. Years of being better had left him without any ability to exercise, and his body was naturally weak. Fortunately, there's still a chance to remedy this. The back of the Magic Wasteland manual has a series of functions like trading posts and shelter information, but currently, they were all empty. He pushed aside the walla that was standing on a magical book and demanding candy. Jiang Sun hummed a little tune, holding the magical book, and sat at the entrance of the tent. He started browsing the short videos of the magical wasteland world. Walla was the name Jiang Sun gave to the little squirrel. He originally wanted to call it milk candy. But when he picked it up earlier, he noticed that this little creature seemed to be male, so he named it Walla. He didn't care whether it liked it or not. After all, it couldn't speak human language. Opening the regional channel chat box. At this moment, the regional channel was bustling with activity. That I chose the beginner sword, and it gave me 1 point in strength. I got the beginner axe, which gave me 1 point in stamina. My beginner bow and arrow gave me 1 point in agility and 10 points in magic power. Huh, how come it added 10 magic power? If I had known, I would have chosen the beginner bow and arrow too, right? This isn't fair. I want to switch. I envy the big shots. If they get rich, they should take me with them. What's there to envy? I only got 5 arrows. The system said to get more, I have to find materials myself. Excuse me, but isn't the axe able to chop trees? Why chop trees? Didn't the manual say that to upgrade the magical tent to a magical house, you need 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 1 unit of magic material? Isn't there a hidden upgrade method? I didn't see any specific requirements. The tent can still be upgraded? That's true. Otherwise, I feel like that layer shield outside will be torn apart by that magic wolf sooner or later. Dude, there's a wolf outside and you're still chatting here. Are you that good at keeping calm? What's there to fear? I'm a terrifying upright ape with a weapon. How could a beast bully me? I've been working out for years. My strength is at 7 points, and after sending this message, I'll go kill it. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother V 587 9996 / 10,000. Seeing that the number of people in the regional channel had decreased again, Jiang Sun rubbed his temples in frustration. The inherent flaws of humanity. Even with past lessons, there are still those who cannot recognize reality. The magical wasteland world and the monsters at night are clearly not something that humanity can currently cope with. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Fortunately, when he went out in a frenzy earlier, that monster that let out a terrifying scream didn't attack him. He truly lost his head. This has to change. Jiang Sun's previously bold demeanor instantly deflated, and he turned back into the tent. Chapter 3. Going out to fool around. Since the arrival was relatively late, it was already midnight. Jiang Sun looked at the sky outside, which was pitch black. It seemed there wasn't much to do tonight. He closed the magic wasteland manual and adjusted Walla, who was sleeping sprawled out and drooling bubbles. He nestled against it and fell into a deep sleep. Inside the tent, only the lamp on the wooden table flickered dimly. Outside the tent, the quiet woods gradually turned pitch black, occasionally accompanied by rustling sounds. He couldn't tell if it was the sound of wind blowing through leaves or footsteps. A night quickly passed. Time blue star calendar. Year 1, day 1, 6 o'clock daytime. 6 to 1400 hours. In the morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the gaps in the tent. The whole tent seemed even more magical. Walla Walla. Feeling his head being pushed around frantically, Jiang Sun groggily opened his eyes. Turning his head, he saw Walla glaring at him with hands on its hips, looking very disgruntled. Huh, wait a minute. You're just a squirrel. What are you doing puffing up your cheeks at me? You ate my only food, milk candy, yesterday. What's wrong with me using you as a pillow? Jiang Sun defiantly widened his eyes and stared back at Walla. Jiang Sun. Walla, do you know what the biggest role of the pet is? Walla. Jiang Sun. If it can't provide emotional value, then it must provide nutritional value. As soon as Jiang Sun finished speaking, he saw Walla rolling its eyes at him as if it understood. Hey, you dare to give me that kind of look? Jiang Sun bared his teeth and grabbed Walla, squeezing it in his hands. Quite a bit of meat. If I can't find anything to eat later, I'll just eat you. After tidying up his messy hair, Jiang Sun stretched his body and prepared to go out for exploration. He knew today should be quite an important day, at the very least. He needed to find some food. He couldn't really let himself starve and eat a squirrel to fill his stomach. Without recklessly leaving the tent, Jiang Sun first opened the Magic Wasteland Manual. The weather section had changed a bit. Weather temperature, 16 to 24 weather condition. Clear skies, slight fluctuations in magical energy. Wind level, gentle breeze magical atmosphere. The stars whisper, hinting at mysterious magical powers quietly awakening. Starry omen. In the night sky, the stars align into an ancient magic circle, foretelling good fortune and adventures. There are still 7.5 hours of daylight left. The regional channel has long been bustling. I couldn't sleep at all last night, and now I feel a bit dazed. Of course, there was something outside calling all night. I didn't dare to sleep a wink. I'm hungry. I want to go out and find something to eat, but I don't know if it's dangerous outside. Come on, dude. You haven't even stepped outside. It's freezing cold out there. If you don't find food, you'll starve to death sooner or later. What freezing cold? I'm by the sea here. Huh. I'm in a cave. It's pitch black. I don't dare to go out at all. Wait, how does it look like a graveyard outside? Brother, my condolences. Jiang Sun closed the manual and stopped reading. Through the snippets of conversation, he had roughly understood some situations. First, everyone is far apart from each other, making it almost impossible to unite for any activities. Looking up at the fantastical scenery outside, Jiang Sun secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, the forest environment outside looked quite normal. Stuffing the manual into his pocket, Jiang Sun grabbed his staff and walked out. Just as he stepped outside, he seemed to remember something, turned around, and went back into the tent to tuck Walla into his pocket as well. You little squirrel, it's too dangerous for you to stay here alone, Jiang Sun explained verbally, but in reality, he was worried about not finding food and wanted to have the squirrel as a backup. What if he really starved to death? Stepping outside, the fresh, moist scent rushed into his nostrils, instantly clearing Jiang Sun's mind. The surroundings were tranquil, yet seemed to whisper. The ground beneath his feet was soft, with dewdrops rolling on the grass tips, wetting his shoes. Not far away, bizarre flowers and plants twinkled with faint light, while towering ancient trees seemed to have souls, bowing down to look. In the distance, brilliant lights and shadows flickered among the woods. Nearby, an unknown creature gracefully leaped over. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, feeling the wonders of the magical wasteland world in the morning. As a young man who had spent a decade on a hospital bed, a surge of unprecedented vitality and curiosity rose in Jiang Sun's heart. He looked up at the bizarre forest and secretly decided that he must explore today, no matter what. Grr, his stomach timely reminded him, bringing his thoughts back on track. The manual seemed to mention upgrading the house. Jiang Sun raised his staff and cast a legendary dark magic at a nearby large tree. God of Darkness, Gun Era, chop the tree. The icon for gathering in the panel flashed, and then entered a cool-down period of half an hour. Jiang Sun felt as if something had been extracted from his body. The tip of the white staff glowed, and then a pale yellow halo flew towards the trunk. Immediately after, bang, the magical light successfully focused on the trunk. Boom! A loud noise echoed as a giant unknown tree with a diameter of nearly half a meter suddenly collapsed. The trunk was evenly cut into half-meter-long logs, scattered on the ground. Jiang Sun walked closer and counted. There were as many as 20 pieces. Truly a magical world. Information appeared before him. Log type, material level, glimmer remarks. A basic building material that is good to have in abundance. Seeing this, Jiang Sun thoughtfully opened his information panel. Personal information name, Jiang Sun level, glimmer strength, 3 agility, 5 stamina, 4 intelligence, 8 magic points, 161/210 recovery speed, 1,133 points/H skill, gathering, level 1. Indeed, the magic point section decreased by a full 50 points. Wow. Jiang Sun roughly guessed the calculation method for magic points. An ordinary adult with 5 points of intelligence has 100 magic points. For each point of intelligence increase, the magic points limit increases by 20 points. Using the gathering skill to chop down a tree consumes half of an ordinary person's magic points, which is 50 points. It seems that most people will need several days to collect the 100 pieces of wood needed for leveling up. After all, a normal person's magic points recovery speed is only 5 points per hour. Jiang Sun, relying on the system reward of Source of Magic with a 300 bonus, reached 44 points per hour. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun kissed the silver pendant on his chest. Thanking nature for its gifts, opening the magic book, he indeed saw that the regional channel was already filled with whales. Oh my gosh, I used the gathering skill to chop down a tree and lost 50 magic points, isn't that right? Plus, the recovery speed is only 5 points per hour. It'll take a whole day to recover. Help! I didn't check my magic points, chopped down 2 trees, and now I feel completely drained. It's hard to even stand. Ha ha ha. Luckily, I chose a staff, added 50 blue points, and can chop 1 more tree. Worshipping the big shot, seeking resource exchange, I have edible berries. It seems those who chose axes are fortunate. Even when magic points are depleted, they can chop trees by hand. Those who chose the beginner sword should be able to make do. Jiang Sun frowned in thought. It seemed that the recovery speed would also increase with the magic points limit. It's fixed to a full recovery in 1 day. Avada Kedavra, Bala Bala Energy, Shaluka, chop the tree. After the cooldown for gathering finished, 2 more embarrassing unknown spells burst from Jiang Sun's mouth. Another tree and a rock not far away crumbled, turning into scattered basic resources on the ground. Awesome. Ignoring the logs and stones scattered on the ground, Jiang Sun headed straight deeper into the woods. Collecting resources was secondary. The main thing was he still hadn't found something to eat. Chapter 4. Digging into the squirrel's nest. As for the piles of logs and stones on the ground, Jiang Sun simply left them alone. After all, the logging area was only 10 meters away from the tent. He could move them whenever needed. The main issue was that today's food supply was still unaccounted for. Following a path adorned with glowing plants, Jiang Sun moved forward slowly. On the roadside, clusters of unknown flowers either emitted a soft glow or swayed gently in the wind. Captivating Jiang Sun, he casually picked up a palm-sized red mushroom covered in tiny white specks. This should be edible, right? With a thought, The mushroom's information appeared before him. Red mushroom. Type. Spore plant level. Glimmer effect. Reduces magic power limit by 50 for 3 days after consumption. Note. Uncertain if it's poisonous. But it's worth a gamble before starving. Jiang Sun. What a gamble. Jiang Sun reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the sleeping Walla. He poked it gently and offered the mushroom. Want to try? Walla glanced disdainfully at Jiang Sun, casually knocked the mushroom away, and then jumped down to the ground. It waved a paw at Jiang Sun before turning and running ahead. Watching the little squirrel's movements, Jiang Sun was momentarily stunned, then quickly rubbed his hands together in anticipation and hurried to catch up. He had heard that squirrels were great at storing food, and it seemed that Walla clearly intended to treat him to a meal. Thank you, nature's bounty. After following Walla for about 10 minutes, the little squirrel finally stopped. Jiang Sun then noticed that the boundary between the path and the grass had become indistinct. Above him, the sky was already obscured by a dense canopy of giant tree leaves. The surroundings had grown quite dim. Jiang Sun instinctively shivered. No way. This bastard ISNT planning to sell me off to some monster, right? After running this far, we finally arrived at the trading spot. Quite cautious. It was no wonder Jiang Sun felt anxious. He had no self-defense capabilities at all. The staff in his hand was merely a gathering technique tool. He hadn't learned any offensive magic yet and didn't even know how to go about it. If he encountered an enemy, he couldn't just poke them with a half-meter-long wooden staff. Walla, sensing Jiang Sun's hesitation, shook its head firmly, signaling him to follow. Then, it stood on its hind legs, paws behind its back, swaggering forward. Jiang Sun hesitated for a moment but hurried to follow. He figured it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, this little squirrel didn't look like it would harm him. Perhaps it was a guide NPC arranged by the system. They continued deeper into the forest for several dozen meters. Crack! Jiang Sun carefully pushed aside the vines tangled in the bushes, but it made a noticeable noise. Damn it! What was the point of being careful? With the loud sound, Jiang Sun simply stood up straight, and before his eyes was a clearing with a diameter of several hundred meters. Right in the center of the clearing stood a giant tree with a trunk nearly 30 meters in diameter. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, making everything appear dreamlike. Walla jumped onto Jiang Sun's shoulder, pointing a paw forward, indicating for him to head toward the giant tree. Jiang Sun hesitated but slowly walked over, his heart racing. I hope you don't betray me. Walla. It was no wonder Jiang Sun was nervous. The giant tree looked like a world boss. Its immense size exerted a pressure that made Jiang Sun, who prided himself on being fearless, dare not act recklessly. After all, everyone has a fear of giant objects. If someone claimed they didn't, it would only be because they hadn't encountered anything big enough. It took Jiang Sun a full 5 minutes to cover the several dozen meters to the tree trunk. The cheerful chirping of birds overhead calmed him down a bit. They're S-life. That means this tree isn't like those monster trees in novels that snatch up animals with their vines. Walla jumped off his shoulder and walked ahead confidently, its strides almost as bold as Jiang Sun's. Jiang Sun followed closely, jogging to keep up with Walla, and began to circle around the tree trunk. After circling about a quarter of the way, Walla stopped. Jiang Sun quickly caught up. Damn! With a furious roar. He turned and ran. Right where Walla stopped, there appeared a tree hole with a diameter of 10 meters. A gust of wind blew, and the dark tree hole emitted a terrifying howling sound. Where the hell have you brought me? You really sold me out. Jiang Sun cursed as he ran. But after half a day of running, he didn't feel anything chasing him from behind. A hurried glance back showed Walla standing at the entrance of the hole, looking at him like he was an idiot. You damn! Seeing Jiang Sun stop, Walla gave him a disdainful look, then hopped into the tree hole. Moments later, it jumped back out, waving at Jiang Sun, signaling that it was safe inside. Jiang Sun. Is this a natural tree hole? He hesitated and approached, taking even slower steps than before, observing the surrounding terrain as he moved. If anything happened, he would definitely turn and run. But right now, he didn't want to miss the opportunity to improve himself. After all, if he wanted to explore this vibrant magical world, relying solely on gathering technique, wouldn't he cut it? He reached the hole and cautiously peered inside. He saw Walla sitting on a blanket made of animal fur, happily munching on an unknown fruit. The fur beneath it was soft and shiny, looking infinitely better than his shabby grass mat. The inside of the hole didn't have the damp, moldy odor he had imagined. Instead, there was a faint, pleasant fragrance. It seemed some natural force was maintaining the dryness and cleanliness here. What is going on? Jiang Sun felt a bit uncertain, but he saw Walla shake the fruit in its paw, motioning for Jiang Sun to come eat together. When Jiang Sun remained still for a while, Walla tossed one over to him, resembling a gracious host. Jiang Sun walked over, catching the emerald green fruit Walla tossed. The fruit in his hand was smooth like jade, and it seemed there was a glow hidden beneath its skin. With a thought, information appeared before him. Emerald spirit fruit. Type: magical fruit level. Firefly effect. Intelligence 1. First time consumption. Each consumption increases magic recovery speed by 50. Duration: 10 hours. Note: grows in areas rich in magic. Contains pure natural magic, especially beneficial for beginners in the magical realm. Huh? Jiang Sun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is the ordinary food in this magical world really this outrageous? Turning around, he saw that in front of Walla, there was an unknown vine basket filled to the brim with fruit, colorful and shimmering. They looked extraordinary. Walla, did you take over someone else's nest? Seeing Walla looking so relaxed, Jiang Sun couldn't help but ask. Walla has clearly been living here for quite some time. Walla? 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 Walla glanced at Jiang Sun with disdain, but her cute appearance made Jiang Sun unable to resist grabbing her and squeezing her for a while. Crunch, taking a bite caused juice to splatter everywhere. Ugh, Jiang Sun nearly spat out. It was both sour and bitter. No, this fruit looks so harmless. How could it betray me like this? Why is it so disgusting? Jiang Sun forced himself to swallow after chewing a few times, afraid that if he ate one less bite, he wouldn't get the desired effect. He now probably understood why Walla preferred candy over the attribute fruits. Holding his nose, Jiang Sun finished the emerald spirit fruit in his hand and opened his information panel, and sure enough, it had changed. Personal information name: Jiang Sun level. Glimmer, firefly star, bright moon. Strength: 3 agility, 5 stamina, 4 intelligence, 9 magic. 142,230 recovery speed, 12,366 points. Skills: gathering level 1. Alright, the magic recovery speed increased by 6 points. But the newly added 6 seems a bit illusory. It seems this is the way temporary effects are displayed. Jiang Sun's magic recovery speed had now reached 54 points. With this recovery speed, the amount of magic he recovers each hour could equal what others would recover in over half a day. This means I can chop down nearly 20 trees in a day. Wouldn't that make me rich? Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly shook his head. How deeply rooted is this absurd thinking in my mind? Adhering to the idea that if anyone suffers, it shouldn't be the child. Jiang Sun took out a piece of candy from his pocket and threw it to Walla. Then he sat cross-legged on the laid-out fur and started browsing the regional channel. Chapter 5, Black Bear. Is there a big shot with a golden finger? Please let me cling to your thigh. Yes, what sign-ins, what critical hits, what hundredfold resources, big shots. I seek to be supported. But video proof can fly nationwide. No way. Do you really believe it? ISNT, that how novels are written? Can what S written in novels be taken seriously? Big brother, you've already crossed over. What else is there not to believe? Looking at the meaningless chatter in the channel, Jiang Sun sighed helplessly. Speaking of superpowers, he actually has a lot of insights, because he is the legendary superpower user, and he was one even before crossing over. He once thought he was the legendary protagonist, until after 10 years of using his superpower, he finally confirmed that his golden finger is useless. His golden finger is, as long as he concentrates, he can pull out a piece of milk candy from his pocket. A white rabbit one. Ridiculous, right? He thinks so too. And he can't get a lot, only 3 or 4 pieces a day. Eating it doesn't give him any special abilities, just left him with a few more cavities from his youth. His ability is even less useful than the universally recognized most useless superpower, controlling body hair growth. Fortunately, he can still use it to feed squirrels, and it can barely serve as emergency rations to keep him from starving. Sighing, Jiang Sun continued to browse the chat channel. I collected a snowy winter root, and the system says it can be eaten. What is that compared to me? I found a bunch of fist-sized wild potatoes. Outside, I harvested a dozen. Big shot, you're amazing. Can you sell me two? There is nothing to eat around here. What does that compare to mine? Look at my breadfruit and sealed spirit spring water. Eating them can even increase magic recovery speed by 10. Wow, big shot, how did you get these things? I accidentally kicked a crystal ball in a bush and got these supplies from it. What? There is a crystal ball? Yes, after the crystal ball shattered, I got crystal fragments for. I found a package in a tree hole called Magic Weaving Package, which gave me a magic blueprint. You're kidding, right? I'm in a vast plain. Anything would be visible at a glance. How come I've never found anything? In the regional chat channel, everyone was discussing back and forth. This also made Jiang Sun learn more things. First, this world has treasure chests and similar items that can yield blueprints and basic supplies. However, the quantity is very small, so it basically has nothing to do with Jiang, who is fully non-lucky. Secondly, the basket of fruits that Squirrel Dad provided him is actually all good stuff. Any random fruit can permanently increase attributes. They are much stronger than the chest items others are bragging about in the channel. From this, it can be seen, this squirrel, who only squeaks every day, is truly bold. Every day, it sneaks in to eat and drink from the nest of that powerful creature. The rations left behind by that powerful creature have now become cheap for the two of them. Wait, has that powerful monster really died? A flash of electricity crossed Jiang Sun's mind as he thought of this possibility, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. And no one told him that the master of this place was already dead. Why does he think he can eat and drink freely here and be safe? What if the monster returns from hunting and traps them in the cave? Some unknown giant beast. Is my takeout here? Thinking this, Jiang Sun hurriedly got up, grabbed the squirrel and the fruit basket, and ran outside. The journey that took him a little over 10 minutes was completed in less than 5 minutes on his return as he reached the exit. Leaving the woods, he arrived at the tent protected by a magical shield, feeling very safe. Of course, the premise is that the giant beast doesn't chase after him. He doesn't believe that his little tent can withstand a 10-meter-tall, giant magical beast. Stepping out of the woods, Jiang Sun's eyes widened in an instant at the sight before him. He saw a bear-like creature that was nearly 2 meters tall, even when crouched down. At this moment, it was stretching out its huge claws, eager to pounce on Jiang Sun's tent. The bear's fur was a deep black color, faintly shimmering with a metallic luster under the sunlight. It seemed as if every hair contained mysterious magical power. A tuft of purple fur on its head was very noticeable, giving it a somewhat punk appearance. Jiang Sun was startled. Is the magical world so reckless? No, that is not the point. Why are you messing with my tent? The black bear monster turned around, its massive body almost completely blocking the tent entrance. The black bear raised its front paw and gently poked the tent. The magical shield protecting the tent rippled instantly, even denting inward. It seemed unable to withstand this level of attack, threatening to break at any moment. This scene made Jiang Sun's eyes nearly pop out. This black bear wasn't attacking. It was clearly just curiously playing around. Jiang Sun was terrified. This tent was his only means of safety at the moment. If this black bear broke it, what would he do? What now? Run? Obviously can't outrun it. Fight? What the hell is fighting? It's more like delivering rations. Just as Jiang Sun was anxiously contemplating his options, the black bear seemed to sense something. It suddenly turned around, its gaze locking onto the stunned Jiang Sun. Not selling the cassock, Jiang Sun shouted angrily, then helplessly raised his staff, striking a fighting pose. With the black bear blocking the way in front and an unknown giant beast behind, the situation was clearly at a dead end. However, Jiang Sun didn't feel any fear of facing death. After all, he had already paid his dues. Hey! With a loud shout, Jiang Sun attempted to use the universal method introduced in the animal world to scare off the monster in front of him. At worst, he could die with a bit more dignity. Roar! Facing the bipedal beast that was much smaller than himself, the black bear monster also responded defiantly. At the same time, its gem-like little eyes glimmered with purple light, with faint electrical currents flashing, clearly intending to go all out. It's useless. End of story. But buddy, with your full-on stance, ISNT that a bit too much respect for me. At this moment, Walla was also awakened by the commotion, struggling to crawl out of Jiang Sun's pocket, staring straight at the black bear. Hey! Jiang Sun was unwilling and shouted again. Since the animal world method didn't work, let us try the universal method from the mythological world. Evil beast, will you not submit to punishment? While shouting this, Jiang Sun trembled and pointed at the black bear, taking a step forward. Doing anything is better than waiting to die. However, after this shout, he saw that the black bear, which had initially shown fierce eyes, suddenly looked as clear as a college student. It even lowered its body by half a meter, tremblingly taking a big step back. It worked. Jiang Sun was overjoyed. The ancestors did not deceive me. Then he took another step forward. Sure enough. He saw the black bear acting as if it had met its nemesis, burying its head even lower and scooting back a bit more. It even pressed its head to the ground, covering its head with its paws. Jiang Sun was suddenly a bit confused. Is it really this effective? Looking up again, he saw that the black bear had taken advantage of his moment of inattention and jumped into the bushes in just a few steps. It was surprisingly agile for a several-ton heavy creature. In no time, its massive figure disappeared without a trace. Jiang Sun was taken aback, but didn't dare to chase after it. Although he didn't know why the black bear had given up its attack, the outcome was good. He wouldn't be foolish enough to think that a several-ton black bear would be scared away by just a couple of loud shouts. But he still took the opportunity to gloat. Jiang Sun, the newly paved road is flat. Black bear. Jiang Sun, no pebbles, little brother. Black bear. Jiang Sun crawled back into the tent, and after a while, his trembling hands finally stabilized. It was impossible to say he wasn't scared. That bear could have taken him down in just a couple of bites. Thinking of this, he quickly got up to check the corners of the tent. He found that although the tent was intact with the protection of a magical shield, the central wooden beam had changed. The beam, which was originally covered in a glowing aura, now had half of its patterns dimmed. It was like the battery level on a phone had dropped to an unsettling 50. Jiang Sun immediately understood what was going on. The secondary magical shield outside the tent was clearly maintained by the battery of the beam in front of him. When the battery runs out, it meant that the magical tent would turn into an ordinary tent. Without the protection of a magical shield, he would have no means of self-defense against various magical beasts. Chapter 6. The Harvest of the First Day. Time. Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 1. 1400 hours, night. 14 to 6 o'clock. The 8 hours of the day quickly came to an end. During this time, Jiang Sun had cast gathering technique several times. Nearby, logs and stones were scattered everywhere. It took a lot of effort to collect them and categorize them into piles not far from the tent entrance. He counted and found he had obtained 150 pieces of wood and 60 pieces of stone. Additionally, he found 2 pieces of firefly level hardwood and 3 pieces of firefly level magic iron ore. These were considered byproducts of cutting trees and gathering stones with low drop rates. He also categorized the magical fruits he had retrieved. Besides 5 emerald spirit fruits that increased intelligence, there were 5 other fruits, which were rubellite raspberry, 3 type, magical fruit level, firefly effect, agility 1, first time consumption. Each consumption increases temporary agility by 1 point, lasting for 10 hours. Note, grows in places rich in magical energy, containing pure natural magic. Long-term consumption can improve constitution. Amber star fruit, 2 type, magical fruit level, firefly effect, stamina 1, first time consumption. Each consumption increases temporary stamina by 1 point, lasting for 10 hours. Note, grows in places rich in magical energy, containing pure natural magic. Long-term consumption can improve constitution. Jiang Sun had already endured the sour taste and eaten one of each of these magical fruits. His stamina and agility each increased by 1 point. Although he was still hungry, he didn't want to eat another bite. He even planned to trade these fruits for some other food, even wild potatoes would do. They were too unpalatable. However, Jiang Sun knew that although these fruits were hard to eat, at this stage, such attribute-enhancing fruits were definitely rare items. There were surely plenty of discerning individuals. Opening the magic book, he flipped to the shelter information section. Glowing level magic tent, a must-have temporary equipment for travelers. It can barely shield from wind and rain and block attacks from small magical beasts. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Shelter facilities. Secondary magic shield. 46. Shelter upgrade. 160 100 wood. 60 100 stone. 1 magic material. Please add additional effects. None. Looking at the not yet half-charged energy, Jiang Sun felt troubled and slapped his forehead. It seemed that if he couldn't upgrade his tent quickly, he would soon be homeless and wandering the wilderness. After a busy day, Jiang Sun lay on the grass mat and unwrapped a milk candy to pop into his mouth. The sweet, creamy flavor instantly redeemed his taste buds. This was food. Jiang Sun had never felt his abilities were so useful. He unwrapped 2 pieces of white rabbit candy and turned back to stuff them into Walla's mouth. Seeing Walla's cheeks puffed up, he instantly felt a surge of joy. He quickly grabbed Walla and began to pinch it playfully. The angry little squirrel scolded him for a long time. Although Jiang Sun couldn't understand, he felt it must be quite vulgar. Luckily, he had this little creature. Otherwise, he would have had to eat poisonous mushrooms to stave off hunger today. After calming Walla down, Jiang Sun picked up the Magic Wasteland handbook and began to browse. At this time, the messages on the World channel were not rolling as fast as before. He could barely make out some information. After all, each person could only send 1 message a day. After a busy day, people had nothing to do. The nights in the Magic Wasteland world lasted a full 12 hours. Subtracting 8 hours of sleep time, there were still 4 hours to do whatever. However, there were no games or short videos in this world. In people's simple tents, there was only a straw mat and a broken table. What else could they do? Of course, they rushed into the regional communication channel to chat. Humans are social animals. Long-term solitary survival can make a person gradually feel repressed and panicked. A platform for survivors to communicate naturally became everyone's only psychological comfort. Jiang Sun also occasionally browsed through it. In his words, this was a short video of the Wasteland world. The chats of countless silly netizens could greatly alleviate the anxiety and irritability brought on by survival. The immense pressure of survival could also be released through chatting and joking. After all, not everyone had a little squirrel to RUA. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun adjusted Walla, which was resting on his head, in its reluctant gaze. He offered a piece of white rabbit candy to ease their relationship a bit. At this moment, the regional channel was filled with countless people's messages. Wood, 100. How strong am I? Just ask if you think I'm strong. Wow, worship the big boss. How did you do it? I only collected 40 pieces of wood in a whole day. Roasted rabbit. 1. Smells good. Does anyone have seasoning? Borrow me some. I'll share a piece of rabbit meat. Big boss, please, can you share a piece with me? I haven't eaten anything all day, and now I'm too hungry to move. You up there, stop being lazy. If you want to eat, bring some supplies to trade. Sigh. Why don't I have anything to eat? I only found this starlight mushroom that can restore stamina just enough to get by. You up there, stop bragging, get lost. Why are there so many small animals near you? I was chased by a wolf with horns on its head all day. I couldn't fight back at all. Exactly. I met a mole today that threw stones at me from a distance. I couldn't catch up no matter what. Seriously, how do you all find food? I only have grassland here, and I found cow. Wow, Big Boss is amazing. No, how is that amazing? Eating dung is not impressive. If you dare, then you're impressive. Jiang Sun twitched his lips, feeling somewhat speechless. These people were still not hungry. Otherwise, how could they be so bored? He observed carefully and found that among those speaking, only about 1/3 had found food. Most people were still in a state of hunger. At this time, the trading market had also seen many new items being put up, indicating that everyone had made some gains. However, Jiang Sun didn't recognize most of these things. The outrageous prices made him click his tongue. Someone had explained in the World channel earlier. It was said that after a trade was completed, the items would automatically be transferred to each other's tents. However, the items for trade had to be recognized by the system. For example, if someone was skilled at crafting, they could make chairs from wood. Once made, they could use it however they wanted, but it couldn't be put into the trading system for trade unless someone came to pick it up in person. Items that could be traded besides food were either basic materials or things made using magic production scrolls. Therefore, the importance of magic production scrolls could be imagined. This design not only prevented someone from amassing wealth due to the advantages of their birthplace, but also greatly increased the survival difficulty for everyone. Jiang Sun opened the regional channel again, only to see that everyone was discussing an event. Chapter 7. Trade Application Hey? Did you guys notice that the bright patterns on the column in the middle of the tent seem to have shrunk quite a bit? It really does. Mine is down by a third. What the hell? Why do I have less than 1/5 left? What's going on? Could this thing be the health bar of the shield outside? It seems to be true. There was a bird attacking the shield outside today. And after I chased it away, I found it had shrunk a lot. What? No way. Something attacked my tent today, and I didn't care about it. Now, there is only a tiny bit left. Help! My energy column is out of energy. I just went outside to take a look, and the magical shield outside has disappeared. Help! Is anyone there to save me? My shield just broke, and now there's a leopard monster attacking my tent. 9,873, 10,000. As the news spread, the number of people in the channel decreased by 1. Jiang Sun then realized that out of the original 10,000 people in the area channel, more than 100 had silently died without making a single splash. Jiang Sun glanced at his remaining half of energy and immediately made up his mind. The tent must be upgraded tonight. Otherwise, if he gets attacked again at night, he wouldn't even know how he died. He couldn't take the gamble on whether other monsters would be scared away by his 2 roars. The people in the chat channel also quickly adjusted their mindset. They all understood that this was not a leisure farm in another world, but a wasteland world where people could really die. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun realized a blind spot. That is, where did the term wasteland in this magical wasteland world come from? The environment he was in, although dangerous, seemed full of vitality. In any case, it was far from the description of wasteland filled with radiation and ruins. Shaking his head, he decided not to think too much about it. After all, there were too many unknowns in this world, and the information he had was very limited. Wild speculation was meaningless. Surviving was the most important thing. He no longer cared so little about his life. He posted his trade information. 1 logs, exchange for raw stones, quantity 50. Jiang Sun began to prepare the materials for the upgrade. However, within less than a minute, the materials he listed were completely exchanged. He wasn't surprised by this speed, as everyone's starting environment was almost different. The resources available for gathering around were also different. In the trading center, the exchange rate for logs and raw stones was almost around 1, with no significant price difference overall. It seemed everyone was frightened and began to urgently prepare the materials needed for upgrading their shelters. After all, there were definitely more than just Jiang Sun who could gather the required amount of materials in just one day. With such a large base, there must be quite a few people with fortuitous encounters. Then Jiang Sun began to look through the items in his possession that could serve as magical materials. But he found that none of the 3 types of firefly-level fruits would work. However, the firefly-level, hardwood, and magic iron, or could. It seemed that magical materials referred to those that could be sustained for a long time. He tossed the dark ore aside, as he didn't plan to use these 2 as the main materials for the upgrade. No way, they didn't have enough prestige. He opened the magic book again and flipped to the page of shelter information. Dim light level magic tent, a temporary equipment essential for travelers. Can barely shield from wind and rain and block attacks from small monsters. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Shelter facilities, secondary magic shield, 45, shelter upgrade, 100 logs, 100 raw stones, 1 magical materials. Please add additional effects. None. Seeing this, Jiang Sun's gaze sharpened. He just noticed this inconspicuous piece of information. Additional effects. Jiang Sun estimated that this magical material, as the main material for upgrading, was the key to adding additional effects to the shelter. Looking at the items in his hands, he hastily listed all 10 fruits. The item exchange column read, Emerald Spirit Fruit, Ruby Raspberry, Amber Star Fruit, exchange for logs, raw stones, or other items, ratio 1,000. Note, private chat available. Then he set up the trading rules. Everyone could post their trading item information and submit a trade application to him. Jiang Sun could then choose whether to trade after reviewing the other party's trading item information. Not long after he set this up, a series of notification sounds rang out. Dense and continuous. As he expected, countless trade applications flooded in. Jiang Sun felt delighted. There were indeed quite a few discerning people. So he quickly opened the trade information to check, but the more he looked, the more his head hurt. Trade application. Logs 1. Message. Private chat to see the photo. Jiang Sun hesitated for a moment, and then closed the application. Trade application. Raw stones 1. Message. This thing isn't worth much, I have plenty. Let me see if it's poisonous. Jiang Sun. You look at your big, damn it. To his surprise, the system chat could block keywords. Jiang Sun directly clicked to block. Trade application. Poisonous mushroom 20. Message. Exchange for 1 spirit fruit. Don't worry, brother, it just ate 1. It's definitely not poisonous. As soon as he clicked it, Jiang Sun watched as the trader's avatar went dark. Trade application. Bread tree fruit 1. Rabbit head 1. Spirit spring water 200 milliliters. Hungry, brother. The fruit is not filling at all. It really wasn't tea filling, but he felt it was still a bit lacking. The darker Jiang Sun's expression became, the more he decisively opened the filtering function, filtering out resources without level grades. The number of trades immediately decreased significantly. However, there were still several hundred entries left. He could only click to filter again, removing the dim light level items. Suddenly, only a few dozen scattered pieces of information came into view. Trade application. Golden coconut 1 exchange for amber star fruit 1 and emerald spirit fruit 1. Message. Coconut adds magic value limit. Trade application. Starlight grass 1 exchange for emerald spirit fruit 1. Message. Let us trade 1. I guarantee you 1 T lose. Trade application. Frozen crystal or 1 exchange for emerald spirit fruit 2. Message. Can cool down and also serve as magical material. Trade application. Frost wolf mane 1 exchange for ruby raspberry 1. Message. Can be used as magical material for upgrade. Also can be used for weapon crafting. Trade application. Magic copper or 1 exchange for amber star fruit 1. Message. You must want to upgrade your tent quickly too. Trade application. Magic pattern lamb meat 2 kilograms. Exchange for amber star fruit 1. Message. Long-term consumption can increase physical fitness. Can be traded long-term. Those who could trade with Firefly-level materials spoke with noticeably higher prestige. These people either had fortuitous encounters or were brave enough to kill monsters alone. Jiang Sun couldn't help but sigh. Humans are truly highly adaptable creatures. Now a large part of the population has completely integrated into this world. Although there's still those who want to get something for nothing, most trade applications are reasonable. After all, among those who obtained high-quality items in just one day, there were no fools. Looking at the various trade applications before him, Jiang Sun quickly made a decision. Chapter 8. Golden Coconut. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Golden Coconut 1. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Frost Wolf Mane 1. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Magic Pattern Mutton 3 kilograms. With the completion of the transaction, a small pile of items suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Sun. Ignoring the other items, he quickly smashed open the large golden coconut in his hand with a stone and started drinking happily. After all, he had been thirsty for a whole day. He had just haggled to buy these items for 1 each of emerald spirit fruit, ruby raspberry, and amber star fruit. The trading system allowed for private chats, and for that, Jiang Sun had specially added 3 friends. At this stage, anyone who could obtain these items was not particularly lacking in luck or strength. Adding friends was also a way to pave the road for later. Gulp, gulp. After a few big sips of coconut water, a notification rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations. Your magic power limit has increased by 30 points. Awesome. It turned out that Jiang Sun's magic power was completely sufficient, but the thrill of gaining strength would still make him addicted. Moreover, the few fruits he had eaten earlier did not meet his daily hydration needs. This coconut also solved his urgent problem. At this stage, food and water were the biggest challenges faced by all humans. But that was only a current challenge. Just now in the World Channel, Jiang Sun had already seen someone starting to share various methods for collecting water resources. Although resources were essential for survival, everyone would keep some to themselves. However, knowledge could be passed on, and many people had already started sharing knowledge to enhance their reputation. There were also many people near their birthplace who had access to water resources and began using them to trade for supplies. However, most people were unable to trade successfully. After all, apart from places like deserts and wastelands, where there were naturally no water resources, most others could gather some water resources to varying degrees. It was just a matter of quantity. For example, In the magical forest where Jiang Sun was located, there were quite a few ways to collect. For instance, the berries he saw on the road today. It was just that they were not easy to collect, so he didn't waste time on them. At this stage, the basic materials for upgrading shelters were clearly more important, so everyone kept logs and raw stones tightly guarded. The lack of concentrated resources also led to most people not gathering enough materials. Therefore, someone like Jiang Sun, who had gathered enough upgrade materials on the first day and still had spare, was absolutely rare. Carefully, he used a sharp stone shard to trim the opening of the coconut. Jiang Sun planned to use the coconut shell as a tool for storing water resources. To his surprise, just as he finished trimming, the coconut shell suddenly flashed with light and was identified by the system as a magical item. Golden coconut water bottle type. Daily necessity level. Glimmering, firefly star, bright moon. Effect. Slowly purifies the water resources stored within and effectively prevents magical turbulence from eroding. Note, a natural water bottle. Effective usage method. Seeing this, Jiang Sun hurriedly cut off a piece of wood and crafted a simple wooden lid by hand to seal the water bottle. After completing all this, the golden coconut water bottle immediately looked radiant. Good stuff. Treating the water bottle like a treasure, Jiang Sun then excitedly took out the exchanged magic pattern mutton and began roasting it over the fire. The sizzling sound and the aroma of grilled meat woke up the sleeping Walla. It groggily crawled over to Jiang Sun's side and sat with him by the campfire, waiting to eat the meat. To roast the mutton, Jiang Sun had spent a full 5 pieces of raw stone to exchange for a piece of firestone with others. This firestone was an item made through a magic manufacturing scroll. In fact, the seller's pricing was not expensive at all, even considered quite reasonable. After all, at this stage, very few people could obtain magic manufacturing scrolls. Among them, even fewer could create useful items. Most were things like magic thermos cups that maintain a constant temperature or luminescent stones that store sunlight and convert it into a light source at night. Compared to those, the firestone was clearly much more practical. This also made the person who provided the firestone blueprint earn a considerable profit. What? Just a thermos, a solar nightlight, and a lighter? Jiang Sun muttered to himself, realizing that the current humans had clearly not yet explored the wonders of the magical world. After finishing a large piece of lamb chop with Walla, Jiang Sun picked up the magic book again. He simply stopped flipping through various basic material trades and began to focus on searching for exchanges of magical materials. Spirit Breath Branch 1, exchange for logs 50. Note, only this one buy quickly. Hardwood 1, exchange for raw stones 100. Note, magical material can be used for upgrades. Poison Toad Gland 1, exchange for any healing item 1. Note, urgent, who has healing items. Magic Iron Gear 1, exchange for logs 100 or raw stones 100. Note, taken from a rusty armor, can be used for upgrades. Magic Crystal 43-1, exchange for logs 100, raw stones 100. Note, Magic Crystal from a crystal ball, can energize tents and be used for upgrades. After scanning through hundreds of messages, Jiang Sun felt dizzy. Throughout the day, some people had indeed had good luck and harvested some magical materials. Jiang Sun flipped through them for a long time, but still felt that these items were somewhat lacking. What if he really relied on them to increase the additional effects of the shelter? Wouldn't it be a huge loss to use low-quality materials? While the sky had not completely darkened yet, Jiang Sun simply walked out the door, gnawing on the burnt lamb chop, and used gathering technique on several nearby sturdy trees. After a few loud crashes, he harvested over 50 pieces of logs again. He was too lazy to drag them back to the tent. After all, it wasn't far away. He could move them when needed. Glancing at his personal information, he found that his magic power was still at full value. Jiang Sun sighed helplessly. If it weren't for the cooldown time limit of gathering technique, he might have already harvested hundreds of logs and raw stones and started to relax. He wondered if anyone had learned other spells. Jiang Sun thought silently. He felt that not many people were that lucky, as spells could only be learned through magic scrolls. And magic scrolls could only be obtained from world gifts, like crystal balls and treasure chests, with a very low probability. Moreover, even if someone learned a spell, they wouldn't have that much magic power to use, because everyone still needed to use gathering technique to collect basic materials to upgrade their tents. A safe and stable living environment was always everyone's first choice. After all, in just one day's time, most people had already encountered attacks from wild magical beasts. The number of dead was clearly written above, which made everyone much more cautious. After flipping through for a long time, Jiang Sun only saw someone in the World Channel sharing that they had learned illumination technique. Consumes 10 points of magic power. Illuminates a 10 square meter area for 1 minute. To test the effect, that person almost attracted an attack from magical beasts. Taking another look at the regional communication channel, Jiang Sun felt a bit heavy-hearted. In such a short time, the number of people in the channel had decreased by dozens. Now reading 9,789, 10,000. It's only the first day, and the survival rate of the survivors is already approaching 3%, with a massive population of 8 billion. It's hard for Jiang Sun to imagine how many people have already died. However, despite his fear, he feels helpless, as he himself almost became one of them. Opening the chat channel, everyone is still lively discussing their experiences. Occasionally, someone shares their findings, followed by many others praising them with comments like "You're amazing." Sometimes, a desperate plea for help suddenly interrupts the conversation. This leaves everyone silent for a while. Everyone understands the principle of mutual dependence, yet there is nothing they can do. In a world where basic needs are a problem, they must constantly face unpredictable monster attacks. No one can guarantee that the next person to die won't be themselves. Jiang Sun hesitated for a moment and simply changed his exchange information to only exchange magical materials. He decided to upgrade the shelter as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows if the bear he encountered during the day might come looking for him in the middle of the night. Chapter 9, Starlight Stone. Noticing that the cooldown time had ended, Jiang Sun grabbed his staff, walked out the door, and released gathering technique. Once again, the sound of large trees falling diminished, and the chirping of insects in the woods followed. Looking around, Jiang Sun did not see any ferocious beasts lurking nearby, which relieved him quite a bit. He turned around and crawled back into the tent, plopping down on the grass mat. Ouch, it hurt his butt. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth. It really is hard to go from luxury to simplicity. The rough texture beneath him made him reminisce about the large fur mat in the tree hole. 2 meters long, smooth, soft, and comfortable. A stark contrast to the shabby grass mat under him. Should he sneak back to the tree hole tomorrow for another look? Jiang Sun began to ponder while chewing on some slightly burnt magic pattern lamb. What if he could find something else while he was there? He had rushed out today and hadn't had the chance to thoroughly scavenge the tree hole, mainly because he was afraid of the giant beast chasing him. Suddenly, a friend request notification from the magic book caught Jiang Sun's attention. The message included a piece of log, which pushed his request to the top. Jiang Sun curiously opened the friend request and found it was from the person who had been shouting about selling the frozen crystal Oregon. His name was Zhao Tingtao. The note read, "Bro, I have something good here that you'll definitely be interested in." Jiang Sun was somewhat curious and accepted the request. The other party immediately sent a message. "Bro, I have a starlight stone here. Take a look. I feel like this thing is not simple, but I urgently need wood and stone to upgrade, and also the fruit you sell that increases attributes. If you're interested, we can talk." Jiang Sun clicked on the additional material information. Starlight stone. Type. Magical material level. Star effect. Can be used as forging material, and after learning, identification technique. Detailed attribute information can be viewed. Note. Contains mysterious and powerful stellar energy, a key material for crafting high-level magical equipment or enhancing special magical buildings. There was also a picture attached. Upon seeing the appearance of the Starlight Stone, Jiang Sun's eyes widened, and he quickly made up his mind, replying, "How did you find this thing? I am indeed quite interested." The other party quickly replied, "I dug it out from a monster's nest during the day. I think it's definitely a good thing, but I really don't have the energy to study it right now. There are monsters lurking outside, and my shelter shield energy is running low. If I don't upgrade tonight, I fear I won't make it." Jiang Sun thought for a moment and replied, "So how do you want to trade?" The other party immediately sent a trade request. Trade request. Starlight Stone 1 for log 80, raw stone 80, emerald spirit fruit 1, ruby raspberry 1, amber star fruit 1. Jiang Sun frowned at this string of exchange information. The price was not low at all. Although he still had quite a few surplus materials, he couldn't waste them indiscriminately, especially since the other party was asking for 3 magical fruits, compared to materials whose effects were unknown. The fruits that could enhance attributes were the most scarce items for everyone. Jiang Sun thought for a moment and bargained. That's too much. I can give you 50 logs and 50 raw stones, plus 1 fruit. The other party seemed a bit hesitant and replied after a while. Bro, I'm really sincere. Star-level materials are not available for sale right now. You can't just pressure me on the price, because I'm in urgent need. Seeing the reply, Jiang Sun lowered his head and thought. Others might not know the value of the Starlight Stone, but he knew. He clicked on the item information to check carefully and finally confirmed the material of the Starlight Stone. Yes, it was the gem from the reward, the star-level source of magic necklace pendant. Although the piece of Starlight Stone on the source of magic was smaller, the one Zhao Tingtao had was about the size of half a fist. Definitely a good item. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Sun finally made up his mind. I can give you the materials, but it will take 2 hours, and I can only give you 2 fruits. You can choose. Zhao Tingtao. Okay, I want one that increases strength and one that increases stamina. Seeing Zhao Tingtao's request, Jiang Sun was somewhat surprised. After all, at this stage, most people were most in need of mana. Gathering technique was the skill that everyone relied on for survival. But this guy sounded like he had a berserker attribute. Jiang Sun then traded the 2 fruits and 80 logs while casually asking, do you have a high mana value? Don't you need intelligence attribute fruits? Zhao Tingtao received the items and lowered his guard. I'm more proficient in physical techniques. I used to be a fighting coach, and my intelligence attribute is too low. It's better to play to my strengths. The nearby monster has already started calling for companions, so I need to take it down right away. Jiang Sun understood and also had more thoughts in his mind. It seemed that everyone had different inclinations. Not everyone had a high demand for mana. After all, if someone has strength reached a certain level, couldn't they chop down a tree with just 2 axes? Holding this Starlight Stone in his hand, Jiang Sun decided to upgrade his tent first. The required materials were already prepared to avoid any long delays. He opened the magic book and checked the shelter information again. Dim light level magical tent, a must-have temporary equipment for travelers, barely able to shield from wind and rain, and block attacks from small monsters. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Shelter facilities, secondary magic shield, 38, shelter upgrade, 100 logs, 100 raw stones, 1 magical materials, none. Please add materials, additional effects. None. With the Starlight Stone in his hand disappearing, the magical materials section changed to Starlight Stone, 1 star level. Then a prompt sound rang in Jiang Sun's ears. Ding! Do you want to upgrade to a secondary magical hut using Starlight Stone as the main magical material? Confirm. The next moment, Jiang Sun felt that everything in front of him became somewhat unreal, and then the tent began to flash with dazzling light. The logs and raw stones piled around the tent melted like flowing water, gradually integrating into the structure of the tent. Then the light burst forth, and Jiang Sun instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw neatly arranged wooden walls with sharp angles. At the bottom of the wooden walls, the stone wall enclosure connected to a thick stone floor. The wooden support beams in the center of the tent had become much smaller and had brightened up again. At this moment, the support column embedded in the center of the room radiated strands of light flowing throughout the house. If before it was a part-time support column, now it had completely transformed into something like a battery. As the light filled the room, Jiang Sun felt a ripple of magic within him, as if it had become a bit more substantial. He stood up and walked around, then roughly estimated. The square room had an area of about 25 square meters, which should be a standard 5x5 square room. It was large, but it was definitely much better than the previous tent. It looked very secure. Looking up, the wooden house's structure resembled a self-built cabin from a wilderness survival show, and its overall style blended seamlessly within the forest. The table in the center of the room was still the same table. However, the lamp that was previously placed above was now hung on the beam in the center, becoming a bit brighter. It was emitting bursts of light, casting a warm yellow glow throughout the little cabin. As the lines of light faded, the starry light on the pointed roof in the center of the house suddenly flickered, making the entire cabin look more mysterious. Jiang Sun admired his new home, but suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the Magic Wasteland manual. Sure enough, the shelter information had indeed changed. Chapter 10. The Magical Cabin. Firefly-level magical cabin. The magical cabin endowed with incredible abilities can effectively resist attacks from intermediate-level monsters and possesses certain spatial expansion capabilities. Shelter facilities. Primary magic shield 100. Small magic item storage room 5 cubic meters. Shelter upgrade. 0-800 logs, 0-800 stones. Magic core 0-1. Optional edition. Additional effects. Within the radiation range of the totem pole. Magic power limit 200. Magic recovery speed 100. Stamina recovery speed 10. Seeing the information after the upgrade, Jiang Sun let out a sigh of relief. The secondary magic shield had turned into a primary magic shield, and an additional magic item storage room was included. With a more powerful shield, he could feel a bit more secure tonight. Walla was also awakened, jumping onto Jiang Sun's shoulder and staring wide-eyed at the changes before him. Walla? Uh-huh. Walla Walla. Yes, yes. Walla 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 Walla. All right, go play. I can't understand what you're saying. Jiang Sun casually took out a few milk candies and stuffed them into Walla's mouth before falling into deep thought. He just realized that the number of milk candies he could pull out seemed to have increased a bit. He could even pull out fruit-flavored milk candies now. So, this useless ability can evolve too. Jiang shook his head and continued to admire his little cabin. Candy is still candy. He had been eating it for 10 years and was indeed less interested. Moreover, he had just learned from the system prompt that the secondary magical cabin had expansion functions, allowing for the addition of facilities such as a magical kitchen later on. The included magic item storage room was equivalent to a small space storage box that could only be used to store magical materials, preventing the magic power of stored materials from dissipating over time. Looks good and useful. It truly deserves to be the palace of my Ganara, the dark god. Ha ha. Jiang Sun's overly dramatic laughter suddenly stopped. Doesn't the magical cabin have some additional abilities? He quickly opened his information panel and indeed saw. Personal information name, Jiang Sun level, Glimmer strength, 4 agility, 5 stamina, 5 intelligence, 9 magic power, 430 recovery speed, 226,622 points H, skills, gathering, level 189, wow. Looking at his maximum magic power of 430 points and a recovery speed of a full 110 points per hour, Jiang Sun felt a bit like crying. Is it the additional attributes from the magical cabin that are lacking? Of course not. A magic power limit of 200, a recovery speed of 100. These are the coveted additional attributes that almost everyone dreams of. Well, except for Jiang Sun. Boom! A loud crash. A tree several meters away from the magical cabin fell to the ground, scattering into a pile of wooden blocks. Jiang Sun leaned weakly against the cabin door, pulling out an apple-flavored milk candy and popping it into his mouth. Can't use it all. There's just too much. The magic power recovery is faster than consumption. Jiang Sun looked at the only skill in his skill bar, gathering, feeling somewhat helpless. If someone knew he was troubled by having too much magic power, they would definitely curse him. Jiang Sun felt he urgently needed a powerful spell, preferably one that could drain a whole blue bar in one shot. The effect didn't matter. The main thing was high mana cost. After all, with the new 100 magic power recovery from the cabin, Jiang Sun's recovery speed had reached a terrifying 110 points H. That's 22 times that of an average person. Most people are still barely getting by with a recovery speed of 5 points H. His recovery speed is simply unimaginable for others. Ding, gathering skill upgraded. Cooldown time 30 minutes to 20 minutes. Hearing the prompt sound, Jiang Sun's mouth twitched. It seems that using spells more often can also lead to upgrades. This would make tree cutting even more efficient. He looked around and found that the area around the cabin had become completely bare. The originally dense trees had now turned into scattered logs all over the ground. Jiang Sun glanced at the dark surroundings and realized it was already midnight. Time. Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 1. 1900 hours, night. 14 to 6 o'clock. Only 1 hour left, and all Blue Star inhabitants would welcome the second day of crossing the magical Wasteland world. At that moment, the magical Wasteland manual in Jiang Sun's hand floated up, and the magic circle on it began to flicker. Anyone who has played games knows that this is clearly an interactive feature. Jiang Sun walked over, opened the magic book, and sure enough, information came to his ears. Starry revelation. At the beginning of the journey, dangers lurk like shadow beasts silently approaching in the dark night. You should be like diligent squirrels, hoarding supplies for unforeseen needs. Today, the magic bestowal acquisition rates are as follows. Crystal Ball, 3.51. Magic Sealing Stone, 0.02. The stars shine, and the wheel of fate turns. On January 1st, at 2000 hours, the power of the stars will examine your shelters and assess their safety. At that time, rewards will be given based on rankings, which symbolize glory and power. I hope you all will give your utmost effort. A lengthy and verbose passage made Jiang Sun frown. However, he still distilled the key points. The previously discussed crystal balls and magic sealing stones are treasure-like items, with only 3 to 5 out of every 100 people able to obtain them. Starting from midnight today, the system will assess the safety of all shelters and distribute rewards based on rankings. Jiang Sun opened the communication interface again and found that the communication channel had become a chaotic mess. What the heck? With 8 billion people, wouldn't over 100 million people get supplies from the crystal ball? Does anyone know what could be obtained from the crystal ball? I've been blessed with luck. If you haven't opened your crystal ball yet, I can help you open it, and we can split the good stuff. With your luck, why not go find a crystal ball yourself? Don't worry about it. I opened a week's worth of rations, but it doesn't add attributes. I got 2 fruits that can temporarily increase magic recovery speed. My upgrade materials are complete. What? Does that mean you can upgrade to a secondary magical cabin soon? I'm just 1 magic material short. I'll trade a fruit for a magic material. Contact me if interested. I got a blueprint for magic cookware. Worship me. Ha ha. Hey, even though you have a pot, do you have anything to cook in it? Such harsh words, ha ha. I don't have food, do you? 2 24-foot berries, just a drizzle of water. Barely keeping hunger at bay. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Where did you get so many berries that can be eaten and used for hydration? My tent is right in a patch of berry bushes, and I also saw a turkey. I should have chicken to eat tomorrow. 666. 666. Jiang Sun only glanced at it and didn't continue reading. At this time, those still chatting in the water group were likely aware that they had no hope of leveling up today. Those who have the ability to upgrade are now undoubtedly racing against time to collect materials. These talents are his target customers. Immediately, he opened the trading channel. However, he found that the channel was already flooded with dense messages. Countless people had dug out their best items, and the trading demands were all for raw stones and logs. It was clear they were planning to compete for rankings. It seems there are quite a few smart people. Jiang Sun browsed for a while and indeed found many good items. Name, World Horn, no level. Effect, gain an additional speaking opportunity in the World Channel. And pin it for 1 hour. Note, only exchange for basic materials, private messages welcome. Name, Magic Chocolate, Firefly. Effect, quickly restores all stamina after consumption. Accelerates wound healing for a period of time. Note, exchange for 100 logs, no bargaining. Name, Magic Campfire, Glimmer. Effect, drives away small magical beasts. With a certain probability of driving away medium magical beasts. Note, sold in large quantities, only accepts basic material trades. Name, Magic Tree Root, Firefly. Effect, consumes energy, quickly restores magic power. Note, exchange for 50 logs and 50 raw stones, buy quickly. Chapter 11, Crazy Shopping. Looking at the dazzling array of goods, Jiang Sun felt a surge of greed. He wished he could rush out right now to gather some willow branches and collect more wood. He couldn't help but think that these people must have the traits of hamsters, as they were all so good at hoarding. After surveying the area and confirming that he had done everything he could, he immediately decided, since the prices of basic resources are relatively high right now, he should quickly exchange his surplus basic resources for some useful items. Just then a message came from the magic book. Zhao Tingtao, boss, when can you send me my logs? Hearing Zhao Tingtao's cautious tone, Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile. This kid is afraid I'll withhold his payment. He immediately stood up and walked towards the piles of logs. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Zhao Tingtao was even more anxious than Jiang Sun had imagined. After learning about the current prices of basic materials, he felt that the chances of Jiang Sun defaulting on his payment were very high, extremely high. After all, at this stage, 80 units of basic materials were enough to feed a person for half a month. Even if he bargained a little, it wouldn't be impossible to trade for one or two types of food that could increase attributes. He was genuinely afraid that Jiang Sun would turn against him. Ding. Trade request. Jiang Sun is using logs 81 to exchange for logs 1. When Zhao Tingtao heard the prompt, he was so moved that he almost cried. What a good person. Thank you, boss. He hurriedly replied. Seeing Zhao Tingtao's message, Jiang Sun smiled slightly. He had never thought of defaulting on those logs, after all. Reputation is very important. He had a long-term vision. In the Wasteland world, identity and background were mostly not recognized by others. This meant that everyone's starting point was the same. Therefore, the most important thing was definitely one's own ability. And beyond ability, the next crucial factor was reputation. After all, in the future, whether it was trading, forming teams, or even hiring, a good reputation would be necessary to support it. In this world without legal restrictions, the cost of backstabbing someone was very low, but the rewards were immense. So everyone was afraid of being backstabbed by their teammates. Jiang Sun looked at the scattered logs in front of him and smacked his lips. The main point was that those 80 logs weren't particularly precious to him, so it wasn't a big deal. After completing the trade with Zhao Tingtao, Jiang Sun checked his remaining materials. About 300 logs left, but very few stones. After all, the forest was full of trees. He opened the trading channel again. He found that countless trading messages were refreshing even faster now. Jiang Sun planned to fully enjoy the joy of shopping during the Magic World's Double 11. He first searched for the keyword, food, and a variety of strange items appeared before his eyes. Frost Snow Biscuit, buy. Moonlight Mushroom, buy. Breadfruit, buy. Burnt Fluorescent Fish, not buying this. In no time, Jiang Sun had bought quite a few food supplies. A small pile of them accumulated in front of him. Then he also purchased a batch of various ores and unknown items. The prices were much cheaper than the food. After all, most people had been hungry for a day, and even those who weren't starving were hoarding food like hamsters. Seeing the increasing amount of items in front of him, Jiang Sun stopped his frantic shopping spree. He noticed that as more and more people gathered enough upgrade materials, the prices of items began to slowly rise. After all, at this stage, only a few people could gather the materials, and the items available for trade were limited. Looking at the very few logs left in front of him, Jiang Sun gradually stopped his hands. He stretched lazily, just about to count his stock, when his eyes suddenly caught a trading message. A quick glance at it made him widen his eyes. Frost Snow Staff. Type. Staff level. Stellar Glimmer. Firefly Stellar. Bright Moon. Requirements. Intelligence 10 effect. Magic capacity limit 150. Intelligence 5. Magic conduction rate 60. Attached magic. Snowfall remarks. A staff made from the core of frost birch. Forged with the magic crystal of frost wolf. A decent staff. Snowfall. Consumes 200 magic points to create a large number of snowballs in a 10-10 target area for 20 seconds. With a slowing effect. Seller's remarks. Exchange for logs 800. Stones 800. Wow. I can see it, but I can't afford it. Looking at this trading message, Jiang Sun angrily slammed the table. He realized that this person clearly intended to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. So envious. Although Jiang Sun was jealous, he didn't believe that someone could gather 1,600 materials in just one day for an exchange. Except for the officials. The next moment, he saw the trading message dim, and then the word trade completed appeared below, Frost Snow Staff. His eyes nearly popped out. No way. Dude, you sold it just like that. Immediately after, he saw the highlighted message in the World Channel. Zhou Tsangyan, official information from the Dragon Kingdom. The official Survivor Alliance of the Dragon Kingdom is officially established. We understand that everyone faces many difficulties in their individual battles. But please believe that the official side has always been active, and we will use all resources to ensure everyone's safety and development. We also call on everyone to maintain unity, share resources, and get through this difficult time together. At the same time, we encourage those with the ability to continue exploring and collecting resources to contribute to the development of our entire group. Looking at this message, Jiang Sun felt a surge of emotions. He never expected that the official power would be so strong at such a time. Even with limited speaking times, they could form such a scale in just one day. Moreover, with this message, countless people who were starving would definitely join the alliance. And the alliance's development speed would surely accelerate. Everyone knew that under the guidance of the officials, a group of people working together to survive had a much greater hope than surviving alone. However, Jiang Sun did not want to rely on the officials. He knew that the current world structure was vastly different from before. Only by having enough strength could one stand firm in this world. Besides, even Blue Star, which had strict legal constraints, had bred countless evils. So what about the current Wasteland world? What would restrain those wicked people? Morality? Huh. With a chuckle, Jiang Sun decided not to dwell on it. Just knowing about it was enough. If it really became unbearable, he would deal with it then. This was also the thought of most people. The food and supplies in front of him had already piled up like a small mountain, with the majority being meat products. After eating the magic pattern lamb, Jiang Sun had already felt his body slowly becoming stronger. His once frail figure was becoming more robust, although it was only 2 kilograms. It benefited him greatly. Jiang Sun estimated that this was because his original physique was too weak. After all, how good could the physical fitness of someone who had been bedridden for 10 years be? So, rather than saying he was being strengthened, it was more accurate to say he was recovering. However, it must be said that lamb is indeed very nutritious. Continuing to browse through his deliveries, besides the firefly-level monster meat, there were also some berries with beneficial effects. Juicy berries, 20 type, plant fruit level, glimmer effect, restores some hunger when consumed, slightly increases metabolism, and mildly enhances gastrointestinal function. Note, juicy wild fruits, qualified living seasonings, long-term consumption can regulate body condition, clear impurities from the body. Jiang Sun grabbed one and put it in his mouth, then threw one to Walla. Walla took the berry, looked at it, and disdainfully tossed it back to Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun was taken aback by this action. Hey, you're being picky too, little brat. Do you know how many people are struggling to find food right now? Soon, Jiang Sun saw Walla leap into the pile of snacks and start rummaging through them. First, he grabbed a frost snow biscuit that enhances perception and sniffed it. Then he disdainfully tossed it aside. He picked up a moonlight mushroom that increases night vision ability, looked at it, and also disdainfully tossed it aside. He didn't even glance at the breadfruit that increases stamina recovery speed before kicking it to the side. No, if you're not going to eat it, don't mess with it. Jiang Sun hurriedly followed behind to clean up, resembling a father picking up toys after his son. After finally organizing and stacking everything neatly on the table, he saw that Walla had finished checking all the items and shook his head in disdain. His expression was just like a human seeing a pig eat bean cakes. Bean cakes, pig food. Jiang Sun's mouth twitched. What? What kind of good food can a squirrel eat anyway? What does that expression mean? Jiang Sun felt a bit hurt, as if he had happily opened a package only to find a pile of trash. The joy of shopping had vanished. Just then, the sound of a bell rang in his ears. Ding! Midnight, it's here. Chapter 12. Rankings announced. Jiang Sun heard an emotionless prompt sound in his ear. Ding! Shelter level assessment begins. Assessment content includes 1. Shelter level, including additional effects. 2. Number of monsters and threat level within a 1-kilometer radius of the shelter. 3. Comprehensive strength of shelter personnel. Then, he felt an invisible wave sweep over him. The voice continued. Ding. Assessment completed. Ranking of assessment levels is as follows. Number of E-level shelters. 7. 6 billion. Reward. None. Number of D-level shelters. 9. 963. 443. Reward. Magical Crystal Ball 1. Number of sea-level shelters. 155. 890. Reward. Magical Ceiling Stone 1. Number of B-level shelters. 2. 709. Reward. Firefly level selected weapon 1. Basic skill 1. Number of A-level shelters. 103. Reward. Firefly level selected weapon 1. Selected skill 1. High yield magical crops 1. Number of S-level shelters. 5. Reward. Stardust level selected weapon 1. Advanced selected skill 1. High level item manufacturing scroll 1. Information on the magical Wasteland World 1. Rewards will be distributed tomorrow morning. Upon hearing that the assessment was complete, Jiang Sun reached out to open the magic book. And sure enough, the information inside started to flood the screen. Wow, 6 billion E-level shelters. What have you all been doing all day? Seeing everyone so weak, I feel relieved. Afraid your brothers are struggling, yet also afraid they're driving a Range Rover. No, didn't nearly 10 million people upgrade their shelters? How did you guys manage that? 10 million is a lot. Only a 0. 13 probability is that high. Such a low probability? How did you calculate that? Does your manual come with a calculator? Is this the focus? If that's the case, the ratio is indeed too low. In a channel of 10,000 people, less than 10 upgraded? Those who upgraded, come out and say something. Let everyone worship you. Exactly. Haha, I'm not talented. Just upgraded to a level 2 shelter, currently enjoying hot pot and singing. Wow, big shot, you're awesome. Don't listen to him bragging. He just sold me his underwear to gather resources in exchange for a piece of lumber. No, buddy, what do you need my underwear for? By the way, I have a friend asking if you're still collecting. I dug a small stone out of a bird's nest today for an upgrade, and the added attribute was an increase of 5 square meters. Huh? If I had known, I would have used better magical materials. I use hardwood, and the attribute only increased the sturdiness of the house. I used a gear, which sped up tool making a bit, but I don't have a manufacturing scroll. Underwear seller, still collecting. Private message. Jiang Sun's mouth twitched slightly. No. Is there really no one you care about in the Wasteland world? What is the deal with collecting and selling underwear? If I had known, I would have worn a few more pairs. Jiang Sun estimated that there were about a dozen people in the channel who upgraded to level 2 shelters. If calculated by this ratio, it coincidentally matched the number of D-level shelters. It seems that as long as one upgrades, rewards can be obtained today. However, he didn't know how to calculate the higher assessment levels. Jiang Sun thought for a moment. C and B levels were likely individuals who used better magical materials to upgrade, and he was most likely within this range, just unsure if he was B or C. Hey, why does it feel strange? Putting aside the dirty thoughts in his mind, Jiang Sun continued to speculate. However, a level should correspond to level 3 shelters. But that seems a bit outrageous. Could it be that these people are the chosen ones? To know, upgrading to a level 3 shelter not only requires gathering a magical core he has never even heard of, but also producing high-quality items to exchange for a full one. 800 basic materials. That's simply inhuman. Jiang Sun looked at the A-level rewards, enviously gritting his teeth. As for S-level, he didn't think much about it. After seeing the shelter information of Dragon Country, he had already roughly guessed it. Those reaching this level were likely the official shelters of various countries. After all, with the backing of the official sources, they might have some special means that can be applied to the magical Wasteland world. Seeing so many outrageous gains by others, Jiang Sun, who initially had a somewhat inflated ego, became much calmer. With such a massive base, there are countless lucky individuals. He himself was barely one of them. B is B. Regardless of whether it's B level or C level, it's already stronger than the vast majority. One shouldn't be too greedy. Moreover, if he were to be bold and offer source of magic to exchange for items, he could probably also get the upgrade materials for a level 3 shelter. But it's unnecessary. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun felt much better. He reached out, grabbed the candy-eating walla, and held it up to his eyes. No matter how awesome his S-level shelter is, it can't compare to my little squirrel who is so good at RUA. Meanwhile, in a giant cave some distance away, a large stone shelter stood in the center of the cave. The area of the shelter was as large as 2 basketball courts. It didn't even look like a regular shelter. At this moment, dozens of people were moving supplies back and forth through several entrances and exits of the shelter. The outer cave, serving as a natural cover, was now being used as a warehouse, with countless pieces of wood and stone neatly stacked along the edges. Rather than saying this is a shelter, it's more like a gathering place. At this moment, in one of the compartments of the shelter, an old man sat at a table, flipping through a thick stack of paper materials under bright lights. Creak, the door behind him was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a sharp suit walked in. Old Lin, you Haven T slept for a day and a night? You should go take a rest. It's nothing. Xiaozhou, have you clarified the 5 S-level shelters? It has been confirmed that apart from us, the other 3 belong to the official entities of Free Nation, Bear Nation, and Guo New Alliance. There is still one last one that hasn't been confirmed. I've activated all our contacts and am currently gathering information from various channels. Hearing this, the old man paused his actions. Looking somewhat puzzled, I heard that Sakura Nation is also building shelters. Could it be them, or did those folks from the Stick Nation strike it lucky? The Stick Nation has been confirmed. They don't have that capability. As for Sakura Nation, according to reliable informants, while they were building halfway, they were attacked by a combination of a fat guy and a child monster. The shelter was smashed, suffering heavy losses, given their current situation. Being rated as A-level would be impressive. Then that's strange. Who else has such great ability? By the way, how is your ability progressing? Just now, it has successfully transformed into something called talent. Now it can be viewed in personal information. That's good. Focus on activating the magic circle. Try to gather more people. Having just over 100 is still too few. Okay, but old Lin, the resources near us are somewhat insufficient. Too many people will lead to food supply issues. Let's gather 200 people first. Yes. After the old man finished speaking, he turned back and continued to browse through the materials in front of him. His posture was straight, showing no signs of being in his old age. If someone saw him, they would definitely recognize that the old man before them was the legendary figure known as the leader of the Dragon Country, Lin Hansong. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun was sitting on the ground, his confused eyes still not refocused. The system prompt he had just received echoed faintly in his ears. Ding! After evaluation, your shelter's safety level is S-Class. Rewards will be distributed tomorrow morning. Keep up the good work. At this moment, countless chaotic thoughts flashed through Jiang Sun's mind. S-Class. Did I hear that wrong? System BUG? Let me check again. Still S. This. Could it be that there's an old grandpa in my necklace? Or was I Jiang Tiandi in my past life? Or could my magical cabin actually transform into Optimus Prime? None of that. Then how can I be S-Class? What if tomorrow I find out the evaluation was wrong and they take my rewards back, then compensate me with 2 5-yuan coupons? Jiang Sun quickly shook his head, finally regaining some clarity. He hurriedly got up from the ground, nervously grabbed the magic book on the table to check the evaluation criteria. 1. Shelter level, including additional effects. Not this one. Although he had a level 2 shelter with decent additional effects, it definitely didn't qualify for S-Class. He continued to read. 2. The number of magical beasts and their threat level within a 1-kilometer radius of the shelter. Not this either. He hadn't even had time to look for them in a day. Moreover, even if he found them, how could he win? Even if he got lucky and there were no magical beasts nearby, the evaluation for this item shouldn't be very high, right? After all, the system isn't dumb. As for the third point, the overall strength of the shelter's personnel. Could it be? Chapter 13. Optional Rewards. Jiang Sun lowered his head to look at his slightly thin arms. Could it be that I am really Jiang Tian's brother? Is it possible that a terrifying soul is hidden within this frail body? Just a small outburst of my little universe could destroy the world? Or am I the child of fate, Jiang Outyin? All the good things in the world would turn into my opportunities in an extremely unreasonable way. This doesn't make sense either. Jiang Sun sighed and patted his forehead in frustration. But what else could it be? He glanced around his home. Although he had some strength in this Wasteland world, compared to when he was on Blue Star, he was definitely at a level of having nothing. Besides himself, there was only Walla, who could only show off candy. If it wasn't because of himself, could it be because of Walla? Is Walla a powerful world-destroying beast? Ha 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 ha. How is that possible? Ha 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 ha. Gulp. Jiang Sun swallowed hard with a complex expression. He secretly glanced at Walla, who was lying on its back with snot bubbles coming out of its nostrils, and suddenly felt a bit hesitant. It seems not impossible. Speaking of which, his encounter with Walla was quite bizarre. After all, 2 people who couldn't sleep hugging the world together in the middle of the night. It definitely didn't seem like something normal people, or mice, would do. The initial meeting between the 2 mice resembled a gathering of mental patients. Moreover, through a day's interaction, Jiang Sun realized that he had never explored Walla's background. He had just assumed it was a harmless forest creature because the secondary magical shield of the magical tent didn't stop it. And Walla's character of loving candy certainly didn't look like that of a high-class super beast. Then, Jiang Sun reached out and grabbed the sleeping Walla and started to pinch it. People die, but the bird flies to the sky. If you don't die, you live for 10,000 years. Even if Walla is an impressive boss beast, I have to give it a good rub first. Watching Walla wake up with sleepy eyes, Jiang Sun's heart instantly bloomed with joy. Indeed, rubbing a squirrel is nowhere near as satisfying as rubbing a boss beast. Walla awakened, glared at Jiang Sun with a face full of resentment. No matter how you look at it, it was just an angry, ordinary squirrel. Even cuter, Jiang Sun quickly stuffed 2 more pieces of candy into its mouth. Seeing Walla's gaze quickly brighten, he couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. It really is about technology and hard work. Accept the sanctions of human technology, you forest ground rat. No fruit is better than candy. Jiang Sun turned and put Walla down again, smoothing out the squirrel's pillow and comfortably lay down on it. So fragrant, resisting the impulse to scroll through short videos. He quickly fell into a deep sleep. The lottery results were to be announced tomorrow morning. When the first ray of morning sunlight shone on the magical cottage, Jiang Sun woke from his dreams. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, and the familiar system notification sound rang in his ears again. Ding! Rewards have been successfully issued. Please check your rewards. Jiang Sun suddenly sat up from his bed, his heart pounding as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He quickly grabbed the magic book on the table and indeed saw lines of system messages frantically scrolling across the screen. His gaze was firmly locked on his reward information. Ding. You have received Star Level Optional Weapon Scroll 1. Ding. You have received High Level Optional Skill Scroll 1. Ding. You have received High Level Item Manufacturing Scroll 1. Ding. You have received Magical Wasteland World Revelation Scroll 1. 4 glowing orbs flew out neatly and landed on the table. Jiang Sun was instantly overjoyed. He took a deep breath, then grabbed the optional weapon scroll made of unknown beast skin. The grip was soft, like a luxurious Chinese item that had gone through countless fine processing. He opened the strap and spread the scroll on the table. Suddenly, a row of shining weapon icons appeared before his eyes. From long swords to staffs, from bows and arrows to shields, there was everything. Jiang Sun carefully browsed through the attributes and effects of each weapon, and in a short while, he was dazzled. There were just too many to see. Thousands of weapons were displayed before him, and he began to feel dizzy after only checking 3 or 4 types. Too many words. This would take forever to read. After a moment's hesitation, he chose a staff as his weapon. The Frost Snow staff he saw on the trading channel yesterday had really tempted him. Moreover, its 110 points of magic recovery effect was simply perfect for a natural mage. Only a brute would rush into melee. Jiang Sun carefully checked the attributes of staff-type weapons and finally chose one named Flowing Light. Flowing Light, type, weapon, staff, level, star, dim light, firefly star, bright moon. Requirements: Intelligence 10 effect, magic limit 200, intelligence 5, magic induction rate 60, attached magic, star flash remarks, crafted from rare flowing light stones, inlaid with tiny star fragments, a treasure that mages dream of. Star Flash consumes magic power, allowing the holder to instantly teleport to a designated location within the field of vision, immune to damage during the moment of release. Basic consumption 50 points. Flashing. I knew it would be you. Jiang Sun immediately beamed with joy. He understood that the first rule of being a fragile mage is to preserve one's life. Only by living can one output. He happily picked up the Flowing Light and waved it around, finding it very handy. Moreover, he looked even more suave. If holding the basic staff made him look like an easily killable fragile old mage, then picking up this Flowing Light transformed him into Harry Potter. Ethereal. Handsome. If he matched it with a robe, he would be absolutely classy. Suddenly, with a flash of starlight, Jiang Sun's figure appeared not far from the room. Instant cast. Very good. He couldn't put it down as he played with it for a while, then picked up the high-level optional skill scroll on the table. Unlike the weapon scroll, this scroll felt rougher to the touch and had a faint scent of dust. Newly dug up, Jiang Sun opened the scroll again. and saw streams of colorful skill icons slowly flowing on the scroll. Each one emitted an alluring glow, as if just a gentle touch would allow him to grasp that coveted power. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over these skill icons. But he found that the options were much fewer compared to the weapons. Knowing that fewer options meant greater value, he began to examine them closely. There was the powerful melee skill Sword Dance Storm, the archer's Sky Arrow Rain, the support type, Holy Light, and of course, there were skills suitable for a sneaky mage like Jiang Sun, such as Flame Storm, Frost Domain, and Lightning Strike. After looking around, Jiang Sun discovered something extremely ridiculous. He found that the learning prerequisites for these skills were absurdly high. For example, Sword Dance Storm requires strength of 60 points, and some later ones even required. Additionally, the requirements for Sky Arrow Rain were even more outrageous, needing 60 stamina and 70 agility. Are you kidding me? Jiang Sun looked at the requirement for the skill he had been dreaming of, Meteor Fire Rain. Intelligence requirement, 90. He was instantly filled with anger. What? Are you kidding me? A person with a natural intelligence attribute higher than others only barely reached 9 points. A difference of 10 times. Can see but cannot use? After selecting, just keep it at home for show, Jiang Sun helplessly spent a long time choosing and finally selected a skill that only required 20 points of intelligence. Tide of Magic. There's no other way. It's better to improve his strength early than to keep good items for display. Chapter 14, World Revelation. Sanctuary. Tide of Gathering Magic. Release a beam of light to the target area for a duration of 1 second. All enemies within the area will receive continuous damage and suffer from a magic suppression effect, reducing their magic resistance by 30. Note, the power of magic cooldown time and injected magic value are positively correlated. Base consumption, 50 points. Looking at the small skill scroll in his hand, Jiang Sun felt much more balanced inside. This skill suited him perfectly because his total magic and recovery speed were much faster than others. Therefore, this ability, which dealt higher damage with more injected magic value, was very compatible with him. After all, most people currently had very little total magic. Moreover, their recovery speed was incredibly slow. Under such difficult conditions, a considerable amount of magic was even spent on releasing, gathering technique to collect materials. Therefore, even if others obtained it, they would not be able to exert the power of Tide of Gathering Magic. Now, two useless things had surprisingly become useful together. Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Wait, why am I calling myself useless? Jiang Sun quickly shook his head to clear his wandering thoughts and continued to look at the remaining 2 items, Advanced Item Manufacturing Scroll and Magic Wasteland World Revelation Scroll. Ding! You have obtained a strategic level Magic Collector Manufacturing Scroll 1. The item produced by the Advanced Item Manufacturing Scroll is random and cannot be selected. This made Jiang Sun, a Libra, feel much better. Choosing difficulties can be deadly. After putting down the newly drawn scroll, he opened the Magic Wasteland World Revelation Scroll again. Jiang Sun did not know what this so-called Revelation Scroll was. There was no relevant introduction in the information. He untied the binding strap of the scroll, and it slowly unfurled, laying flat on the table. The moment the scroll unfolded, light burst forth like fireworks. Immediately after, countless illusions appeared before Jiang Sun one by one. Like projections, he first saw familiar tints appearing out of thin air around the world. Then, countless puzzled people walked out from them, resembling how the Blue Star people looked when they first arrived. As time accelerated, with the rising and setting of the sun, Jiang Sun saw the tents behind countless people flashing with light. The simple magic tents instantly upgraded to magic cottages. Witnessing this magical scene before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the magical world. Soon, countless magic cottages rose from the ground, and Jiang Sun's perspective also rose, overlooking the whole scene. The view was divided into countless small grids. Each grid contained a shelter. Near the shelters, people of all kinds were busy, either gathering, farming, or hunting, creating a scene of prosperity. As the images gradually accelerated, they began to blur. Finally, it froze on one person holding the head of a magical beast high up. Then, the magic cottage behind him flashed with light and began to transform. This Is this the scene of the first person's shelter upgrading to level 3? Jiang Sun stared at the screen, afraid to miss any details. He gradually understood that the scenes before him were the complete process of upgrading the shelter. This revelation scene looked more like the entire process of a shelter civilization being born. The level 3 shelter transformed into a sturdy stone house, and a deeper layer of magic shield enveloped the outside of the stone house. Soon after, countless images before him faded to black, and numerous scenes flashed with light. The level 3 shelters began to become popular among the crowd. Countless various level 3 shelters rose from the ground. The differences between the level 3 stone houses were vast. Some were wide and sturdy, while others were deep and concealed. Jiang Sun knew that this was likely due to the added effects of different magic cores. As more and more people upgraded to level 3 shelters, their lives gradually returned to normal. However, in this illusion, Jiang Sun sensed some important information that was omitted. For example, why did so many people suddenly die? However, there was no time for him to think further. The perspective was pulled back into the shelter, freezing on the support pillar in the middle of the house. Here, the totem pillar of the shelter was embedded. He saw a rough, big hand reach out, tightly gripping the totem pillar, and the whole world froze again. Then, the scene changed, and the sturdy level 3 shelter suddenly collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. Jiang Sun's heart tightened. Could it be that the totem pillar is the core of the shelter? Without it, the shelter loses its protection? Jiang Sun was filled with doubts and unease. Clearly, this totem pillar was far more important than he initially thought. It was not merely an ordinary shield battery, but more like the core carrying the power of the shelter. As the images continued to roll, a weathered man's back appeared before Jiang Sun. The man walked alone through the sparse vegetation near a volcano, limping as he moved forward. When the man stopped, Jiang Sun couldn't help but hold his breath, nervously waiting for what would happen next. Wait, what is this? The scene pulled back again, and Jiang Sun was presented with a shocking image. The man's body had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. Yet the entire scene was filled with a gigantic skeleton as massive as a mountain. The man's figure seemed so insignificant before this colossal being. The man appeared to be murmuring, but his voice was too faint for Jiang Sun to hear what he was saying. Then, the scene returned to the totem pillar in the man's hand. At the moment, the totem pillar was inserted into the center of the giant beast's skull. Countless rays of light gathered and soared upward. The magic shield was generated again, becoming immensely vast, enveloping the entire skeleton. This is a level 4 shelter? Jiang Sun nervously swallowed, his hands trembling slightly. The impact of this giant beast skeleton was too shocking. What was even more outrageous was that the man had actually transformed this enormous skeleton into his own shelter. Jiang Sun was left in a daze for a long time. The scene continued to accelerate. Spectacular sights unfolded before his eyes. Giant ships drifting at sea, using ferocious rams to confront gigantic sea beasts. A lighthouse in the mist, its halo flashing, burning large swathes of magical beasts to ashes. Treehouses in giant trees, thriving in harmony with nature. A bronze steam train roaring through the void. The sights before him sent shivers down Jiang Sun's spine. These were all shelters above level 4. It was only at this moment that Jiang Sun realized how magnificent the world he was in was. At the same time, he also gained crucial information. Level 4 shelters are a significant watershed. He had just seen countless ordinary level 4 shelters. And these ordinary level 4 shelters were merely taller and wider houses. Only a very few like that man could break the norm and upgrade the shelter into a true fortress. However, just as Jiang Sun wanted to continue watching, the scene abruptly disappeared. Is this the end? Jiang Sun sighed, feeling unsatisfied. Level 4 is clearly not the upper limit of shelter levels. He began to realize that although he had just received an S-level reward, he was still just a fledgling explorer in this vast and magical world of the magical wasteland. He can only survive and make a difference in future challenges by continuously striving to improve himself and the strength of the shelter. He cannot allow himself to perish in the unknown disaster that has destroyed countless level 3 shelters. As the glow of the revelation scroll faded, a uniquely shaped card appeared. The card was the size of a tarot card. It presented a brownish-gray color, covered in strange patterns, and was slowly rotating in front of Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun reached out to grab the card, which bore a script he completely did not recognize. The reason it was called script was because he inexplicably understood the meaning of two characters. Shelter. Chapter 15. Sanctuary. Jiang Sun stepped out the door, within the range of the magical shield, and began to cast gathering technique on the nearby woods. He felt that he needed to quickly gather enough materials to upgrade his shelter, so he could stay ahead of everyone else as much as possible. While waiting for gathering technique to cool down, he opened the Magic Wasteland manual to check. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 2, 7 o'clock p.m., night, 14 to 6 o'clock day, 6 to 1400 hours. Weather, temperature, 12 to 22 weather condition. Cloudy turning clear, slight fluctuations in magical energy. Wind level, gentle wind magic atmosphere. The Milky Way hangs low, magical brilliance covers the land. Energy fluctuations are mild and frequent. Starry omen, the stars are brilliant, flickering in a mysterious rhythm, weaving a magical chapter that foretells future adventures. Opening the regional communication channel, Jiang Sun found that the number of participants had decreased by dozens, now standing at 9,675, 10,000. In less than 2 days, nearly 400 people had died in a channel of 10,000. A 4 ratio may not sound like much, but on a global scale, that means over 300 million people have died. 300 million. That's more than the total population of many countries combined. Jiang Sun forced himself not to think about these things. After all, knowing more would only make him more timid, with no positive effect. He had no ability to change anything. Perhaps everyone had the same thought, so the atmosphere in the chat channel remained relatively good. After all, many people had received rewards, and many had completed their shelter upgrades. Now they all started showing off their rewards. Look, bro, what is this? Star Iron Sword, wow. A Firefly level weapon, bro. You're a B level big shot. No, barely a C level, just came out of the ceiling stone. What is that compared to this? Look at what my sister has. Heavy strike, wow. A skill. Big sister, you're amazing. Are you recruiting little brothers? Nourishing technique. A spell to increase crop growth speed. Anyone who got seeds want to collaborate. Wow, such a practical spell. Big shot, please take me along. Why is there a screen full of wow so early in the morning? Let me see what is going on. Wow, Spirit Potato, I have a seed. I'm planning to form an alliance. Everyone exchange supplies, help each other out. Currently only accepting D-level or above shelters to join. Wait, aren't we in the same world? I haven't eaten all day, still scavenging, and you guys are already in the farming age. Well, you better hurry, or while everyone else is playing StarCraft, you'll still be playing Don't Starve. You're all so impressive. I sold all my possessions just to upgrade. Only got to D-level. Still haven't dared to open the crystal ball. Buying secondhand crystal balls. Old magical sealing stones. My mana is used up again. Do you guys know any quick ways to replenish it? Anyone with a way is out chopping trees. Who has the time to chat here? I don't even need mana anymore. 8 points of strength. I've already punched down 3 trees barehanded. I also started chopping trees barehanded. Got a Firefly level axe yesterday. It's quite useful. Big shot initiating the alliance. I'm D-level. I want to join the alliance. What level did you assess yesterday? C level. Now I have 2 types of seeds and raised 2 rabbits. Little brother, can you take me along? We can video verify. I can move in with you. Brother. I can too. Only men understand men. Wong gang stays. Everyone else go out. Wow. Big shot likes this. Then I can too. Me too. The chat content in the channel gradually twisted, and Jiang Sun couldn't bear to continue reading. No motives. No limits. No contact information. S-level shelters. Are you coming to stay, sister? Of course, Jiang Sun only thought so. After all, at this stage, who would dare let others stay in their homes besides the official shelters? Aren't you afraid of someone occupying your nest? In this lawless world, backstabbing someone is as easy as drinking water. Watching the relatively cheerful atmosphere, Jiang Sun felt a bit reluctant to tell them the truth. He also wondered if the other S-level shelters had received the same enlightening information. If not, then at least 4 astonishing pieces of news were waiting to stun these onlookers. Jiang Sun had no intention of revealing his S-level shelter. Better to be safe than sorry. Anyone would understand this logic. If the other shelters received the same insights as he did, then there was no need to expose himself. If the other four were different, then Jiang Sun also didn't plan to expose himself directly to everyone. Finding someone to send the message or contacting the officials directly was also a good choice. After all, the officials still had some integrity. Letting the officials send, it would only expose him to the eyes of the high-level officials. This was much better than presenting himself naked in front of over 7 billion people. As for whether he would be forcibly confiscated, come at me if you can find me. Even if I accidentally get found, can you really beat me? Moreover, he also had the Star Flash skill. If he couldn't win, he could still run. A day and night passed, and Jiang Sun hadn't heard of anyone encountering other survivors. Jiang Sun sighed. He actually wanted to hide and secretly develop, but time clearly no longer allowed it. The sooner he upgraded to a level 4 shelter, the better. After all, that unknown disaster hung over him like a sharp blade, giving him a constant sense of impending doom. He didn't know if others had received insights about the disaster. It would be best if he could prepare in advance. Casting another gathering technique into the distance, Jiang Sun walked toward the house while chewing on a biscuit. He needed to quickly improve all his attributes, especially intelligence. After all, there were advanced skills waiting for him to learn. Grabbing the cards on the table, Jiang Sun looked at the text introduction. Level 4 Shelter Hidden Upgrade Method. The Mystery of the Totem Pillar and Multidimensional Fusion. The Totem Pillar, as the core of the shelter, possesses a strong magical integration power. Integrating it into objects with strong magical potential can trigger a series of miraculous chain reactions. It can closely connect with powerful natural or magical force carriers, presenting a model of a higher-level shelter constructed through deep fusion with a powerful magic source, transcending conventional understanding. This type of shelter is called a sanctuary. Looking at the introduction in front of him, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a wave of yearning. Who would want their shelter to turn into a high-end defensive tower or a mage tower, or something more practical like a void train? However, yearning aside, reality was like cold water poured over his head. He knew that upgrading his shelter to a sanctuary was no easy task. Not only did he need to find a building with a strong magical potential, but he also had to perfectly fuse it with the totem pillar, which was extremely difficult. Moreover, he hadn't even reached a level 3 shelter yet, and the distant sanctuary was still far out of reach. He was not discouraged by this. Instead, it strengthened his determination. After all, only by continuously improving his strength could he establish a foothold in this land. With this in mind, he carefully put away the card and once again immersed himself in his busy work. Chapter 16. The magical world mini-fridge. The daytime passed quickly, and Jiang Sun dragged his weary body back to his little wooden cabin. In just one day, he had nearly cleared the towering trees within dozens of meters around the cabin. He dragged all the large logs close to the cabin and piled them up haphazardly. It was messy, but there was no way to organize it. He simply didn't have the strength to do so. With some helplessness, Jiang Sun opened his information panel. Personal information: name, Jiang Sun. Level, dim light strength, 5 agility, 6 stamina, 6 intelligence, 10 105, magic power, 700 recovery speed, 3510535 points. Skills, gathering, level 288. Yesterday, while using flowing light, he discovered that his intelligence attribute had actually increased by 1 point. This allowed him to equip the staff just in time. Today, upon seeing his attribute panel again, Jiang Sun was pleasantly surprised to find that, whether due to eating meat for 2 days or from doing physical labor, both his strength and stamina had also increased by 1 point each. This was fantastic. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun hurriedly grabbed a piece of jerky and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Gulp. The coarse fibers of the jerky made him roll his eyes. After finally swallowing it down, Jiang Sun rubbed his sore cheeks, feeling somewhat helpless. In this humid environment of over 20 degrees in the forest, raw meat would spoil in no time. He had no choice but to turn all the meat into jerky, which was easier to preserve. He even spent a jade spirit fruit just to get coarse salt for curing. He had tried it before. Food without seasoning was hard to eat. Even he, who had been bedridden for a long time eating bland food, couldn't accept it, let alone those who eat greasy takeout every day. Therefore, right now, the coarse salt in the trading channel was ridiculously expensive. Even though the jerky made with coarse salt tasted a bit bitter, Jiang Sun still gritted his teeth and ate a few more pieces. After all, the attribute increases on his panel were real. Gulping down a mouthful of tree sap stored in his water bottle helped relieve some of the sourness in his mouth. This was sap collected from the white birch trees he found nearby, and it tasted pretty good. He had spent the whole day chopping trees, and the farthest he had explored was only a few hundred meters. He didn't dare to rush into the forest like before. Jiang Sun was self-aware. He knew that although it seemed like everything was going smoothly, and he had even been awarded an S-level shelter, it was not achieved through his own strength. Right now, he was still a fragile mage with no offensive capability. One hit, and he was done. As for Walla, that little rascal had snatched 2 milk candies from his pocket this morning and ran off. He probably went back to the tree hole. The messy little cabin was surely not as comfortable as a spacious tree hole. Moreover, Jiang Sun didn't expect it to help much. After all, if it really were a powerful monster boss, wouldn't submit to him just for 2 pieces of candy. Jiang Sun thought for a moment and took out a handful of milk candies from his pocket, placing them at the door of the cabin. This was the quantity he had accumulated throughout the day, and he didn't particularly like eating them himself. But if Walla came back, it would be the first thing it noticed, a little surprise prepared by Jiang Sun. He actually liked that little squirrel quite a bit. Returning to the cabin, Jiang Sun leaned against the grass mat, feeling somewhat bored. The grass mat felt very rough and had become somewhat uneven. It had only been 3 days. Should he go find Walla tomorrow to borrow a better one? Jiang Sun felt a bit tempted. He adjusted his position and picked up the magic Wasteland manual to check it out. He wondered if those few S-level official shelters would release any news today. He had sent a friend request to Zhou Tsangyan, who published official information for the Dragon Kingdom, in the morning. However, a whole day had passed, and he hadn't received a reply. It was understandable, unless he revealed his S-level shelter identity. How could his friend request be found among the hundreds of thousands sent daily? As he browsed the regional channel for information, Jiang Sun munched on the berries in his hand. The berries were juicy, saving him a lot of time looking for water resources. Although they didn't have much taste, their function in regulating his digestion had made him feel much better today. The regional communication channel was lively as usual. Finally upgraded to a level 2 shelter. Just upgraded and already had monsters trying to raid us, but thankfully we managed. Today I hunted a rabbit. Who wants it? Trading for food that can enhance attributes. Forget it. Raw meat is so hard to preserve. It's better to eat some fruits. Selling 10 bread tree fruits. Only trading for attribute items or basic materials. I have some magical herbs that can heal wounds and restore a small amount of magic power. Only trading for attribute fruits. Herb seller. Do your herbs come with roots and stems? Our alliance has already established a stable crop harvesting method. We look forward to your joining. ISNT that the big shot who collected seeds in the morning, built the alliance in just a day, and already planted crops. Yeah, big shot. Does your alliance still take members? I want to invest and join. I have a Firefly grade hoe that can increase farming efficiency. Sure, I'll add you for a private chat. E.M. Chenwank. Selling mushroom soup. Made it myself, added salt. It's really fresh. Selling rice. Cooked with magic crystal rice. From the crystal ball. 1 meal is worth 3. Selling ice cubes. Essential for fresh storage. Hey, buyers for ice cubes, add me. I killed a magical goat yesterday and slaughtered a roe deer beast today. It LL spoil, if not frozen. Wow, we're still struggling in the wilderness eating grassroots. And the big shot has already achieved wild delicacy freedom. Seeing the channel buzzing like a food market, Jiang Sun felt his mouth water a bit. He wanted to eat, and he could afford it, but he couldn't buy. He had to gather materials with all his might to upgrade the shelter. Otherwise, with his fragile strength and a staff with no offensive capability, he'd have no chance against monsters. Jiang Sun felt a bit strange about his current state. If he said he was poor, he had an S-level shelter, plus a pile of things he could sell for a fortune. If he said he was poor, he couldn't even dare to sell basic materials, and couldn't even eat something good. Holding a star-grade staff, wearing a star-grade necklace, and possessing high-level magic scrolls. Jiang Sun was now silently drooling over the delicious food shared by others. What a huge discrepancy. He decided firmly that he had to go farther tomorrow. Otherwise, he would definitely end up starving to death here. Clicking on Zhou Tsangyan's name, Jiang Sun sent another friend request. But this time, he was smarter and directly attached the item information of the shelter revelation card. He believed that anyone who had seen this item would know what it represented, considering it wasn't safe enough. He also attached a jade spirit fruit to the friend request. This way, his request would be pinned at the top. It would ensure that it was seen at first glance. He believed that the Dragon Kingdom official wouldn't give up on obtaining shelter revelation information for just one fruit. As the message was sent, Jiang Sun clicked on Zhao Tingtao's avatar again. He was the one who had just bought ice cubes in the regional communication channel. Ice cubes are not only useful for preservation, but can also be used as emergency water resources. Quite a useful item. Jiang Sun, are you still selling ice cubes? Zhao Tingtao, bro, it's you. Do you need ice cubes? I can give you some. Jiang Sun, no, just sell them normally. I might need them long term. By the way, where did you get the ice cubes? Zhao Tingtao, I was born in a glacier, and there's nothing here, so I can only hunt and dig for ice. Jiang Sun's heart suddenly stirred, and he replied, Glacier? Is there anything special there besides ice cubes? Like some special ores or magical materials? Zhao Tingtao, yes, I've seen glowing things a few meters deep under the ice, but it's too hard to mine, so I didn't touch it. Zhao Tingtao, by the way, do you need ice cubes for a refrigerator? I might have what you need. Saying this, he directly sent a trade request to Jiang Sun. Trade request. Zhao Tingtao is using a low-temperature magic array diagram 1 to trade 1 log with you. Seeing the message, Jiang Sun was taken aback, then clicked to agree. Immediately, a flash of light appeared, and a paper magic scroll appeared in his hand. Low-temperature magic array diagram. Type. Disposable magic scroll effect. After use, it can create a low-temperature magic array with a range of 1 square meter at the target location, maintaining a low temperature of -10 degrees within the range. It can be sustained by injecting magical energy, with a magical energy consumption of 30 points a day. Chapter 17. Qingshan. Damn, the Magic World Mini Refrigerator. Jiang Sun exclaimed. This thing is so useful. It is well known that the freezer of a refrigerator can be seen as a space where time stands still. Therefore, items stored in the freezer are usually considered to have an indefinite shelf life. What a great item. Then Jiang Sun hesitated again, feeling that this item seemed a bit too precious. After all, the shelf life of food is a major issue that almost everyone encounters at this stage. If Zhao Tingtao were to release this refrigerator magic diagram, it would definitely be snapped up at a high price, especially by those who hunt for a living. They would definitely be willing to pay a high price. Of course, Jiang Sun also needed it, so he planned to keep it and return a favor to Zhao Tingtao. At the same time, he also accepted this favor. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Sun replied, This thing is quite valuable. Do you need anything? Sao Tingtao. No, it's fine. I got it from the crystal ball. I can't use it here in the glacier. You can take it. Jiang Sun thought for a moment, but still took out a jade spirit fruit from the basket. However, it still felt a bit lacking, so he rummaged through his pile of junk. Ding. Trade request. Jiang Sun used his Jade Spirit Fruit 1 and Magic Campfire 1 to trade for Log 1. At this moment, Zhao Tingtao, who was shivering in the small cabin, heard the trading sound and tremblingly opened the chat box. Upon seeing the trade content, he felt warmth in his heart. But he was originally just trying to repay Jiang Sun's favor, so he didn't want anything in return. So he replied, It's fine. It's really a gift for you. Just use it. Jiang Sun, a favor is a favor. Just accept it. Let's communicate more about anything in the future. Zhao Tingtao, all right. I really need something to keep warm. Thank you. As the exchange of items was completed, both of them simultaneously had the same thought. The other person is a good person. You must know that in this unrestrained world, having such qualities in a person is absolutely worth developing a deep friendship. Jiang Sun left the chat interface, but unexpectedly saw a long string of message notifications. He clicked on it in confusion and found that Zhou Tsangyan had already accepted his friend request. At this moment, the name had appeared in Jiang Sun's friend list, and in the upper left corner of his name, there was a bright red 99. What the hell? A simp. Jiang Sun hurriedly clicked to take a look. Hello? Would you be willing to share the information you have obtained? Hello, are you an organization or an individual? Are you or your organization willing to join the official shelter of Longwa? Are you experiencing trouble? Do you need official assistance? We can send relevant personnel to assist you near your shelter. Jiang Sun rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Wait, what happened to Longwa's aloof official persona? What's with this excited tone? Jiang Sun replied. Hello. After hesitating for a moment, he added, our organization is called Qingshan. Just kidding, when you're out and about. Your identity is what you give yourself. I say what organization I am, and that's what it is. As for how many people, don't worry about that. Anyway, everyone is S rank, so no one can look down on anyone. Meanwhile, in a giant cave, a short-haired girl, about 15 or 16 years old, was staring intently at a magic book. The moment she received Jiang Sun's reply, she shivered all over, then grabbed the magic book and ran outside. Dad, Jiang Sun replied. He said their organization is called Qingshan. The burly Zhou Tsangyan hurried over, completely ignoring the bloodstains on him. He quickly picked up his Apocalypse Wasteland manual and began to read carefully. Qingshan. Seeing Jiang Sun's reply, Zhou Tsangyan was suddenly taken aback. He didn't even know when such a large organization appeared in the world. Moreover, it had developed to the same level as the official shelter in just one day. At this moment, Lin Hansong, who was in the command room, also heard the sound and quickly came out. Xiao Xiao, did the last S-rank shelter make contact? Lin Hansong was also a bit excited. Yes, Grandpa Lin. He said he's from Qingshan. Zhou Xiao quickly explained. Qingshan, could it be that group from Beishan? No, they don't have that capability. Or, Lin Hansong was at a loss, repeatedly rubbing a crystal-clear stone in his hand. I'll talk to him directly. After saying that, he took the magic book and began to edit a message. On the other side, Jiang Sun had just set up the formation diagram in the corner and moved the food over. Only then did he pick up the manual to look through it. The first message made him widen his eyes. Hello, I am Lin Hansong. May I ask if you are from Longwa? What the hell? Longwa's leader. Lin Hansong. Jiang Sun suddenly felt that he might have overstepped his bounds. How did he end up talking directly with someone of this level? But he couldn't expose himself, so he could only brace himself and continue the conversation. He had to maintain his persona. Jiang Sun. Yes, I'm also from Longwa. And most of the people in the organization are from Longwa. This is an opportunity to exchange ideas with the world's top organizations. Even the chance to form an alliance. Lin Hansong. That's good. I believe you have already understood many secrets of this world. Lin Hansong. What do you think about the disclosure of information? Are you willing to share the insights you have obtained with us? Jiang Sun. That's exactly my intention. Otherwise, I wouldn't have contacted you proactively. Our insight is shelter. What about the official side? Lin Hansong. Our insight is disaster. Let's discuss in the discussion group. The other 3 groups are there. After saying that, Jiang Sun received a message notification. Ding, you have been invited to join the Level 1 Private Channel Blue Star Council. Do you agree? Gulp. Jiang Sun nervously swallowed. Listen, what is called prestige? Blue Star Council. Jiang Shun. No. I, the leader of the Qingshan organization, am now officially entering the highest decision-making level of Blue Star. Agree. Congratulations. You have joined the Level 1 Channel Blue Star Council. There is no limit on speaking times in Level 1 channel. Ding. Please edit your channel nickname. Ding. Do you confirm using Qingshan as your channel nickname? Confirm. With Jiang Sun's agreement, a brand new chat channel suddenly appeared in his options. He clicked in and found that this channel was actually a separate existence, similar to the trading channel and regional channel. It was much more complex than the private chat dialog box. At this moment, a few messages had already appeared inside. Longwa official. This is the owner of the 5th S-rank shelter, Qingshan organization leader, a Longwa person. Bear country official. Welcome. What insight did you gain? Free country official. I believe you also understand how important the information you have obtained is. My suggestion is to disclose it. Ancient European New Alliance official. Okay, then let's set it for midnight today, and we'll communicate about any issues later. Longwa official. Then let's wait until midnight. Everyone summarize the information and post it in the council group. Check each other, and then directly announce it in the World Channel. Ancient European New Alliance official. Agreed. Bear country official. Agreed. Free country official. Agreed. Jiang Sun watched as a few sentences in the group decided the direction of events and hurriedly inputted as well. Qing Shan agreed. What? So fast? It's really just empty talk. Jiang Sun felt a bit emotional. It makes sense. Since it's called the Blue Star Council, they must be discussing serious matters, and there's no time for delays. Moreover, no one would undermine each other because it's unnecessary. This magical wasteland world is vast and full of dangers, with countless new things waiting for everyone to explore. There are no conflicts of interest among them. In fact, during times of crisis, they need to help each other. So at this stage, all Blue Star people are unlikely to become enemies. After exiting the chat interface, a message from Zhou Tsangyin came in. All information related to revelations in the council must be made public, but the strategic resources acquired by each individual will not be disclosed. Everyone exchanges and communicates privately, and I don't know if you're willing to exchange information with us. We can conduct resource swaps. Upon seeing this message, Jiang Sun suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a strategic-level magic power collector blueprint as a system reward. At that time, he was so focused on his joy of improving his strength that he didn't have time to properly examine the blueprint. Chapter 18 Announcement of Messages. Jiang Sun quickly flipped out the blueprint and looked at it. Suddenly, a large amount of information appeared before his eyes. Strategic-level magic power collector manufacturing blueprint. 5.5. Type. Manufacturing blueprint level. Special materials required. Mithril 10G. Crystal fragments 1000. Magic iron or 100. Magic copper or 100. Star level magic core 1 effect. Collects the ambient dispersing magic power to charge magic power storage items devices, including but not limited to magic crystals, magic storage stones, star fragments, magic energy pots, etc. The charging speed is positively correlated with the concentration of ambient dispersing magic power. Jiang Sun roughly understood its function. This was clearly a magical battery charger. He had seen magic crystals in the trading channel before. The seller had introduced them as items that could be used to charge totem pillars. Therefore, even in a situation where the prices of basic materials were ridiculously high, that piece of magic crystal sold for a sky-high price equivalent to 200 basic materials. This clearly showed the demand for safety. However, although Jiang Sun didn't fully understand the value of this device, he could comprehend the value of the materials required. Crystal fragments were the remnants from opening crystal balls, with only 3 to 4 crystal fragments per crystal ball. Magic iron, ore, and magic copper could only be obtained with a 2 chance when using gathering technique on stones. As for the star-level magic core, Jiang Sun guessed it must refer to the products dropped by high-level magical beasts of star level. As for mithril, he had never even heard of it. Thus, the total value of these materials was simply outrageous. Jiang Sun secretly complained. No wonder it was named with a strategic level prefix. This was indeed not something 1 or 2 people could gather together. He felt a bit tempted, but decided to confirm the 5 revelation messages before making a decision. So he sent a message to Zhou Tsangyin. I need to discuss with others. I'll get back to you tomorrow. At this moment, Zhou Tsangyin and Lin Han Song, who were on the other end, sighed after seeing Jiang Sun's reply. Zhou Tsangyin smiled bitterly and said, Old Lin, they from Qingshan will probably choose to hide the information just like everyone else. Lin Han Song also sighed and said, That's very likely after all. Everyone knows how important such strategic level items are. Moreover, with only 5 manufacturing chances, it's normal not to want to share. After saying this, both of them sighed in unison. Jiang Sun put down the magic book, resting his arms on the grass mat. He began to reminisce about the days with Walla. It was so comfortable to rest on Walla. He wondered where that bastard had run off to. As he thought about this, he picked up the coconut water jug and took a few sips. Looking at the bottom of the star birch juice, Jiang Sun felt somewhat helpless. What kind of life was this? Eating poorly and not sleeping well. He glanced at the time. It was already 1940, and there were only 20 minutes left until the information was announced. Jiang Sun's heart grew increasingly tense. He edited the message and posted it in the Blue Star Council discussion group. Then he lay quietly, waiting for the new day to arrive. Ding! With the sound of the prompt, midnight arrived. Jiang Sun suddenly jumped up from the grass mat, quickly flipping to the World Communication channel. Sure enough, He saw several golden messages flashing and pinned at the top. Dragon Country Official Shelter. S-level shelter world revelation information has been integrated and is hereby announced to the public. Please read carefully. We also ask everyone to firmly believe that the light of hope will never fade. Our 8 billion blue star people have descended into this magical wasteland world, starving and lacking clothing, with the survival of our race hanging by a thread. However, even though the road ahead is fraught with thorns and the sand obscures our vision, please do not give up the belief in life. Let us outline the contours of hope in a desolate and desperate situation and tread a broad road in hardship. We will surely surpass the cold winter and welcome the warm spring. Humanity of Blue Star will endure forever. A segment of inspiring words was placed at the top, but Jiang Sun felt a heavy heart. These words were too grim. It seemed that the content of the revelation information received by others was not friendly to humanity. It could even deal a devastating blow to everyone's confidence in survival. Jiang Sun continued to look further down. Dragon Country Official, World Revelation, Disaster. The magical wasteland world will periodically descend upon the public with disasters, with a 1-week warning before the disaster. Disaster types include but are not limited to Magic Tide, Magic Riot, Ancient Forbidden Spell Revival, Beast Tide, Magical Plague, etc. Currently, the date of the first public disaster is confirmed to be at 000 on the 10th of the first year, with the disaster type being Magic Tide. Magic Tide, Level 1 Environmental Disaster, lasting for 7 days. Humans with dimensional attributes below 15 points will suffer from magic power riots and body shattering if directly exposed to the tide. Note: please upgrade to a Level 3 shelter as soon as possible. According to assessments, the Level 2 shelter shield cannot withstand a 7-day magic tide without charging. Damn! Jiang Sun couldn't help but curse. After just reading the first message, he felt his hands trembling. Sure enough, how could this magical wasteland world be so friendly? At this stage, almost no one could reach a dimensional attribute of 15 points. Therefore, anyone exposed outside the shelter or with the low-level magical shield of the shelter broken would have almost no way out, and upgrading to a Level 3 shelter. That required a full 1,600 materials. Jiang Sun felt a pang of pain. How many people could gather enough? His mindset was somewhat explosive. At this moment, however, others were even more explosive than him. Jiang Sun suppressed his violently fluctuating emotions and continued to look further, hoping for some turning point. Free Country Official, World Revelation, Magic. The fundamental driving force of the magical world is magic power, and everything exists with magic power. Magic power can be extracted through specific magic arrays and directly supplemented to items that need charging, such as shelter totem pillars. Note: the magic extraction array has low efficiency. Please try to use magic storage items to supplement magic power, e.g., magic crystals. The drawing method for the magic extraction array is as follows. Immediately after, a diagram of the array was released. Jiang Sun quickly clicked to look and found that the drawing method was not complicated. It only required consuming some magic power from within and some magical beast blood. These were all easily obtainable materials. Sure enough, there must be a solution within 5 steps. This magic extraction array was clearly the antidote. Jiang Sun's emotions calmed down a bit. He had sensed this when he obtained the low-temperature magic array. The core of this magical wasteland world must be magic power. Everything needed the drive of magic power. And the magic extraction array, shared by the Free Country Official, was precisely what everyone needed most right now. It could directly extract the magic power from the corpses of magical beasts, basic materials, magical materials, and other items placed within it, supplementing the places that needed magic power. For example, the totem pillar. Although this rough extraction method would cause serious waste at this moment, it could save countless lives during the first disaster. Jiang Sun let out a slight sigh of relief. Then he saw the news from Bear Country being released. Bear Country Official, World Revelation, Talent is innate. But in a magical world, it can be manifested through certain methods. It forms a unique ability. Currently, 2 methods of talent awakening have been explored. 1. Killing magical beasts or opening gifts, such as crystal balls and treasure chests, may yield talent awakening stones with a small probability. 2. Self-development. awakening through continuous training and stimulation, mainly for those with special abilities. The message was brief, but it was a rare piece of good news. Jiang Sun immediately thought of his useless special ability, candy. Could this be my talent? He quickly composed his expression. Logically, he fell under the category of special ability users mentioned in the second note. However, what could his talent do once manifested? Could he pull out a handful of candy at once? Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile wryly. But then he thought about it and felt it wasn't such a big deal. Recently, he had been able to produce more and more candy, and he didn't really need to spend time practicing, so he decided to go with the flow. He continued to look at the following news. Go Alliance Official, World Revelation, Profession. There are no job transfer paths in the magical Wasteland world, but there are professions. When all 4 attributes reach 20 points, a comprehensive assessment will be conducted based on one's ability inclination, and automatic job transfer will occur. Professionals will expand their 4 attributes inclination and simultaneously gain related professional abilities. Currently, no confirmed professional identities. Another revelation that increased survival chances. Jiang Sun finally felt at ease. He knew that the last item was the revelation protection he had received. What once seemed exaggerated now appeared somewhat trivial in light of current circumstances. After all, what everyone prioritized was how to survive, not how to live well. As for professions, the requirement of 20 points in 4 attributes was still too early for him. With everyone's fluctuating emotions, the final piece of news was also announced. Chapter 19. The Mad People, Qingshan Organization, World Revelation, Shelter. When upgrading a shelter, it will exhibit different characteristics based on the attributes of the added magical main materials. A level 4 shelter is a key upgrade node that can be upgraded directly or fused with suitable magical buildings within the world, such as abandoned mage towers or castles. After the upgrade, the totem pillar will be completely integrated and subsequent upgrade methods are unknown. Note: the totem pillar is the core of the shelter. Please protect your totem pillar and ensure it does not leave the range of the shelter. This was the message Jiang Sun had prepared in advance. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have a natural ability to summarize, and he condensed the complex content into just 2 sentences. At this moment, as the 5 messages were sent out, the golden messages hung brightly in the world channel, waiting for everyone to digest their content. Even the world channel was unusually quiet, then like throwing a stone into a calm lake. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Instantly, countless messages began to flood the screen, and the speed was increasing. Compared to the madness when the Blue Star people first arrived, it was no less so. Opening the regional communication channel, he found the same situation. The speed at which messages refreshed was so fast that one couldn't see any single statement clearly. Even the trading channel was bombarded with dense messages. Countless people began to express their emotions wildly. Fear, discontent, cursing. The life of going 3 days without food had already overwhelmed most people's nerves. At this moment, the announcement of the disaster information felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. No, it was the last boulder. For those who were already in despair, it plunged them directly into madness. Some sat in wooden houses, holding their heads and crying. Some screamed loudly inside their homes, smashing things in madness. Even more disregarded the dangers of the night, expressionless, rushing into the deep darkness. Jiang Sun saw that in just 1 minute, the number of people in the regional channel had decreased by more than 10. After taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Sun's mindset quickly stabilized. He was relatively better off because he could ensure his survival. At least this time, he could survive the disaster. After all, 600 materials might only take him 3 days to collect. He would still have 4 days to enrich his food reserves during the disaster period. Or he could explore further away, accumulate resources, and establish his advantage. He even wanted to take this rare opportunity to gather a group of people and truly establish Qingshan. From then on, it would no longer be just a false name. Jiang Sun's gaze gradually became resolute. A flame named ambition ignited fiercely in his eyes. Closing his eyes, he began to contemplate the plan for tomorrow. Time: Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 3, 6 o'clock a.m. Night, 14 to 6 o'clock. Day: 6 to 1400 hours. Time reached the morning of the 3rd day. This night was an insomniac night for most people. Throughout the night, most people quickly regained their mental state. Countless people rushed out of their homes early in the morning, frantically collecting resources. Those who had previously collected materials slowly using gathering technique now took advantage of the skill cooldown to use various tools to gather materials. Countless people who had hesitated to face the magical beasts now summoned their courage, picked up nearby weapons, and ventured further away. Those who relied on hunting for a living were even more sharpened and headed directly towards the firefly-level magical beast nests. Throughout the day, the low-level magical beasts in a magical wasteland world suffered calamities. They truly experienced the oppressive feeling brought by the terrifying upright apes. And they were all crazy, terrifying upright apes. After all, waiting to die is always scarier than death. No one wants to die, so even if there's a glimmer of hope, anyone will fight desperately for it. As long as they collect enough items, they can survive the magical tide. This is what everyone thought in their hearts. Throughout the day, the number of messages in the regional communication channel was minimal. Everyone began to fight desperately to survive. Jiang Sun was no exception. In just one day's time, he collected nearly 600 pieces of logs. His gathering technique had already reached 3 levels in 17. The cooldown time shortened from 20 minutes to 15 minutes. This made his gathering speed a bit faster. Taking advantage of the cooldown time of gathering technique, Jiang Sun explored a fan-shaped area of 500 meters in the opposite direction of the giant tree. In this area, he discovered countless new and interesting things. For example, he harvested a full 30 pounds of wild corn, which is abundant and easy to store. Although it was only of dim light quality, it still made him very happy. This was a real staple food. Of course, he also collected some other strange items. For instance, a damaged humanoid magic puppet. This puppet was slightly smaller than a human, but weighed nearly 300 pounds. Jiang Sun looked at it and found its internal structure to be intricate and complex. So he dragged the puppet back to the magical cabin. After all, this thing was made of unknown metals all over, and even if he sold it for scrap, it would be worth a lot of money. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Jiang Sun sighed. It seemed that today's exploration had come to an end. He had noticed last night that there seemed to be more traces of magical beasts around the magical cabin. He had specifically checked in the morning, and the nearest footprints were only 5 meters away from the magical cabin. This meant that magical beasts had already approached his doorstep. Even during his exploration, sounds occasionally began to come from the surrounding bushes and grass. Jiang Sun was certain that he had been targeted by magical beasts. He just didn't know how many there were or what level they were. It seemed that without Walla's deterrence, these beasts had gradually begun to have ideas. At this moment, Jiang Sun was very sure. Walla was a high-level magical beast. Damn ungrateful child. Doesn't he know to come back and check on his father? That good for nothing. Jiang Sun muttered softly. However, he still felt a bit nostalgic. Without Walla by his side, making noise, he felt like something was missing in his life. Back in the house, Jiang Sun looked at the accumulated logs around him with some comfort. These were his capital for survival. Rubbing his hands, Jiang Sun took out a translucent plant from his pocket and began to examine it. White jade sweet vine. Type: magical fruit level. Star effect. Intelligence 2, effective for the first 3 uses. Each use can increase magic recovery speed by 100, lasting for 20 hours. Remarks: grown in the magical forest's magical energy concentration area. Its stem is as white as jade, and the juice is sweet. Often used by alchemists as a basic material for making auxiliary magical potions. Thank you, nature, for this gift. Jiang Sun grinned. This was his biggest harvest of the day. No need to peel it, just take a bite. A burst of sweet flavor instantly filled his taste buds. The sweet juice even overflowed slightly from the corner of his mouth. Refreshing. It was countless times better than the previous fruits. After chewing for a while, he felt the fibrous texture in his mouth gradually intensifying, and he could only reluctantly spit it out. Ugh, this thing is indeed delicious. But it has also learned a lot of the drawbacks of sugarcane. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately did not force himself to swallow it. Otherwise, when solving problems tomorrow, the 3 days' worth of berries would have been wasted. Finishing the sweet vine in a flash, Jiang Sun felt somewhat unsatisfied. He remembered that there should be another sweet vine nearby. However, there was an unknown monster's nest not far away, so he did not recklessly rush over to gather it. But since it was confirmed that this could increase his intelligence attribute, he had to venture there tomorrow no matter what. Jiang Sun wiped his hands. His most pressing need now was to enhance his intelligence attribute, and this white jade sweet vine was effective even after eating it 3 times. He had not forgotten that he still had a quite powerful skill that he had not had time to learn. That was an S-level shelter reward, equivalent to a world revelation reward. After finishing the sugarcane, Jiang Sun wiped his mouth and opened the information panel. Personal information name: Jiang Sun level, dim light strength, 6 agility, 6 stamina, 6 intelligence, 17, 125, magic value, 710, 740, recovery speed, 37113737 points H, skills, gathering, level 318. Sure enough, he saw that his intelligence attribute had increased by 2 points. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength attribute had also increased by 1 point. It seemed that the jerky was worth eating. Jiang Sun became motivated again. He then grabbed the jerky on the table, brought it to his mouth, and started chewing expressionlessly. How to describe the taste of this thing? It was even less tasty than the leftover bits of white jade sweet vine. Picking up the magic book, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't replied to Zhou Songyan's message. By the way, he needed to find a way to ask Zhou Songyan for news, to avoid missing out on anything useful. Chapter 20. Shocked Zhou Songyan in the giant cave of the Dragon Country's official shelter. Hundreds of people moved various basic supplies in an orderly manner, like ants, stacking them in designated areas. Zhou Songyan's robust figure stood on a wooden platform made of logs, commanding loudly. Behind him, the shelter's door was opened, and Zhou Xiaoxiao ran up to Zhou Songyan. "Dad, come down quickly. Old Lin is looking for you." Zhou Songyan moved his arms, jumped down from the platform, and asked as he walked, "What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Have you contacted a new official organization?" Zhou Xiaoxiao looked up and said, "I don't know, Grandpa Lin said that Jiang Sun from Qingshan has sent a message again." Upon hearing this, Zhou Songyan couldn't help but quicken his pace. Jiang Sun, the decision-maker of a mysterious organization. The Qingshan organization he belonged to was even something that the Dragon Country's official feared. Such an obscure name in Blue Star, yet it shone brightly in the magical Wasteland world. In just one day, it had developed to the same height as the official organization. How terrifying is that? How deeply hidden it is. Thinking of this, Zhou Songyan couldn't help but clench his fists. Even he, a star of the Dragon Country, felt immense pressure when talking to Jiang Sun. Entering the room, Lin Hansong was standing in front of the table, looking down at a magic book in his hands. Zhou Songyan quickly approached and whispered, "Old Lin, has Jiang Sun sent another message? Take a look for yourself." Lin Hansong handed over the magic book. Zhou Songyan took the book, but noticed that Lin Hansong's hands were slightly trembling. "This." Zhou Songyan looked down at the message and instantly widened his eyes. "This is the charging device for the magic crystal? With this, our magic crystals won't just be decorations, and they can be reused." "This." Zhou Songyan spoke somewhat incoherently. Looking at the excited and trembling Zhou Songyan, Lin Hansong nodded solemnly. "Yes, and in the magic tide disaster, the role of this collector will be unparalleled." "So, did he say what he wants to exchange with us? Is it the magic sun?" Zhou Songyan looked at the old man in front of him with excitement, his eyes filled with hopeful light. After all, they had obtained the crystal furnace for some time and had even refined a number of magic crystals. But due to the lack of a charging method, the produced magic crystals were just crystals. They were completely unusable. Lin Hansong was silent for a moment and said, "He didn't say anything, just sent this message without any notes. He's waiting for us to offer a sky-high price." At this moment, thousands of miles away, Jiang Sun was sitting on a straw mat eating milk candy. Smack, smack, ha-ha, a bunch of stick makers. He found that humans really knew how to find joy in hardship. Watching the silly conversations of netizens, Jiang Sun's suppressed mood was completely relieved. He had just received a message from Lin Hansong, which included the manufacturing information for the Magic Sun. Magic Sun Manufacturing Blueprint 55. Type: Manufacturing Blueprint Level Special materials required. Sunstone 1, raw stone 3000. Magic iron or 500. Magic copper or 500. Fire attributes stellar level material 1 effect. Can simulate sunlight environment. Requires continuous replenishment of magic power. The introduction was too simple. Jiang Sun glanced at it and swiped it away. What use is this? Not to mention whether they can afford to make it. Even if they can make it, what can it do? Done? He didn't understand why they always managed to come up with useless things. This was obviously less useful than his blueprint. Jiang Sun spat out the jerky in his mouth. He found that even putting the jerky in a low-temperature magic array, it spoiled quickly. On the contrary, those unpalatable fruits showed no change after several days, their surfaces still as smooth as before. He hurriedly took out the meat and roasted it over the fire, deciding to make an effort to finish it all tomorrow. In this world of food scarcity, one cannot waste even if they die. He had just turned around when he found Zhou Tsangyan's message had arrived again. Zhou Tsangyan, is there anything your organization needs? You can list it, and we'll try to collect it. Seeing the message, Jiang Sun felt something was off. When did they become so polite? He stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. So he replied, we don't currently lack anything. What do you have available for trade? He wasn't lying. They indeed didn't lack anything at the moment. They couldn't exchange strategic level items for food and drink. That would be too low class. After all, he was also the decision maker of the Qingshan organization. On the other side, Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon reading the message. Zhou Tsangyan smiled bitterly. Old Lin, their power is indeed strong. We still have a food gap for hundreds of people, yet they already lack nothing. Lin Hansong frowned, somewhat unwilling. Then we should at least get one in exchange. With it, our development speed could at least double. Zhou Tsangyan also understood the importance of the magic collector to them side, and continued to message Jiang Sun. Think about it again. We have collected many rare materials, and we also have stellar-level weapons. Seeing the reply, Jiang Sun smirked. The Dragon King has descended. Stellar-level weapons? I have those too. I even have the Bright Moon-level ones. He turned around and looked around, realizing that they really didn't lack anything. He replied, we can also consider trading for some basic materials. He thought that if they could exchange for several thousand materials, that would be good. They could stockpile them and sell them for more money before the magic tide. Zhou Tsangyan on the other end saw the message and immediately perked up. Great, as long as there's a demand. He hurriedly dashed out and started counting basic materials. He also called over Zhou Xiaoxiao to contact the other 5 shelters affiliated with the official organization to gather the materials. Jiang Sun yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. He had waited for a long time and still hadn't seen Zhou Tsangyan's reply. He thought they might not want to trade. This official organization was quite unreliable. Jiang Sun lost interest and was about to close his eyes for a nap when another message came in. Zhou Tsangyan, we can currently offer 50,000 units of raw wood and 40,000 units of raw stone. If that's not enough, we can settle other items with magical materials. What the? Jiang Sun suddenly sat up and rubbed his eyes. He wasn't seeing things. He was indeed talking about 50,000 raw wood and 40,000 raw stone. Wait, do I need this much material to build a castle? Even a small castle wouldn't use that much stuff, right? At that moment, Jiang Sun finally realized the problem. He seemed to have overlooked the true value of this blueprint. Strategic level. Normally, only top forces that could gather countless combat powers within a day could obtain such things. How could it be simple among the 5 S-level shelters? Only he had obtained it through clever means. Fortunately, he was steady enough not to casually set a price. Otherwise, he would have been dismissed as an uncultured bumpkin long ago. Jiang Sun patted his chest, secretly relieved. There are advantages to being cautious. He thought for a moment and replied, our organization is small, busy with exploration, and doesn't have time to collect. We don't need so many materials. He plans to transform his Qingshan into a small organization where everyone is an elite, a gathering of individuals with exceptional abilities. The entrance threshold is ridiculously high. After all, a bloated organizational structure is something he, with no management experience, cannot comprehend. When Zhou Tsangyan saw Jiang Sun's message, he was immediately troubled. At this moment, He had already envisioned Qin Shan as a powerful secret organization in his mind. It is the kind of transcendent organization that transcends the mundane and is dedicated to seeking the truth of the world. Such an organization is even more formidable than other official organizations. Moreover, it truly lacks nothing. Chapter 21, Long-Term Vision. Jiang Sun put down the magic book and looked at the blueprints in his hands, feeling a bit hesitant. Through the conversation just now, he finally figured out the true purpose of this thing. Charging. He initially didn't take this function seriously. After all, the magic crystal had only appeared once or twice in their 10,000 people's regional channel. With such a limited supply, how many times could this machine be used? This function seemed almost useless. What he didn't expect was that the Dragon Kingdom's officials had obtained the magic manufacturing scroll for the crystal furnace. This thing could mass-produce magic crystals from crystal fragments. Although the quantity of finished magic crystals was still relatively small for now, the stock of crystal fragments was huge. At this stage, among the billions of Blue Star people, almost half had obtained a crystal ball. On average, each person held several crystal fragments. Jiang Sun couldn't help but pat his chest, secretly relieved. Damn, that was close. He almost became a sucker. Fortunately, he understood the principle that too much talk leads to loss. Otherwise, he would have definitely been taken advantage of. Through chatting, he also learned some other things. During the nationwide disaster magic tide explosion in 6 days, this magic collector would play a huge role. The magic tide is formed by dissipating magic. By then, the charging speed of the magic collector would greatly increase. After one wave, who knows how many magic crystals could be charged? A strong premonition surged in Jiang Sun's heart. The role of magic crystals must be more than just charging the totem pillar. As the Blue Star humans continue to explore the world, countless new things would surely be discovered and utilized. And as the core storage of magic power for all magic, magic crystals would definitely be widely used in various aspects in the future, becoming an indispensable key existence. Thinking of the worry-free life of a crystal dealer in the future, Jiang Sun's mouth began to involuntarily curve upward. Of course, the ideal is beautiful, but reality is harsh. There is still a huge problem waiting for him to solve. He still doesn't have enough materials to make the collector. Remembering the many rare materials needed to create the magic collector, Jiang Sun's smile gradually faded. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. There are more and more useless things at home. No way. There can only be one waste in this house. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun began to quickly plan. Collecting thousands of materials himself was simply a fantasy, but he could make others willingly do the work for him. For example, the Dragon Kingdom's official shelter could definitely provide assistance. The key was how to make others work for him with gratitude without exposing his needs. This was a technical job. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment, opened the magic book, and began to edit. On the other side, Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong were discussing countermeasures with worried expressions. If it doesn't work, let's raise the price again. You go to the warehouse and see what usable items we have. Let him choose. Sai, it seems we can only do this. If it really doesn't work, I'll organize a team to hunt a star beast. No, your last injury hasn't healed yet, and the last loss was too great. The process was risky, and the success rate is too low. It's like gambling with our lives. Sai, I hope they won't ask for too much. Both of them looked like withered eggplants, their heads down in silence, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. At this moment, the magic book on the table trembled gently. This was a message prompt only for those who were particularly concerned. Zhou Tsangyan opened the magic book and saw Jiang Sun's name flashing. Jiang Sun, I am a Dragon Kingdom person, and likewise. Most of the people in our organization are from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, in this unfamiliar world, we share a common identity, which is Blue Star people. Seeing Jiang Sun's righteous and mission-driven opening, both of their hearts suddenly felt like they were struck by a heavy hammer, beating uncontrollably. Zhou Tsangyan's voice trembled slightly as he said, Lin Lao, does he mean? Lin Hansong slowly adjusted his glasses that sparkled with unusual colors, his voice a bit tense and hoarse. Let's keep reading. I hope it's what we think. Zhou Tsangyan couldn't wait to reply. Feel free to mention any requests. Jiang Sun, We just discussed with others and decided to donate a collector to the Dragon Kingdom's official shelter. We have no demands. The Dragon Kingdom's officials have sacrificed a lot to help more ordinary people survive. Although our strength is limited and we can't be as great as the officials, we will definitely not take advantage of others' misfortunes. Jiang Sun sent the message but did not receive a reply for a long time. After a while, Zhou Tsangyan, the kindness of the gentleman will always be remembered by the Dragon Kingdom shelter. It will never be forgotten. Through the magic book, Jiang Sun could genuinely feel the gratitude and seriousness in Zhou Tsangyan's words. This was exactly the effect he wanted. On the other end, Zhou Tsangyan slowly put down the magic book, took several deep breaths, and finally managed to calm his excited emotions. In fact, during the previous conversation with Jiang Sun, he had vaguely sensed that Jiang Sun's understanding of the collector seemed a bit lacking. However, he did not choose to hide this important news and take the opportunity to drive a hard bargain. Instead, like an upright gentleman, openly clarified everything for Jiang Sun. He had originally prepared for the worst, even being mentally ready to risk his life for it. But he didn't expect that Qing Shan would give them such a big surprise. At this moment, his goodwill towards the Qing Shan organization soared like a rocket. Jiang Sun, by the way, we don't have a large stockpile of resources. Please help us collect 2 sets of production materials. Additionally, we hope to purchase a crystal furnace from you. Look, using what the other party most wants to hear and desires to soften his true purpose, creating an atmosphere that suggests they lack nothing and are purely there to help. So, I've said this. How can you not provide the materials? How can you still charge me for the crystal furnace? Sure enough, a message quickly came back from the other end. Zhou Tsangyan, thank you and the Qing Shan organization for your contributions to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. We will always remember your help. Ding! Zhou Tsangyan is trading you 1 crystal furnace. Message. We will collect the materials as soon as possible and send them to you. You see, this is not something I asked for. This is something you insisted on giving me. Jiang Sun's smile widened. He knew that, in this world, the most important resource was people, because countless things needed people to explore, research, and produce. Moreover, even if Qing Shan truly established itself later, it would not be able to gather too many ordinary people. Therefore, it was very necessary to build a good relationship with the Dragon Kingdom's official shelter. As both sides could form a perfect complement, Jiang Sun excitedly clicked to confirm the transaction. In an instant, a furnace nearly 2 meters high appeared in his room. The furnace was entirely black, with a surface as smooth and shiny as crystal. Jiang Sun's mind stirred, and relevant information appeared before him. Crystal furnace, type, facility level, firefly effect, consumes wood and magic power to smelt crystal shards into magic crystals. Current conversion ratio 20:1. Note, a fragile magic facility exclusive furnace, cannot smelt metal ores, etc. This thing is very important. Jiang Sun hurriedly opened the magic book to check the trading channel. Search for crystal shards. In an instant, tens of thousands of messages were listed. It makes sense, although the probability of obtaining crystal shards is not high. There are still a vast number of people in Blue Star. Countless lucky individuals have obtained crystal balls. Most smart people know whether to keep these crystal shards as useless ornaments or to trade them for something truly useful. Therefore, the price of crystal shard in the channel is unbelievably low. You can easily trade for a crystal shard with just 2 pieces of raw wood. Jiang Sun rubbed his slightly swollen forehead. It seems he has important business to attend to tomorrow, frantically collecting resources to exchange for crystal shards. Then wait for the materials to be delivered by the official side of Long Country, and he can develop well. Things are slowly getting better. Jiang Sun happily put down the magic book and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 22. Venomous Spider as Dawn Broke. A hazy morning mist enveloped the earth like a light veil. Jiang Sun had already packed his things and was ready to head out. Time. Blue Star Calendar. Year 1. Day 4, 6 o'clock a.m. Night. 14 to 6 o'clock day. 6 to 1400 hours. Weather. Temperature. 10 to 18 C weather condition. Morning light breaking. Slight magical fluctuations. Wind level. Gentle breeze. Magical rhythm. Magical atmosphere. The breeze mingles with echoes of ancient spells, as if every gust carries whispers of magic. Stellar omen. Stars like pearls connect ancient magical trajectories, heralding the arrival of wisdom and enlightenment. Jiang Sun was full of energy today, as a good life was just around the corner. However, the quality of his rest last night was quite poor. He was even startled awake in the middle of the night by the loud crash of a magical beast hitting his magical shield. Jiang Sun felt immense pressure. If he didn't find a way to quickly increase his strength, he would be in big trouble if a magical beast blocked his doorstep. After all, while he could run with Star Flash, his little wooden cabin couldn't. He didn't have much to pack, just a staff and some rations. At most, he would add the basket left behind by Walla. This basket had now become his only storage tool. Jiang Sun swung the basket over his shoulder and strode out of his home. The sky outside was still somewhat dark, like an ink wash painting that had yet to fully unfold. Suddenly, a chilling roar from a predator echoed from the nearby woods. Jiang Sun felt as if he had been electrocuted, jolting him awake. Immediately, a flock of birds took flight as if driven by a demon. The cries of prey soon followed. This series of sounds instantly cloaked the entire magical forest in a layer of fear. Perhaps this was the true nature of the magical forest. Previously, he had been too well protected by Walla, naively believing it to be a paradise. "Eat a big melon," Jiang Sun shouted. Instantly, a dazzling light shot from the tip of his staff, accurately hitting a large tree. Gathering technique. Then entered a 15-minute cooldown. The tree fell with a crash, leaving a pile of logs on the ground. His vision suddenly opened up a bit, and Jiang Sun mustered the courage to slowly walk deeper into the forest. He still had things to retrieve from yesterday. Jiang Sun cautiously crawled behind stone. Not far ahead, a white jade sweet vine was quietly growing. That was his target, which had been too scared to harvest yesterday. At this moment, his gaze was fixed tightly on the sweet vine, but he dared not make a sound. Less than 20 meters away on a branch, a giant spider over a meter long was slowly moving in the shadow of the leaves. This spider blended perfectly with its surroundings. If Jiang Sun hadn't widened his eyes and searched carefully, he would have hardly noticed its existence. It took him a few cautious minutes to spot it. There was no choice. The dozens of various skeletons on the ground were not mere decorations, and he couldn't afford to be careless. The spider's body was covered in dark green scales, each seemingly containing deadly venom. Its 8 long legs were gently resting on a branch, making almost no sound. It was a patient hunter, waiting for prey to fall into its trap. Just then, a breeze blew through. A rabbit-like magical beast darted in, heading straight for the white jade sweet vine, not far from the tree. This small commotion immediately caught the spider's attention. Its eyes lit up like 2 green lanterns, locking onto the rabbit. Then, in a speed that was jaw-dropping and almost defied the laws of physics, it launched itself forward. Its 8 legs arched through the air like lightning, instantly enveloping the rabbit. The scene that followed made even someone as resilient as Jiang Sun feel a strong churn in his stomach. The spider's mouth parts pierced into the rabbit's body, and almost simultaneously, a strange green liquid began to seep from the rabbit's body. That was a sign of venom rapidly breaking down the prey. Just a few minutes later, the once lively rabbit had turned into a disgusting puddle of liquid. The venomous spider then began to leisurely consume it, the entire process both efficient and cruel. Jiang Sun's teeth chattered. "I disturbed it. I'm leaving." The terrifying scene in front of him instantly robbed him of all his courage. How would he fight this? Previously, he had been foolish enough to covet the white jade sweet vine. He truly had a stroke of bad luck yesterday. This was clearly the spider's trap, a deadly snare targeting self-important prey like him. Jiang Sun began to crawl backwards cautiously. He decided to retreat, but when he raised his head, intending to sneak another look at the venomous spider, he was shocked to almost cry out. The spider seemed to have vanished into thin air. All that remained on the ground was a puddle of green liquid and the rabbit's eerie skeleton. Damn! Star Flash. His figure suddenly transformed into a brilliant, dissipating starlight, appearing instantly near the white jade sweet vine. Heart-pounding, he glanced back and saw that in the spot he had just occupied, the venomous spider's 8 legs had sunk deep into the ground. Jiang Sun cursed angrily. Damn it, no martial ethics, a sneak attack. Saying this, he reached out to pull the white jade sweet vine. Once, twice, but the sweet vine seemed rooted, not budging an inch. Quatrième technique. Jiang Sun activated the skill again, and finally, the white, jade-colored roots slowly settled into his palm. Without saying a word, he turned and bolted deeper into the forest. He felt uneasy, unsure if the low-level magical shield of his magical cabin could withstand this terrifying spider. So he decided to use Star Flash to maneuver with the spider first. A gust of wind rushed behind him. Star Flash. Jiang Sun silently lamented. How could his 2 legs outrun a monster with 8? He ran wildly, continuously adjusting his path. The trees in the forest blurred into green barriers in his eyes. He dashed left and right, trying to use the complex terrain as cover. Close to a tree trunk. Star Flash. Closer, another Star Flash. But even so, the venomous spider seemed to always accurately predict his position. Every lunge it made was precisely aimed at him. Jiang Sun could only keep teleporting with Star Flash. He took a quick glance at his mana bar. 350, 740. In less than a minute, he had already lost more than half. This wouldn't do. Jiang Sun felt anxious. He knew his magical power was limited. Star Flash was powerful, but continuous use would quickly deplete his mana reserves. At this rate, in a maximum of 2 minutes, he would end up like the rabbit, turning into a horrifying puddle of liquid. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and think quickly. As he passed through a particularly dense area of trees, he quickly estimated his remaining mana. Enough for about 5 more uses of Star Flash. A gamble. He gritted his teeth and quickly got close to a sturdy tree trunk, then repeated his previous tactic. Star Flash. This time, he only shifted 3 meters to the right. The venom spider continued to charge forward for a few steps due to its momentum before it began to relock onto his position. However, at that moment, Jiang Sun had already determined his landing point. With a burst of starlight dissipating, Star Flash, his figure disappeared again, reappearing in the treetops not far away. His form was instantly concealed by the dense leaves. He crouched down, holding his breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound. While keeping his eyes fixed on the spider, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for the next safe landing spot. The spider began to look around, taking about 3 seconds to relocate Jiang Sun's position. But when it looked up, it only found the fading starlight. Jiang Sun seized this opportunity to release Star Flash 3 times towards the densest part of the trees, completely vanishing from the spider's view. At this point, he had only 51 points of blue mana left, just enough for one last skill use. In the treetops, Jiang Sun remained as still as a statue, trying to maintain an extremely low breathing rate. Even though he felt like his lungs were about to burst, he dare not take a deep breath. Who knows how that thing locates its prey? Slowly lowering his body, Jiang Sun didn't dare to move, fearing it might attract other predators. Chapter 23. The cabin in the woods. An hour passed, and all that remained nearby was the rustling of leaves in the wind and the chirping of insects. Jiang Sun hid in the tree until his magic power had recovered considerably, then cautiously climbed down the trunk. The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt a sense of relief and let out a long breath. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, finally escaped a disaster, at least my life is safe for now. Recalling the dangers he had just faced, he felt a lingering fear. He looked down at the shimmering light in his hands and cursed. This broken skill, wasn't it supposed to have no cooldown? What was that strange dull sensation when he released it earlier? He almost got killed. Indeed, nothing is perfect. Leaning against the thick trunk of the tree, he didn't bother tasting the flavor. He forcefully broke the white jade sweet vine and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. This was his only supply now. While fleeing earlier, he had thrown away his jerky, hoping to make the venom spider spare him. However, it turned out that even dogs wouldn't eat jerky. Damn it. As he spat out the last bit of sugarcane residue, Jiang Sun's magic power began to recover even faster.
To his surprise, his intelligence attribute also changed again. However, the increase was much slower than last time, and it seemed it would take about an hour to complete.
Would the effect decrease with multiple consumptions? Jiang Sun stroked his chin, starting to discern a pattern. After this battle, being chased, he had fully recognized his own strength. Not even as good as a dog. The first thing he planned to do when he returned was to gather some food to boost his intelligence attribute. He needed to raise his intelligence to 20 points as soon as possible. That way, he could learn the advanced skill tied to magic. Jiang Sun thought through gritted teeth. Indeed, falling behind means getting beaten. Dignity only exists above a staff. Truth only lies within the range of skills. Rubbing his sore legs, he continued walking toward a direction away from his shelter. After all, the hunting ground of the venom spider was only a few hundred meters away from his little cabin. Now that he no longer had the white jade sweet vine as bait, who knew whether it would expand its hunting range? If by chance he accidentally lured it near his shelter, then he would truly have nowhere to cry. If he was targeted by such a top predator, Jiang Sun would have to keep one eye open while sleeping, standing guard. He walked cautiously, afraid of accidentally stepping into another monster's hunting ground. Although he had been chased all the way, feeling the gradually replenishing magic power within him made Jiang Sun feel a little better. After all, he had obtained something, so was he a total loss. As his magic power gradually recovered, his courage also slowly grew. He began to use gathering technique all the way. He planned to carve a path for himself. This way, he could ensure he wouldn't get lost while exploring and could escape more smoothly in case of danger. As Jiang Sun moved forward slowly, the density of plants around him began to decrease. His field of vision gradually opened up. Finally, when he stepped out of the woods, the sight before him filled him with excitement. In the middle of a clearing stood a quaint little wooden cabin. The cabin was completely different from Jiang Sun's shelter. Although it appeared simple and unadorned, it harmoniously coexisted with the surrounding natural environment, as if it were part of nature itself. Somewhat, Jiang Sun was startled. Soon, he dismissed his thoughts. The desolate scene outside the cabin clearly showed signs of long neglect. Weeds grew wildly around, varying in height, with the tallest reaching head height. The weeds swayed in the wind, making rustling sounds. Among the grass, there were a few unknown crops scattered about, intertwining with the weeds to form a chaotic scene. Around the cabin lay some abandoned farming tools. Some were so weathered that their shapes were unrecognizable, while others had completely broken in half. Jiang Sun even saw an old wooden barrel half buried in the grass. The barrel was covered in moss, clearly unused for many years. The entire scene resembled a picture eroded by time, with every detail revealing the marks of the years. He slowly walked up to the cabin and discovered that it was entirely constructed from wood. Unlike the neatly manufactured shelter from the system, this cabin showed obvious signs of rough hand craftsmanship. It looked rugged and sturdy, full of wildness and desolation's charm. Wait, Jiang Sun suddenly realized something. This place looked like it hadn't been visited in at least decades. How could a wooden cabin not show signs of decay? He stopped, his gaze wandering around the cabin and its surroundings, his mind swirling with various speculations. Peering toward the window, he found it completely dark, not letting any light through. This made him abandon the idea of peeking inside. Just as he hesitated about whether to break in, a gust of wind blew from behind him. Jiang Sun turned to look and saw the yellowing weeds beginning to dance wildly. This made his sanity drop. This cabin gave off an aura that suggested opening the door would lead to encountering a ghost, which indeed made it hard for anyone to muster the courage to explore. Although Jiang Sun felt some hesitation in his heart, he still decided to go in and take a look. After all, he was already here. This was a reason that no one from the Dragon Kingdom could refuse. He took a deep breath and with some effort pushed open the somewhat heavy wooden door, the hinges creaking distinctly. The light inside was dim, and a smell of decay rushed at him. Jiang Sun peeked inside and saw that the room was not large, only about 10 square meters. In the center stood a rough wooden table with several aged ceramic jars on it. Next to it was a simple bed covered with a hand-woven blanket. He reached out to touch it, but the seemingly good-quality blanket instantly turned into a pile of debris. This shattered his dream of having a good sleep. He would have to go back and sleep on a straw mat. With a serious expression, Jiang Sun searched around the room, trying to find something valuable. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a bulge in the corner of the room. Wasn't this hiding place a bit too obvious? Jiang Sun approached and brushed off the dust. To his surprise, he found it was a wooden box covered with a blanket. The blanket on top also crumbled at a touch, but the box, made of the same material as the room, was intact. The box was small, only about 15 liters in volume. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns, and although it was also covered in dust, its exquisite craftsmanship was hard to conceal. Jiang Sun rubbed his hands in anticipation. It was time to open the box. After all, this little cabin had only this one place to store things, so whether he could obtain something good depended on it. Looking around the room, Jiang Sun felt that whether he could find good items was irrelevant. After all, the building materials of this cabin itself were the biggest gain. He carefully reached out to lift the lid of the box. Immediately, several items wrapped in animal skins were revealed. Jiang Sun extended his hand to gently unwrap the first package, only to find that the contents were unrecognizable, reduced to a pile of powder. It was clear that due to the passage of time, it had long since weathered away. He picked up the second package, opened it, and found another pile of powder. Jiang Sun was instantly disappointed. It seemed this cabin had been vacant for much longer than he had imagined. Under such a time span, there were not many things that could be preserved. He stubbornly opened one package after another, discovering that most of the packages were in the same condition. In the end, there were only 3 items left at the bottom of the box. Jiang Sun sighed slightly, reached for a tightly wrapped leather bag, and untied the knot. Suddenly, a few grain-like things scattered out. Jiang Sun frowned. This is seeds? Chapter 24 Harvest. Jiang Sun's mind stirred, and the item information immediately appeared before his eyes. Moonlight Valley Grain Seed. 20 type. Seed level. Star effect. Consuming Moonlight Valley grain can significantly restore hunger, and long-term consumption can increase 4-dimensional attributes. Note: when planted in soil rich in magic, crops nourished by moonlight can provide ample energy for survivors. After reading the seed's introduction, he was instantly excited. This was actually a star-level seed. Moreover, it was a staple food seed. What is grain? After being shelled, it's millet. He couldn't help but wonder how this seed had survived through the long years. Jiang Sun quickly put the seeds back in the bag and tied it securely. This thing was too important to him. Having seeds meant a stable food source. As long as he could successfully cultivate them, he would have a stable output. Even if he encountered the worst disasters later on, he wouldn't starve to death even if he couldn't go out for a long time. Moreover, this millet was much tastier than wild corn. Thinking of the rough texture of wild corn, Jiang Sun felt a pang in his teeth. He hadn't eaten anything fine in the past few days since he arrived. His mind began to envision a life of high-grade carbohydrates every day, and he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He hurriedly tucked the seed bag into his bosom like a treasure and then picked up the next package. This package was somewhat heavy, and it was tied more securely. Jiang Sun felt even more excited. Given its weight and hardness, it was definitely not powder. He couldn't wait to open the package and found that it contained a piece of stone. It wasn't exactly a stone because it had a shape. One end was flat, while the other was thick, and there was a round hole at the thicker part. Jiang Sun examined it carefully. This was the head of a tool. Having never done any farming work from childhood to adulthood, he had no choice but to seek help from the system. Wooden flintstone hoe head, type, tool, semi-finished product, level, firefly, dim light, firefly star moon. Effect: slightly reduces stamina consumption during land cultivation, increases the yield of magic crops by 20, can slightly dispel the erosion of chaotic magic in the land. Note: requires the user to drive it with their own magic power, can be completed with firefly level or higher wood. After reading the introduction, Jiang Sun finally understood the purpose of this item. Alhu, for farming. Goodness, they really provided a complete set. They were truly afraid he would starve to death. Jiang Sun placed the hoe in the basket, thought for a moment, then took it out and put it in the box. He felt that this box was also a good storage tool. Although the system had given him a warehouse when upgrading the magical cabin, it merely designated an area. His things were still haphazardly piled in the corner. So, the box's utility was significant. He continued to open the third item, only to find that it wasn't a package. Instead, it was a rolled-up scroll. The material was quite different from the several he had received before, noticeably rougher. It looked more like untreated leather. Even the system couldn't identify any information. Jiang Sun quickly cleaned the dust off the table, unfolded the scroll, and laid it flat on the surface. Immediately, a jumble of chaotic shapes appeared. Looking at the rough strokes and sparse lines, Jiang Sun stared for a long time before he could barely make out that it was actually a map. The map crudely depicted the distribution of forests and various wild resources. However, Jiang Sun felt it had little practical value. After all, this house had seemingly not been used for decades. And in those decades, it was hard to say how much had changed in the vicinity. The map roughly illustrated the distribution of resources within about 10 kilometers nearby. However, Jiang Sun noticed that several places were specifically circled. What was going on here? Jiang Sun was puzzled. He carefully observed and found that the routes marked on the map generally avoided the circled areas. Could it be that these represented the territories of predatory magical beasts? Upon guessing this possibility, Jiang Sun smirked. He felt this also had little reference value. After all, decades had passed. The predators in these territories were probably long dead or had changed owners several times. Moreover, their hunting ranges were not always fixed. The venomous spider he encountered earlier wasn't marked on the map. Not wanting to dwell on this, Jiang Sun's gaze finally fell on the two special circles. These were the things he was truly interested in because these two positions were circled in striking red. Moreover, one of the red circles was very close to the wooden house. Wait, what position was this? A flash of inspiration struck Jiang Sun, and his eyes slowly widened. He quickly reached out his hand to gesture the relative positions of the wooden house and the shelter. Then he hurriedly confirmed the location of the red circle. He noticed that the red circle was only 3 kilometers away from the wooden house and even closer to his magical cabin, just 1 kilometer away. Jiang Sun quickly recalled that the location was the giant tree that Walla had taken him to. So, this red circle marked the territory of a high-level magical beast. Thinking of this, he quickly checked the other red circle's location, finding it on the edge of the map, a whole 10 kilometers away from his shelter. Jiang Sun finally felt a little relieved. He had previously communicated a few times with Zhao Tingtao and Zhou Tsangyan, also gathering some information in the chat area. So he had a vague concept of the classification of magical beasts. First, some small herbivorous creatures and horned creatures were basically at the bottom of the forest food chain, almost all at the firefly level. So at this stage, the magical beasts that blue star humans could hunt mostly fell into this category. Some adult carnivorous magical beasts generally had physical attributes above 15 points. These beasts were usually classified at the firefly level. At this stage, humans could hardly hunt them alone, but they could generally escape if encountered. As for the Shamat bear he had seen a few days ago, it could be classified as star level. Its massive size and unique lightning ability clearly exceeded the range of ordinary magical beasts. He also thought of the venomous spider he had just encountered. Jiang Sun estimated it was probably also at the star level. Therefore, it was best to turn and run if he encountered such magical beasts, even if the chances of escape were low. Few people had seen magical beasts of this level. Only a few official shelters had encountered few. Even the Dragon Country shelter had successfully hunted one, but at a great cost. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. What kind of outrageous luck did he have? In less than a week, he had encountered 2 star-level magical beasts. This kind of luck was no longer suitable to be described with an African chieftain. Saying he was the Lord of Wakanda was more appropriate. Jiang Sun chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then he thought of Walla, who could scare off the Shamat bear with just a glance. He had basically confirmed that when he encountered the bear on the first day, it was most likely Walla who had come to his rescue. So, Walla's level was higher than that of the Shamat bear, and above star level was the moon level. Jiang Sun's heart suddenly jolted. This was no longer a rebellious child. This was simply a foster parent. Magical beasts at the moon level were ones that most people had hardly even heard of. No wonder my shelter can be rated as S-class. It's all thanks to Walla, I guess. Jiang Sun muttered to himself, feeling a bit down. He originally thought he had improved the rating, but now it seems he is clearly the one dragging the team down. He thought about it and felt it made sense. After all, in his personal information, the word dim light was glaringly displayed. This means that, in the system's judgment, he is not even a match for Firefly-level magical beasts. Probably on the same level as the rabbit that was used as juice by the venom spider today. What a situation. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun gritted his teeth. As the master of the Green Mountain, how can he be on the same level as a rabbit? A sense of frustration arose, and he dejectedly rubbed his hair. He really needed to bring Walla back. With it around, the safety of his shelter would increase dozens of times. Not wanting to dwell on things that would only upset him further, Jiang Sun turned around and began to pack his harvest, putting everything into a small wooden box. What else could he do? Life goes on. He carried the box out of the small cabin, casually closed the door, and then walked towards the shelter. He planned to treat this place as a temporary residence. At least staying overnight shouldn't be a problem. If worst comes to worst, he could wait for the materials to come for building houses, as these were clearly not ordinary wood. As Jiang Sun walked, he released gathering technique. He intended to create a path from the small cabin directly to the shelter. At the same time, he pondered the issue of upgrading the shelter. According to the information from the revelation, a level 4 shelter can choose suitable magical buildings for direct fusion, and so-called magical buildings. While his giant tree hole definitely counts as one, but this also proves that places with magical buildings are generally guarded by high-level magical beasts. If the guarding magical beasts are at the bright moon level, then humanity would be in big trouble. After upgrading to a level 3 shelter, it would be unrealistic to challenge bright moon-level magical beasts. Sticking to the current level without upgrading is also not very realistic. After all, just the first nationwide disaster requires a level 3 shelter to withstand. What about the even bigger disasters to come? Not upgrading would definitely not hold up. Jiang Sun felt a bit helpless. It dawned on him how difficult this path was. He couldn't even think of any methods other than teaming up with Walla. It seems he really needed to develop quickly, and then take Walla to seize another bright moon magical beast territory. He did not intend to look for a stationary residence. The void train and giant sailboat he saw in the revelation were clearly better. Chapter 25, A Fraud? Huff. Jiang Sun let out a sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His gaze fell directly on the messy plot of land in front of him, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. No, in other people's fields, the land is as neat as a chessboard. How did it end up like this in his case? In front of him, the few dozen square meters of land had been turned over, but the pits varied in size, making the surface look uneven. Don't even mention neatness. From a high vantage point, one could believe it was a complicated magic array. Jiang Sun slammed the wooden flintstone hoe into the ground, feeling somewhat distressed as he looked at his labor results. The first thing he did upon returning was find a piece of hard wood to repair the hoe. Then he swung the hoe and got to work. The land, looking like it had been chewed by a dog, was the result of 2 hours of hard work. He confirmed that he had no clue about planting crops at all. It seemed simple, but it was not just a matter of hoeing the ground and watering it. He didn't even know how to sow seeds, let alone control humidity and temperature. It seemed he had to find someone knowledgeable to consult. Jiang Sun shook his head helplessly, abandoning the idea of continuing to study it. Otherwise, if he accidentally wasted these 20-star level seeds, he wouldn't know where to cry. So he picked up the Magic Wasteland Handbook and opened the Friends tab. However, he found only a few people inside. He realized that his social circle was actually quite pitiful. Who could he ask about farming? Ask Zhou Tsangyan? There must be relevant talents in the Dragon Kingdom's shelter. But if he asked about this, wouldn't his hard-earned prestige drop sharply? Moreover, from what he knew about Zhou Tsangyan, that guy would definitely shove a pile of food at him without hesitation. How could that be okay? The favor from the Lord of Qingshan could not be repaid so easily. Jiang Sun continued to scroll down and saw Zhao Tingtao's name. He decided to give it a try and sent a message to Zhao Tingtao. Jiang Sun, do you know how to farm? Zhao Tingtao, what the heck? What can I farm in this freezing weather? Plus, I grew up in the city. How would I know about this? Jiang Sun, then what do you eat? Doesn't it need to be sustainable? Zhao Tingtao, Icefield reindeer meat, 131. Frost wolf meat, 25. Snow rabbit meat, 18. You out of food? I can spare you some. Jiang Sun, not for now. Thinking of Zhao Tingtao's towering figure, over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 200 pounds, Jiang Sun quickly shook his head. Well, if he ever had questions about how to catch wild boars with bare hands, he would ask him then. Farming was better left alone. Jiang Sun searched for a suitable person for a long time, but couldn't find anyone. He could only try to seek help in the regional communication channel. He edited a message. Is there anyone who knows how to farm? After thinking for a moment, he deleted it and changed it to Qingshan Organization Seeking Agricultural Experts. Please DM with past experiences. Well, that sounds much more prestigious. As the anonymous message was sent out, the regional chat channel suddenly fell eerily silent for a few seconds, then was instantly flooded with messages. Ha ha. Another person pretending to be Shan. Everyone line up to laugh at him. Dying of laughter, bro. Your message is so outdated. Everyone is bored of pretending these days. And you want past experiences? Ha 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 ha. I'm an academician from the Agricultural Research Institute. Do you believe it? No, bro. How long has it been since you browsed the channel? This joke is so old. Everyone is immune to it. You're the 15th one today, so what? Do you have to pay 10 units of raw wood as membership fee to join your Shan? Seeing this long string of messages, Jiang-sun couldn't help but frown. Indeed, he had been quite busy these days, and Han-Ti had much time to chat in the group. This also left him quite out of the loop. In fact, when he thought about it, among the 5 enlightening messages at that time, 4 sent out by official shelters from top countries in Blue Star. Only one was sent in his name as the Shan organization. In the days that followed, countless people were crazy discussing what Shan was. The popularity was so high that it showed no signs of waning for days. However, the hotter the topic, the more trouble it brought. As the topic heated up, numerous new types of scams pretending to be Shan surfaced. Although many people were deceived at first, they quickly became immune within a few days. Jiang-sun rubbed his temples, not blaming everyone for not believing it. After all, he hadn't considered the importance of clarification. He should have released a clarification message at the time of the announcement, which would have spared many people from being scammed. Of course, those who were deceived were not exactly clever people. He picked up the magic book and sent out another anonymous message. Anonymous. The Shan organization has never publicly recruited personnel. Please be informed. This time he attached item information, World Revelation Shelter, to the message. This item could not be faked, and everyone could click to view the specific information. Jiang-sun already sensed the upheaval that the first public appearance of the Shan organization would cause. Fortunately, he had enabled anonymity in advance. The anonymous feature is an additional function of the Level 1 chat channel of the Blue Star Council. The messages he sent could be indirectly sent through the channel, effectively avoiding being bombarded by countless messages. He wondered how the Dragon Kingdom officials got their hands on such advanced channels. The features were so useful. Jiang-sun made up his mind. In the future, when he had money, he would set one up for Shan too. As the message was sent out, the regional channel eerily fell silent for a few seconds again. Then more messages appeared. Ha ha ha. This fool is still putting on a show. Please be informed. Everyone continued to laugh at him. Ha ha ha. Big shot. We have nothing to do with the guy upstairs. Are you really from Shan? Is Shan still recruiting? Yes, big shot. What are the conditions to join the Shan organization? We can bring investment to join. Ah, you're really from Shan. Everyone come and worship. Worship the big shot. We've seen a real person. Everyone thought it was a scam these days. No, what is wrong with you guys? Haven't there been enough scammers claiming to be from Shan? Why are you still playing along with him? Big shot. The fool upstairs really has nothing to do with us. May I ask, what are the conditions to join Shan? Yes, may I ask what kind of organization Shan is? I have 10 points in dual attributes. Not sure if I qualify to join. 10 points in attributes, and you want to join? What a joke. I have 15 points in strength. Big shot, look at me. Don't think about it. I have a friend in the Dragon Kingdom shelter. He said that people from Shan are real geniuses, the kind that could go to the heavens and the earth before the crossover. Huh? Is that so? Then big shot. Do you need someone to warm your bed? IM 171, 55, 36, e. Please take me in. Sister, come to me. I'll take care of you. Get lost. Where did this frog come from that doesn't know to look at itself? Don't you have a mirror or a urinal? Sure enough. Serious matters cannot be discussed here. The more they talked, the more off track it became. Jiang-sun sighed helplessly and leaned weakly against the simple grass mat. The cold sensation beneath him made him feel uncomfortable all over. Warm a bed? What joke? Where's there a bed for you to warm? Jiang-sun turned over restlessly, crossed his legs, and opened the trading channel of the magic book. He thought to himself, since the prices of basic resources are still decent right now, he should quickly buy some daily necessities. At the very least, he needed to get a bed set back. Otherwise, how could he get by? Chapter 26, Nest of a Young Dragon. And the True Expert. When Jiang-sun opened the trading channel, he discovered an array of strange and unusual items, but most of them were just trivial gadgets. For example, there was a magic candle holder that could change the color of flames based on the room's atmosphere, and a magic clothes rack that automatically organized clothes. To Jiang Sun, these are just the magical world's versions of ambience lights and storage machines. He felt speechless. Such items would definitely be considered groundbreaking in the past Blue Star, and would be wildly sought after by countless top-tier individuals. However, in this magical wasteland filled with novelties, these items were truly of little use. On the contrary, the food and safety that were previously readily available were what everyone desired most. Jiang Sun sighed and continued to search for what he wanted. He had just checked his inventory and found he still had nearly 1,000 logs. He planned to take advantage of the high material value now and splurge a bit. After all, once the materials for the magic power collector were delivered, he wouldn't have to worry about these basic supplies anymore. Everyone knew which was more useful, materials or crystals. Jiang Sun first searched for attribute food. There were some available, but the prices were outrageous. Some even required star-level materials for exchange. It was understandable, considering that in this dangerous wasteland, the most important thing was, of course, to preserve one's life. The next priority was to enhance one's strength. So at this stage, people either used these items directly or kept them for emergencies, trading them only when absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel grateful to Walla. He nearly clasped his hands together and whispered a thank you to the sky. Then he casually bought an item called Magic Climbing Frame. This item looked like a cat climbing frame. It was said that pets playing on it for a long time could slightly boost their agility attribute. He didn't know if Walla would like it. Jiang Sun wore a fatherly smile. He originally planned to buy a dog bed, but then thought that since squirrels loved climbing trees, a cat climbing frame was obviously more suitable. After all, it was only 10 units of logs. After purchasing the magic climbing frame and placing it against the wall, he continued to search for beds. Instantly, various bed options popped up, dazzling him. Jiang Sun patiently browsed for a long time and was ultimately captivated by a bed called Nest of the Young Dragon. Nest of the Young Dragon type, facility level, star, glimmer, firefly star, bright moon. Effect: sleeping in the Nest of the Young Dragon greatly alleviates mental fatigue. Long-term use can also increase the maximum magic power value, with a low probability of triggering unknown effects. Remarks: infused with the essence of young dragons, it allows you to feel as if under the protection of the Dragon Clan. Seeing that this bed was actually at the star level made Jiang Sun's heart race with excitement. But when he saw the price, a hefty 500 basic materials, he hesitated. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and bought it. Not for any other reason, but simply because the name sounded incredibly comforting. Jiang Sun had had enough of that tattered straw mat. Moreover, this was the highest level bed he could find. According to the seller, she had to upgrade her shelter because she lived with her daughter. Otherwise, she would never sell it. It was only then Jiang Sun realized that children without self-care abilities would be teleported together with their parents. He couldn't help but click his tongue, and a peculiar thought flashed through his mind. If the teleportation determination in the magical world is based on blood relations, could there be children who are inexplicably teleported to their neighbors or friends? He couldn't even imagine how beautiful that scene would be. A lush green landscape. As the transaction completed, a flash of light occurred, and the massive bed was instantly teleported in front of Jiang Sun. He focused his gaze. Goodness, no wonder it was called Nest of the Young Dragon. The main body of this bed was actually 3/4 of a gigantic eggshell. The entire eggshell seemed to be a part directly transported from the lair of some ancient dragon, filled with the feeling of the passage of time. The eggshell still retained faint magical patterns, shimmering with a weak glow. The longest part of the eggshell was about 3 meters long, and the narrowest part was 2 meters wide. The jagged edges had been carefully polished smooth. In the middle, it was filled with an unknown soft material. The only regret Jiang Sun had was that there was no matching bedding inside the eggshell. He would still have to spend money to buy a set of 4 pieces. Once the giant egg-shaped bed was placed in the room, the originally small space felt even more crowded. But Jiang Sun didn't care. How could someone who couldn't eat well or sleep well have the mood to do anything else? So he eagerly jumped onto the bed. Feeling the magical power contained within the dragon egg, he secretly rejoiced at his good fortune. Even without the bedding, the interior structure was incredibly soft. As he lay down, a warm and gentle force seeped from the bed, enveloping his entire body, as if being gently embraced by magical power. Jiang Sun's eyes even welled up a bit. Indeed, those with wealth and power can always eat well, drink well, and sleep well, no matter where they are. Reluctantly leaving the bed, Jiang Sun knew he hadn't completed his main task. After all, he had only satisfied one of the three basic survival needs: eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. Having a stable food source was the most important thing at this stage. So he opened the subchannel of the Blue Star Council and began checking the newly received friend requests. To his surprise, he found that the number of friend requests was a staggering 18,372, almost 20,000. It should be noted that the regional channel, where he sent messages, had only about 10,000 participants. Where did this additional 10,000 come from? Not thinking too much, Jiang Sun started searching for the keyword expert. After filtering, there were still 13,000 entries left. This was manageable. Jiang Sun grinned. He then casually blocked all the messages containing the word expert. As everyone knows, anything labeled as an expert significantly decreases in credibility. After all, truly capable people usually do not refer to themselves as experts. Jiang Sun continued to browse, and the remaining 5,000 entries were still a bit overwhelming. After filtering through several more keywords, he finally saw the information he was looking for. The message wasn't filled with dubious introductions, but contained only one sentence. In a magical world, everything revolves around magic power. By using the appropriate methods to blend it, one can significantly increase the survival rate of crops. Moreover, the message even included the blending method. Jiang Sun was taken aback. Since he was anonymous, he couldn't see the other party's specific information. But just based on this unique knowledge and ability, this person was definitely someone with real talent and skills. Jiang Sun quickly blocked the other messages and replied, "Your message is highly valuable. What do you hope to gain from me?" Before confirming the other party's background, he didn't want to prematurely expose his personal information. The other party replied quickly, "I don't need anything anymore. It's already great to be able to pass on this knowledge and help more people survive." Hearing this tone, Jiang Sun's heart suddenly trembled. From this tone, it seemed that the other party's current situation was quite dire. They might even be in life-threatening danger at any moment. Chapter 27. Qin Geng Yun. At this moment, in a cave, an old man leaned against a rock wall, looking extremely weak. The cave was quite small, only about 3 to 4 square meters. Inside, there were only a few vines emitting a faint glow, barely illuminating the interior. It was a decent refuge, but its entrance had been completely blocked by a massive stone. The old man was trapped here, unable to escape. At that moment, he received a message. "Are you facing any difficulties? Do you need help? Food, water, or safety? We can provide for you." Upon seeing Jiang Sun's message, the old man mustered the strength to shift his body slightly. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes, but it quickly faded. He knew that his situation had reached a dead end. Even if he received some water and food, it would only prolong his life for a few more days. He couldn't return to the shelter, and in a few days, he would still be torn to pieces by the tide of magical energy. He was a botanist from Blue Star. A few days ago, after arriving in this world, he was filled with a strong desire to explore and study everything around him. He quickly achieved some results. However, a few days ago, an accident during an exploration trapped him in this cave. Today marked the 3rd day. During this time, he had attempted to call for help and to save himself multiple times, but none were successful. Everyone was too far apart to assist one another, and with his own 80-year-old body, he couldn't possibly move the massive stone blocking the entrance. After days without a drop of water, his body had reached its limit. Until now, Jiang Sun had contacted him, but at this point, he no longer held any hope of being rescued. He only wished to encounter someone influential to convey his findings. This way, perhaps more people could survive. The old man struggled to open his manual and saw Jiang Sun's message. He muttered to himself, "What a good kid. So still, don't let him be burdened any further. I'm just an old man about to die. If more young people can live, there's hope for Blue Star." He laboriously propped himself up, but his eyes were filled with regret. If only I could have a little more time with the technology here. How many people could be saved from starving? Then he made a decision, picked up the magic book, and shakily replied to Jiang Sun, "If possible, I hope you can contact the Dragon Country shelter to convey my findings. I no longer need food. It's hard for you to find something to eat. If you have any agricultural questions, feel free to ask me. But it needs to be quick. This. Jiang Sun saw the reply and immediately felt a pang of sadness. Such a talented person who cared for the world, even unwilling to burden others in dire straits. Now, he was being tormented by this world, losing hope and nearing death. This damned world. He immediately stopped hesitating and quickly added the other party as a friend. Ding. You have accepted Qin Gengyun's friend request, and your information will be disclosed to the other party. Who? Qin Gengyun. Old Qin. The moment he saw the name, Jiang Sun's eyes widened. After all, he was very familiar with this name. Old Qin was a renowned agricultural expert in Dragon Country. His resume, titles, and honors were all longer than Jiang Sun's life. At the age of 80, Old Qin was truly a person who dedicated his life to humanity. Calling him a modern-day Shinnong would not be an exaggeration. So, Jiang Sun quickly sent a message. Old Qin, I didn't expect it to be you. I will definitely convey your message. Please tell me what difficulties you are facing. Maybe I can help. Then, Qin Gengyun received a message prompt. Ding. Jiang Sun is trading you an Emerald Spirit Fruit 1. Meat steak 500G, juicy berries 10. Jiang Sun had made up his mind. Even if he couldn't do it himself, he would seek help from the official shelter to rescue Old Qin. This was a towering figure in agriculture, someone he had admired since childhood. If he didn't do something, he couldn't even pass his own conscience. Moreover, he didn't even need to come up with a solution himself. He just had to notify Zhou Tsangyan. The official Dragon Country shelter would do everything possible to rescue Old Qin. But by that time, Old Qin would have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly replied, Old Qin, please focus on recovering your health. Then let me know your current situation. We will definitely find a way to save you. Also, I wonder if you would be willing to join the Qingshan organization. We are dedicated to exploring the world and are also part of the Blue Star Council, contributing to humanity on Blue Star. Seeing Jiang Sun's message, a glimmer of hope emerged in Qin Gengyun's somewhat cloudy eyes. To live means no one wants to die. Perhaps they really had a way to save him. After all, this world was full of miraculous things. He wanted to see more. So, Qin Gengyun strained his body and briefly described his situation to Jiang Sun. After hesitating for a moment, he accepted the supplies Jiang Sun sent. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun, after hearing Qin Gengyun's description, was filled with joy. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? He just happened to have a solution. After all, if Old Qin was surrounded by magical beasts or in a dangerous place, he wouldn't have a good way to help and would have to seek assistance from the official shelter. But in this situation, TSK, the first expert of Qingshan has just arrived. Jiang Sun quickly replied, Old Qin, I have a way to save you. Please eat the food and regain your strength. Hearing Jiang Sun say he had a way to save him, Qin Gengyun became a bit excited. After considering it, he immediately decided to join Qingshan. After all, without Jiang Sun, he definitely wouldn't be able to wait for others' rescue. If the official Dragon Country shelter had the ability to rescue him, they would have contacted him long ago. Then he heard a message come through. Ding. Jiang Sun is trading you a flowing light 1. Jiang Sun, Old Qin, please check the staff's abilities, then eat the Emerald Spirit Fruit to increase some attributes. He even considered that Old Qin might not be able to use it due to insufficient magical energy. After hearing Jiang Sun's words, Qin Gengyun immediately began to check the attributes of the flowing light and the spirit fruit. How amazing! He secretly praised. At the same time, he was filled with more curiosity and anticipation for this world and Qingshan. After a while, Ding! Qin Gengyun is trading you a flowing light 1. Upon seeing the staff traded back, Jiang Sun immediately felt happy. It seemed Old Qin had successfully escaped, so he quickly sent a message. Jiang Sun, Old Qin, have you successfully made out? Qin Gengyun, yes, I'm out now. There are some gaps in the stone that allow me to see outside. Thank you so much. If you need anything from me, feel free to ask. This old body is yours. Qin Gengyun's words were filled with determination and gratitude, and Jiang Sun felt a warm flow in his heart upon hearing this. He knew that people like Old Qin were precious assets for him, for Qingshan, and for all of humanity on Blue Star. So he quickly replied, Old Qin, you are too polite. You should take good care of yourself. and stay safe. Your knowledge and experience are what we need the most. Also, you don't need to worry about the materials for the shelter upgrade. I'll provide them for you, so you can focus on your research. Your expertise in botany, especially regarding the plants of this world, will be of great help to us." After hearing this, Qin Gingyun became even more determined. He said, "I'll head back to the shelter to prepare, and then I'll get started as soon as possible. By the way, Jiang Sun, do you have any specific plans or things I need to know about?" Jiang Sun thought for a moment and replied, "We have obtained a type of seed and hope to find a suitable planting method." After saying this, he sent over the information about the seeds and asked some basic planting questions. Since Qin Lao has already become one of us, there is nothing to hide. He would never believe that someone like Qin Lao would betray him. After discussing some details, they ultimately decided to split the 20 Moonlight Valley spike seeds into two parts. Both sides would begin planting and conduct some cross-experiments. This also serves as a kind of insurance, so that a single mistake wouldn't lead to the complete loss of the seeds. After sending Qin Lao 200 basic materials for upgrading the tent, Jiang Sun also used the methods he learned to till the land again and then planted the Moonlight Valley spike seeds. When he looked up again, it was already dark. Jiang Sun returned to the house and laid down in the huge dragon egg, falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 28: The Dragon's Gift. Jiang Sun only felt his body gradually sinking. Soft murmurs and gentle singing seemed to echo in his ears. These sounds gradually converged into a melodious piece of music in his ears, leading him into an unprecedented deep sleep. In his dream, he found himself in an expansive sky. His hands and feet disappeared, transforming into powerful wings and strong claws. He flapped his wings and soared above the sky. Below him was a dazzling ocean of magic. He wanted to shout loudly, but what came out of his mouth was a deep, resonant dragon's roar. He wove through the clouds, gliding past countless magical flying creatures, watching them flee in terror. He landed in a jungle, kicking up a cloud of dust, and his high-pitched dragon's roar startled all the beasts into submission. In the depths of this dream, Jiang Sun seemed to truly transform into a dragon, feeling an unprecedented sense of freedom and power. When Jiang Sun woke up, the sky was already lightening. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, casting a golden glow on his young dragon's nest. It gilded the giant dragon egg bed with a layer of brilliance. Jiang Sun felt invigorated, as if all his fatigue had vanished overnight. He sat up and vaguely felt that some changes had occurred in his body. Not daring to delay, he quickly checked his personal information. Personal information name: Jiang Sun. Level: Glimmer, Glimmer, Firefly, Star, Bright Moon. Strength: 871. Agility: 871. Stamina: 871. Intelligence: 22, 1651. Magic power: 1000. Recovery speed: 501505050 points. Skills: Gathering. Level 327. Status: Dragon's Gift. Your four-dimensional attributes permanently increase by 1 point, and your magic power limit permanently increases by 200 points. 420 hours. Your four-dimensional attributes temporarily increase by 1 point, and your stamina recovery speed increases by 300. Wow! Seeing the changes in his attributes, Jiang Sun exclaimed in surprise, and then kissed the eggshell. What huge profit! He had only slept on the new bed for 1 night, and had triggered the special effect of the young dragon's nest. If the seller knew, they would surely regret it. After all, the permanently increased 4 points of attributes and 200 points of magic power were not something a mere 500 pieces of wood could compare to, not to mention the additional attributes for a day. Furthermore, the special effect of the young dragon's nest could be triggered more than once. If it could be triggered several times every day, then he wouldn't need to do anything else, just sleep every day. Before long, he could be punching the bright moon and stepping on the stars. No wonder he found the young dragon's nest more and more pleasing to the eye at the time. It turns out this bed was destined for him. Suppressing his increasingly perverted smile, Jiang Sun knew this was impossible. However, he couldn't help but ponder, could it be that he really was the child of the world? After all, the benefits came too suddenly. He stretched lazily and then jumped down from the bed, tidied himself up, and prepared to go out. After all, The duration of this dragon's gift was only 1 day. If he didn't do something quickly, this tripled stamina recovery buff would go to waste. Before leaving, Jiang Sun checked the time. Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 5. 7 o'clock a.m. Night. 15 to 6 o'clock day. 6 to 1500 hours. The daytime had increased by an hour. But Jiang Sun had also slept an hour longer. There was nothing he could do. The new bed was too comfortable. Compared to this, young dragon's nest. The grass mat was simply a dimensional blow. So Jiang Sun rolled up the mat and tossed it at the door. He planned to dry it and use it for kindling later. He then flipped to the weather section and carefully checked. Weather, temperature, 10 to 28 weather conditions, clear blue sky, significant fluctuations in magical energy. Wind level, gentle breeze, magical atmosphere. A gentle breeze mingled with echoes of ancient spells, as if every wisp of wind carried whispers of magic. Star omens. The stars are arranged in a mysterious magical maze, twinkling with guiding light, indicating endless possibilities for exploration and discovery. Interesting. Jiang Sun felt that the magical atmosphere and star omens in the weather section were very useful information. However, he couldn't understand their meanings at all, so he could only check them daily to see if he could find any patterns. The communication channel was as lively as ever, as this was the most frequently used channel. Everyone was discussing their discoveries. When I used gathering, it actually told me the release failed. What is going on? I also failed once, and I only got half my magic power back. What a loss. I focus on strength attributes, but when I attacked a firewolf just now, I couldn't even trigger. Heavy hit. Almost got hurt. Can someone explain why this is happening? I think it might be related to the weather conditions in the weather section. I think so too. The significant fluctuations in magical energy might cause the fluctuations in our internal magic power. That's right. I got a magic scroll that says people with lower attributes are more affected by the magical atmosphere. Oh, so that's how it is. Learn something new? Thanks, Big Shot. Big Shot, you're a good person. May the cow spirit bless you. Looks like today, I'll focus on basic attacks to avoid being backstabbed by the weather. After reading everyone's discussions, Jiang Sun quickly took notes. It seemed he needed to brush up on the channel more often. These silly netizens had some real insights. He hurried outside and tried using gathering twice, finding that he didn't encounter any release failure. However, when using Star Flash, the sluggish feeling was even more pronounced than yesterday. Jiang Sun immediately canceled his plan to explore the other red circle today. After all, he was facing a bright, moon-level magical beast, and even a slight delay could cost him his life. So he decided against it. Should he look for Walla? Jiang Sun felt a bit tempted, but after thinking it over, he also gave up this idea. He wasn't sure if Walla would want to stay with him. If he rashly sought out Walla, it would be considered intruding into the territory of a powerful magical beast, which might even make Walla dislike him. What kind of situation was that? Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt like a parent whose children had long been working far away. Forget it, the child has grown up, so he should disturb their life less. Jiang Sun turned his back, hunching over and carrying a basket as he walked into the distance. After thinking it over, he turned back and left a large handful of milk candies at the door. This was already the production output for 3 days. There was no one to eat them. What a shame. Come home and visit more often. Unfilial child. Half an hour later, Jiang Sun cautiously explored in one direction, stepping carefully. There was no longer any path beneath his feet. Previously, the map of the small cabin marked that there used to be a mine in this direction. Moreover, it should be a fairly important resource, with a few lines of text annotations nearby. Of course, he had no idea what it said. He couldn't read. What nonsense was written? In this magical world, Jiang Sun currently only recognized the 2 characters for shelter. Still the knowledge force-fed by the system. He has 2 plans today. One is to explore the mining area, and the other is to find sources of water for irrigation and drinking. The mining area is the main objective, as other resources may have long disappeared over time. However, the ore resources are unlikely to have vanished. After all, compared to the billions of years of formation of minerals, a few decades is nothing. Secondly, water sources are also one of the goals of this exploration, but this can only be left to chance. After all, the flow of rivers in the forest is very small, and finding them relies on luck. Moreover, even if he finds one, he must be extremely careful when collecting it. Water sources are places that magical beasts will definitely visit. In fact, water resources are not difficult to obtain now. If worst comes to worst, he can buy some ice blocks directly from Zhao Tingtao, right? The washing water for the past few days has come from that. Jiang Sun always grips the flowing light staff in his hand, not daring to let his guard down. In such places, being cautious is never too much. If it weren't for his vigilance last time, he might have become juice for the venomous spider. Thinking of the venomous spider, Jiang Sun shivered. Its hunting method is too brutal. Once he has an attack skill, he will definitely kill it first. As he walked, Jiang Sun felt the ground beneath his feet gradually hardening. The vegetation also became somewhat sparse. It seems that the mining area is not far away. Finally, after pushing aside a tangle of vines, Jiang Sun's view opened up. Chapter 29. Giant mine before him lay a vast, abandoned mining area. It was overgrown with weeds, littered with stones, and several dilapidated mine shafts were scattered irregularly throughout. Signs of collapse were evident everywhere, clearly caused by unregulated mining practices. Jiang Sun cautiously stepped into the mining area. The flowing light staff in his hand emitted a faint glow, illuminating his surroundings. As expected of old Qin, this flashlight is quite handy, he thought to himself. This method was taught to him by old Qin, whose initial weapon was also a staff. Carefully controlling the input of magic power, the tip of the flowing light staff gradually formed a small nightlight. Jiang Sun looked around, beginning to search for mineral resources. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a piece of ore that was partially exposed. The surface of the ore emitted a faint blue light, making it quite conspicuous. Jiang Sun's heart stirred, and he quickly retreated behind a large rock, observing stealthily. This stone looked full of radiation. If it were on Blue Star, Jiang Sun would definitely turn and run. But this was in a magical wasteland world. It is well known that in the magical world, all glowing items are basically treasures. Badalala energy, Saruka, rubble. The shameful spell slipped out of Jiang Sun's mouth, who had no sense of shame. Whoosh, a flash of light passed, and a small part of the large rock tens of meters away instantly shattered into pieces. Stones rolled down, among which were two pieces of or emitting a faint halo. Jiang Sun crouched down and continued to observe for a while. After confirming that the activity of gathering technique did not attract any magical beasts, he carefully stood up and made his way over. He picked up the glowing stones and examined them closely. He found that the texture of the ore in his hand was very hard, with the surface covered in fine patterns. A thought crossed his mind, and the information about the stone immediately appeared before his eyes. Obsidian or 2-type, magical or level. Firefly characteristics, hard remark, can be refined into hard obsidian. An excellent material for crafting magical tools. Confirming that it was a good find, Jiang Sun quickly tucked the ore into his pocket. However, he didn't touch the ordinary stones scattered all over the ground. That would be foolish. Only a fool would drag such things back. Isn't it better to trade them on the spot later? Jiang Sun silently gave himself a thumbs up for his wisdom. After all, basic resources are hard currency, so there would be no trouble selling them. Taking advantage of the cool-down time of gathering technique, Jiang Sun continued to venture deeper. Since this was a mine, there should be more resources. Sure enough, as he continued to delve deeper, several mine pits taller than 2 people appeared before him. Points of light leaked from the pits, indicating that there was definitely something there. Scattered around the pit entrance were some mining tools. Though most were in a state of decay, Jiang Sun crushed a pickaxe underfoot. He noticed that these tools were of much poorer quality than those found near the small wooden house. The tools near the wooden house had endured decades of environmental erosion and were still usable. They only showed signs of weathering. Jiang Sun picked up a stone scattered on the ground and threw it into the mine shaft. He then quickly retreated 10 meters, hiding behind a patch of bushes, his eyes fixed on the mine entrance. After the spider incident, Jiang Sun felt that he had developed a persecution complex. There are always unscrupulous people trying to harm me. The world is full of dangers. Sure enough, with a dull thud of a stone hitting the ground, a sharp, high-pitched howl came from the mine pit. Soon after, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps followed. Jiang Sun's heart tightened, and he quickly held his breath, pressing his body tightly against the grass, afraid of being discovered by the creatures inside. Then, several creatures resembling rats but the size of small dogs dashed out of the mine. "What big rats!" Jiang Sun silently exclaimed. The eyes of the large rats glowed with a faint green light in the night, and their sharp teeth were exposed, making them appear particularly ferocious. These creatures were clearly startled by the sound of the falling stones and were searching for the source of the threat. Jiang Sun furrowed his brow. Earth mice? This was a name he had learned from the Blue Star Council channel. Although these rat-like animals were not strong individually, they were numerous and often acted in groups, making them very troublesome for a lone survivor. Fortunately, it seemed these earth mice had not detected the hidden Jiang Sun. After searching around for a while and finding nothing unusual, they squeaked and returned to the mine. Seeing this, Jiang Sun let out a quiet sigh of relief. After confirming the earth mice had completely disappeared, he slowly stood up from the bushes, secretly glad for his caution. He immediately lost the desire to explore the mine. After all, these large rats were scavengers. Not only was there no profit, but their meat was also toxic. Robbing them would be a waste of time and magic power. Jiang Sun then got up and carefully bypassed the mine shaft inhabited by the earth mice, continuing to explore further. Soon, he arrived at an even larger mine pit. This pit was deeper than the previous ones, seemingly reaching the earth's core. More mining tools were scattered around the edge of the pit, and there were even some stones that looked ancient, quietly lying there. Jiang Sun cautiously approached, noticing that these runestone fragments were emitting faint magical fluctuations. Clearly, they were not ordinary stones. He carefully picked one up, but it crumbled to powder in his hand. What a pity! Jiang Sun sighed helplessly, speculating that these stones were also ores. However, over time, their magical power had completely dissipated. It seemed that magical materials would turn to dust once they lost the support of magical energy. This must be what the magical cottage's warehouse referred to as the loss of magic power. Jiang Sun immediately noted this in his mind. It seemed the warehouse was more important than he had imagined. He looked at the deep cave entrance. This massive mine clearly produced a lot of resources. If there are benefits to be had, why not take advantage of them? Old rules apply. Use stones to probe. He casually tossed a fist-sized stone, measuring the size of the cave entrance, and with hands and feet, pushed a stone about the height of his calf. This size should be able to probe to the bottom. Jiang Sun scratched his head, feeling it was about right. After all, the bigger the object, the louder the sound feedback. This is a principle everyone understands. He then pushed the stone down. Watching the stone roll down, Jiang Sun turned and ran, even casting Star Flash. It wasn't until he was 50 meters away that he crouched behind a stone. It wasn't that he was cowardly. After all, a nest of large rats lived in a mine taller than a person. Who knew what else lived in such a large cave? As the stone rolled down, the echoing sound came back. Thud, thud, thud. Clang, clang, clang. Splash. Huh, there's water. Jiang Sun tilted his ear to listen for a while, realizing that no vibrations or roars were coming from the mine. He immediately felt a surge of joy. There's hope. It can be entered. He crouched down and approached the cave entrance, pushing several large stones down. Splash. Splash. Following several sounds of splashing water, after confirming there was still no strange movement, Jiang Sun finally felt at ease. He stared at the dark mine, tightened his grip on the staff, and took a deep breath. Although anxious, he resolutely walked in. After all, since he was already here, it wouldn't be right to leave without any rewards. As he stepped into the mine, a faint musty smell, mixed with the unique scent of minerals, rushed toward him. The cave was dim and dark, and Jiang Sun could only rely on the light from his glowing staff to move forward. He carefully navigated around the stones in the cave, afraid of triggering any traps. Along the way, he set up some loose stones as a warning device. If any other creatures touched the stones, he would be alerted in advance. As he went deeper, the air in the cave gradually became stuffy. The bizarre cave plants also began to multiply. More and more glowing ores appeared on the uneven rock walls, intertwined with the luminous plants, creating a vibrant scene. Jiang Sun's smile grew increasingly bold. This was all money. However, he temporarily ignored the ores in the cave. He was afraid that one careless move would bury him alive. At this depth, no one would come to rescue him. After walking for nearly 10 more minutes, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water not far ahead. Chapter 30. the pool, and the bones, an underground river. Jiang Sun became excited, achieving 2 goals in one exploration. My luck has also turned for the better. As he walked slowly to the bottom of the cave, he indeed discovered a small underground river flowing gently under the glow. It's not quite right to call it a river, as it was only a dozen centimeters wide. The water volume was small, eventually gathering into a pit, forming a small pool. The pool had a volume of about 10 cubic meters, and the water was clear and transparent, looking very suitable for drinking and irrigation. Jiang Sun hurriedly approached and scooped up a handful of spring water to examine it closely. Rock Spirit Spring, 137 milliliters type, natural resource level, firefly effect, extremely high purity. Long-term consumption can slightly increase physical fitness and restore a small amount of magic power. Note, originating from the depths of ancient mineral veins, this is a gift of nature, often used by alchemists as a base for potions due to its high purity. Good stuff. Jiang Sun excitedly looked around. Then he awkwardly realized that he didn't have a container to store the water. What to do? He felt like he had a serious problem. Who goes out looking for water without a water bottle? He quickly pulled out his magic Wasteland handbook and opened a trading channel to look for options. Name: hardwood water bucket, firefly. Function: sturdy tin L water bucket. Note: exchange for 100 logs, no bargaining. Name: sheepskin water bag, firefly. Function: 40L foldable water bag, lightweight and durable. Can change shape, suitable for travel. Note: exchange for attribute fruit, only 2 available, buy quickly. Name: bluestone water tank, firefly. Function: 5000 L large water tank, immovable. Can slightly purify water resources. Note: exchange for food for 2 for 10 days, no restrictions on meat or vegetables, no bargaining. There are many good items. Many people were selling containers for storing water, and they even came with nice additional effects. But Jiang Sun didn't have any basic resources on him right now. After all, he was out exploring. He couldn't possibly carry dozens of logs, right? What to do? Just drink and forget about it? Jiang Sun looked at the pool expressionlessly, a wave of enmity flashing through his mind. He couldn't just run over to drink a few sips every day, and he didn't want to pass through that group of giant rats every day. He had no money to buy a bucket, and even if he bought one, he couldn't take much. Even if he took it home, there would be no place to put it. He couldn't just dig a hole in the ground. Hey, suddenly thinking about digging a hole, Jiang Sun had an idea. It's got to be me. So he quickly opened the magic book and edited a message to Zhao Tingtao. Jiang Sun, go find a place to dig a larger ice pit. Zhao Tingtao. Jiang Sun, that's good stuff. Don't dawdle, I'll give you half. Zhao Tingtao, all right, bro. On the other side, Zhao Tingtao, who was as big as a bear, grinned after seeing Jiang Sun's message. He then threw the entire ice field deer he had on his shoulder into the shelter, turned around, picked up his tools, and headed out. Jiang Sun was one of his few friends. Moreover, this old thief was quite wealthy. Since he said it was good stuff, it must be truly valuable. So he picked up the tool made from beast bones and started chiseling a pit in the ice. After a while, Zhao Tingtao finished digging the pit and sent a message to Jiang Sun. Soon after, he heard the system message. Ding, Jiang Sun is trading you Rock Spirit Spring 5T. Do you agree? What the hell? 5 tons. Zhao Tingtao rubbed his sore arms, feeling that this job was worth it. Does this old thief really count good stuff by the ton? Jiang Sun, just keep it there, and when I get back, you give me half. Zhao Tingtao, all right. Bro, I'll take a little less, but you need to hurry, or it will all freeze. Jiang Sun got it. Looking at the pool in front of him, which had suddenly decreased by a large margin, Jiang Sun felt satisfied. It didn't matter to share some of this renewable resource with Zhao Tingtao. After all, at this flow rate, he could come back to collect it every 3 days. And at home, there was only himself and a dozen crops plus old Qin. How much spring water could they use? At this time, Zhao Tingtao happened to be able to help him, and Jiang Sun had always been generous with friends. With the important matter resolved, Jiang Sun continued to walk deeper. Not far ahead should be the bottom of this mine. It would be even better if he could find something else. Holding his staff, Jiang Sun moved lightly through the winding cave. The glow of the staff cast his sneaky shadow on the dark walls. As he delved deeper, a sulfuric smell and a faint odor of decay began to permeate the air. It seemed he was approaching the core area of this ancient mineral vein. Sure enough, after 10 meters, his view suddenly opened up. A relatively spacious underground space appeared before him. This place was entirely different from the narrow passage he had been in before. The cave's ceiling was high and arched. It seemed like a hall carved out by nature underground. In the center of the cave, on a massive natural stone platform, lay a skeleton quietly. Scattered around were several rusted weapons and a few bottles that looked ancient. Jiang Sun was taken aback and didn't rush to approach. Is this? Someone once lived here. No, he quickly dismissed his thought. This environment is completely unsuitable for human survival. Just the oxygen content is a huge problem. Jiang Sun cautiously walked closer, his gaze lingering on the skeleton for a moment. Sure enough, he quickly discovered a problem. The ribcage of the skeleton was actually shattered, and it was broken into many small pieces. It was as if it had performed a chest-crushing act but forgot to put down a stone. Monster attack? Jiang Sun clicked his tongue in secret. How much force would it take? He narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings, wanting to see if the attacker was nearby. Or rather, if the attacker's body was nearby. After all, if this person was injured while alive with such an injury, they definitely wouldn't have been able to walk far. So the battle likely occurred nearby. However, since this human skeleton was intact and not eaten by a monster, the monster skeleton was likely incomplete. As Jiang Sun increased the magical power input to the flowing light, the brilliance emitted by the staff became even more dazzling. The cave environment was clearly revealed before him. Sure enough, not far away, Jiang Sun discovered a massive beast-shaped skeleton. From the skull, this monster was about 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. But now, this beast bone looked even more miserable than the human skeleton. Rather than a skeleton, it was more like a pile of scattered bones. If it weren't for the hard skull retaining some features of the monster, Jiang Sun wouldn't have dared to confirm it. This looks quite brutal, although the result was mutual death. The monster clearly appeared to be the one that was brutally killed. And what about the human skeleton? Did they die from an ambush? Jiang Sun couldn't judge. After all, too much time had passed. One could say there was martial ethics. Just look at how badly you got ambushed. Jiang Sun clicked his tongue, looking at the monster's skeleton with sympathy. Since the crisis had been resolved, he could happily go and rummage through the corpse. Jiang Sun turned and walked toward the human skeleton. Jiang Sun, you were a good person. Skeleton. Jiang Sun, if you have any last wishes, just tell me. I'll try my best to help you fulfill them. Skeleton. Jiang Sun, never mind then. I'll take a bone out for you and help you bury it. At least you'll have a home after death. Without caring whether the skeleton agreed or not, he reached out and broke off a segment of the skeleton's finger and tucked it into his pocket. It's pretty hard. Then Jiang Sun set the basket aside and began to count his gains. Weapons. Broken. He only grabbed the hilt, while the blade remained on the side. Necklace. Still broken. He yanked it apart. Even the ores in his bag had lost their magical support and turned to powder. Jiang Sun was instantly furious. He even thought about taking the finger bone out to give it back to the skeleton. Can't he just not take this job? There's not a single benefit. Who cares about you? As Jiang Sun fumbled around, his disappointment grew larger and larger. Could it be that there's nothing left? Sigh. Suddenly, an ethereal sigh echoed in Jiang Sun's ears. Who? Jiang Sun jumped back more than 2 meters. Is it haunted? His heart started pounding. There were no other living people in this cave besides him. So where did that sigh come from? Then Jiang Sun saw that the skeleton's tightly clenched right hand had actually opened, and in the center of the skeleton's palm lay a ring of ancient color, quietly resting. Chapter 31. Hummer turns in a bicycle. Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Sun was so scared his heart was about to jump out of his chest. There really are ghosts. Come on, buddy. Why didn't you say you were conscious earlier? Jiang Sun cautiously walked forward, placing the finger bones back next to the skeleton. Then he took 3 steps back and bowed his head in a single motion. Senior, please do not blame me. I mean no offense. I am just here to explore. And if I have disturbed you, I hope you can forgive me. Jiang Sun mumbled nervously, looking anxious. It's not that he was afraid of ghosts. It's just that the broken beast skeleton was piled up nearby. A few tons of beast could be disassembled by this figure before him with bare hands. If you were to be disassembled, wouldn't it just be a matter of blowing a breath? Thinking of this, Jiang Sun hurriedly lowered his head even more, taking on a fawning demeanor. However, after a long while, he didn't hear any response. So he raised his head and took a sneaky glance. He saw that the skeleton showed no reaction, just lying quietly there, as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. Jiang Sun swallowed hard, mustering his courage to stand up straight, just as he was about to say something again. But then he remembered the issue of language barriers. He could only give up regretfully and turn to observe the skeleton's movements. However, as he looked, his eyes unintentionally drifted to the ring in the skeleton's hand. The ring appeared to be ancient, engraved with intricate patterns. It was now emitting a faint glow, making Jiang Sun feel an itch in his heart. After a while, Jiang Sun finally confirmed that the skeleton indeed showed no signs of movement. He took a deep breath and carefully walked forward to take the ring from the skeleton's palm. He held it up in front of him and examined it closely. Starfall storage ring, type, ring level, crescent moon, damaged, glimmer, firefly star crescent moon. Wearing requirement, intelligence 15 effect, contains an independent storage space of 100,005 cubic meters, allows for classification and quick retrieval of items within the ring. Note, crafted by an ancient elven master craftsman using starfall, iron, and spatial magic crystals, integrating the secrets of spatial magic, currently damaged. Upon seeing the attributes of the ring, Jiang Sun's eyes widened immediately. The description was very clear. This thing is exactly the kind of storage ring described in novels, and it's a high-level crescent moon-grade equipment. Moreover, it had a space of a full 100 cubic meters. But the prominently displayed word damaged made Jiang Sun's heart sink to the bottom. If he understood correctly, the 0.5 in parentheses should be the actual usable space now. Hee. Hummer turns into bicycle. Jiang Sun put the ring on his middle finger, so when he gave someone the finger, he could also show off his storage ring. Do you think my ring looks good? Abandoning the nonsensical thoughts in his mind, Jiang Sun silently chanted, "Open the ring's space." The ring, however, showed no reaction at all. After patting his own thick skull, Jiang Sun finally remembered that the world he was in was a magic-oriented one. With the infusion of magical power, a space quickly unfolded before Jiang Sun. The 0.5 cubic space wasn't too small after all. It was just that the uneven marks at the edges of the space made his heart ache. He didn't know if there was any way to repair this thing. Then Jiang Sun began to check the items inside. First, there were a few unknown wild vegetable clumps. As soon as Jiang Sun touched them, they turned into a puddle of unknown mud. Wazti had said that time inside the storage ring was supposed to be frozen. He was startled. This was quite different from what was described in novels. If the items placed inside couldn't remain static, then the value of this ring would drop significantly. But then Jiang Sun thought, multiple half-cubic backpacks that don't take up space are actually pretty good. Who needs a bicycle? Having something is better than having nothing. He then began to rummage through his pockets, planning to put all his messy items into the ring's space. A flint, several pieces of, or some jerky, a handful of milk candy, a handful of weeds picked by the roadside, a few stones for exploration, and 2 mushrooms that looked toxic. As he pulled out a large pile of items, a small mountain began to pile up in the ring's space before Jiang Sun. After rummaging through his pockets and finding nothing left, Jiang Sun stared dumbfounded at the small mountain before him. Wait, do I usually carry this much stuff when I go out? Jiang Sun scratched his head. It seemed that the value of the storage ring had dropped again. After all, it's well known that a man's pockets can hold all his worth. So it's not really much different from a storage space. Suddenly, an item in the corner of the space caught Jiang Sun's attention. He carefully took it out and found it was a palm-sized pouch. Sure enough, there was a treasure. Jiang Sun immediately became excited, because the items he discovered last time in the small cabin were also wrapped in this kind of leather. He hurriedly took it out and opened the small pouch. Inside lay a crystal that was clear and translucent. Jiang Sun rubbed his hands together, then nervously extended his index finger. Poke! Hey, it didn't break. Jiang Sun quickly took the crystal out as if it were a treasure. Thank you for nature's gift. As the crystal landed in Jiang Sun's palm, a wave of dark energy immediately spread out. Jiang Sun was taken aback and struggled to suppress the impulse to throw it away. Hurriedly checking, Shadow Wolf Crystal Core, type, Magical material level, crescent moon, glimmer, firefly star, crescent moon. Effect can be used as forging material. After learning, identification, detailed information can be viewed. Note, the crystal core of the shadow magic creature, shadow wolf, an excellent item manufacturer material. Gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva was clearly audible. Jiang Sun quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So, the pile of bones on the ground belonged to a crescent moon level magical beast? The person who killed the crescent moon magical beast with bare hands. 0. The image of the skeleton's owner immediately rose significantly in Jiang Sun's mind. He immediately became more cautious in his movements. After all, the remains of someone who could tear apart a crescent moon magical beast were right in front of him. He didn't dare to act recklessly. After packing up his things, Jiang Sun stored all the loot from this trip into the ring. He glanced at the skeleton on the stone platform, then tiptoed to prepare to leave. Just as he reached the vicinity of the pond, Jiang Sun thought for a moment, turned back into the cave, and then carried the skeleton on his back. For some unclear reason, perhaps simply out of admiration, Jiang Sun didn't want the remains of such a powerful figure to lie hidden in this dark mine forever. This was clearly a previous generation strongman. He just didn't know why he had quietly died in this mine. It was rather lamentable. Jiang Sun couldn't help but think, could this also be their fate in the future? After exiting the cave, Jiang Sun first found a place to settle the skeleton. Then he opened his magic book to check the time. Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 5, 11 o'clock, night 15 to 6 o'clock. Day 6 to 1500 hours. There were still 4 hours until nightfall, and Jiang Sun felt there was still much he could do. He carefully circled around the area of the ground-dwelling mice. After investigating the dangers, he began to unleash gathering on the exposed rocks in the mine extensively. In just a moment, a large amount of rocks scattered into piles of raw stones and ores. Jiang Sun didn't plan to collect ores in the giant mine for the time being. First, it's because he doesn't have the relevant knowledge and doesn't know how to ensure the stability of the mine structure. Second, he can't control the range of the mining technique very well. If the mine collapses, he would suffer a huge loss. He can still distinguish between a satisfying meal and a feast. After using the mining technique a few more times, Jiang Sun felt a bit unsatisfied. So, he spent 100 pieces of raw stone to buy a decent-looking pickaxe from the trading channel. Taking advantage of the cool-down period of the mining technique, he started swinging the pickaxe to smash the rocks. The additional 300 stamina recovery speed from Dragon's Protection is no joke. Jiang Sun felt like he had endless energy. He even wanted to go for a couple more laps. Chapter 32. Exchange of crystal cores as the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Sun's ring space was already filled to the brim with various ores. Looking at the more than 500 pieces of raw stones left on the ground, he couldn't help but grin. After some hesitation, he ultimately decided to trade all of them for 2 types of food. One was glacial deer marrow, purchased at a discounted price from Zhao Tingtao. The other was gem honey, which he had seen in the trading market. Both types of firefly-level food had a common effect. They increased intelligence attributes. However, they required long-term consumption to be effective. So, Jiang Sun bought 2 pounds of each to try. Zhao Tingtao was able to trade regularly, but the seller of gem honey was unwilling to sell more. Jiang Sun quickly understood the reason. To prevent Jiang Sun from bargaining, the seller sent him a picture. The photo showed a palm that was partially crystallized. It was said that this was the result of the seller being stung by a gem bee while collecting honey. This sent shivers down Jiang Sun's spine, making him more wary of the creatures in the magical Wasteland world. In this world, even a small insect could take a person's life. Jiang Sun decided not to haggle. After all, it was normal for someone to not lower the price for something that could save their life. Turning around and watching the raw stones disappear, his mood gradually improved. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Another significant piece of news was that Zhou Zhongyan had just sent a message saying that the materials for the magic power collector had been gathered. However, there were only 2 portions of materials. According to Zhou Zhongyan, the reason it took so long was that the mithril in the manufacturing materials was too hard to find. He had contacted almost everyone he could reach in the Dragon Kingdom shelter. In the end, he managed to buy 20 G only from the Bear Country shelter. Although the Bear Country shelter had no idea what this was for, they still extorted him for several thousand basic materials. Jiang Sun felt a surge of anger. Damn it! They took advantage of him. Glancing at the already dim sky, Jiang Sun immediately rushed to the magic cabin. He even used Star Flash several times during the journey. After all, he had plenty of magic power to spare, so he might as well use it. 15 minutes later, a large open space appeared before Jiang Sun, with his magic cabin right in the center. The area around the cabin was quite spacious, allowing him to see everything nearby. This made Jiang Sun feel very secure. Over the past few days, he had cleared almost all the trees within a radius defined by the range of his gathering technique. With most of it done during the evenings when he had nothing else to do, seeing the vast open space, Jiang Sun suddenly thought of something. He quickly opened the trading channel. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't completely dark yet, he directly purchased a 5 cubic meter water tank for storage. With a flash of light, the 3-meter square stone water tank was placed not far from the wooden cabin. Name: Bluestone Water Tank, Firefly. Function: 5000 L large water tank. Immovable. Can lightly purify water sources. Looking at the huge water tank in front of him, Jiang Sun was very satisfied. This item was quite practical for him, and the seller only asked for 10 days' worth of rations in exchange, which was a fair price. Jiang Sun then went to Zhao Tingtao to borrow some large chunks of meat to trade with the seller. After all, if he sent wild corn over, he might get bombarded with curses. With the transaction completed, Jiang Sun casually sent over some milk candies. After thinking for a moment, he also sent a handful to Zhao Tingtao to improve his meals. Jiang Sun couldn't finish them all himself, so this was perfect as a gift. In this tasteless wasteland world, sweet milk candies were definitely a remedy for the taste buds. The favors he received far outweighed his expenditures. It was at this moment that Jiang Sun realized Zhao Tingtao was also quite the big shot. He heard that the game he had caught was enough for him to eat for over a month, and that was calculated based on him eating for 3 people. After tidying up the area around the water tank, Jiang Sun opened the friend interface. Jiang Sun, come quickly with the water. Zhao Tingtao. Ding. Zhao Tingtao is trading you Rock Spirit Ice Blocks 3T. Do you agree? Jiang Sun, what the hell? Did you freeze it so quickly? Zhao Tingtao. This is what I salvaged. The rest can't be dug out, probably frozen under the ice layer. Jiang Sun, you're a good person. Zhao Tingtao. Thanks for the compliment. I hope you are too. After a few days of chatting and exchanging favors, their conversations had become very familiar. They had truly become friends. Jiang Sun had already begun planning how to trick Zhao Tingtao to come to Qingshan. After all, Zhao Tingtao was among those who were developing very well. Plus, he seemed to have both strength and good character. As the last ray of light disappeared, the darkness outside the house gradually deepened. Jiang Sun vaguely felt that the night outside seemed to be a deeper color. He wondered if it was due to the recent fluctuations in magic power. Jiang Sun felt a strange sense of threat in his heart, and he couldn't determine its source. Rolling up his sleeves, Jiang Sun cleared a large area in the room and began to contact Zhou Tsangyan. Jiang Sun, send the materials over. I'll make it and send it back to you. Zhou Tsangyan. Okay, I'll have someone move it now. Jiang Sun, by the way, do you have any crystal cores with magic recovery or magic limit attributes? Jiang Sun, we just acquired a dark attribute 1 and hope to exchange it with you. Dark Wolf Crystal Core. As soon as the message was sent, Jiang Sun smirked. He could even guess how wonderful Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong's expressions would be. After all, the stronger the force, the deeper their understanding of the power of the crescent-level magical beasts. So, tremble at the foot of Qingshan mortals. Jiang Sun chuckled. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong on the other side were no longer able to laugh. Since receiving Jiang Sun's message, the two had been silent for half a day. After exchanging glances, they saw the gravity in each other's eyes. Finally, Zhou Tsangyan couldn't help but speak. Lin Lao this. Qingshan already has the ability to hunt crescent-level magical beasts. Lin Hansong's expression darkened as he nodded. It seems so, and we currently can't even kill star-level magical beasts. I don't know how long we've been falling behind. Zhou Tsangyan, how did they do it? That beast that attacked the Cherry Blossom Country shelter was only star-high level. They lost over 100 people and even smashed their shelter. Lin Hansong frowned. The star-level magical beasts we hunted before should be what he referred to as magic attributes. Moreover, Academician Chen's research currently needs high-level crystal cores, but he won't agree to the exchange as the gap between the two levels is too large. Finally, Zhou Tsangyan sighed and said, "It's clear that Qingshan is close to the Dragon Kingdom. I'll reply to him and see." He began to edit a message for Jiang Sun. "Zhou Tsangyan, we do have a magic recovery attribute crystal core, but it's only star level. Zhou Tsangyan, we hope to exchange it for your magic core, as it's very important for our research. We can make up the price difference." After Jiang Sun saw the message, he stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom's official shelter has a better understanding of the crystal cores than I do. Moreover, my need for the magical recovery attribute crystal core is clearly higher than the demand for the dark attribute howling wolf crystal core. It wouldn't hurt to exchange and meet each other's needs. So I replied, "Jiang Sun, sure," but at that time the howling wolf was in a weakened state. And although the crystal core is of full moon level, the energy might be insufficient. Jiang Sun, if the Dragon Kingdom has a need, we can exchange directly without any price difference. Indeed, acting is addictive. I could clearly feel that I had completely immersed myself in the role of a powerful faction spokesperson. After saying this with righteous fervor, the other side fell silent again. Jiang Sun felt a bit speechless. A huge force like the Dragon Kingdom suddenly doesn't reply to messages. Are they getting emotional again? This won't do. Jiang Sun thought that if the Dragon Kingdom had even half the thick skin I do, they wouldn't always be like this. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the other side replied, "Zhou Tsangyan, I thank you and the Green Mountain Organization on behalf of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Tsangyan, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, the Dragon Kingdom will do its utmost to help you." Chapter 33, Magic Power Collection Device. Wow. Jiang Sun felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing the reply. He could sense how profound the implications of Zhou Tsangyan's words were. In other words, if he, Jiang Sun, encountered significant danger or insurmountable problems in the future, as long as the message reached Zhou Tsangyan, the Dragon Kingdom shelter would do its utmost to assist him. And at any cost, Jiang Sun felt embarrassed. On the other hand, Zhou Tsangyan felt even more embarrassed. After all, his promise might be empty. But the bright moon-level crystal core that Jiang Sun brought was tangible. Others might not know how vast the gap between the star and bright moon levels is, but he didn't believe that the people from Qingshan would be unaware. That was a magical beast that couldn't be hunted even if countless people risked their lives. Yet he still chose to shamelessly ask for the crystal core. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, which emitted faint black gas, Zhou Tsangyan's face turned a bit red. He wasn't someone with a thick skin, so he began rummaging through his belongings. Wanted to give something to Jiang Sun to slightly repay this favor. At the same time, he wanted to alleviate his own guilt. Thus, he opened the warehouse to check. A star-level staff? No way. Qingshan could already hunt high-level magical beasts. How could they still use such a broken thing? High-level materials? Also not good. It seemed insincere. Various delicacies? Even worse, taking that out would seem insulting. Do the people from Qingshan lack food? Zhou Tsangyan scratched his head, feeling quite helpless. If Jiang Sun saw this scene, he would probably cry out in pain. He genuinely lacked these things, especially food. He was still gnawing on tough jerky. Jiang Sun was lying on the bed, waiting anxiously. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsangyan, unable to think of a return gift, was also anxious. He even set his sights on Lin Hansong's glasses. Zhou Tsangyan stared blankly at Lin Hansong's glasses and walked over. "Old Lin, you know. Jiang Sun has given us too much. I'll get you a new pair of glasses later." Lin Hansong quickly put away the glasses, waving his hand like shooing away a fly, saying, "Go away, go away. This is the only useful thing I have. The treasures from Qingshan must be more than ours. It's not worth this." Then the old man seemed to suddenly think of something, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and said, "Didn't you give him a crystal furnace last time? They're few in number, so they must not have that many crystal shards." Zhou Tsangyan instantly understood and hurriedly turned to run towards the warehouse. On the other side, Jiang Sun was feeling a bit drowsy. This young dragon's nest was extremely comfortable to lie on. He had never experienced such fine bedding. especially since he had been eating and sleeping poorly. So once Jiang Sun lay down, he easily felt sleepy. Just when he could barely keep his eyes open, a pleasant notification sound finally reached his ears. Ding! Zhou Tsangyan is trading you 2,000 crystal shards. Do you agree? This was what he had been waiting for. Jiang Sun jumped out of the dragon egg and quickly ran to the pre-planned open area to squat down. Except, then he saw countless crystal shards falling down like stardust, the clinking sounds forming a symphony. Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile widely. Moreover, this was also the first time he had seen crystal shards. After all, the king of Africa, hadn't seen any gifts up to this point. He could only watch others share their gains and silently feel envious. If it weren't for Walla, he would have starved to death. Jiang Sun chuckled self-deprecatingly. Sometimes he couldn't even tell whether his luck was good or bad. Picking up the magic book, Jiang Sun edited a message to send to Zhou Tsangyan. Thank you for your kindness. You can send me the crafting materials now. I happen to be free. He didn't pretend to decline, though it seemed too fake. After all, who would be unable to see through such a small trick from someone who could mingle in official circles? So it was better to accept graciously. After all, he truly needed these shards. Although he could collect them slowly himself, bargaining with scattered people for a few shards would take ages to collect 2,000 shards. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom's official had thought of this. Otherwise, Jiang Sun would have had to remind them. Ding! Zhou Tsangyan is trading 20G mithril, 2,000 crystal shards, 200 magic iron, or 200 magic copper, or 3 star-level magic cores. Do you agree? Seeing a long list of trade prompts, Jiang Sun felt a bit dazzled. These items must be worth quite a bit, right? A wicked thought arose, but it was quickly suppressed. It wasn't worth ruining Qingshan's reputation for these things. After all, the days of having money were just around the corner. Confirm. As Jiang Sun clicked to accept, a heap of scattered items appeared before him, piled up into small mountains. Jiang Sun walked over to take a look. He found that although most were dark ores and broken crystal shards, there was one small bottle and 3 translucent crystal cores that stood out. 2 of the crystal cores were material for the collector, while the extra one was the magic power recovery attribute core that Jiang Sun had requested. He picked it up to examine. Moon Echo Crystal Core, type, magical material level, star effect, can be used as forging material. After learning identification, detailed information attributes can be viewed. Note, the crystal core of the mysterious magical creature, Moon Echo Beast, an excellent material for item manufacturing. Before the exchange, Zhou Tsangyan had already explained that the Moon Echo Beast was the only star-level magical beast they had ever hunted. During that battle, everyone's magic power recovery was suppressed, but the Moon Echo Beast skills kept activating. If it weren't for dozens of people risking their lives to block the magic, they would have been wiped out long ago. After hearing all this, Jiang Sun could basically judge that this was exactly what he wanted. As for the other 2 star-level crystal cores, they were exchanged by Zhou Tsangyan with a huge amount of resources from other shelters. Upon hearing the outrageous price, Jiang Sun couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed the Dragon Kingdom shelter had indeed invested heavily for this magic power collector. At the same time, he felt fortunate for his decision at that time. It was a good thing he hadn't thought of collecting the materials himself. Otherwise, even if he sold the broken pieces, he wouldn't have been able to gather so many rare materials. Then he focused his gaze on the thumb-sized crystal bottle. This is mithril? Looking at the dark powder inside the bottle that sparkled with silver light, Jiang Sun found it hard to believe. This plain-looking thing was worth tens of thousands of basic materials. With a thought, the information about mithril appeared before his eyes. Mithril, 20G type, magical material level, bright moon, dim light, firefly star, bright moon. Effect, a high-level material that is hard and lightweight, with good magic conductivity. Note, an ideal material for crafting high-quality magical items, whether it's wands, magical armor, or magical accessories. Adding mithril can enhance their quality and performance. Jiang Sun gasped in surprise. No wonder it was so expensive. He instantly understood the value of this item. The note clearly stated that this was a universal additive. During the forging process, just a little addition can give the crafted equipment better properties. It seems that if it weren't for the lack of blacksmiths in the Bear Country, they definitely wouldn't sell it. Looking at the precious materials in front of him, Jiang Sun finally took out the long-dormant strategic-level magic energy collector manufacturing blueprint. Ding! Do you want to manufacture 2 strategic-level magic energy collectors? Note, this blueprint can only be used for 5 productions. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun clicked confirm. This moment had been awaited for a long time. Soon, a powerful wave of magical energy surged around him. The materials that were originally scattered on the ground began to slowly float up, rotating and intertwining in a mysterious and orderly trajectory. The mithril powder gradually condensed into fine patterns under the influence of the magic. Meanwhile, the crystal shards seemed to be endowed with life, sparkling with dazzling brilliance as they embedded into the structure. Chapter 34, Magic Crystal. And charging Jiang Sun held his breath and gazed, feeling shocked by the scene before him. He had never witnessed such profound magical techniques with his own eyes. Even though he had previously created some items, he had never experienced such an intuitive feeling. The fusion of each material, the formation of each pattern, seemed perfectly natural. As time passed, 2 uniquely shaped devices emitting a faint magical aura gradually took form. They resembled exquisite sculptures, yet were filled with a peculiar sense. How should I put it? If it were called a sense of technology in Blue Star, then in this world, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a sense of magic. A feeling arose that it belonged to this world. It seemed like a microcosm of the way this world operated. Jiang Sun stepped closer to take a look. The magic collector was overall silver gray, with a surface flowing with subtle magical luster. There were 5 strange depressions on the top, and in the center, there was a circular platform with a diameter of 15 centimeters. Jiang Sun estimated that this should be the position for placing the magic crystal and the magic energy storage device. Ding! Manufacturing completed. You have successfully produced 2 strategic-level magic collectors. The system notification sounded again, and a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Sun's face. He cautiously approached, gently stroking these hard-earned magic collectors, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Isn't this the cornerstone of my Dark Lord's rule over the world? Subsequently, Jiang Sun reluctantly traded one of the devices to Zhou Sangyan. Then, lost in a moment of self-indulgence amidst countless praises from the others. As expected of someone from the official side, their words were just pleasant to hear. Jiang Sun focused his thoughts, and the device's information reappeared. Strategic-level magic collector. Type, facility level. Special effect. Collects dissipated magic from the environment to charge magic storage items devices, including, but not limited to, magic crystals, magic storage stones, star fragments, magic energy pots, etc. Charging speed is positively correlated with the concentration of dissipated magic in the environment. Current efficiency, 175. Note, strategic level special item, the pinnacle of magical technology application. After reading the information, Jiang Sun quickly got up and walked to the dark, crystal furnace. He was eager to try out the effects of the magic collector, a device that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom would want to seek protection from, like asking Grandpa and Grandma. He could already imagine its immense usefulness. Moreover, in any world, energy issues are an everlasting topic. It is also one of the most difficult problems to solve. In any social form, if the energy problem is resolved, unimaginable rapid development is sure to follow. Jiang Sun exerted a great deal of effort to drag several large pieces of logs to the side of the furnace. He then wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit frustrated. Who would have thought that such an exquisite crystal furnace would actually be powered by burning wood, just like the stove in my grandma's house? Jiang Sun couldn't help but complain. He had just learned that the maximum capacity of this crystal furnace was 200 crystal shards. This meant he could produce 10 blank magic crystals at once. So much money. Jiang Sun then carefully placed 200 crystal shards into the feed opening of the furnace. He then began to inject magic into it. As the magic value was injected, the patterns on the furnace were filled with light, gradually spreading upwards. Jiang Sun took a moment to check his panel. He discovered that the recent injection of 200 points of magic only filled 1/3 of the patterns. Goodness. Is this a magic tiger? He felt a bit puzzled. He then increased the input of magic. Finally, after injecting a full 600 points of magic, The patterns on the furnace were completely filled with radiance. Jiang Sun rubbed his waist. This was only possible because of his high magic limit. Otherwise, others would definitely not be able to use it. As the crystal furnace began to emit light, the logs he had piled around quickly transformed into a liquid state. They were then drawn into the furnace's fuel chamber bit by bit. Suddenly, a strange silver-white flame erupted, and the entire furnace began to become ethereal. Jiang Sun then realized. He thought to himself, how could high-end ingredients possibly be cooked with simple methods? It seems that the furnace was converting the logs into a pure substance, serving as an accelerant. The Rayol fuel, however, was the magic that Jiang Sun injected. He almost thought he would have to go out to chop wood every day. Jiang Sun stood up to stretch his body and continued browsing the shop. An hour passed. Jiang Sun glanced at the time. It was already 2000 hours. It seemed early, but in reality, it was already midnight in the magical Wasteland world. The daily routine here was 20 hours, and he still hadn't gotten used to it. Jiang Sun got up again and walked to the furnace. He noticed that the color of the flame had become a bit lighter. The red patterns on the side of the furnace had also descended back to the bottom. As the flames extinguished, Jiang Sun reached out to pull open the crystal furnace's feed chamber. Not hot. Although it didn't feel hot to the touch. Jiang Sun sensed a strange burning sensation. He raised his hand to take a look and found that there were no marks on his palm from touching the furnace. Yet this sensation of heat was undeniably real, as if it was directly acting on his soul. Noting this strange feeling, Jiang Sun used a stick to extract 10 crystal-clear magic crystals. Then, information appeared before his eyes. Magic crystal, 0, 10 type, magic storage item level, firefly effect, magic storage limit of 20 onas, 1 ona, 100 points of magic value. Note, one of the basic energy sources for the operation of magical facilities can substitute for manual magic input and cannot be converted with human magic value. Grabbing a crystal-clear magic crystal in his palm, Jiang Sun found that it fit perfectly in one hand. The size was just right, and throwing it to hit someone would definitely feel good. Moreover, with its sharp edges and 2 pointed protrusions, this magic crystal had already become Jiang Sun's most powerful ranged attack at this stage. Putting away these meaningless thoughts, after all, only a fool would throw money to hit someone. Jiang Sun neatly embedded 5 crystals into the grooves of the magic collector. As he completed the action, silver light spread around the grooves, slowly detaching from the device's body. The tangible light gradually faded, as if directly connected to an invisible void. Jiang Sun felt a surge of inspiration and attempted to activate the collector. He saw delicate magical ripples slowly rising in circles on the circular platform above. They spread outward as if alive, then were cleverly absorbed back by the collector. Ultimately, they transformed into the magical energy reserve within the crystals. Truly a high-level magical masterpiece. Jiang Sun nodded in satisfaction, deepening his recognition of the collector's performance. With these devices now available, his magical energy reserves would no longer become a bottleneck limiting his development. He then carefully stored the remaining 5 magic crystals. In his heart, he began to calculate how to utilize these resources to realize his potential, further enhancing his strength. After all, in this magical wasteland world, strength is the foundation of everything. As the night deepened, Jiang Sun felt no hint of drowsiness. He stepped out of the small house, gazing at the dim moon in the sky, filled with anticipation and hope for the future. As he continued to develop, he gradually came into contact with the wonders of the magical wasteland world. There is so much to explore in this world. At this stage, humanity on Blue Star has only seen the tip of the iceberg. What exactly is the purpose of bringing us here? Jiang Sun murmured. For others, perhaps crossing over has disrupted their originally stable lives. But for Jiang Sun, crossing over has given him a new lease on life. 10 years of being bettered in was, for him, no different from death. Jiang Sun took a couple of breaths of fresh air before turning back to the small house. He walked over to the device and observed it, noticing that a shallow layer of blue had appeared beneath the magical crystal. At this rate, it would probably take until tomorrow morning to complete the charging. Feeling reassured, Jiang Sun contentedly lay back in the nest of the young dragon. Then he rested his head on his arm and fell asleep. Chapter 35, Boiling Channel. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 6. 6:30 a.m. Night. 15 to 6 o'clock. Day. 6 to 1500 hours. Jiang Sun woke up naturally from his sleep. He sat up, rubbed his hair that looked like a bird's nest, and then turned his gaze to the window. The sky appeared slightly dim, as if it were a precursor to a storm. Yawning, he picked up the magic book to check the time, only to find that it was still early. This biological clock seems to have adapted to the rhythm of this world better than I have. Jiang Sun shook his head helplessly. Ever since the day had been shortened by a solid 4 hours, he felt as though a part of life was missing. Sometimes, memories even felt fragmented. In short, he was not feeling great. He flipped out of bed and quickly walked over to the magic energy collector. As soon as his gaze touched it, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The crystal had completely turned a cyan blue color, its deep blue hue emanating a mysterious aura in the dim light. Jiang Sun gently cradled the crystal in his hands, examining it closely. Inside the crystal, a substance that resembled mist and liquid flowed slowly, shimmering with ethereal light. Is this what the manifestation of magic energy looks like? Jiang Sun murmured to himself. It felt as though countless resources were beckoning to him. He then carefully removed 5 fully charged crystals and replaced them with new ones to begin charging. He turned around to replenish the furnace with fuel, adding new crystal shards. After finishing all this, half an hour had already passed, and he finally began to wash up. The life of a wealthy person is indeed different, isn't it? Jiang Sun joked while rinsing his mouth with a rock spirit spring. After washing up, he took out the deer meat he had borrowed from Zhao Tingtao and started grilling it over the fire. The deer meat sizzled, and soon the room was filled with a rich aroma of meat. Jiang Sun took a deep breath. This dreadful weather, paired with this delicious food, is simply perfect for staying at home. If only I had a high-end computer, it would be perfect. He sighed softly, shaking his head helplessly, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts. Jiang Sun placed the grilled deer meat on the table and, while eating, flipped through the magic book. The messages in the regional communication channel were scrolling as usual, but the atmosphere today felt particularly tense. There are only 3 days left until the magic tide, and my shelter is only level 2. What should I do? Me too. I'm still missing a lot of materials. It seems this time we are doomed. Is there any expert who can help me? I could do manual labor. I just hope to survive the tide. I heard that the magic tide will disturb the magic energy in people's bodies, and being exposed means certain death. Thanks for reminding me that I'm going to die. You're such a nice person. So, will we be safe hiding in a shelter? The shield of a level 2 shelter 1T lasts 7 days. We must find a way to replenish the magic energy. I tried extracting magic energy from logs to replenish the totem pillar, but I estimate it will take 500 units, which isn't much different from upgrading the shelter. I tried using Firefly level magic materials to extract magic energy too, and it needs 50 units. That's just too hard to collect. So aren't we doomed? Whoa, I don't want to die. If I die, then so be it. I've had enough of this damn place. Jiang Sun looked at these messages and secretly felt fortunate that his plans were progressing smoothly. After all, he had already obtained a strategic level magic energy collector and accumulated quite a few magic crystals. As long as he continued to improve his strength in the next few days, dealing with the magic tide should not be a problem. At this moment, Zhao Tingtao sent a message. The magical beasts on my side are acting strangely. They are very restless. Do you think the magic tide will come early? Jiang Sun thought for a moment and replied, It shouldn't be. This is probably just a warm-up. How is it going on your side? Zhao Tingtao. I'm reinforcing the shelter, but the materials are limited. I don't know if it can hold. I remember you haven't upgraded yet, right? Jiang Sun, I'm doing fine over here. By the way, if you have any difficulties, remember to tell me. I can help out a bit. Zhao Tingtao. Go away. Hurry up and be careful yourself. Jiang Sun put down the magic book and stepped outside to check on the seeds in the field. He was surprised to find that all 10 seeds had already sprouted. It had only been 2 days. He didn't know if it was due to the rock spirit spring or if the seeds themselves were extraordinary. The tender green shoots looked particularly vibrant under the dim sky. It seemed that these little shoots were also entwined with faint magic energy light, though subtle. It was exceptionally clear. No wonder they were star-level seeds. He quickly communicated with Old Qin about the planning progress, only to be astonished to find that Old Qin's progress was even faster. It was said that the shoots had already grown to the length of his index finger. According to Old Qin, it might only take a month to harvest the first batch of crops. This way, with chickens laying eggs and eggs hatching into chickens, he might soon no longer have to worry about food. Moreover, Old Qin brought him an even bigger surprise. It was said that he had luckily collected several firefly-level fruits during his exploration in the wild, and he had successfully transplanted them. There was a possibility of realizing the mass production of attribute crops in the future. Jiang Sun couldn't help but exclaim that he was in for a big win. Saving Old Qin undoubtedly put him ahead of many others. Food is the primary need of the people. Old Qin would likely become his greatest assurance in exploring the world. After solving the basic issues, Jiang Sun began a plan to warm up his magic crystal selling business in the channel. Of course, it would be under the name of Qing Shan. He decided to first exchange some basic resources to upgrade the shelter and then acquire other valuable resources. So he edited a message and anonymously sent it through a private channel, starting tomorrow until the disaster of the magic tide arrives. The Qing Shan organization will sell 5 magic crystals daily, hoping to help everyone get through the crisis and ensure your survival. Once the message was posted in the regional channel, all discussions suddenly stopped. Then the channel exploded with excitement. Wow, the big boss of Qing Shan has appeared again, and he is selling magic crystals. Yes, thank you, big boss. What is the price of the crystals? I sell my pots and pans to buy one. Since your organization is so capable, why don't you help everyone for free? Exactly, just give you a bit of a labor fee as a token of appreciation, selling only 5 a day. Who is that enough for? Shut up, you moron upstairs. If you don't buy, there are plenty of people who will. Right, big boss, don't mind him. He is just an idiot. Nothing in this world is free. Why should it be given to you for nothing? Exactly. It's not easy to have a stable crystal supply now. If anyone dares to drive the big boss away, I'll shark his whole family. Jiang Sun looked at the messages and found that most people had a normal sense of values. After all, the sharks were only a minority, quickly criticized by the crowd and too afraid to show their faces. He thought for a moment and continued to edit the message. The tentative price is 400 basic resources. Currently, the output is low, so it's first come, first served, please understand. The channel instantly erupted again. Wow. The big boss is so kind. This price is too reasonable. Exactly. Big boss, why not sell at a higher price? Otherwise, there will be too many people fighting for it. Yes, big boss. I'll offer 500 basic resources. Can you sell me one separately? Shut up upstairs. The big boss Qingshan organization is obviously giving back to society. Otherwise, how would the price be so low? Moreover, a single crystal can recharge a secondary totem pillar 3 times, and 1 crystal can be used by 3 people. This is such a great deal. Watching the lively discussions in the channel, Jiang Sun ultimately confirmed the price. Yes, Jiang Sun plans to sell all 15 crystals over these 3 days for only 400 basic resources each. He has his own considerations. First, to establish a positive image for himself and the Qingshan organization. Second, to quickly gather resources to upgrade both his and Elder Qin's level 3 shelters. After all, even though they have the magic crystal, a higher level shelter clearly provides more security. Moreover, he genuinely feels a sense of social responsibility. After all, if everyone dies, there won't be any silly information to look at, and these 15 crystals can at least give hope for survival to 50 people. As for after the disaster, it depends on how much the collection rate improves. If the charging speed is fast enough, selling a few more wouldn't hurt. Chapter 36 Candy. As Jiang Sun stopped talking, the discussion in the channel gradually cooled down. However, it seemed that everyone was injected with a dose of adrenaline, and they began to gather resources with renewed vigor. After all, compared to placing their hopes of survival on the few crystals sold by Qing Shan, it was much more reliable to take fate into their own hands. Perhaps in the process of collecting resources, they could be fortunate enough to obtain precious materials or rare blueprints, thus achieving material freedom. Moreover, The probability of snatching 15 crystals in a channel of 10,000 people was pitifully low. Jiang Sun immediately abandoned his plans for outdoor exploration that day. In his mind, the top priority now was definitely to improve his strength and the level of his shelter. If he was weak, once he encountered danger outside, he would still have to escape in a sorry state, with no power to fight back. He couldn't gamble on being able to escape every time. Therefore, at this critical moment, when he was about to become wealthy, risking his life was definitely not a wise move. Just then, the magic Wasteland manual in his pocket suddenly began to vibrate violently. This was a message notification from a friend. Jiang Sun quickly reached for the magic book and flipped through it rapidly. He only had a few friends, and they were all doing quite well. There were no poor relatives among them, so generally, they wouldn't bother him unless it was something important. Jiang Sun picked up the magic book in confusion, only to find an unfamiliar name. Chun Siyuan? Who is this? What did I add him? Jiang Sun racked his brains, but couldn't remember. So he opened the chat box. Chun Siyuan, Bear brother, do you still have the candy you gave me before? I want to buy some. What the heck? Jiang Sun was filled with questions and spent a long time trying to barely understand the meaning of the message. This is asking him to buy candy. What kind of accent is that? He was speechless and had a face full of confusion. Everyone else was typing, and only you could send voice messages, huh? Jiang Sun patiently went through the previous chat records. That was when he suddenly remembered that this Chun Siyuan was the one who had sold him gem honey before. Oh, isn't this the guy with the swift bee? Jiang Sun immediately became interested. He remembered that when he saw the swift bee brother looking miserable, he casually sent him a few pieces of candy as a token of goodwill. He didn't expect this brother to actually love candy. Jiang Sun was instantly excited. He never thought that his ability, which had always been considered useless, would now have a way to be monetized. It really lived up to the saying, every talent has its use. Everything has its audience. So he quickly replied, I still have a lot. How do you want to trade? To his surprise, the other person took a long time to reply. Well, I want to exchange logs at a 10:1 ratio. Does that work for you? Jiang Sun thought for a moment and found the price reasonable. After all, candy couldn't satisfy hunger and had no practical value, while it was a necessity for everyone at this stage. So he replied, that's fine. I have more than 100 pieces of candy. Go ahead and send the trade request. Then, Jiang Sun reached into his pocket, pulled out a large handful of candy, and dumped it all into the basket. This was the amount he had accumulated over the past few days. When he turned back, he found Chun Siyuan's message came back instantly. No, Big Bear brother. I don't need that much. I only have 1,000 logs. Just 10 pieces will do. Just 10 pieces. What? Just 10 pieces. And over 1,000 logs. Jiang Sun suddenly realized that something was off. So, the 10:1 exchange ratio he mentioned meant 10 logs for one piece of candy? Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Where did this big fool come from? But Jiang Sun quickly calmed down. It should be known that this swift-bee brother had haggled with him for half an hour over 10 stones. With his stingy nature, how could he be so generous as to trade high-value resources for this useless candy? Jiang Sun lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then edited the message and sent it. How's the effect? Not bad, right? He deliberately asked ambiguously to maximize the information he wanted to obtain. The reply came back quickly. The effect is fantastic. Bear brother, I don't know where you got it, but I ate one and restored a whole 50 points of magic power. The system didn't even detect this candy, and you didn't mention its value. I almost ate it as a snack. What the heck? Jiang Sun stared blankly, completely stunned. What? Restoring magic power. His eyes widened like saucers, filled with shock. How'd I not know about this? The useless ability has become divine. Jiang Sun casually sent over 5 pieces of candy, saying it was free, and Chun Siyuan on the other end was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. Jiang Sun quickly picked up a piece of candy and examined it carefully in front of him. Indeed, it was just ordinary candy, and the system didn't show any item information. Could this thing be so useful? Jiang Sun's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's paw, unbearably itchy. But at that moment, he was busy staring at the furnace and couldn't conduct any experiments. So, he could only pick up the magic book and start searching through his friends list. At this time on the ice field, Zhao Tingtao had just snapped the neck of a frost wolf when he heard the notification sound. Ding! Jiang Sun is trading you candy 10. Do you agree to the trade? Then he saw the message come through. Jiang Sun, go. Use the resource point for a shot. Zhao Tingtao felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing the message and instinctively wrapped his fur coat tighter. What the heck? How did I not notice that this Jiang Sun guy was so perverted before? So he gritted his teeth and quickly replied, No, I like girls. But I have a younger sister. If it doesn't work, I can introduce her to you. Jiang Sun was stunned at first upon seeing the message. But once he understood the content, he was instantly furious, his head smoking with rage. Jiang Sun, what the hell do you think you are? Damn it, you. I like girls too, but I'm asking you to use gathering technique for a shot. Seeing Jiang Sun's message filled with expletives, Zhao Tingtao realized he had misunderstood and awkwardly scratched his head. He quickly used gathering technique on a pile of ice blocks not far away. As the light flashed, various sizes of ice blocks rolled down. He sent a message to Jiang Sun. Zhao Tingtao, done, what now? Jiang Sun, eat candy. Zhao Tingtao was puzzled. Huh? What's wrong with you? Are you under too much mental pressure lately? I have a younger sister. Jiang Sun, I'm not talking about your sister. Just eat it quickly. After reading the message, Zhao Tingtao helplessly took a piece of candy and chewed it. He figured Jiang Sun wouldn't harm him. Isn't this just ordinary candy? What is so special about it? Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Tingtao sensed something was off. You see, his intelligence attribute was not high at all. His maximum magic power was only a pitiful 120 points. The recent gathering technique had drained half of his blue bar. This was also the reason he had been collecting resources by hand all along. But after eating that piece of candy, he actually felt his depleted magic power starting to recover rapidly like bamboo shoots after a rain. He hurriedly checked his personal information. To his astonishment, his magic power was recovering rapidly at a rate of 10 points per second. In just 5 seconds, it had fully restored. Zhao Tingtao's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, he had never even heard of something that could restore magic power so quickly. This thing was incredibly valuable. With this, even someone with low intelligence like him could easily use spells. This would greatly increase his resource collection speed. It was simply outrageous. At that moment, a message from Jiang Sun came in. Jiang Sun, how does it feel? Zhao Tingtao, my father. Seeing Zhao Tingtao's reply, Jiang Sun immediately understood the effect. The effect of this milk candy was probably even better than Qin Siyuan had described. So he happily tossed another 10 pieces of milk candy to Zhao Tingtao. After thinking for a moment, he sent 10 pieces to Old Qin as well and informed him of the effect. As a result, Jiang Sun's talent instantly transformed from a useless talent to an exceptionally rare talent. Thanks to the gifts of nature, Jiang Sun quickly checked his personal information panel again, only to find that his talent had not manifested on the panel as the revelation indicated. It seemed there was still room for improvement. Jiang Sun was so happy that his mouth stretched to the back of his head. He was going to get rich. Life was only going to get better from here on out. It was only at this moment that he truly realized the power of talent. No wonder when he asked Zhou Tsangyan how he gathered people together, he had only responded vaguely. Jiang Sun stroked his chin and pondered. It seemed that Zhou Tsangyan's talent was also not simple and was even more practical. Jiang Sun quickly took out all the milk candies from his pocket and carefully placed them in a prominent position on the table. After all, from now on, these would no longer be mere snacks, but crucial strategic resources. Chapter 37, Magic Gathering Lamp. As a new batch of magic crystals gradually formed in the furnace, Jiang Sun raised his arm and wiped the sweat rolling down his forehead like beans. He had just calculated that it took a full 2 hours to forge a batch of magic crystals. During these 2 hours, the crystals charging in the magic collector had actually filled up to a quarter. This speed was clearly much faster than yesterday. This discovery made Jiang Sun a bit surprised. But then he seemed to think of something else. He quickly opened the magic book, his fingers rapidly flipping through the pages, finally stopping at the weather section. Sure enough, the description in the weather conditions section had changed to magical energy high-frequency fluctuations. Jiang Sun's expression darkened slightly, appearing somewhat serious. It seemed that the signs of the magical tide approaching were becoming increasingly evident. Although for him, Surviving this great disaster was not a difficult task. He was well aware that for the vast majority of people on Blue Star, this was a cruel test concerning life and death. At this moment, on the eve of the magical tide, the entire world resembled a seemingly calm sea. In reality, deep beneath that tranquil surface, dark currents were surging powerfully. Especially for someone like Jiang Sun, who had an extremely keen perception of magic, he could always feel the overwhelming pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him. This was also the main reason why he gave up on exploration. He estimated that if he encountered a vicious predator beast, like the venomous spider in his current state, with a release delay of up to 1 second, he would definitely be in grave danger. He would only end up as a tragic juice. This left Jiang Sun momentarily at a loss. Over the past few days, due to his binge eating, he had already consumed half of the ice-field deer marrow and gem honey he traded for without hesitation. As expected, his intelligence attribute had improved significantly. Even without equipping the flowing light, it had reached 18 points, an increase of 3 points. Moreover, his strength, agility, and stamina attributes had each also increased by 2 points, which surprised and delighted him. After all, if one only focused on improving a single attribute, it was difficult to balance the others. Now, such a comprehensive enhancement was indeed an unexpected joy. Since he couldn't go out to explore for the time being, Jiang Sun decided to focus his energy on strengthening the shelter's defenses. He first placed the newly forged magic crystals into a small box, then began to research how to further enhance the shelter's defenses. Jiang Sun started searching in the trading channel for various, potentially useful magical materials, hoping to find items that could enhance shield strength or improve magic absorption efficiency. However, at such a critical moment, almost no one was selling such things. Jiang Sun, feeling somewhat disappointed, changed his keywords to magic-driven items. He suddenly thought, since everyone's magic was so scarce at this stage, what would happen if someone obtained a device that required magic crystals or a large amount of magic power to operate? The answer was obvious. They would definitely be eager to sell it for essential survival supplies. After all, the means to acquire magic crystals were very limited. So far, the entire regional channel had only harvested a total of 5 crystals. Moreover, those who obtained them cherished them like precious gems. After all, this item could recharge the totem pillar, which basically represented the shelter's health bar. Therefore, almost no one would be willing to waste them. However, Jiang Sun had some other speculations. He believed that since the foundation of this world was magic, the direction of development must revolve around magic. Therefore, it was very likely that over time, people would gradually obtain magic crystals or similar magic storing items from various unexpected channels, truly integrating into the magical world. By that time, the prices of various magic-driven facilities would surely skyrocket, and good items would be hidden away for personal use. With this in mind, Jiang Sun decided to start stockpiling goods. Thus, he boldly posted a purchase notice in the trading channel. High prices for various magic-driven devices. Interested parties please contact. At the same time, he began to pay attention to trading information for items that might appear in the trading channel, ready to act at any moment. Sure enough, not long after, someone contacted Jiang Sun. This person was named Luo Jun. He then sent over the information for an item called Magic Gathering Lamp. Jiang Sun checked it out and found that it was a special quality facility. Its function was that as the power of magic input increased, it would gradually extend the range and scope of the giant troll lamp. According to the seller, his meager magic value of just over 100 points was depleted in only 5 seconds. Moreover, the lighting effect was average, comparable to a strong flashlight. Seeing this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile. The name of this item, along with the magic tide he had yet to learn, both contained the term magic gathering, clearly employing the same mysterious operational method. He might be able to infer some skills based on the magic gathering lamp, or in the future, he could develop some applications for the magic gathering lamp through skills. Realizing that this item was very suitable for him, Jiang Sun hurriedly inquired about the price. Luo Jun said he wanted 200 units of logs and 100 units of raw stones, or equivalent food. The price was actually not cheap, but this item was very suitable for him. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment, carefully weighing it. He felt that although the price was somewhat steep, it was still within a reasonable range, so he readily agreed to the trade. with a flash of light. An item about the height of his calf appeared in front of him. Was this the magic gathering lamp? Jiang Sun looked at the bucket-shaped item in confusion. The magic gathering lamp resembled a sideways water bucket with a stand below. The surface of the bucket was engraved with complex runes, giving it a very magical world feel. Jiang Sun was curious about the function of this item, so he took a deep breath, slowly placed his palm on it, and began to input magic power. The moment the magic was input, the magic gathering lamp seemed to come to life, emitting a clearly defined beam of light that shot straight into the distant forest. Indeed, as Luo Jun had said, it was only as bright as a strong flashlight. Jiang Sun opened the panel and estimated that this level of brightness would consume about 15 magic points per second. No wonder Luo Jun could only use it for 5 seconds. Jiang Sun suddenly understood. Then, as if he thought of something, he took out 2 freshly charged magic crystals and carefully placed them into the specially designed grooves at the bottom of the lamp. The magic gathering lamp immediately lit up, emitting a soft yet bright glow that illuminated a considerable area. As Jiang Sun adjusted the 2 knobs, the light began to change, becoming either diffuse or focused, with the brightness constantly varying. Since it could focus, this thing might have other functions. Jiang Sun became excited, like a child who had received a new toy. He adjusted the magic gathering lamp to the smallest focus and directed the bucket-sized beam straight at a nearby tree trunk, eagerly awaiting the result. Sure enough, in less than 5 seconds, wisps of smoke began to rise from the tree trunk not far away. Jiang Sun quickly turned off the magic gathering lamp and rushed over to check. To his amazement, he discovered that the spot on the tree trunk that had been illuminated had developed a large area of charred marks. It seems that this gathering magic lamp is its true use. Jiang Sun nodded in satisfaction, feeling secretly pleased. This gathering magic lamp is not merely a lighting device. It can also serve as a defensive weapon. As long as the input magic power is sufficient, it can transform into something akin to a laser cannon. If you hadn't encountered me, you would have been overlooked. Jiang Sun gently patted the gathering magic lamp, secretly lamenting that he seemed to be developing in a very strange direction, and it was getting more absurd. Having made a good start, Jiang Sun continued to ambitiously search for similar items. However, the results left him greatly disappointed. He found that most of the items were simple objects that consumed very little energy, just like the low-temperature formation diagram that Zhao Tingtao had given him. They only required a small amount of magic power to operate each day. Of course, such things were not very useful. Jiang Sun didn't mind. After all, he had an abundance of magic power that he couldn't even use up. It was better to improve his quality of life. So he began to frantically search for useful items. An automatic dust-cleaning feather duster. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up. A good item bought. A magic quilt that maintains a constant temperature throughout the seasons. Also a good item bought. This is an automatic odor-eliminating toilet. Jiang Sun's eyes widened like saucers. He had to buy this. It was fantastic. He excitedly clicked to trade. However, the system prompt instantly left him stunned. Insufficient trading materials. No, really. Jiang Sun looked at the toilet priced at only 100 logs and was suddenly filled with dread. He stiffly turned his head to look at the pile of basic materials. His eyes nearly popped out in shock. Where are my materials? I had such a huge pile of basic materials. Jiang Sun was instantly petrified, standing there in a daze. Chapter 38 Selling Crystals. Jiang Sun suddenly realized that he seemed to have unknowingly squandered all his basic supplies. Looking at the seller's constant reminders, he gritted his teeth and finally took out 5 pieces of milk candy as payment. Only then did he successfully trade back the toilet he had been longing for. This toilet seemed ordinary, but meant a lot to Jiang Sun. He didn't want to feel anxious every time he had to solve his problems outside. As stated in Animal World, any animal is extremely vulnerable during excretion. No matter how advanced human intelligence is, it hasn't escaped the realm of animals. Jiang Sun looked at the empty corner and felt a bit anxious. After all, the phrase store grain widely. Delay claiming kingship was deeply engraved in the bones of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Now that he had no supplies left, Jiang Sun's sense of security was completely gone. He glanced at the time and realized it was already 1400 hours. Fortunately, it was almost time for the scheduled sale of magical crystals. He hurried to the magic collector and indeed saw 5 transparent crystals filled with magic. Carefully taking out the filled crystals, he replaced them with 5 new empty ones. Then he opened the regional channel. Qingshan Organization Crystal Sale will start at 1500 hours. Please pay attention to the trading channel. As soon as this message was sent out, the originally bustling regional channel instantly fell silent. Soon after, a flood of messages began to spam the screen. Begging for a crystal, please help me, big shot. Is it really 400 resources for one? That's too generous. Long live Qingshan boss. Big shot, please sell me one, I'll pay double. Finally waiting for this, big shot, please give me a chance. I'm willing to offer 800 basic resources. Upstairs, the big shot has said there are limited quantities. Are you out of your mind to disrupt the market order? Big shot, I'm in a level 2 shelter. My shield energy is almost gone. I urgently need a crystal to save me. Who isn't waiting to be saved? Are you special? Urgent as law. Umitba. Praise the Lord, I beg you. Let me grab one. Upstairs seems to have a complicated faith. Does this even work? Doesn't matter if it works. It's not a waste of time to try. What if it does? Wow, that makes a lot of sense. Taking advantage of the time before the listing, Jiang Sun hurried out to tidy up the storage area. After all, he would soon have a total of 2,000 basic resources coming in, and he had no experience handling such a large harvest. He could only try to clear a large space. At 1450, Jiang Sun wiped the thin sweat from his forehead and stood ready in the trading channel. At this time, the trading channel was already filled with various messages seeking blessings. People were asking for the blessings of gods and Buddhas. In short, all kinds of deities were being called upon. Jiang Sun even saw requests for blessings from Sun Wukong and Erlingshin. He secretly cursed, wait, are you planning to have them directly rob me? Thinking about the rebellious images of those two in mythology, Jiang Sun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Who doesn't know they're the 3 rebellious figures of the heavenly court? 1 stone, 2 lotus roots, 3 eyes, and a dog. These guys are not easy to deal with. Just then, a message from Zhao Tingtao interrupted Jiang Sun's thoughts. Zhao Tingtao, how's your hand speed? Did you see the news in the channel about Qingshan selling crystals? Why don't you give it a try too? Jiang Sun didn't plan to reply and casually sent a trading message. Ding! Jiang Sun is trading you a magical crystal 101. Do you agree to trade? Note, you can cool off. Give me 5 pounds of top quality beef, and I'll pack it to take away. Then, Jiang Sun closed the dialog box, ignoring Zhao Tingtao's barrage of messages, and began to focus on the trading channel. As 1500 hours arrived, Jiang Sun quickly clicked to confirm the listing. In an instant, it was a loud bang. 2,000 basic materials poured out like an avalanche onto the neatly cleared ground Jiang Sun had prepared. The mountain of materials left Jiang Sun momentarily dumbfounded. He hadn't even had time to lift his finger to click confirm the transaction completion. This sold out already. Jiang Sun opened the magic book in confusion and found the regional channel filled with whales. Holy crap, I got one. I'm a profiteer now. Ha ha ha. What the heck? How did that damn scalper get one? Right, what's wrong with you guys? How come you're all single for so many years and still so slow? You talk so big, did you get one? No, but I'm in a level 3 shelter. You didn't get one either, did you? Just because you're single, your hand speed is faster? I'm not single. My wife is also in this channel. Oh, she is also in a level 3 shelter. 2 questions were hurt twice, bro. That's too tragic. But it's not that bad. It sounds painful. Those who got one, say something. At least I can charge 3 times. Sell me one. Please. I really have no energy left. There has been a big scorpion lurking around me every day. I'm too scared to go out. Everyone, don't go to the trading channel to send messages tomorrow, or everyone will know. Exactly. We only managed to grab 3 out of the 5 today. Looking at the rolling messages, Jiang Sun felt a bit helpless. This luck-based trading method was unavoidable for scalpers. On the other hand, if he changed to direct trading, he would lose his original intention. Plus, it would consume a lot of his time to select each item. So Jiang Sun decided to continue selling in this manner tomorrow. After all, there was no difference in internet speed here. It all depended on hand speed and luck. Jiang Sun closed the communication channel and looked at the large amount of materials piled haphazardly in front of him, instantly feeling a headache. He didn't know what to do when he had too many materials in the future. He immediately decided to upgrade to a level 3 shelter tomorrow. Out of sight, out of mind. These 2,000 materials needed to be dealt with, so it was better to use them directly. Jiang Sun calculated that upgrading to a level 3 shelter required 1,600 basic resources. He just happened to have enough resources at hand. However, he didn't start the upgrade immediately. Instead, he carefully planned the remaining 400 resources. He decided to use part of the resources to trade for some precious magical materials to better prepare for the upcoming magic tide. Another part would be used to purchase some daily necessities to improve the living conditions for himself and Old Qin. At the same time, Jiang Sun did not forget about Old Qin's needs. He used part of the resources to buy some high-quality farming tools and fertilizers, hoping to help Old Qin better cultivate crops. These farming tools were made from magical manufacturing scrolls and had effects that ordinary tools could not compare with. They could greatly improve farming efficiency. Chapter 39. Zhao Tingtao in danger. Just as Jiang Sun was lost in thought, a sudden notification sounded in his ear. Jiang Sun initially thought it was the beef order from Zhao Tingtao. After all, that kid never took advantage of others and always adhered to fair trade principles. However, immediately afterward, a series of message notifications followed. Ding! Zhao Tingtao has rejected your trade request. Ding! Zhao Tingtao is trading you Frost Wolf Leather Armor 1, Starlight Stone 1, Cedar Hunting Bow 1, Deer Skin Water Bottle 1. Looking at this string of trade information, Jiang Sun's heart sank, and an ominous premonition arose. All these items were Zhao Tingtao's personal belongings. The Frost Wolf Leather Armor and Cedar Hunting Bow were his main equipment, which he had shown off to Jiang Sun when he got them. The water bottle was also an essential item he carried. Now, all these items appeared in the trade list at once. This was clearly Zhao Tingtao sending over all his possessions. Sure enough, a message from Zhao Tingtao soon followed. Zhao Tingtao, brother, I'm in big trouble. Take care of these things and live on. If you meet someone named Zhao Yuan, please take good care of her. She is my sister. Seeing this, Jiang Sun's heart tightened. The despair in those words was evident. It seemed the severity of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun immediately asked in the magic book, "Where are you? What happened?" But the only response was a deathly silence. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he quickly calculated his options. He had always known that Zhao Tingtao was not the kind of person who would easily give up hope. So, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't be so decisive. Realizing time was of the essence, Jiang Sun quickly accepted Zhao Tingtao's trade request and equipped the items one by one. At this moment, he felt a mix of emotions. He was worried about Zhao Tingtao's safety and grateful for his trust. Although he couldn't guarantee that he could save Zhao Tingtao, Jiang Sun resolutely sent over his glimmering staff and a large handful of candies. Feeling insecure, he quickly checked his inventory again, only to despairingly find that it contained neither items to boost combat power nor items for quick escape. Damn it! Why is everything lacking at such a critical moment? Jiang Sun cursed loudly and began to quickly scan the items in the room. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a box in the corner of the table. Inside the box, 5 energy-filled magic crystals were shining brightly. Without time to think, Jiang Sun directly decided to put them up for trade and change the trade format to complete it directly in accordance with the rules. The exchange content was 3 crystals for combat escape items, 2 crystals for quick healing items. The level settings were all star level. He guessed that since Zhao Tingtao no longer had time to respond, the situation must be extremely urgent. He was likely caught in a chase or attacked by a particularly powerful monster. In such circumstances, escape items and quick healing items would be crucial. With that, he announced in the channel under the name of Qing Shan. Immediately, everyone began to search for relevant items. After all, these 2 types of items might not be immediately useful, but disaster was imminent. The magic crystals would definitely save lives. Sure enough, in less than a minute, all the magic crystals he put up for trade were exchanged. Instantly, 2 scrolls and 3 glowing items landed in his hands. He took a glance to confirm that there were no issues with the items and immediately traded them to Zhao Tingtao, then anxiously awaited a response. Damn it! I've lost a lot of resources to save you this time. Jiang Sun cursed under his breath. but his heart was filled with anxiety. Zhao Tingtao could be considered his only friend in this world. The choice he made when Zhao Tingtao was in mortal danger was telling. He had regarded him as the most trusted person. Jiang Sun estimated that if he were in a similar situation, he would likely make a similar choice. After a while, ding! Zhao Tingtao has agreed to your trade. The pleasant notification sound rang out. I knew that this rascal was still alive. Jiang Sun cursed again, but his face couldn't hide the joy. The fact that he agreed to the trade meant Zhao Tingtao thought the items could help him, no matter what danger he faced. Useful items meant he had a chance to survive. Time passed quickly as Jiang Sun anxiously waited. During this time, he kept a close eye on Zhao Tingtao's avatar, fearing it would suddenly turn black and gray. If the color of the avatar changed, it would mean that Zhao Tingtao, his only friend, had died in this damned wasteland world. Half an hour passed. Suddenly, Zhao Tingtao's message came back. I'm okay now. Seeing the message, Jiang Sun let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly picked up the magic book and replied, You bastard, finally some movement. What the hell happened? Zhao Tingtao, I was surrounded by a pack of wolves just now and almost died there. Your phantom scroll helped a lot. Jiang Sun, how are you? Are you injured? Use those healing items. Zhao Tingtao, I've already used them. That moon spirit grass really works wonders. I had a chunk bitten off my arm, and it grew back. Zhao Tingtao, I thought I was really done for. Zhao Tingtao, by the way, when did you stock up on so many useful scrolls? Jiang Sun, just bought them. Damn it, pay me back. Zhao Tingtao, pay back. Thank you for saving my life. However many resources it cost, just tell me, and I'll send it to you. Jiang Sun, oh, just 5 fully charged magic crystals. How do you want to transfer? Zhao Tingtao, Dad. Jiang Sun, calling me Dad won't help. Even if you go sell your skin drums, you have to pay me back. Jiang Sun's concern for money was fake, but his happiness was real. After all, although magic crystals sold for a high price, they weren't much to him. Zhao Tingtao, however, was a high-ranking member of his planned Qingshan organization. It's not easy to have someone trustworthy, and after this incident, they had truly become friends. They could entrust each other with their lives. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun suddenly had a mischievous thought and sent a message to Zhao Tingtao. Jiang Sun, by the way, does your sister still need me to take care of her? From now on, let us each do our own thing. You call me Dad, and I'll call you brother-in-law. Zhao Tingtao. Then the two of them traded back all the items they had sent each other. However, Zhao Tingtao insisted on leaving the Starlight Stone for Jiang Sun. He also sent a large amount of supplies, including several 100 pounds of meat. After Jiang Sun received it and looked, he found all kinds of food inside. Moreover, the lowest quality was firefly level. Among them, the star level, ice plain deer marrow weighed a full 5 pounds. If he finished eating these, Jiang Sun's 4-dimensional attributes would be raised to an absurd level for this stage. Zhao Tingtao, brother, from now on, I'll take care of your meat. Whatever you want to eat, I'll go catch it for you. Jiang Sun, that is fine. I remember this world has dragons, and I don't think I've ever eaten one. Zhao Tingtao, just wait for it. Jiang Sun, by the way, haven't you been able to contact your sister? Zhao Tingtao, she is not in this regional channel. I also send messages in the world channel every day, but you know the density of information there. Jiang Sun saw the message and immediately understood the situation. Seeking close connections is almost everyone's first choice. Yet most people are not in the same regional channel. Therefore, the world channel has become the only option for everyone. But the world channel accommodates a full 8 billion blue star people, so the density of information there is unimaginable. Finding someone in there is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Jiang Sun thought for a moment and felt that the timing was right. So he sent a message to Zhao Tingtao. I might be able to help you. Chapter 40. Joining the team. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall, bald, muscular man, covered in blood, was sitting in a wooden cabin eating roasted meat. His pants were tattered and barely hanging on, almost reduced to rags. His bare upper body was covered in intersecting scars, some of which had healed while others were still raw and bleeding. This man was Zhao Tingtao, who had just escaped from a wolf pack. However, his current rugged and fierce appearance, full of vicissitudes and wildness, was clearly inconsistent with the fitness coach he had described to Jiang Sun. Upon seeing Jiang Sun's message, Zhao Tingtao's hand holding the magic book trembled slightly. Little Ran. He silently whispered his sister's name in his heart. A complex light flashed in his eyes. He knew that Jiang Sun was a very sensible person and would definitely not joke about such matters. Therefore, he was certain that Jiang Sun must have a genuine way to help. He quickly replied, "Really? What do you need me to do?" Jiang Sun's reply came back quickly, but it was just one sentence. It left Zhao Tingtao shocked. His heart stirred with waves of emotion. "Do you want to join Qing Shan?" "My Qing Shan?" Jiang Sun ignored Zhao Tingtao's series of shocked exclamations. He decisively sent a message to Zhou Tsangyan. After all, in this vast and dangerous world filled with unknowns, relying solely on his own meager strength and the mere 3 people in the Qingshan organization to find a specific person among the sea of people was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Thus, the large and powerful Dragon Nation shelters naturally became a highly feasible avenue. Their people were distributed in various corners and channels, almost covering a large portion of the Dragon Nation population. Moreover, according to Zhou Tsangyan, they had successfully integrated 46 shelters. The average population in these shelters had reached 300 people, and he didn't know how the officials managed to do it. Such a massive population base was like an invisible yet enormous information network, extending to every corner of the world and greatly increasing the chances of finding someone. Furthermore, the official messages they released, with their authority and wide dissemination channels, would surely attract more attention. In fact, Jiang Sun was also aware that if they issued a missing person notice under the name of the Qingshan organization, it might also achieve some effect. However, his influence was currently mainly limited to the regional channel. Therefore, exerting effort from both sides simultaneously would be the fastest way to reach the goal. As a message was sent out, it spread rapidly. The Dragon Nation officials clearly took the matter very seriously and began to vigorously promote the dissemination of the news. They even set up star-level food as a reward to encourage more people to participate in the search. The pinned message in the organization channel was changed from an announcement to a missing person notice. It was evident that Jiang Sun's request was being treated as a top priority. This made Jiang Sun feel a surge of emotion. At the same time, he silently assured himself that under such strong efforts and comprehensive actions, regardless of the final result, they would definitely achieve. Alive to see the person, dead to see the corpse. While waiting for news, Jiang Sun had already revealed the situation of Qing Shan to Zhao Tingtao, leaving Zhao Tingtao astonished. "Zhao Tingtao, so you're saying I am now one of the only 5 S-level forces in this world?" Jiang Sun, "Yes, and you're the second in command." Zhao Tingtao, "That's acceptable. So the organization now only has the 2 of us?" Jiang Sun, "Not quite. There's also Qin Gingyun, Old Qin, and a squirrel." Zhao Tingtao, "I didn't expect Old Qin to be tricked by you 2. Those who can do are not as good as those who can talk." Jiang Sun, "Watch your words. By the way, if you have reliable people, you can bring them in. We need to develop well." Zhao Tingtao, "No problem. So I am now the force representative of the organization?" Jiang Sun, "No, that squirrel is." Zhao Tingtao, "Jiang Sun, if you're not convinced, you can arrange a match between you 2. By the way, he is a Haoyue level. I hope you are too." Zhao Tingtao, "Help me pay my respects to Lord Squirrel." As Zhao Tingtao spoke candidly, Jiang Sun realized how well Zhao Tingtao had developed. They exchanged some personal information panels. Jiang Sun then discovered that Zhao Tingtao's attributes were even more outrageous than his. Personal information name, Zhao Tingtao level, Firefly strength, 16 agility, 16 stamina, 18, 153, intelligence, 6 magic power, 120 recovery speed, 6 points H, skills, gathering, level 112. Upon seeing Zhao Tingtao's attributes, a complex emotion surged in Jiang Sun's heart. He had thought he was developing well. He didn't expect his 4-dimensional attributes to be so inferior compared to Zhao Tingtao. If it weren't for Zhao Tingtao's low intelligence, his attributes would completely crush Jiang Sun. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, the stronger the people in the organization, the stronger their overall strength. Moreover, according to Zhao Tingtao, he received the prompt to reach the Firefly level only when his total 4-dimensional attributes reached 50 points. Jiang Sun calculated his own attributes and found that the sum of his strength, agility, and stamina had already reached 10 points. His intelligence was as high as 19 points, just 1 point away from 50. Thinking of this, his mood improved slightly. Jiang Sun had learned from Zhou Cangyan that most people at this stage were still striving for basic necessities. Even if they had some gains, their four-dimensional attributes only hovered around 5 or 6 points. Only a few relatively well-developed individuals might barely reach around 10 points in a single attribute. Even Zhou Cangyan himself, as one of the strong individuals fully supported by the entire Dragon Nation shelter, had just barely reached the Firefly level. After learning about these circumstances, Jiang Sun finally felt relieved. This sense of superiority and accomplishment, standing ahead of the vast majority of people, greatly satisfied him. Moreover, his magic crystal business hadn't even begun to take off yet. Suddenly, Jiang Sun seemed to remember something and asked Zhao Tingtao, "Has your talent awakened? Or have you gained any strange abilities?" Zhao Tingtao thought for a moment and replied, "I should have. It's probably related to beast taming. I was planning to try to get 2 wolf cubs today. I didn't expect to be blocked at home by the Wolf King. Just wait. I'll go get it in a while." After reading the message, Jiang Sun pondered. In his impression, discussions about talents in various communication channels were few and far between. It was evident that most people had not successfully awakened their talents. The previous revelations from the ancient European New Alliance also stated that unless one originally had special abilities, they could only rely on something called a talent stone to assist in awakening. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun suddenly felt an extremely strange sense of disorientation. He felt as if he was not playing the same game as others. Clearly, his attributes were high, his talent was good, and even his luck surpassed that of most people. But why do I still feel no sense of security? In his eyes, the world seems to be filled with hidden deadly dangers everywhere. On the first day, he encountered the mysterious and powerful Walla. On the second day, he met the Shamate bear that plays with shields like a ball. On the fourth day, he was chased and beaten by a venom spider. These magical beasts are all beings he cannot contend with. If it were anyone else, encountering any one of them would probably mean they are now 6 feet under. As for the various low-level magical beasts of the level that everyone is discussing, Jiang Sun has not even seen one. Even the rabbit that was drunk by the venom spider looks to be at the Firefly level with that speed. Right, others have beginner villages. Am I the only one thrown into a high-level map? Jiang Sun gritted his teeth in anger, filled with helplessness. Chapter 41. Level 3 Shelter. Time. Blue Star Calendar. Year 1. Day 7. 6 o'clock a.m. Day. 7 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. Night. 1 p.m. to 7 o'clock a.m. Jiang Sun groggily opened his eyes, only to find it was still pitch black outside. Is it not dawn yet? Did I wake up too early today? Jiang Sun wondered. He remembered that his biological clock was quite accurate, so he quickly took out his manual to check. To his surprise, he found that the time section had already changed. Dawn was delayed by a full hour, and the length of the day had also shortened by 2 hours. It would be dark by 1 p.m.? That's a bit absurd, Jiang Sun cursed inwardly. After all, it was only the 7th day since he arrived in this world. In just 1 week, the alternation of day and night had changed multiple times. How would it be in the future? Jiang Sun seemed to think of something and hurriedly sent a message to Old Qin to inquire about the crops. He was worried that the crops might not grow normally due to insufficient sunlight. After receiving a reply indicating that there wasn't much of a problem, Jiang Sun finally felt a bit relieved. However, Old Qin also mentioned that if the alternation of day and night continued to change dramatically, it could lead to reduced crop yields or even death. So preparations needed to be made early. After all, crops' adaptability was far inferior to that of humans. Jiang Sun immediately thought of the strategic blueprint of the Dragon Kingdom shelter. It seemed to be called the Magic Energy Sun. He had thought at the time that it was useless. Now it seemed that the Magic Wasteland manual wouldn't provide humans with useless items. So, the next disaster might very well be related to the alternation of day and night. Jiang Sun scratched his head. If this were true, then when the time came, the value of this Magic Energy Sun would greatly increase. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly sent a few messages to Zhou Cangyan to maintain their relationship. After all, fortunes change, and there might be a time when he would need help from him. After getting out of bed, Jiang Sun continued to heat a furnace of magic crystals. Then he replaced a batch of filled crystals. After doing all this, he actually felt a bit aimless. After all, the range of activities was too small. How about exercising for a while? This was an idea Jiang Sun had for a long time, as aside from intelligence, the other three attributes represented physical fitness. So perhaps he could really improve through exercise. Thus, Jiang Sun began to exercise for a while according to the method Zhao Tingtao taught him. Sure enough, in just 10 minutes, he was sweating profusely and felt a significant loss of stamina. So he gritted his teeth, picked up a piece of meat, and threw it on the fire to grill. This kid has some skills, Jiang Sun said while rubbing his sore arms. The exercise method just now was quite strange. Even with his twice the stamina attribute of others, he could only last for 10 minutes. Moreover, some of the movements were odd. For example, a motion of raising a hand, then pulling forward and throwing, followed by a reaching and rotating action. To Jiang Sun, it seemed more like throwing someone in front of him and then breaking their neck. Zhao Tingtao was indeed not simple. He muttered quietly to himself and then turned to sit at the table with the grilled meat. He had long felt that Zhao Tingtao's identity was definitely not as simple as just a fitness coach. However, everyone has their secrets, and Jiang Sun had never asked too much. After eating a large piece of grilled meat, Jiang Sun felt it was tasteless. Living without carbs was simply unbearable. He silently accumulated resentment in his heart. Although food reserves were increasing day by day, Jiang Sun's craving for carbs was becoming more severe. In this magic wasteland, he hadn't seen anyone with a stable carb output. At most, he had seen a few wild potatoes, which quickly disappeared. After finishing his meal, Jiang Sun opened the Magic Wasteland manual. In the regional channel, he saw a chorus of wails. Why is it still not dawn? There are only 2 days left to collect resources, and I'm still far from enough. Exactly. Why is the daytime only 6 hours now? This is forcing us to go out and risk our lives at night. Help me. I haven't even upgraded my tent yet. What should I do? What have you been doing these days? Now you haven't even upgraded your tent. Just wait to die. I broke my leg climbing a tree to pick fruit on the first day. I haven't been able to go out for days. You can't blame others. Everyone is struggling to survive now, and there are no extra resources to help you. Just fend for yourself. I have seeds and wild fruits. Please. I just want to upgrade to a level 2 cabin, then wait for a big shot to help you, or contact the official shelter, if they can see this. Seeing everyone's messages in the channel, Jiang Sun roughly understood the situation. Currently, most people were choosing to use the conversion array to survive the magic tide. However, they had no idea how many resources they needed. After all, the revelation only said that a level 2 shelter couldn't hold up and a level 3 shelter could. But someone had already calculated that the energy level difference between the 2 shields was more than 5 times. So no one was sure how much energy was needed to get through. They could only frantically collect resources to increase their chances of survival. What if they were just one piece of which short? This was everyone's thought. Jiang Sun couldn't care less about how others thought. Although he could guarantee his survival, he didn't think he could live well. There were countless high-level magical beasts lurking nearby, which severely diminished his sense of security. Who knows when he might be discovered by an unresistible existence and then torn apart. Looking at the materials in front of him, Jiang Sun made up his mind. As long as he upgraded to a level 3 shelter today, he would start preparing for upgrading to a level 4 shelter tomorrow. Time waits for no one, especially not for those who dawdle. Then he opened the shelter interface of a magic book, Firefly level magic cabin, a magical cabin endowed with magical abilities. Capable of effectively resisting attacks from intermediate magical beasts and has a certain space expansion ability. Shelter facilities, primary magic shield, 90, small magic item storage room, 5 cubic meters. Shelter upgrade, 1103 800 logs, 950 800 raw stones. Magic core 01, optional to add. Additional effects, within the radiation range of the totem pillar, magic value limit 200. Magic recovery speed, 100. Stamina recovery speed 10. Looking at the fairly good additional attributes of the magic cabin, Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and then took out the Moon Howler Beast crystal core from his pocket. I hope you won't let me down. Then Jiang Sun directly chose to add the magic core. With the invaluable star-level magic core disappearing, A prompt appeared before Jiang Sun. Ding. Do you want to use the Moon Howler Beast Crystal Core as the main material to upgrade to a level 3 Magic Stone Fortress? Confirm. As Jiang Sun clicked, a dazzling light instantly enveloped the entire magic cabin. In the light, the original structure of the cabin began to rapidly disassemble. It strangely hovered in the air, merging with the newly added materials. The logs and raw stones seemed to be endowed with life, orderly constructing the frame of the stone fortress in the air. They nested and fused together, emitting a dull cracking sound. The magic core floated at the center of the stone fortress, continuously releasing powerful magical fluctuations. This wave of energy, like threads, tightly wove all the building materials together. As the construction progressed, the walls of the stone fortress gradually thickened. Mysterious magical runes emerged on the surface, glowing with a ghostly blue light. The original basic magical shield began to transform under the nourishment of magic, its radiance growing stronger. The defense power saw a significant increase in a short period. The radiation range of the totem pole further expanded with the upgrade of the stone fortress. Within its range, the aura of magic became denser. Jiang Sun could clearly feel that the upper limit of his magic power was steadily rising, surpassing his original expectations and reaching a new height. The speed of magic recovery also became astonishing, almost recovering a small portion of magic power in the blink of an eye. This discovery left him both surprised and delighted. After the radiance flickered for about 10 minutes, a magnificent level 3 stone fortress finally stood in place. Its thick stone walls exuded a strong sense of security. As the grand door of the fortress slowly opened, Jiang Sun took a deep breath and stepped inside. It felt like a completely new world. The decorations were simple, yet filled with the charm of magic. The walls were embedded with stones that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire interior space. These were the luminous stones he had bought before, but never used. If the magical cabin was just a wonderfully ordinary little wooden house, then the magical castle truly deserved the name of magic. Chapter 42: New Home and Ridiculous Attributes. Stellar-level magic stone fortress. An indestructible fortress with a spacious interior that can flexibly change its layout according to magical power. Equipped with various optional expansion facilities. Shelter facilities. Intermediate magic shield 100, medium magic item storage room, 20 cubic meters, magic energy gathering array, adds materials, converts magical power, magic watchtower, can remotely scout the surrounding environment, early warning for approaching magical beasts and dangers. Shelter upgrade, 303-2000 logs, 150-2000 stones, 12-100 hardwood. 50 magic iron ingots, stellar level materials 03, optional to add, walls, 150-200 stones, 1250 hardwood, increases risk resistance, magic kitchen, 303-100 logs, 150-100 stones, place for magical kitchenware, magic manufacturing room, 303-100 logs, 150-100 stones, 01 magic core, place for manufacturing magical items, magic training room, 150-100 stones, 50 magic iron ingots. 1 magic core. Increases magic training progress. Magic lounge. 303-100 logs, 150-100 stones. Aids in entering deep meditation. Magic plantation. 303-100 logs, 150-100 stones. 1 magic core. Increases crop growth speed. Additional effect 1. Within the radiation range of the totem pillar, maximum magical power value 1000, magical power recovery speed 400, stamina recovery speed 50. Additional effect 2. Within the radiation range of the totem pillar, magic power increased by 20, 10 chance for enemies to trigger magical backlash effect, causing their magical power to go into temporary chaos. The long list of messages left Jiang Sun feeling dizzy. First, the area of the house has become a full 200 square meters and can expand with the addition of facilities. Secondly, many practical expansion facilities have been added. This means that Jiang Sun's eating, drinking, and basic needs no longer have to be concentrated in one room. Of course, these facilities are quite useful. For example, the plantation that increases crop growth speed and the training room that increases training progress. These are all things Jiang Sun must build. Even the bedroom and walls are within Jiang Sun's plans. As for the kitchen, forget it. If there is no food, what is the point of a kitchen? What Jiang Sun found most confusing was the manufacturing room option. He frowned, feeling that something was off. Because at this stage, all item manufacturing is done through scrolls. After clicking confirm, items are automatically manufactured. Even his strategic level collector works this way. So what is the manufacturing room for? Although Jiang Sun had a bad premonition, he quickly pushed it aside. He looked at his new home with joy. The level 3 magic stone fortress gave him a sense of security that the magic cabin could never compare to. He even felt that even if a stellar level predator came, it wouldn't be able to breach his shelter's defenses. However, at the same time, a tinge of worry surged in his heart. This level 3 shelter is too powerful. But this also indicates that if a disaster requires a level 3 shelter to withstand, then it is unimaginable for a level 2 magic cabin. Perhaps many people would die in disasters due to lack of preparation. But Jiang Sun couldn't do anything about it. So he decided not to think too much and turned to start tidying up the house. The Magic Stone Fortress was neatly divided into 4 rooms. The area and shape of the rooms can be adjusted according to needs. Jiang Sun first placed the dragon egg-shaped, young dragon's nest in a corner of one room. Then he put all his daily necessities in the same room. However, even so, the room still felt a bit empty. He walked into another room designated as a storage room and found that the basic materials had been neatly stacked against the wall. After a simple estimate, it seemed that it could hold about 10,000 portions of basic supplies. As for the other 2 empty rooms, he didn't look at them any further. They were still empty for now, and he could activate them later when needed. After organizing the rooms, Jiang Sun jumped into the dragon egg. A comfortable feeling washed over him, and he suddenly didn't want to move. So he picked up the magic book and began to check his own attributes. He discovered that there had been significant changes. Personal information name, Jiang Sun level, Glimmer strength, 10 agility, 10 stamina, 10 intelligence, 24, 195, magic power, 1800 recovery speed, 90270, 360 points, skills, gathering, level 355, Jiang Sun smiled blankly. He was clearly on the path of a battery with no turning back. A full 720 points of magic power recovery speed. Even he felt something was off. Just the 1800 magic power limit was already outrageous. And the efficiency of being able to fully recover in just 2.5 hours was even more absurd. It should be noted that a magic crystal can hold a maximum of 20 auna of magic power, which is 2,000 points. Even if these magical powers were collected using a magic collector, it would take a full 8 hours. Calling him a humanoid magic collector is not an exaggeration. As for others, Jiang Sun didn't even need to compare. They simply weren't on the same level. Take Ting Tao, for example. His magic recovery speed is 6 points Jiang Sun's recovery speed is 120 times that. He was a bit hesitant about whether he was on the right path. After all, he had invested a massive amount of resources for this, and if he didn't achieve the desired effect, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Of course, if the power of Magic Tide far exceeds his expectations, he could very well become one of the strongest in the magical Wasteland world. Day 1. Cautious Superhero. Day 2. Happy Superhero. Punching spiders, stepping on squirrels. Wiping the drool from his mouth, Jiang Sun got up and prepared to go out. After the delay of upgrading the Magic Stone Fortress, it was already 10 o'clock a.m. Looking at the meat pie on the table, Jiang Sun really had no appetite, so he planned to go out hunting. Before leaving, he cautiously checked the weather conditions. Weather, temperature, 18 to 26 weather status. Clouds obscuring the moon, magical energy flow stable. Wind force level, gentle breeze whispering magical atmosphere. The air is filled with ominous colors. Magical energy is condensing. Stellar omen, the stars outline ancient magical totems, foreshadowing disaster and rebirth. Jiang Sun couldn't help but swallow. The weather description in the magic book had no good words, but the magical flow had strangely returned to calm. It was like the calm before the storm. Jiang Sun stepped outside, cautiously tested the star flash, and found it released exceptionally smoothly. It was indeed related to the weather conditions. Jiang Sun finally confirmed where the previous strange delay sensation came from. But since his survival ability had recovered, It posed no problem to go out and explore. Jiang Sun encouraged himself and then picked up the basket to walk out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, Jiang Sun took 2 deep breaths of fresh air. It felt no different. He was suddenly a bit puzzled, but these doubts vanished the moment he stepped out of the shield's range. As he took a step beyond the shield's edge, he immediately felt a suffocating sensation rush towards him. Jiang Sun carefully sensed it and found that it was not caused by thin air. It felt like the flames of the crystal furnace. It felt more like a sensation from the soul. It seemed that the situation outside had already deteriorated significantly, but the magical shield could isolate them from it. Jiang Sun murmured to himself. At this moment, he truly realized the real value of the shelter and the magical shield. With only 2 days left until the disaster, the situation outside was already like this. He couldn't help but wonder what even more bizarre circumstances would arise during the disaster. Jiang Sun suddenly felt grateful that his fate was still relatively good. He then tried to release his skill again. After confirming that there was no problem, a burst of starlight flickered, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 43. The Black Mist Knights confirmed their destination. Jiang Sun rushed along the predetermined path. The direction of his exploration, this time, was towards the red circle on the edge of the map. Since the distance to the red circle was a full 10 kilometers, his plan for today was to explore only half of the distance. Jiang Sun knew that it was dangerous over there, and that it was likely still a powerful How-You-A-Level monster nest. But no matter how perilous it was, he had to go. After upgrading to a level 3 magic stone fortress, Jiang Sun was about to face a significant watershed at level 4. This also meant that if he could not find a suitable place to gather magical energy to upgrade the sanctuary before a high-level disaster struck, he would have to upgrade to a house-type shelter through conventional methods. This was unacceptable to him. He believed that anyone who had seen the shelter revelation would absolutely reject ordinary upgrades. After all, no one was willing to become an ordinary existence. Jiang Sun silently resolved in his heart that no matter what, even if he had to pay a great price, he had to accomplish the sanctuary. Tu, sweet bang. Jiang Sun ran while using Star Flash to dodge obstacles. With so much magical energy, he was so extravagant. He completely ignored the footsteps and the feeling of being watched that occasionally appeared beside him. Thanks to his agility attribute of 10 points, his running speed was not slow at all. The massive magical energy bonus from the source of magic and the Magic Stone Fortress also gave Jiang Sun plenty of confidence. He was sure that if he encountered the venomous spider again, he could walk it like a dog. As he dodged another attack from a leopard monster with Star Flash, Jiang Sun turned around and gave it the finger. Jiang Sun, a 10 yuan cup. I'll sell it to you for 9. Leopard. Jiang Sun, that's a 10 discount, bro. As Jiang Sun explored further away, he noticed that the environment around him became increasingly harsh. At first, he could still see some familiar landmarks, which were the marks he had made during his previous explorations. However, as the distance increased, everything became unfamiliar. 3 kilometers. The originally lush trees began to gradually dry up and twist. The leaves took on a strange black color, as if they had been eroded by darkness. Jiang Sun noticed that the footsteps of the monsters that had been following him had also disappeared. 5 kilometers. The grass on the ground had lost its vitality, replaced by a kind of moss that emitted a cold glow. With every step he took, he felt a chilling sensation beneath his feet. Jiang Sun thought he had likely entered the radiation range of the creatures in the red circle. He suppressed his inner unease and continued to move cautiously forward. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound came from the woods ahead. At first, the sound was extremely weak, almost inaudible. But as Jiang Sun drew closer, the sound became clearer and louder, like the buzzing of countless insects' wings. It also sounded like the operation of precision machinery. Jiang Sun cautiously slowed his pace and carefully approached the source of the sound. His grip on the flowing light became sweaty. He reached the bushes that were making the noise and carefully parted them. The sight before him made him gasp. What the hell was that? Jiang Sun swallowed hard, not daring to make a sound. In the clearing before him, a dozen humanoid creatures were tearing apart a monster corpse that was no longer recognizable. Blood splattered and bones flew everywhere. These humanoid creatures resembled dead knights, their bodies wrapped in a layer of tattered black metal armor. They emanated a strong aura of darkness. The armor was engraved with runes, each glowing with a ghostly blue light, intertwined with the eerie blood-red color of their eye sockets, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Sun carefully observed them. He noticed that while their movements seemed mechanical, there was a peculiar coordination to them, as if they were following some predetermined program. Moreover, as they decomposed the monster's corpse, strands of black magical energy were drawn out from the body and slowly merged into the knight's bodies. Immediately, the dark aura surrounding them grew even stronger. Could these things be enhancing their strength by devouring magical energy? Jiang Sun pondered this in his heart, while also feeling some thoughts arise. After all, everyone has the desire to claim good things for themselves when they see them. Just as he was frowning in thought, suddenly, the Black Mist Knights stopped their actions in unison. Seeing this, Jiang Sun also paused. Then, he saw a dozen knights in different poses suddenly turn their heads in unison. Their gazes fixed directly on Jiang Sun's direction, but all he saw was a scattering of starlight. Moments later, Jiang Sun was gasping for breath in the thick canopy of trees. He was already 500 meters away from the location of the humanoid monsters. This was the result of Jiang Sun using Star Flash 10 times in a row, even with his outrageous 1,800 points of magical energy. He was now left with only half. Thankfully, he ran fast. What were those things? Jiang Sun patted his chest, heart racing as if it was about to leap out. Just that moment of being stunned almost cost him his life. The speed of those knights was simply terrifying. Although he managed to escape in time, he still saw how fast they were charging. They were leaving after images. This world of magical wasteland was truly horrifying. Complaining about phrases he didn't know where he learned, Jiang Sun recalled the scene he had just witnessed. At the moment all the knights looked up, he vaguely saw the internal structure of one of the damaged armors. It was not flesh and blood at all, but bones and machinery. This made him immediately think of the broken doll he had picked up earlier. He felt that these two were likely from the same place. So, were these artificial creations? A desire to return and study this rose in Jiang Sun's heart. He thought that if he could learn this technology, he might be able to walk sideways in the future. His mind painted a scene where he raised his arm and hundreds of magical dolls rushed forward to beat up the enemy. Jiang Sun couldn't help but reveal a longing. Silly smile. A day quickly passed, and Jiang Sun wearily dragged his box back to the shelter. After a day of turmoil, Jiang Sun finally figured out the movement patterns of the magical dolls. These magical dolls were obviously artificial creations, and there were quite a few of them. Just in this one direction, Jiang Sun saw 3 teams. These magical dolls patrolled along fixed routes, killing any living creatures within sight. They then absorbed the magical energy from their prey as energy to continue operating. This model had likely been in place for many years. Based on his speculation, the central location that the magical dolls were guarding was most likely the Red Circle. So, that place was likely their manufacturing site. Jiang Sun raised his finger and gently tapped the Red Circle. At the same time, his thoughts began to expand. If he could use the facilities there to upgrade the sanctuary, wouldn't it mean that I could also possess this magical doll manufacturing technology? Jiang Sun suddenly became excited, but soon he suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Now that he had a goal, it was enough to work hard for it. Daydreaming was useless. After all, he couldn't even defeat a magic puppet. Back in the house, Jiang Sun changed out the fully charged magic crystal. Then he directly put it on the trading channel. After receiving 2,000 materials, Jiang Sun sent 1,600 of them directly to Old Qin. He couldn't let Old Qin freeze or starve. After a few days of friendship sponsorship from Zhao Tingtao, Old Qin's health had completely recovered, even better than before. This eased Jiang Sun's mind quite a bit. After all, as long as Old Qin was around, Qingshan would never go hungry. He even suspected that Old Qin might have some talent related to planting. He just hadn't had the courage to ask. Jiang Sun casually ate a couple of bites of meat and then lay back down on the bed to rest his eyes. The lack of carbohydrates really felt uncomfortable, which was a problem most people were facing at this stage. So many people started to become a bit irritable and agitated. This also led to a not-so-good atmosphere in the channel recently. Jiang Sun took out a handful of milk candies from his pocket and placed them in a storage box not far away. After thinking for a moment, he habitually sprinkled some of the door. He always felt that Walla must be busy with something, which was why he hadn't come to find him. Chapter 44, Awakening of Talent. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 8, 6 o'clock a.m. Daytime. 7 a.m. to 10 o'clock a.m. Nighttime, 10 p.m. to 7 o'clock a.m. Jiang Sun was awakened by the sound of a vibrating magic book. Groggily, he got up and opened the information prompt, only to find a message from Zhao Tingtao. Zhao Tingtao, foster father. Jiang Sun, how much do you need? Zhao Tingtao, 2,000. Jiang Sun, did you get married? Why do you need so much? Just after sending that, Jiang Sun felt something was off. Given Zhao Tingtao's character and their close relationship, it definitely wouldn't keep something like getting married a secret from him. So, Jiang Sun, wait, it's not that you got married. It's that I'm getting married. Zhao Tingtao, you idiot, you get married to your big one. Hurry up and send the money. I've contacted my sister. Ding. Jiang Sun is trading 5 magic crystals with you. Do you agree? Jiang Sun, see, this is exactly what I meant by getting married. It's what we discussed before, right? Zhao Tingtao. After reading the message, Jiang Sun chuckled. Although he was joking, he was genuinely happy for Zhao Tingtao. Zhao Tingtao had a sister, and they would probably be able to live together in the future. This made Jiang Sun very envious. In this treacherous wasteland world, Zhao Tingtao and his sister had truly found someone to rely on. But Jiang Sun was different. When he was in his teens, his parents had an accident. Not long after, he himself had encountered that car crash. For the past 10 years, he had relied solely on his parents' compensation to get by. By the time he crossed over, the compensation had nearly run out. He didn't even know how he had managed to hold on. If he had to find a reason, it might just be unwillingness. He didn't believe that all the bad things in the world would happen to him. He was waiting for the world to compensate him. After chatting with Zhao Tingtao for a while, Jiang Sun felt his mood improve significantly. He started to get up and tidy himself. Washing up, brushing his teeth, getting dressed. Such simple tasks were something he hadn't done himself for 10 years. He slowly walked to the window and took a look at the weather outside. Jiang Sun noticed that the outside was already a grayish color, making it hard to tell whether it was day or night. The magical turbulence in the air had solidified into a substance. He could even see many visible wave-like patterns in the sky. Well, this weather didn't seem suitable for exploring at all. Jiang Sun sighed silently in his heart. He opened the regional channel, and sure enough, it was filled with whales. Today, the daylight lasted only 3 hours. What should I do? I've only collected over 500 materials. Yeah, I couldn't even use gathering technique. Today, the influence of the magical atmosphere is too much. Damn wild boars. They ruined all the potatoes I planted outside. How am I going to get through these 7 days? My leg is broken. I definitely can't survive the tide. Does anyone have food? I'll trade materials for it. I have to eat well before I die. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, I can upgrade my shelter the day after tomorrow. What good is upgrading the day after tomorrow? The magical tide starts tomorrow night. What? ISNT at the 10th. Yeah, 0, 0, 0 on the 10th, which is midnight on the 9th. Damn it. It was clear that most people in the regional channel were feeling uncertain. After all, this was the first nationwide disaster, and no one had any concept of its intensity. The only information they had was that level 3 was stable. This left many people in despair. They simply couldn't gather enough materials to upgrade. Jiang Sun stood by the window, looking at the magical turbulence continuously crashing against the magic shield, his expression serious. He felt that the intensity of just those few strikes was already enough to destroy the tense shield. If the disaster were to increase several times on top of that, then the level 2 cabin might not be able to withstand it. He contacted Elder Qin and Zhao Tingtao to confirm that they had both upgraded to level 3 before he felt relieved. Elder Qin used the Firefly level magic core sponsored by Zhao Tingtao, so the additional effects were average. However, after Zhao Tingtao heard about the additional effects, he immediately spent a large amount of resources in the name of Qingshan to obtain a star-level magic core. The additional attributes gave him a significant boost to his 4-dimensional stats, making him smile for days. After confirming everyone's situation, Jiang Sun casually took out a piece of milk candy to eat. But he suddenly felt something was off with the texture, so he looked down. What is this? Jiang Sun was surprised to find that the milk candy in his hand was a form he had never seen before. It was entirely golden and emitted a faint halo. What is this? A new flavor? Jiang Sun chose not to eat it right away, but instead examined it in his palm. Golden milk candy, type, magical food level, special effect. After consumption, grants 1 to 4-dimensional attributes. Remarks: a peculiar food formed under unknown conditions, highly beneficial when consumed. Seeing the description, Jiang Sun immediately stopped what he was doing, his eyes gradually widening. What is this? Attribute increase. And it's 4 points at once. This is the awakening of a talent? Thinking of this, Jiang Sun hurriedly clicked on his personal information to check. Sure enough, at the end of his personal information, he saw an option he had never seen before. Talent, milk candy. It's really called milk candy? Jiang Sun chuckled and continued to look further. Talent level, star level, upgradable, talent description. When magic value is full, every 200 points of overflow will form a piece of milk candy. Different flavors of milk candy have different probabilities of acquisition, and the effects of consumption also vary. Current probabilities. Original flavor milk candy restores 100 magic points. Probability 90. Apple flavor milk candy heals a large amount of physical injuries. Probability 5. Strawberry flavor milk candy increases stamina recovery by 100 for 1 day. Probability 3. Chocolate milk candy. Random 1 to 4-dimensional attributes. Probability 1. 5. Golden milk candy. 1 to 4-dimensional attributes. Probability 0. 49. Rainbow milk candy. 5 to 4-dimensional attributes. 100 4-dimensional attributes for 1 day. Gains random skill 1. Probability 0. 01. Remarks. Can consume magic value to forcibly activate talent to materialize milk candy. Current consumption, 300 points per piece. After reading his talent description, Jiang Sun's heartbeat suddenly quickened, as if it were about to burst out of his throat. The last time he felt this way was when his shelter was rated as S level. Milk candy. Who would have thought that this seemingly useless ability would bring him such a big surprise? In Jiang Sun's mind, even if his milk candy awakened as a talent, just being able to restore magic points like before would already be impressive. But now, his milk candy talent had transformed into a powerful ability that encompassed recovery, healing, status effects, and permanent enhancements. The original flavor milk candy represented his incredible magic recovery ability, finally put to use. The apple flavor meant that he now had a stable source of healing items. The stamina buff from the strawberry flavor, along with the permanent attribute increases from the chocolate and golden milk candies, were all things he desperately needed. There was even the absurd existence of rainbow candy. Though the probability was pitifully low, the rewards were outrageously high. Jiang Sun's mouth began to uncontrollably curve upwards, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He calculated that with his current magic recovery speed of 720 points H, he could obtain 70 pieces of candy every day without consuming any magic. Even with normal magic usage, he could still earn around 50 pieces daily. This also meant that he would receive at least 2 to 3 healing items every day. Additionally, he could increase 1 random attribute every 2 days. Even his 4-dimensional attributes could increase by 1 each week. After calculating these numbers, Jiang Sun first let out a cool chuckle, which gradually turned into a loud laugh. KKK. Ha ha ha. He had truly hit the jackpot this time. He felt that he could live a worry-free life just by selling candy. At this moment, Jiang Sun only had one worry left. He just hoped that the probability of getting candy wasn't calculated using some algorithm from a certain company. Chapter 45 World Announcement Time quietly passed amidst the busyness. Jiang Sun stood up to stretch his sore arms. He had been crazily refining magic crystals all morning. Now, the number of his blank magic crystals had reached 70, and even the number of fully charged crystals had reached 30. In just a few days, he had nearly consumed the 2,000 crystal fragments sent by Zhou Tsangyan. Jiang Sun planned to set aside a portion of the crystals for exchanging crystal fragments after the tide came. A ratio of 60. One should be a reasonable price. This way, he could ensure that he wouldn't find himself in an awkward situation with no crystals available due to overexploitation, wasting the magic tide. Through observation, Jiang Sun discovered that the charging speed of the magic crystals had been increasing rapidly over the past few days. Previously, he could only charge once every 8 hours. But now he had to replace a batch of blank crystals every 5 hours. He speculated that if this rate of improvement continued, by the time the magic tide came, the charging speed could reach a batch every hour. That would mean over 100 fully charged crystals daily, combined with the activity of exchanging fragments for crystals, ensuring a continuous supply of crystals for him in the future. He could hardly imagine how many fully charged magic crystals he could store. Initially, Jiang Sun hesitated, wondering if anyone would be unable to produce 60 fragments for an exchange. But he quickly came to a realization. Although each person received only a few fragments, magic crystals were not single-use items. Several people could pool their resources to buy one for use. In this case, not only could more people survive, but it would also strengthen the connections among everyone. Jiang Sun couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. Next, he took out the milk candies he had saved, planning to give some away and promote himself a bit. After all, having 100 points of recovery from the milk candy made the 50 points less significant. It was better to use it for promotion since there were costs involved in advertising. Without counting, he directly grabbed 2 handfuls and sent them to Zhao Tingtao and Old Qin. Then he opened his friend list and sent a few to each person, along with explanations. Amidst the thanks, some asked about the price. This left Jiang Sun in a bit of a bind, as there had been no similar precedents in the trading channel. So he didn't have an appropriate psychological price point. After all, everyone had different needs for magic power, and thus their psychological price points varied. He decided to observe for a while before determining a price, so he could only vaguely respond, telling them to bring suitable items to exchange if they needed something. This way, he could accurately gauge everyone's demand for such items and adjust prices accordingly. After giving away the milk candies, Jiang Sun listed the 5 magic crystals he had for today. With the arrival of 2,000 materials, he began a new plan. He intended to build all the supporting facilities for the level 3 magic stone fortress first. After all, when the magic tide came, no one would be able to go outside. During that time, doing something meaningful became Jiang Sun's top choice. He checked the supporting facilities. There were walls, a kitchen, a manufacturing room, a training room, a lounge, and a plantation. Building walls would ensure the safety of the surrounding environment, thus stabilizing the development of agriculture. With a training room, he could rapidly improve his skill levels and enhance his own strength. Although gathering technique couldn't be improved through the training room. After consuming the golden milk candy, Jiang Sun could finally learn the magic gathering tide he had been longing for. This would likely become his main combat skill in the future. The lounge, plantation, and manufacturing room were equally important. Aside from the magic kitchen, Jiang Sun felt he needed all of them. As for the kitchen, it was just a decoration. He was eating roasted meat every day. What did he need a kitchen for? Looking at the table full of meat, Jiang Sun felt he was starting to forget the taste of other foods. He had previously tried trading for some ordinary food, but those foods had poor cost-effectiveness. They not only failed to enhance his strength, but were also not very tasty. After all, the current food was all collected by everyone in the wild. Those who had the conditions to plant had not yet seen their crops grow, and wild resources, without artificial cultivation, could hardly evolve towards being delicious. They were only unpalatable, even hard to swallow, just enough to ensure survival. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun sighed helplessly. It seemed he still had to rely on Old Qin. So those wilderness survival novels, where the protagonist could eat anything they randomly picked up and enjoyed it, were all lies, right? After venting his frustration, Jiang Sun turned back to pick up the magic book and opened the trading channel. He found that he was somewhat lacking in materials for upgrading facilities and needed to exchange for a batch. Inputting the keyword hardwood, he found the prices were absurdly low. After all, magic materials were only needed when upgrading to a level 2 magic hut. At this stage, everyone had a higher demand for basic materials. This had caused the exchange ratio of hardwood to logs to reach 10:1. The same situation applied to ores like magic iron ore. It should be noted that although both ores and hardwood could be obtained through regular gathering, the probability was only 2. The current prices were clearly below their intrinsic value. It seemed everyone was in a hurry, and many items were being sold off cheaply. Jiang Sun was suddenly excited. After all, making money wasn't easy for anyone. Saving a bit was certainly the best. Without much effort, Jiang Sun exchanged for all the materials he needed and even had a surplus. However, he didn't use all 2,000 materials. He kept several hundred for emergencies. After all, when disaster struck, no one would be trading basic materials anymore. Everyone would be relying on using these to convert magic power for survival. After the exchanges, Jiang Sun looked at the large pile of various materials in front of him and fell into deep thought. He felt that this long-term barter trading method was clearly not a sustainable strategy. After all, transferring a half-meter-long logs back and forth was too cumbersome. He didn't know when a currency system would be established. Jiang Sun felt somewhat helpless. Just then, the mechanical notification sound suddenly rang in his ears, startling Jiang Sun, who was drinking water, causing him to spill water all over his pants. He immediately cursed, "Dog system. Why not give a warning before scaring me?" He didn't even realize what he was saying, already a bit incoherent from the shock. Then, he heard the voice continue to sound in his ears. Magic Wasteland World Announcement. First of all, congratulations on surviving, you surviving seekers. Today marks the first stellar period since you arrived in the Magic Wasteland world. I believe you are all prepared for the first nationwide disaster. Therefore, starting today, the secondary beginner protection measures will be canceled. All seekers will face the following changes. 1. The restrictions on chaotic magic and dark magic will be lifted. From today onward, you may explore the forbidden areas at your own risk. Of course, forbidden areas are very dangerous and may contain unknown magical creatures or areas of magic accumulation. 2. The restrictions on all stellar and moon-level predator beasts will be lifted. From now on, high-level beasts may discover your shelter. 3rd, increase the drop rate of magic seal stone, firefly, treasure chest items. New treasure chest items of the Level Sprite's Gift, Starlight, and Magic Secret Store, Bright Moon, will be added. The acquisition method for treasure chest items will not be limited to exploration. Killing monsters or exploring forbidden areas will also have a chance to obtain corresponding level gifts. 4th, clothing items will be introduced and can be obtained through gift-type items. At the same time, at 2000 hours today, a personal strength assessment will be conducted for all surviving players, and rewards will be given based on rankings. The assessment criteria include, but are not limited to, personal 4-dimensional attributes, personal equipment attributes, shelter additional effects, world exploration level, and living space comfort level. Please be ready. Chapter 46. Impact and No Impact. As soon as the world announcement was issued, it immediately attracted the attention of all survivors. The importance of the content was comparable to that of the revelation information. Everyone read it patiently several times, afraid of missing any important information. After all, this represented the future direction of their lives. The announcement was very clear, divided into 4 points. First, the restrictions on some dangerous areas, known as forbidden zones, were lifted. These forbidden zones might contain dangers, but they could also harbor treasures. There might even be opportunities to discover places of magical energy accumulation, which could upgrade sanctuaries. It seemed that the system hadn't closed off all paths for everyone. The probability of exploring forbidden zones and discovering magical gathering spots to upgrade sanctuaries was significantly greater than the probability of raiding the lair of the Haoyue magical beast. Moreover, the danger would also be greatly reduced. After all, one involved careful exploration, while the other was bound to lead to a Haoyue-level battle. It was clear which was easier. The second point was even easier to understand. The reason survivors had not encountered high-level magical beasts was entirely because the system had restricted these predatory beasts to a certain range. Of course, it was also possible that they were restricted outside the safe zones. Thus, survivors wouldn't encounter high-level magical beasts during their explorations. But that would change in the future. With the lifting of restrictions, it was likely that some unfortunate shelter would be crushed by a passing high-level magical beast. Seeing this, Jiang Sun felt something was off, but he still patiently continued to read on. The third point was good news for survivors. It not only increased the probability of obtaining treasure chest-type items, but also expanded the ways to acquire them. Items that could previously only be obtained through exploration and luck could now be reliably acquired through one's own strength. This provided epic enhancements for people like Zhao Tingtao, who fought magical beasts daily. That kid was about to get rich. Jiang Sun felt happy for him. However, he finally realized that something was very wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 points represented earth-shattering changes for all survivors. Yet for Jiang Sun, they had no impact whatsoever, aside from the 4th point, which allowed him to change out of his hospital gown for new clothes. What about the other 3? He had already experienced them all. Forbidden zones. Were the areas patrolled by the Black Mist Knights considered forbidden zones? Were the tree holes of Wallace considered forbidden zones? Absolutely. Even the giant mines counted. But Jiang Sun had already wandered through all of them. Predatory magical beasts. The Hallyu level Wallace? Venomous spiders? Shiny bears? Jiang Sun had encountered a dozen of these in the past week. He suddenly realized that he hadn't heard of anyone encountering magical beasts above the stellar level before. The Wolf King that Zhao Tingtao encountered had only watched from a distance on a mountaintop and hadn't participated in the hunt. The moon-howling beasts hunted by Zhou, Sung Yin, and others didn't even count as predators. They were likely neutral creatures. So, the newbie protection didn't protect him, right? Surviving was solely due to his good fortune. Jiang Sun felt a wave of frustration wash over him, infuriated. He thought, how could so many people survive under such difficulty levels? He didn't even know if there was a way to appeal. He wanted to complain about this damn system. Protecting others, but not him, right? Damn it, pay up. As for the treasure chest-related 3rd point, Jiang Sun didn't even want to look at it. He had been here for a whole 8 days. He didn't even know what the lowest level crystal ball looked like, let alone other higher level treasure chests. Why? Everyone crossed over together, and they were bullying him, right? Jiang Sun immediately cursed the damn system for not treating him like a person. He realized that after the system announcement, it had no impact on his life. He still had to eat and drink. After reviewing the personal strength evaluation standards, Jiang Sun lay helplessly on his bed. He found that before the strength level assessment at 2000 hours, he had run out of ways to improve himself. First, his 4-dimensional attributes couldn't be quickly improved. He had even drawn a few prizes. He had done his utmost to improve his equipment attributes and the effects of his shelter. As for world exploration, that was not an issue for him at all. Jiang Sun didn't believe there was anyone who could explore 3 forbidden zones and come out unscathed like him. So at this moment, the only thing left to do was to improve the comfort level of his living space. Jiang Sun touched his chin deep in thought. He felt he could work harder in this area. If he could acquire furniture of the level of Dragon Nest, his evaluation might rise another notch. Saying it and doing it, Jiang Sun immediately picked up a magic book and began searching for what he needed in the trading channel. However, he was surprised to find that the value of such items had begun to rise rapidly in a short period. Moreover, the items for trade were all attribute-related. He sighed. It seemed everyone wasn't too foolish. They all knew that the only way to quickly improve evaluations was through this method. This also led many to start taking advantage. Jiang Sun cursed these people for being brainless. After all, no buyers were fools. Among the several evaluation methods, everyone knew which scoring method had a high proportion. The comfort level was obviously one of the lower ones. After all, those who developed well in various aspects would naturally eat and sleep well. Therefore, relying solely on improving the comfort level of a shelter to hope for a high evaluation was simply impossible. Smart people wouldn't waste a lot of resources in this area. Of course, some less foolish people were trying to exchange basic resources for such items. They knew that someone like Jiang Sun was their target customer. After all, those wanting to rely on comfort level to improve their evaluation at this stage must have already reached a certain level in other aspects. So, it was more practical to exchange basic resources to ensure they could safely weather the magic tide. After browsing for a while, Jiang Sun quickly discovered several decent items. Name: Lava Fireplace, Firefly Level. Effect: a fireplace made of lava stones that maintains a constant temperature in the shelter when infused with magic. Note: exchange for basic materials 300, private messages welcome. Name: Starlight Grass Aroma Stove, Firefly Level. Effect: a stove that continuously emits the aroma of starlight grass. When infused with magic, it can slightly increase healing speed. Note: exchange for basic materials 300 or attribute fruit 1. Name: Magic Hot Spring Tub, Firefly Level. Effect: a hot spring tub for single use. When infused with magic, it maintains a constant temperature and significantly alleviates physical fatigue. Note: only exchange for basic materials 200. Buy quickly. After looking at the effects of these items, Jiang Sun hesitated for a moment before deciding to acquire them all. Although he had originally planned to use the accumulated materials for upgrading facilities, since the magic tide wouldn't arrive until tomorrow night, and today's evaluation standard was comfort rather than safety, it was better to prioritize immediate needs. After all, after selling the magic crystal tomorrow, he could easily gather these materials as well. No matter the stage, magic crystals are always best-selling items. As the transaction was completed, a flash of light appeared, and Jiang Sun looked at the few items in front of him, feeling somewhat gratified. He had been in this world for almost 10 days and had hardly used these magically enhanced daily necessities. These items are truly the hallmark of the magical world. Just look at the dragon egg bed. This world was originally a very prosperous place. It was just that its development direction was different from that of Blue Star. And all highly developed societies eventually focus their skill points on enjoyment. Therefore, the various peculiar items in this world are likely to provide him with a different experience. Subsequently, Jiang Sun filled the hot spring tub with water and extravagantly took out a piece of magic crystal as a power source. Then he comfortably laid down in it. The warm feeling enveloped his entire body, and Jiang Sun immediately felt as if his soul had been cleansed. Since coming to this world, he hadn't taken a proper bath for nearly 10 days, let alone soaked in a hot spring. So he immediately decided to soak in the hot spring while waiting for midnight to arrive. Chapter 47. Announcement of rankings and rewards. Looking at the time, it was already 1758. With just 2 minutes left until the announcement, why did he feel like he had forgotten something? Jiang Sun rubbed his chin, feeling a vague sense of confusion. In the next moment, he seemed to suddenly remember something, his eyes widening, and he jumped out of the hot spring tub. Ignoring the coldness on his body and the water splattered all over, Jiang Sun quickly ran to the bedroom and began rummaging through the box. He remembered something important. After eating the golden candy, his intelligence attribute had reached 20 points. He had met the requirements to learn Tide of Magic Gathering. With the level of this skill, learning it would definitely boost his evaluation significantly. Thinking of this, he didn't bother to organize the box. He simply tipped everything out and started checking each item. However, there were too many things in the box, which made him anxious. After all, there were only 2 minutes left. Come on, hurry up and find it. I promise I'll clean the house properly in the future, Jiang Sun muttered with a complicated expression. Finally, at 59 minutes, he found an ancient-looking scroll among the clutter. With no time to examine it, he tore open the skill scroll. As the light shone, a notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations. You have successfully learned the skill Tide of Magic Gathering. Jiang Sun let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he made it in time. Immediately after, he heard a familiar voice. Ding! Personal strength assessment begins. Assessment contents include 1. Personal 4-dimensional attributes. 2. Personal equipment and effects. 3. Shelter additional effects. 4. World exploration degree. 5. Personal space, comfort level. Then, Jiang Sun felt an invisible wave sweep over him, and the voice continued. Ding! Assessment completed. Ranking as follows. Number of E-level personal strength, 5 billion. Reward. None. Number of D-level personal strength, 123, 523, 098. Reward. Magic recovery potion 1. Number of C-level personal strength, 472, 609. Reward. Basic magic item manufacturing blueprint 1. Number of B-level personal strength, 5, 720. Reward. Dimensional backpack 1. Magic item manufacturing blueprint 1. Number of A-level personal strength, 2, 106. Reward. Talent awakening stone 1. Number of S-level personal strength, 105. Reward. Talent awakening stone 1. Growth type exclusive equipment 1. Your assessment level. Yes. Rewards will be distributed the next morning. Wow, everyone has improved. Jiang Sun looked at the data announced by the system with some emotion. In the last shelter ranking, 6 billion people were at the lowest level. This time, during the personal level assessment, only 5 billion remained. Moreover, there were as many as 105 S levels, which was dozens of times more than the previous 5. Of course, Jiang Sun felt that the value of the rewards had also decreased significantly. After all, the last assessment was for the entire shelter. While this assessment was based on individual strength, therefore the magnitude of the rewards and their focus were different. The main rewards from the last shelter rating were insight cards and strategic blueprints, which were clearly aimed at individual forces. This time, the growth-type exclusive equipment was clearly aimed at individuals. Seeing this, Jiang Sun took out his source of magic from his collar and looked at it. Although he had already valued it as much as possible, it was obvious now that its value was even higher than he had imagined. After all, this was a growth-type equipment. There might only be a little over 100 pieces in the entire world for billions of people. Then, Jiang Sun opened the magic book and found that countless people had indeed started discussing. My total four-dimensional attribute is only 25 points, and I got rated D-level. I'm 28 points and also D-level, but this magic recovery potion is something. Yeah, it can recover magic 3 times, and a single time is a full 1,000 points. You can't use it all. Damn, my 24 points got rated E-level, so close. I'm at 35 points. How come I'm only C-level? And they give me a chocolate manufacturing blueprint? You're lucky. I got a fan manufacturing blueprint. Look at my new bag, isn't it cool? Dimensional backpack. Wow, B-level boss. How much is your attribute? 44 points, just average. A friend of mine has exactly 50 points and got rated A-level. Boss, do you need any pendants? I can find my own rope. Boss, can you move freely during disasters? Impossible. The easiest way for everyone to improve is their strong attributes. Weak attributes definitely can't reach 15 points. After seeing the chat of the silly netizens, Jiang Sun roughly understood the scoring criteria. It mainly depended on the four-dimensional attributes. The total four-dimensional attributes of ordinary people were only about 20 points. However, with some training or slight improvement, most people could exceed 25 points, which is D-level. 30 points is C-level. 40 points is B-level, which requires good luck or high talent to achieve. The fact that over 2,000 people had A-level with 50 points was something Jiang Sun had not anticipated. After all, even people like Zhao Tingtao had just barely exceeded 50 points. How did these over 2,000 people manage that? However, after roughly calculating, Jiang Sun found that these over 2,000 people only accounted for 0.0025 of the 80 billion Blue Star people. Looking at it this way, it seemed a bit more normal. After all, with such a large base, there would always be some lucky ones. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly contacted Zhao Tingtao and the others. Sure enough, Zhao Tingtao was also S-level. To Jiang Sun's surprise, even Elder Qin was rated B-level. According to him, it was because he had eaten a lot of wild fruits that were difficult to judge in terms of attributes. Jiang Sun hurriedly reminded Elder Qin to be careful. After all, many things couldn't be judged for poison, and if Elder Qin got sick, the Qing Mountain might turn into a wasteland. Then, Jiang Sun continued to dive back into the hot spring tub, realizing that he had been standing there naked for quite a while. Now that the assessment was over, there was nothing else to do. So he began to check the skill he had just learned, Tide of Magic Gathering. Release a beam of light to the target area, lasting 1 second. All enemies within the area will suffer continuous damage and experience a magic suppression effect, reducing their magic resistance by 30, with a base consumption of 50 points. Jiang Sun remembered that this skill stood out among a pile of high-level skills. One reason was that the other skills required 2 high four-dimensional attributes, and only this one he could barely meet in the short term. The other reason was the skill's description, which was very short compared to the 300 or 500 words of other skills. It was concise, but the effect was simple and brutal. Therefore, Jiang Sun had high expectations for the skill's effect. However, he had always been unclear about the differences between the skills that came with the staff and those learned. Mainly, the skills that came with equipment couldn't be upgraded, while the skills learned could. He speculated that skills might just be a form of magic power release. They might be processed through a magic array or something similar to present different effects. The difference between the two could be the different engraving positions of the magic array. For example, Star Flash engraves the magic diagram inside the staff, while Tide of Magic Gathering engraves the magic diagram within a body. Jiang Sun couldn't help but think, if this is the case, Does it mean that as long as I learn the method of seal carving, I can turn the skills on the staff into my own? If that's true, that would be great. After all, the staff will definitely need to be replaced in the future. But he can't bear to part with such a useful ability like Star Flash. Looking at the pitch-black sky outside, Jiang-sun put away the idea of going out to try the new skill. It's better to find a lucky person to try it tomorrow morning. Chapter 48, Star Abyss and the Power of Gathering Magic. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the reward Star Abyss. Jiang-sun, who was originally in a daze, woke up immediately upon hearing the sound. With this alarm going off every day, who could still sleep in? He quickly jumped out of bed with excitement, not even bothering to put on his clothes, and ran to the table. Sure enough, he saw a glowing orb sitting on the table. He hurriedly picked it up and found that inside the orb was a very tiny piece of clothing. This style is a mage robe. Jiang-sun was momentarily stunned, then quickly crushed the orb. Immediately, a delicate long robe appeared before him. Star Abyss, type, robe level, bright moon, upgradable, wearing requirement, magic power limit above 1,500 points. Effect, increases magic power limit by 500 points, reduces all ability magic power consumption by 50, and can absorb magic power for self-repair when damaged. Simple, brutal. This was Jiang-sun's first thought. This item, like Source of Magic, had very few effects and a short introduction. But the limited effects were extremely outrageous. So, am I getting deeper and deeper into the realm of mindlessly using skills? Jiang-sun couldn't help but scratch his head, looking at the robe before him. He liked it more and more. The robe was about 1.5 meters long, presenting a deep azure color, resembling a tranquil nebula in the night sky. The material was not ordinary fabric, but woven from a mysterious fiber called star silk. The collar of the robe was designed with a high stand, wrapping around the neck, and the edge of the collar was embroidered with exquisite golden star patterns. Each star pattern looked like a miniature magical star, emitting a gentle wave of magic power. On the back of the robe, there was a huge star dome pattern. This pattern was composed of countless twinkling stars, interconnected to form a mysterious magic array. Truly a bright, moon-level equipment. Jiang-sun couldn't help but exclaim. Just yesterday, he was thinking about where to get a new outfit to replace his hospital gown. And today, a surprise was delivered right to his eyes. Thinking of this, he quickly put on a robe. The integrated design of the mage robe saved him many steps in getting dressed. Mirror, mirror. Where's the mirror? Jiang-sun suddenly wanted to see his transformation. After all, for the past 10 years, he had been accompanied mostly by that hospital gown. He searched around the stone castle, but found he had no such items. Without a mirror, should he just... No. He stopped the ridiculous thought in his mind. Jiang-sun began to think of other ideas. He felt something was missing while washing up. Water, right, there's the water tank. With this thought, Jiang-sun dashed out the door and ran to the water tank. Looking at his reflection, he immediately widened his eyes. This aura, this style. No wonder people rely on their clothes and horses on their saddles. Jiang-sun secretly praised the aesthetic of the magical wasteland world. He began to pose in front of the water tank. Ha, no doubt it's me. The arrogant laughter gradually rose. Jiang-sun placed one hand on his waist, covered his face with the other, and bent forward. This scene looked much more fitting for someone in a hospital gown. Suppressing his wild laughter, Jiang-sun lifted the loose sleeves. He was pleasantly surprised to find a fixed position for the staff inside. Truly custom-made. Star flash. With a burst of starlight, Jiang-sun's figure appeared 50 meters away. He quickly opened his panel to check his attributes. The consumption had indeed been reduced by half. With his current magic power reserves, he could even continuously star flash to the little house in the forest. Not to mention he now had milk candy. Ha! Jiang-sun laughed 3 times toward the sky, feeling wildly exuberant. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right, there's a new skill I haven't tried yet. With this thought, Jiang-sun didn't bother to admire himself any longer. He activated the gathering tide of magic skill, and immediately, the tip of his staff lit up with a faint glow. Then a beam of light flashed, leaving a scorched mark on a nearby tree trunk. Looking at the effect of gathering tide of magic, Jiang-sun frowned slightly. The power was decent, but it wasn't the kind of power expected from a skill of this level. He looked down at the consumption and found that his magic power had only decreased by the basic 25 points. It seemed it was due to the lack of continuous magic power infusion. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth, ready to go all out. He raised his staff again and began to infuse magic power. Suddenly, a point of light appeared at the tip of the staff, which slowly grew into a glowing orb the size of a ping-pong ball. The orb gathered, but did not disperse, only becoming brighter. As Jiang Sun infused more magic power, the light ball at the tip of his staff gradually solidified. Jiang Sun took a moment to check his magic power and found that he had already consumed over 300 points. Keep in mind, this was under the effect of Star Abyss, which reduced magic power consumption by 50. Normally, it would have been 600 points of magic infused. He didn't take care and continued to maintain the magic infusion. At 500 points, the orb became even more dazzling. It seemed to contain terrifying energy, making Jiang Sun feel a bit frightened. But he still didn't stop, unwilling to back down, just becoming more cautious. If this thing exploded, it would definitely take him with it. After all, no one said that his magic wouldn't hurt himself. As the infused magic power reached 800 points, Jiang Sun stopped his reckless behavior. It wasn't that he didn't have enough magic power. It was that the staff couldn't handle it. Jiang Sun felt he could vaguely hear the wailing of flowing light. He thought that even if he stuffed a little more magic power into it, the staff would explode instantly. Magic power would explode, taking him, the caster, with it. Looking at the orb that had already darkened in color, Jiang Sun trembled as he reached out his hand, pointing the staff toward the distance. The posture resembled someone lighting firecrackers during the new year. I swear, in the name of light, without reservation, with a line from Lux's dialogue shouted out, the gathered magic burst forth. That beam of magic power, compressed to the extreme, shot toward the distance like a lightning bolt piercing the night, bearing an earth-shattering momentum. The column of light had a diameter of 0.5 meter, with no flashy colors. Only the unique azure blue of magic power. Wherever it passed, trees turned to powder. The air was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The protruding ground was also plowed by this force, creating a deep ravine, with dust and stones being thrown high into the air, forming a cloud of dust. After the light faded, a dull roar came from afar, as if some massive object had collapsed. Jiang Sun widened his eyes, staring at the attacked area, feeling a bit dazed. Then, a mixture of excitement and fear surged over him, leaving him unsure of what expression to make. The excitement was that the power of this skill far exceeded his imagination. The fear was that if there had been any slight mistake just now, he might have been completely obliterated by this uncontrolled magic. Gulp! The sound of swallowing was clearly audible. Jiang Sun didn't even dare to raise his hand to wipe away his cold sweat. The power of this skill was somewhat outrageous. But at the same time, he also discovered a huge drawback of gathering tide of magic. That is, during the process of accumulating magic power, he was completely unable to move. Yes, he had that feeling while accumulating just now. He felt that as long as he moved slightly, the light sphere at the tip of the staff would dissipate. Dissipating was manageable. At most, it would be a waste of some mana. However, if it exploded, then Jiang Sun would be done for. This meant that the conditions for using Tide of Magic were quite stringent. After all, when a skill accumulates to a certain extent, even Jiang Sun himself can feel that heart-pounding sensation. Not to mention those magical beasts that rely on instinct to evade their natural enemies. So most of the time, he could only perform simple charging or just use it as a regular attack. But as long as the conditions were right, Jiang Sun believed that among the creatures he encountered, no one could withstand this attack. Except for Warlord. After all, no one had ever witnessed just how powerful a full moon-level magical beast truly was. So he didn't dare to be too confident. Chapter 49, The Last Day. Glancing at the sky outside, Jiang Sun was surprised to find that it was exceptionally clear. There were no dull colors, nor chaotic magical currents. The scene was starkly different from the apocalyptic atmosphere of the past few days, bringing with it a strange sense of calm. However, Jiang Sun sensed something unusual. The sound from outside had vanished. The chirping of insects and birds, the roars of beasts, everything was gone. It was as if all living creatures had hidden away in their shelters due to the impending tide. After all, at midnight tonight, the disaster would begin. So this situation felt more like the eerie calm before a tsunami. Jiang Sun couldn't help but think, since all low-level creatures had no way to survive under the tide. How did other magical beasts manage to live? If humans could explore their hiding places, wouldn't that provide an additional chance for survival? With this thought, Jiang Sun quickly sent his ideas to Zhou Tsangyan. With more people on their side, they might be able to come up with something useful. Back in his room, Jiang Sun began organizing all his supplies at this stage. First, he sorted through various types of food, enough for him to last over a month. Most of it consisted of different kinds of meat. However, these foods had two common characteristics. They were rich in energy, but not tasty. Jiang Sun couldn't tell if it was just his bad luck in finding good food, or if this magical wasteland simply lacked anything delicious. In any case, there was no healthy and tasty food among his rations. At that moment, the importance of Old Qin was incomparable in Jiang Sun's heart. Next were the important strategic resources, magic crystals. After a few days, most of the crystal shards sent by Zhou Tsangyan had been consumed. There were over 30 filled crystals, and nearly the same amount of blank crystals. Jiang Sun felt it was necessary to prioritize collecting shards. It was not a good habit to eat up all his resources. Then came other supplies. For water resources, he planned to go to the mines today to collect another batch. This way, he would definitely have enough for the disaster in the coming week. As for basic materials, he was least worried about that. After all, these things were everywhere, and anyone could gather them. So, as long as he was willing to spend crystals, he could obtain a steady supply of basic materials. After organizing everything, Jiang Sun quickly formulated his plan for the day. First, he would go to the mines to collect water from the Rock Spirit Spring to ensure he had enough for the next week. Then he would kill a black fog knight for research purposes. After that, he would try to ascertain the distribution and strength of the nearby magical beasts. He would eliminate the weaker ones and mark the stronger ones to avoid them, thus preventing them from expanding their hunting range and discovering his shelter after the tide. Finally, he would sell a few crystals and then build the supporting facilities for the level 3 Magic Stone Fortress. Of course, if possible, Jiang Sun also planned to find some crystals for research and learning. After all, he would likely spend the next 7 days in the shelter, and it would be best to use that time to enhance his strength. Jiang Sun looked at his Magic Stone Fortress with satisfaction. It was as solid as a fortress. However, he did not let his guard down. Although his shelter was not at risk of being destroyed by the tide, he couldn't guarantee that he was out of danger. There might be some reckless magical beasts attacking his shelter. It was important to note that the level 1 magic tide only restricted creatures with dimensional attributes below 15 points. Therefore, any creatures able to move around freely during this time would definitely not be weak. With the plan set, Jiang Sun felt a sense of urgency. However, he quickly took action. He thought that if he had time later, he would go look for Walla to see if it would be willing to come back with him. After all, he had prepared a new mouse climbing frame for it. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and used Star Flash to disappear from his spot. In no time, Jiang Sun arrived at the entrance of the giant mine. After checking the skeleton's tombstone and confirming it was undamaged by magical beasts, he confidently descended to the bottom of the cave to collect water. This time, he was clever and had directly purchased 2 water storage tanks from Old Qin in advance. This way, he could take away all the spring water. Next, he explored the distribution of magical beasts, which were mainly concentrated within 3 kilometers of the shelter. After all, magical beasts had a strong territorial awareness and generally wouldn't stray far from their territories. After a morning of exploration, Jiang Sun found that the number of magical beasts around him was absurdly high. He discovered at least 3 star-level magical beasts and countless firefly-level ones. This situation was unreasonable, and this was only the result of a cursory exploration. During his exploration, Jiang Sun continuously used Star Flash to travel, completely disregarding the consumption of magic power. After all, with dozens of original flavor milk candies supporting him, he felt confident. So, in just one morning, he had killed 7 or 8 reckless magical beasts. As a result, he obtained a handful of firefly-level crystal cores and a bunch of various meat cuts. The new skill was indeed useful, dragging a large bag of loot. Jiang Sun made his way back to the shelter. The meat from a magical beast tasted quite strange, which only added to the variety of his unappetizing food supplies. At this moment, he finally confirmed that his location was indeed different from others. So, had he really been thrown into a high-level map? After taking down another Firefly-level magical beast, Jiang Sun stood in place, gritting his teeth. This was just one of the many reckless magical beasts nearby. He hoped there wouldn't be any disasters like a magical beast tide. Jiang Sun began to worry, but there was nothing he could do. He hadn't heard of anyone finding a way to relocate their shelter. It seemed that the plan had to continue. As evening approached, Jiang Sun dragged his weary body back to the shelter. The good news was that he was hauling the remains of 3 black fog night puppets behind him. It wasn't out of greed. After successfully ambushing one, he was chased for a full 5 kilometers by a squad of 12 black fog knights. The dimensional attributes of the black fog knights were terrifyingly strong. He had barely escaped by relying on his extended blue bar, constantly using Star Flash and the continuously triggered tide of gathering magic. After escaping, he dared to sneak back to collect the corpses. He originally thought of using Star Flash to return to the shelter with the loot. However, he found that when carrying heavy items, the magic power consumption of Star Flash increased several times. One teleportation drained nearly half of his magic power. This forced him to find a wooden board to drag the 3 corpses back over a long distance. Looking at the remains of the black fog knights behind him, Jiang Sun felt a surge of excitement. The reason he went through so much trouble to acquire a few was that he had always harbored a greedy heart. If he could successfully understand the principles behind them and master the manufacture method, he would become wealthy. His combat power would also increase exponentially. At that time, using Tide of Gathering Magic, he wouldn't have to hide and store energy secretly. He could simply wave his hand, and dozens of knights would rush in to gang up on the opponent. He could leave several knights as guards beside him while acting as a cannon from the back. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Thinking of this, Jiang Sun suddenly felt a surge of strength and directly lifted all 3 knights into the house in one go. Since he didn't know how they operated, he cautiously bound them up to prevent them from rising again. When he finished all this and looked outside again, he found that the sky had unknowingly turned dark. Seeing this scene, Jiang Sun immediately dismissed the idea of going out again. If he accidentally got trapped outside, it would really be the end for him. In the face of disaster, no matter how well he had developed, he could still end up with a fate worse than death. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun directly chose to set up today as magic crystals. The moment the materials were in hand, he immediately selected the construction of the supporting facilities. Without even looking, used them all, as long as his speed was fast enough. He could save a lot of time on tidying up. The life of a rich person is just this simple and unadorned. Watching the various materials flying around and the scene of rapid construction outside, Jiang Sun dragged out the hot spring tub and filled it with water. Then he stripped off his clothes and jumped in. After all, he had been busy all day, and he deserved to enjoy himself. Normally, he would treat himself to a good meal at this time. However, looking at the food filling the room, Jiang Sun found himself lacking interest. He wondered if there was an automatic cooking magic device. It didn't need to be too advanced. Just being able to make home-cooked meals would be enough. That would satisfy him. Jiang Sun thought silently as the mist from the water began to spread. The comfortable feeling made him feel alive again. Today, he had encountered too many dangers. He hadn't expected that the environment around him could be so perilous. He had only roughly explored a range of 5 kilometers. Who knows what dangers lay further out? Fortunately, both of his skills were instant cast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived the day. Chapter 50, by the way. This is not a beginner's village. Jiang Sun picked up the magic book and checked the construction time of the supporting facilities. He found that there was still about an hour left, which was enough to complete the construction before the disaster struck. Looking at the chaotic scene outside, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It seems that this dog system is quite capable. After all, it can accurately utilize all materials and then construct various bizarre facilities. Even the best designers on Blue Star couldn't achieve such a thing. He looked up at the rapidly changing environment outside and couldn't help but feel worried. The intensity of this disaster might exceed everyone's expectations. Jiang Sun sighed softly. Still feeling somewhat insecure, he sent a few magic crystals to Old Chin. Old Chin must not have any problems. Suddenly, a sound came from outside, like the dying wail of some animal. Jiang Sun felt goosebumps rise on his skin. He checked the time. There was still over an hour until the disaster was supposed to break out, and it was already this chaotic. He didn't know how many people would be scared out of their wits. Moreover, it was clear that going outside was no longer an option. Even if one forced their way out, movement would be nearly impossible, rendering them unable to do anything. So, those who hadn't gathered enough materials by now must be feeling utterly desperate. Jiang Sun rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling somewhat powerless. He opened the regional communication channel and found the atmosphere inside was exceptionally tense. I don't have enough materials. I'm out of materials. What should I do? Please help me. I promise to work for you in the future. Who has extra materials? Lend me some. I just went out and got my arm torn off. Who has medicine? Please help me. Big shots from Qingshan. Please help me. I'm willing to give my life to you. Where are the officials from Long Country? Didn't you say we would get through this together? Help us. Can someone lend me some food? I just leveled up. I'll return 3 times the amount after the disaster. Ha 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 ha. We're all going to die. You all will die. No one can survive. There's a monster den nearby. I want to give it a try, or I'm dead for sure. The person upstairs advises you to calm down. Outside is full of magical turbulence. You'll be crippled if you touch it. There's nothing I can do. I definitely can't survive with this little bit. Wish me luck. I can't survive. If anyone makes it to the end and sees the mastermind, please give him a good punch for me. Thanks. 9027 10,000. This was the number of people Jiang Sun saw in the channel. In 10 days. Apart from the first few days when some people who couldn't adapt to the magical Wasteland world were eliminated, the number of people declined slowly over the next week. After all, seeking benefits and avoiding harm is an instinct of all living beings. And humans, with their intelligence, are among the best. If there were no disaster, Jiang Sun believed that most people could survive. However, in just this 1 hour, he saw the number of people decrease by dozens again. This was merely the prelude to the disaster. This damned world. Jiang Sun couldn't help but curse inwardly. It's known that humanity has spent tens of thousands of years reproducing and evolving to adapt to the harsh environment of Blue Star. Billions of people have spent tens of thousands of years striving to transform Blue Star into a suitable environment for their race. Now, we have finally become the overlords of Blue Star, yet we were directly thrown here by someone. To readapt to life here, to relearn how to fight against this environment. How can this not infuriate people? Jiang Sun estimated that no matter who encounters the mastermind in the future, they would want to kill him quickly, to scatter his ashes and then piss on them. If he couldn't fight back, he would still go for it. But soon, his thoughts were interrupted. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A large mass of magical turbulence violently collided with the intermediate magic shield of the shelter and then dissipated. Jiang Sun felt the entire shelter tremble violently. He quickly got up to observe. After confirming that the magic shield was undamaged, he felt slightly relieved. However, when he turned to look at the totem pillar in the center, he swallowed hard. He saw that the patterns on the totem pillar had disappeared by a full 1/5. What the hell? Jiang Sun was so shocked that he jumped up. He hurried to the totem pillar and placed all the magic crystals he had on it. Watching the totem pillar quickly fill with energy, Jiang Sun's heart raced, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Suddenly, he thought of a situation. What if the location he was sent to was not the beginner map? Would the disaster intensity aimed at beginners not apply to him here? Jiang Sun trembled all over. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he had already encountered the moonlight-level monsters early on. What else could the system not produce? Thinking of this, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. It seemed his assumptions about the disaster were overly optimistic. For him, the intensity of this disaster would definitely far exceed that of others. With this in mind, Jiang Sun immediately put aside any comfortable thoughts and began to take stock of his supplies. He found that he still had 40 filled crystals, but less than 20 empty crystals left. This made him anxious. Jiang Sun calculated that if each crystal could fully charge the totem pillar once, then these crystals would only be enough for him to withstand a few hundred waves of turbulence at that intensity. Although that sounds like a lot, the disaster hasn't even come yet. Who knows how many waves of that intensity of magical turbulence there will be when it arrives. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly took out 20 crystals, planning to use them to trade for crystal fragments. He believed that the remaining 20 health bars could at least last a few days. However, if he didn't quickly generate more resources, he might very well die in the later days of the disaster. So, he hurriedly listed the magic crystals for trade, setting the requirement to only exchange for crystal fragments at a ratio of 80:1. This price was actually quite unfavorable, but for the sake of efficiency, he had to do it. After all, 10 days had passed. On average, each person had only obtained 3 or 4 magic spheres, which is only a dozen or so crystal fragments. 80 fragments could potentially buy a single crystal if a few people pool together. Everyone has 3 to 5 good connections. But if more is required, it would greatly affect the efficiency of the crystal exchange. Subsequently, Jiang Sun directly posted the exchange information in the channel, ignoring the flood of private messages. He knew that many people were in precarious situations, but lowering the price was out of the question. When his life was under threat, everything else had to take a back seat. His life was the most important. Sure enough, within a short while, over 1,000 crystal fragments clinked to the ground. The crystals had all been exchanged. After all, only a fool would keep begging for others' mercy. Smart people had already started preparing. Without wasting any time, Jiang Sun quickly got the furnace running. Feeling it was still insufficient, he went to find Zhou Sangyin to buy another one. The cost was only a few Firefly-level crystal cores. He wouldn't be using that many anyway. In this way, he could fire 20 crystals at once, greatly increasing the speed. Looking at the 2 crystal furnaces that were now in use, Jiang Sun finally had time to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This damned world is truly not a place for humans. With just a little carelessness, one could be swept away in an instant. Jiang Sun slumped onto the dragon egg bed and let out a deep sigh. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 7:30 p.m. Only half an hour remained until the magical tide arrived. Jiang Sun's heart tightened. After all, being in a high-level map, he felt uncertain and couldn't guess the intensity of the disaster here. If he couldn't hold on, it would be a huge joke. The disasters in this magical world were completely unfamiliar to people from Blue Star. No one had ever experienced them, and they couldn't even imagine what they would be like. This left everyone feeling uncertain. If it were super low high temperature, a great flood, or acid rain, disasters within everyone's understanding, then at least some targeted preparations could be made. But for the magical tide, aside from reinforcing the shield, there was no other way. Chapter 51. The Knock. Bang! Another burst of magical turbulence slammed against the magical shield. This was already the 3rd time in 2 hours. Jiang Sun rubbed his forehead helplessly. If it weren't for his status as a wealthy individual, anyone else would have been taken away by now, along with their shelter. Ding! The training room has been completed. Please go check. Ding! The lounge has been completed. Please go check. Ding! The plantation has been completed. Please go check. A series of 7 or 8 notification sounds rang out. Jiang Sun looked up and realized that all the supporting facilities for the shelter had been completed without him noticing. He quickly got up to check and found that the overall area of the room had actually increased by more than double. It was now nearly 500 square meters. This made his already pitiful facilities look even more shabby. Jiang Sun stepped outside and found that the shelter was now surrounded by a nearly 3-meter-high wall. The distance between the wall and the main body of the shelter was a good 10 meters. The overall appearance was a metallic green sheen, looking quite sturdy. As for the plantation, it was only about 80 square meters in size. The plantation was set up outdoors, with its edge close to the wall of the shelter. Surrounding it was a sturdy stone pathway, with a large area of well-tilled land in the middle. The soil was dark brown, glimmering faintly, with 10 palm-high green crops neatly arranged. It was exactly the Moonlight Valley grain that he had been longing for. However, Jiang Sun was pleasantly surprised to find that the grain seedlings, which had previously been a bit sickly due to lack of sunlight, had now all stood upright. He hadn't expected this plantation to be quite useful. He needed to arrange one for Old Qin quickly. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun hurriedly messaged Old Qin privately and traded him a few magic crystals as trading materials. He had made up his mind. In the context of disaster, if he had enough magic crystals, he would try to trade with them. There were two benefits to this approach. First, under such circumstances, no one could resist the temptation of magic crystals, and they were likely to produce good items. Second, it could help maintain the positive image of Qing Shan, thus earning a higher evaluation. Jiang Sun never thought of himself as a good person, but he wasn't particularly bad either. So, as long as it didn't harm his interests, saving one person was better than none. While thinking, Jiang Sun moved the dragon egg bed into the newly built lounge. The lounge was an extension room built based on the main body of the shelter. As soon as it was completed, a door was opened in the original wall. Jiang Sun walked in and found that the walls of the entire space were a tranquil blue. Although there were no facilities inside, the moment he entered, his previously restless mood inexplicably calmed down a bit. It was truly magical. A hoarse voice escaped Jiang Sun's lips. Only then did he realize that his speaking voice had changed. It had been so long since he had spoken. He hadn't communicated with anyone for a long time. Previously, when Walla was around, he could chat with it. After Walla left, he had only been sending messages in text form. He had spoken out loud for nearly a week. It seemed he would need to chant spells more often in the future. Jiang Sun took a sip of water to soothe his throat and continued to inspect the room. Soon, he finished checking the other rooms. Mainly because there really wasn't much to see. Besides the walls, there was nothing in the rooms. All the supporting facilities inside needed to be purchased by himself, and there was no guarantee that he could buy them. Only the training room had a smooth wall. Jiang Sun learned from the system introduction that this was a device for testing skill power. When a skill hit the wall, it would display the power value. After being damaged, it could absorb the energy from the totem pillar to self-repair. Jiang Sun casually cast a momentary tide of magic. As a result, a 5 appeared at the top of the wall. He walked closer to take a look and found a small dent had already formed on the wall. Jiang Sun immediately lost the thought of trying an 800 magic tide of magic. He estimated that the wall probably couldn't withstand it. So, no matter how much money he had, he shouldn't casually buy useless things. Useless things. Listening to the echo in the room, Jiang Sun sighed. There were still too few things. He would have to gradually add more later. In the end, Jiang Sun moved everything to the lounge. Even so, the lounge still appeared somewhat empty. After doing all this, Jiang Sun collapsed directly onto the bed. He had been running around all day, and just when he finally planned to take a bath, he got interrupted. Now he didn't have the mood to continue. Through the window of the lounge, Jiang Sun saw that the scene outside had become somewhat magical. He glanced at the time. There were still 5 minutes left. The horizon had been dominated by a thick, inky purple mist, which was the cloud formed by uncontrolled magic dispersing. The sky was painted a bluish purple, with countless turbulent flows moving irregularly within it. This apocalyptic scene made Jiang Sun feel that the world was somewhat unreal. At this moment, the bluish-purple clouds were slowly moving toward his shelter. The sound of the wind around seemed to have stopped, leaving only the overwhelming tide of magic before him. Jiang Sun nervously swallowed, his hands unconsciously tightening. This was also his first experience of disaster. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. After all, just a magical turbulence could easily tear him apart. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he directly encountered the overwhelming tide in the distance. Perhaps nothing would remain. Jiang Sun opened the magic book and saw that the time had already reached 1957. This meant that in 3 minutes, he and the shelter would be completely surrounded by the tide of magic. By that time, everything would be left to fate. If the intermediate magical shield couldn't hold up, then he would definitely have nowhere to escape. After all, this type of disaster was too terrifying. But Jiang Sun also had some guesses. He estimated that the intensity of disasters for others was definitely not like this. Otherwise, very few people would survive. Damn system. Does it have a bug that it doesn't fix? Jiang Sun cursed loudly, trying to relieve the fear in his heart. He had just contacted Zhao Tingtao and Old Qin and found that the intensity of the disaster on their side was still normal. When the two heard Jiang Sun's description, they also broke out in a cold sweat for him. After checking that all the crystals were placed near the totem pillar, Jiang Sun lay directly on the dragon egg bed. If I can survive, great. If not, so be it. I've done all I can. 3 mystical, true fire. It won't burn me out. Taishang Lao Junyu. Bang, bang, bang. A strange sound rang out, startling Jiang Sun and interrupting his self-indulgent performance. This is a knock. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun broke out in a cold sweat. Jungle, midnight, disaster, a person, a knock, a horror movie glitch. Opening the door means death. Jiang Sun quickly ran through in his mind whether he had offended any gods with his earlier words. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember. So he could only muster his courage to ask, "Oi, who is it?" But after waiting for a long time, no one responded. Jiang Sun could only bravely inch his way to the door. He really couldn't think of anyone who would risk their life to come knocking at this point. Moreover, they hadn't been stopped by the magical barrier. Wait, the magical barrier? As this thought crossed his mind, a small figure suddenly appeared in Jiang Sun's mind. He immediately stopped hesitating and hurried to the door, opening it in just a few strides. But there, at the door, lay a small figure covered in blood. Chapter 52, Waol is seriously injured. Damn, unfiliation. The moment Jiang Sun saw the figure on the ground, he roared in anger. The one on the ground was none other than Waol, who had disappeared for over a week. But at this moment, Waol's condition was extremely poor. Its small body was covered with various wounds, all still bleeding. One paw and one leg were oddly twisted, as if it had suffered a tremendous impact. The colorful tail behind it had also become dull and lifeless. What shocked Jiang Sun the most was the bloody trail behind Waol, leading all the way outside the shield, extending who knows how far. It was clear that it had dragged its severely injured body all the way here. Who the hell did this? Jiang Sun was both angry and heartbroken, but his actions were not slow at all. He quickly scooped up Waol and ran back to the shelter. He placed it on the dragon egg bed. During his run, a small chest-like object fell out of Waol's body as if it had appeared out of thin air. Jiang Sun didn't have time to pay attention to it. He rushed to the storage box nearby and frantically searched for healing items and food. But after rummaging for a long time, he only found a bone-setting herb left over by Zhao Tingtao last time. Without even looking at it, Jiang Sun grabbed it and stuffed it into Waol's mouth. As the herb liquefied and was consumed by Waol, Jiang Sun realized that it only slowed the bleeding from the wounds a bit. But there were no signs of healing at all. This was a star-level healing item, an incredibly precious treasure for all survivors at this stage. It was supposed to be able to mend broken bones. The seller likely wouldn't have parted with it unless for magic crystals. Why was the effect so poor? But then, Jiang Sun suddenly slapped his forehead. How stupid. He remembered that Waol was a full moon-level beast. It was strange to expect a star-level medicine to work well. What should he do? Jiang Sun irritably raked his hair. He didn't think anyone could find a full moon-level healing item at this stage. And even if someone did find one, they definitely wouldn't sell it easily. For survivors at the average dim light level, a full moon-level healing item was like a miracle drug. It was a life-saving elixir. Carrying it was almost equivalent to having an extra life. Who would sell their life? This left Jiang Sun feeling helpless. He had no experience in rescuing severely injured patients. All he could do was worry. He even sent a message to Zhou Songyin asking to purchase one. After receiving a reply saying it was beyond help, he even considered directly taking his life-saving crystals to the trading market to see. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a basket on the table. This was the basket Waol had used to hold fruit before, and now it was being used by Jiang Sun to hold his milk candies. Right, milk candies. Jiang Sun immediately stood up and quickly walked over to search, cursing himself for being so forgetful. It seemed he had to stay calm from now on, or he would easily overlook important things. While muttering to himself, he searched for the green milk candies. He had just remembered that his talent had a 5 chance of producing apple-flavored milk candies. The description of the apple-flavored milk candy was, restores a large amount of injuries. Although he didn't know if it would work on the full moon-level Waol, it was better than waiting idly. After searching for a while, Jiang Sun finally found 2. He immediately took them out and stuffed them into Waol's mouth. Although Waol had lost consciousness, it still unconsciously chewed a few times before swallowing. It even made a vague, satisfying sound, like a long-time smoker finally getting a puff after a week without smoking. Jiang Sun began to nervously watch Waol's injuries. To his surprise, just 10 seconds after consuming the apple-flavored milk candy, Waol's wounds stopped bleeding. Although there were still no signs of healing, the effect was clearly good. The reason it hadn't continued to heal was probably that the medicine's effect had been exhausted. It was effective. Jiang Sun decisively grabbed another one and fed it to Walla. Indeed, he saw some slight healing occurring on its wounds. This was fantastic. Seeing that Walla's condition had stabilized significantly, Jiang Sun immediately became excited. Although he had run out of apple milk candies in stock, he wasn't worried about not having enough. He was afraid of not having any effect. After all, his talent could forcibly materialize milk candies. As long as he was willing to spend a bit more magic power, he could always manifest a few. With a solution in mind, Jiang Sun let out a sigh of relief. Although he wanted to help Walla recover quickly, he didn't have the energy to do so right now. He raised his head and looked at the tide that was now within reach. His palms were sweating with anxiety. The tide was coming. No matter what, he had to get through this disaster first. Jiang Sun was still very worried that the level 3 magic stone fortress wouldn't withstand this disaster. But the tide didn't give him time to worry. With a loud boom, the tide slammed into the shelter's shield. Instantly, the light of the intermediate magic shield began to deform under the pressure. This scene reminded Jiang Sun of when he was still in the magic tent and the shield was toyed with by the punk bear. Soon after, the shield began to shake violently, causing the shelter to tremble as well. Jiang Sun felt a bit unsteady, as if he was experiencing a massive earthquake. His body felt like it was about to fall apart. After several seconds, as the shaking sensation disappeared, Jiang Sun knew that the first wave of the most intense tide had passed. He turned around, but immediately widened his eyes. He discovered that the magic crystals near the totem pole had been completely consumed. The second crystal's magic power was also visibly decreasing. Looking at the intermediate magic shield outside, it was now struggling to regain its original shape, trying hard to reclaim its compressed space. This wouldn't do. Jiang Sun immediately made a judgment. Although the shield had withstood the most intense first wave of the tide, the speed of magic consumption was too fast. After all, they had only been exposed to the tide for a minute. At this rate, within a day, Jiang Sun would exhaust his crystals and then be torn apart by the tide. He had no doubt about the tide's power, because the two crystals that had just been consumed could have charged the intermediate magic shield twice. In other words, if it had been another level 3 shelter, the people inside would have died twice by now. Not in the mood to continue watching the scene outside, Jiang Sun turned and walked toward the magic collection device. He found 5 shining crystals inside. Didn't they just get replaced not long ago? Jiang Sun immediately realized that this was the so-called high-dissipation magic environment. He hurriedly replaced the 5 new crystals, then squatted down beside it to check the charging speed of the crystals. Next, he saw 5 silver lines extending from behind the collector. Then, they began to move at an almost frenzied speed, continuously grabbing the dissipated magic. Jiang Sun felt dizzy watching. When he lowered his head again, he found that the blue-green color inside the crystal was spreading at a visibly rapid pace. At this rate, it might only take a few minutes to fill 5 crystals. Jiang Sun quickly opened the information panel and discovered that the magic collection rate had reached an astonishing 77.5. It's worth noting that when this device was first installed, the rate was only 1.75. Seeing this scene, he immediately felt at ease. After all, the speed of crystal charging was now far higher than the consumption rate. After experiencing the first wave of tidal impact, the speed of crystal consumption had already dropped to 1 crystal every 10 minutes. At this rate, not only could he ensure his safety, but he could also accumulate a large number of crystals. It seemed he would have to continue being a porter. Jiang Sun stroked his chin, deep in thought. He didn't want to spend the entire 7 days just guarding this collection device. But fortunately, Walla was back. After eating my milk candy, it would be too much to ask for some help, right? With this thought, Jiang Sun immediately broke into a mischievous grin. So his top priority now was to heal Walla. With that in mind, Jiang Sun began to busily spin around like a top. While melting crystals, he also brought back the used crystals to recharge. He had to keep manifesting the milk candy lottery as well. Sometimes when he couldn't draw anything, he had to eat the original flavor milk candy to replenish his magic. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. Jiang Sun, with dark circles under his eyes, staggered beside Walla. Chapter 53 Bad Situation. Jiang Sun walked to the dragon egg bed. Looking at the still unconscious Walla inside, he sighed deeply. I don't know whose luck you inherited. Jiang Sun helplessly rubbed his face. Although he had been busy all night yesterday and didn't have time to rest, he didn't stop trying to manifest milk candies. After all, this was a matter of Walla's life, and Jiang Sun couldn't afford to be careless. However, after a night of effort, he had eaten over 100 pieces of plain milk candy, but had only managed to manifest 3 pieces of apple-flavored milk candy. The number was the same as the chocolate-flavored milk candy. But this was strange, because the manifestation probability for apple flavor was 5, while chocolate flavor's manifestation probability was only 1. 5. The difference in probability was 3 times. This was still the result of Jiang Sun's hard work. After a night, he had eaten so many candies that his teeth ached. He gently patted Walla's head and, feeling that there was still no response, directly fed the milk candy into its mouth. Walla's body began to recover rapidly. In a short while, the various wounds on its body had almost disappeared, and its complexion looked much healthier. Who knows how Jiang Sun could tell that a squirrel's complexion was healthy, but he just had that feeling. He extended his finger and gently poked Walla. He found that, although there were still no signs of waking up, it had begun to respond to external stimuli. Its tail, however, remained somewhat dull and hung limply by its side. Should I feed it some magic pattern lamb soup? Jiang Sun stroked his chin in thought. Lamb is very nourishing, and he had experienced this firsthand. You ungrateful child, why don't you tell me where your bank card is, or rather, where your treasure is? You know, I am your only legal heir. Jiang Sun sat by the bed and began to coax. He estimated that, as a full moon-level big boss beast, Walla must have a lot of good things in stock. The fruits it had given him before were likely just Walla's daily food, or even snacks. So, since we are all family now, why bother with you and me? Thinking of this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but chuckle. He looked up at the crystal box on the ground, not far away, but ultimately resisted the impulse to open it. At least he would wait until Walla woke up. After all, this treasure chest looked like a high-level gift item. Even the entire World Channel had never shared any related findings. But thinking that Walla might have been seriously injured because of it, Jiang Sun gave up on the plan to sneak a look. After all, although there was no need to be too formal between them, a basic respect was still necessary. This box had fallen out of Walla's body. When Jiang Sun saw it yesterday, he was scared half to death. He thought Walla was already dead, and the treasure chest had appeared. Fortunately, Walla was saved. Otherwise, Jiang Sun would have to endure the pain of opening the chest. After settling Walla, Jiang Sun looked up at the window. He found that the entire area within sight was shrouded in a haze of purple. It was impossible to tell whether it was day or night. After a night of tidal fury, the totem pole had consumed dozens of crystals, but the collector was also filled with over 100 crystals. Now, the power of the tide had weakened significantly, and the consumption rate of crystals had become about 1 every 20 minutes. But even so, over the course of a day, it would still consume 60 magic crystals. That was a number that normal people wouldn't even dare to think about. Jiang Sun estimated that in this situation, anyone would be dead. He had just specifically asked Zhao Tingtao and Elder Qin. He learned that the tide's power on Elder Qin's side was very small. The first wave of impact consumed only about 1/10 of the totem pole's energy. Now that it had stabilized, it could last for a full 7 days without any problems. On the other hand, the tide's power on Zhao Tingtao's side was relatively greater, but it was still limited. After last night, it had only consumed about 1/5 of the energy. Without recharging, it should also last for 7 days without any issues. But this was only a minor problem for them. For most people, they were already struggling. The cries in the regional channel made Jiang Sun frown. Number 8,726, 10,000, nearly 300 people died overnight. Jiang Sun's expression became serious as he continued to read. My level 3 totem pole lost 1/10 overnight. How are you all at the level 2 shelter? The energy of the level 2 totem pole is already down by half. I've started converting rations into magic energy. Rations? I even converted my weapons. Haha. If we can't survive like this, then we might as well die. You guys think, if we abandon the shelter, can we carry the totem pole with us to hold on? Don't try it. My friend pulled out the totem pole. Although the shield area became smaller, and lasted longer. The shelter has collapsed. The shelter can be rebuilt after a disaster, right? After all, a small house only takes 200 materials. What are you thinking? He received a message saying it can't be rebuilt and can only be upgraded to a sanctuary. Huh? Isn't that the end? Places like Forbidden Zones mean one death for every visit. Yeah, Sai, I don't know when we can teleport to someone else's shelter. So let's not think about any crooked ideas. The totem pole can't recharge outside the shelter. Without a shelter, it's definitely death. Do you think our bodies also contain a certain amount of magic energy? After this message, everyone in the channel fell silent. They began to digest the implications of this statement. When it truly came to a life or death situation, could this method really help them hold on? Many people actually thought this method was feasible. But who could really bear to cut off their own limbs to convert magic energy? So everyone was waiting for the first person who would have to do this. Seeing this, Jiang Sun felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He didn't expect the situation outside to have become this severe. There were even people who had thought of such a crazy method. It's no wonder people were in despair. After all, not everyone had the kind of adventures and gains that Jiang Sun had. In a life-or-death moment, which was more important, limbs or life? It was clear as day. Even if this behavior was like drinking poison to quench thirst, many people would still do it. Actually, Jiang Sun didn't have much right to worry about others. After all, he had experienced the most danger himself. Although, relatively speaking, he had developed quite well. It was only in comparison. His development journey could also be described as walking on thin ice. Even the slightest misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. If on the first day he had listened to the system and not stepped out of the light curtain, he wouldn't have obtained the source of magic and wouldn't have met Walla. The consequence of missing these two key factors would be that on the first day, during the day, he would be eaten by the hipster bear, grinding his teeth. Jiang Sun felt even more disgust towards the instigator. However, before he could think much more, a voice from the young dragon's nest interrupted him. Chapter 54, Walla Awakens. Walla? Hearing a familiar voice, Jiang Sun jumped and rushed to the dragon egg bed. Sure enough, he saw Walla had opened its eyes, looking around in confusion. However, Walla looked quite pitiful at this moment. Its body was covered in bloodstains that hadn't been cleaned, and several patches of baldness were quite noticeable. Jiang Sun almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He saw Walla struggling to stand up while holding onto the edge of the bed. Jiang Sun quickly approached and warmly inquired, "Rebellious child, you finally woke up? I was so worried about you. The milk candies I prepared for you are almost going bad. Walla Walla, do you know how dangerous it is outside right now? You're not allowed to run around anymore, got it? Walla Walla Walla. By the way, you know that our family has never been wealthy. A lot of money was spent to treat you. Walla, so how do you plan to contribute to the family?" Walla? In the above dialogue, Jiang Sun strictly followed the golden communication rule. First, he said what the other party liked to hear. Then, he said what the other party could accept. After that, he said what he needed to say. Finally, he expressed what he wanted to say. So now it was Walla's turn to be dumbfounded. Its round eyes were filled with great confusion. However, since the conversation had already reached this point, it felt inappropriate not to offer something. So it began to look around. Then it quickly spotted the crystal treasure chest that Jiang Sun had placed in the most conspicuous spot. Turning its head to look at Jiang Sun's sincere and warm smile, Walla felt a sense of being tricked. Perhaps this is the charm of marketing. But with no other options, Walla could only helplessly point to the treasure chest supported by several layers of wooden logs not far away. Walla Walla Walla. Oh dear, you say this is too precious. Jiang Sun smoothly picked up the conversation. Given how good our relationship is, why do you have to go through all this? Next time, it won't be like this. Before he finished speaking, the treasure chest had already appeared in Jiang Sun's arms. As for why it was so quick, it was because he had used Star Flash twice in a row. Jiang Sun resisted the urge to open it immediately and first seriously checked Walla's body. I don't know how such a small mouse got itself so injured. Did someone step on you? As Jiang Sun muttered, he carefully examined Walla's injuries. He found that there were no obvious external wounds on it. However, its internal magic power seemed almost depleted. Even after feeding it several pieces of plain milk candy, there was no effect. It seemed to be internal injuries. Jiang Sun sighed, casually grabbed Walla, and dipped it into the hot spring barrel for a wash. Under Walla's displeased gaze, he pointed towards the climbing frame by the window. I prepared this for you. See if you like it. Walla pointed at itself, and then at the mouse climbing frame not far away, looking somewhat incredulous. Yes, it's specially prepared for you. Jiang Sun revealed a fatherly smile. Watching Walla happily playing on the pet climbing frame, Jiang Sun felt a wave of emotion. Why are there no smart people in the organization? I hesitate over 25 for milk tea, but I take a dozen 250 suns without a second thought. Sighing, Jiang Sun placed the crystal treasure chest on the table. Then he rubbed his hands, exhaled, and prepared for his favorite unboxing segment. This treasure chest in front of him was the first treasure chest type item he had opened. No matter what it contained, it was worth commemorating. Moreover, Jiang Sun had never seen anyone share this treasure chest appearance in the channel. But just by looking at its gorgeous exterior, he knew it was definitely not an ordinary item. Perhaps it was a higher-level treasure chest. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun felt it was very likely. After all, the danger levels he encountered were much higher than others. So it was reasonable for his rewards to be of higher levels too, right? Of course, he also felt a bit of shame for gaining something for nothing. However, in the face of immense benefits, Jiang Sun couldn't hesitate. He directly attempted to lift the treasure chest lid. Come out. But he couldn't move it. Jiang Sun awkwardly scratched his head. This high-level treasure chest was indeed different. Jiang Sun began to look for a way to open the treasure chest. But after searching for a while, he couldn't find any keyholes or similar spots. This made him somewhat relieved. After all, the setting that a treasure chest needed a matching key to open was quite off-putting. This aversion mainly stemmed from his years of gaming experience. It was incredibly frustrating to have to obtain a key after getting the treasure chest. I already have the treasure chest. Can't I just smash it open? ISNT looking for a key, just pointless? Jiang Sun continued to grumble about the game designers in his mind while searching for a way to open the treasure chest. Suddenly, he felt a familiar indentation shape on the back of the chest. He was very familiar with this pattern. He had almost gotten sick of seeing it these past few days. It was none other than the slot for the magic crystal. This meant that this treasure chest, even if it could be opened, required consuming a crystal. Jiang Sun lowered his head in contemplation, feeling it was a bit outrageous. But he still directly took out a crystal and embedded it. After all, a chest that required a threshold to open surely contained something more valuable. A clicking sound of embedding echoed. Then Jiang Sun witnessed a magical scene. He saw the energy inside the magic crystal being instantly drained. The speed was comparable to that bowl of hot and spicy soup. The patterns on the treasure chest immediately filled with a bluish-green light. Then with a light click, it sounded as if solid ice was cracking, followed by the continuous sound of crystal shattering. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The crystal on the outside of the treasure chest actually shattered with a bang, turning into a pile of crystal fragments on the ground. The true appearance of the treasure chest was revealed. It was actually sealed. Jiang Sun propped up his chin and then looked at the treasure chest. He saw that the chest beneath the crystal was entirely black, with countless strange patterns on its surface. On the front of the chest, a relief of a magic puppet's head was positioned in the center. Half of the face was skeletal and bloody, while the other half consisted of intricate gears and metal. At each corner of the chest, 4 small statues stood there. One of them Jiang Sun was very familiar with. It was the Black Mist Knight he had seen before. He still had a few corpses in his storage. The entire treasure chest exuded a peculiar beauty, and its characteristics were evident. It seemed more like a treasure chest specially customized for someone. Jiang Sun's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, I knew it. How could there be any magical beasts in this area capable of injuring Walla? Did it go and dig up the home of the magic puppet Forbidden Forest boss? However, it seemed that although the item was obtained, the fight was probably lost. He glanced at the dazed Walla with pity. Jiang Sun lifted the lid of the magic puppet treasure chest. Chapitre 55. Disobéissance? Foster father. The lid of the box slowly lifted. In an instant, brilliant light surged forth like a galaxy pouring in, bursting forth in a dazzling display like a rain of fireworks. Subsequently, 4 items slowly emerged from within, even accompanied by a tray. With this sight, Jiang Sun would never believe that there were no good items. He immediately became excited. His heart began to race. The joy of harvest is so simple and unadorned. Then, Jiang Sun reached out and picked up the first item. It felt icy cold to the touch. When he looked at it, he realized it was a thick magic book. The surface of the pitch-black magic book shimmered, and its form resembled that of the box. This made Jiang Sun feel somewhat magical. After all, aside from the manual of Magical Wasteland, he had never seen any other magic books. So with a thought, the name of the magic book instantly appeared before his eyes. Record of Magic Puppets. Jiang Sun was taken aback, thinking to himself, could this be a biography? He continued to look further. Record of Magic Puppets type. Heritage level. Epic, Glimmer, Firefly Star, Moonlight, Epic. Learning requirements. Intelligence 20 effect. Knowledge inheritance. Grants the user advanced skills in the long-lost art of creating and controlling magic puppets, including various powerful design blueprints. Core structural principles, control commands, and rune combinations. Wisdom enlightenment. During the study process, the user has a chance to gain inspiration, enhancing their understanding of the magical operation of magic puppets and mechanical skeletal structures. Permanently increasing intelligence by 10 points can be stacked. Note, unique item. The key to exploring the mysteries of magic puppets, the sacred text in the hearts of magic puppet researchers. Jiang Sun stared blankly at the magic book in his hands, momentarily unable to comprehend what he had obtained. After reading the introduction again, his eyes instantly widened. It was as if an invisible force had frozen him in place, and his breathing became rapid and heavy at that moment. He might not have fully understood what the long string of descriptions represented, but he recognized the word epic. This was an option that had never appeared in item rankings before. Epic level, even higher than Moonlight. Moreover, it was a unique item. This meant that in this world, this item was one of a kind. As long as he obtained it, no one else could acquire it through any other means. It was clear how precious this black magic book was. Jiang Sun opened the magic book and casually flipped through a few pages. He found that the pages were made of leather and of very high quality. However, the content could only be described as obscure and difficult to understand. How should he put it? He recognized all the various shapes inside, but when combined, it felt like he was reading a celestial book. This made Jiang Sun somewhat frustrated. Fortunately, the text had been thoughtfully converted into blue star characters, which eased his mind a little. At least he wouldn't be faced with a treasure mountain without a path to ascend it. He began to carefully study a few pages and found the content to be quite profound. The art of magic puppetry was clearly an extremely advanced discipline. After studying for half a day, he finally grasped a rough understanding of the content. The core of magic puppetry is to create magic puppets through mechanical structures combined with materials unique to the magical world. The styles of magic puppets are diverse. Just a simple flip revealed 7 or 8 different types. And these were all relatively simple ones, with only 2 or 3 pages dedicated to their manufacturing methods. Jiang Sun specifically looked for the manufacturing method of the Black Mist Knight he had encountered earlier. However, he discovered that the Black Mist Knight was already a relatively advanced magic puppet. The manufacturing materials included star-level bones, star iron gears, fusion potions, connection arrays, and a whole bunch of other things, with the manufacturing steps being extremely complicated. Is it really that difficult? Jiang Sun clicked his tongue inwardly. It should be noted that the Black Mist Knight was only positioned in the middle of the book. Behind it were countless more complex magic puppet manufacturing methods. For example, there were the Guardian Clockwork Walker, Rune Guardian, and Star Envoy, among others. Jiang Sun even saw a dragon-shaped magic puppet, with its manufacturing methods spanning dozens of pages. It seemed that the upper limit of this discipline was quite high, but it required a lot of time to learn and gather materials. Seeing this, Jiang Sun felt a bit discouraged. He thought that his plan for a magic puppet army seemed a bit far off. That image of raising his arms and having thousands charge was indeed not easy to realize. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, one shouldn't be too greedy, right? Technical skills are not just given. Isn't it reasonable to put in some effort? At least there was now a way forward, with gradual development. It might not take long to achieve his wishes. With this thought, Jiang Sun continued to examine the remaining items. The second item was 10 gears placed together, Stardust alloy gears, tin type, magical material level, star, glimmer, firefly star, moonlight. Effect. Can be used as upgrade and repair materials for magic puppets. Note. High-level material gears crafted by magic puppeteers using special methods, containing wonderful energy. Usable for the repair and upgrade of high-level magic puppets. Repair? Upgrade. Jiang Sun quickly turned his gaze to the corner not far away, where several severely damaged black mist knights were displayed. Since magic puppets can be repaired, does that mean that he might have 10 black mist knight bodyguards before even learning to create magic puppets? It should be noted that the strength of the black mist knight is between high-level firefly and low-level star magic puppets. In terms of attributes, one black mist knight could easily take on 2 Zhao Tingtaos. With this thought, Jiang Sun became excited again. He hurriedly picked up the third item to see if there were any other surprises. The light orb transformed into a heavy toolbox upon contact. Jiang Sun opened it and found it contained some very finely crafted tools, which, judging by their form, were also related to magic puppet creation. He checked the message, and sure enough, magic puppet manufacturing kit, type, tool level, special effect. A must-have tool set for magic puppet manufacturing, containing 30 sets of fine iron transmission gears. Note, extremely high-quality tools for magic puppet manufacturing. Indeed, this was a good item. It was a complete set. He couldn't help but wonder how Walla managed to get their hands on it. It seemed that becoming a magic puppeteer was unavoidable. Jiang Sun secretly rejoiced. He felt that his dream was about to come true. After all, one-on-one combat can't compare to a group fight, right? Even if there were risks from long-range attacks. It would be different if others went up to fight while he watched from the back. While thinking this, Jiang Sun casually grabbed the last item, and his expression instantly changed. He had seen this thing before. No, he had used it. It was the level 1 channel used by the strongest force of Blue Star, the Alliance of the Blue Star Council. Level 1 channel scroll, type, special item level. Special note. After use, it can create a level 1 private channel, which has many functions. Please explore on your own. This was yet another item Jiang Sun had been longing for. He knew how useful the functions of a level 1 channel were. The core function of a level 1 private channel is the ally contract. The contract function is very powerful, and after signing the ally contract, one would gain many privileges. For example, no mutual harm, ally teleportation, ally rescue, and so on. However, the options related to teleportation are all grayed out, and I don't know if it's because I haven't subscribed to the membership. Jiang Sun sighed softly. With this scroll, Qing Shan can truly be established in the real sense. Although there are still very few people in Qing Shan right now. It's only because Jiang Sun doesn't want to lower his standards for recruiting. Better to have fewer but capable individuals than to have many who are burdens. After all, those who actively seek to join Qing Shan are often not doing well in their own development. Some of them even struggling to meet their basic needs. Those who are developing will usually have their own ideas. Therefore, rather than recruiting countless people who will hold him back to create a seemingly large alliance, it's better to find a few suitable elites to join. This way, everyone can support each other, share resources, and exchange various rare items. Each person can stand on their own. This is the vision Jiang Sun has for Qing Shan. If there are too many weak individuals, it won't be large. It will be bloated. After reviewing the gains from this time, Jiang Sun felt somewhat unreal. The Magic Puppet Chronicles gave him the key to enhance his strength. Stardust alloy gears might allow him to have a group of fighters in the short term. Puppet Master Kit can help him embark on his own path as a puppet master. Level 1 channel scroll enables him to truly achieve Qing Shan. All of this feels like it was given to him for free. He hasn't really invested anything, but has significantly improved his strength. A path to greatness has already been laid out before him. Looking back at Walla, who was playing wildly on the mouse climbing frame, he wondered how Walla managed to get this treasure chest from such a powerful creature. Jiang Sun sighed deeply. Luckily, he didn't rashly go exploring, otherwise, he would probably be left with nothing but bone fragments. Remembering Walla's injuries, Jiang Sun felt both touched and pained. From the gains, it was clear that Walla had suffered such serious injuries just to bring back this chest for him. He could tell that this treasure chest was clearly intended as a gift for him. That's why Walla threw it out of his storage space before losing consciousness. Sigh. Jiang Sun sighed deeply. He owed a big favor here. After all, his total investment had only been a few milk candies. So, how could this be a rebellious child? This is simply a devoted child. Chapter 56, Chef. Jiang Sun slowly walked over to the climbing frame and reached out to touch Walla's head. Then, under its shocked gaze, he pulled out 3 large handfuls of milk candies from his pocket. Walla was taken aback and, pointing at itself in disbelief, asked, Walla, yes, it's yours. Bala bala la. No, the house hasn't been demolished. Bala 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 la la. I'm not being supported by a rich woman either. Walla 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 walla. Yes, there will be some every day from now on. Walla lala. A father's love is as solid as a mountain. Jiang Sun scratched his head. Even though he wasn't sure if that was what Walla meant, but based on the context, it should be fine. After all, the conversation didn't break down. That means there's no problem. Seeing that Walla was recovering well, Jiang Sun took out a large piece of star-level magic pattern lamb meat he borrowed from Zhao Tingtao, preparing to make dinner. After thinking for a moment, he didn't throw it directly on the fire to roast. Instead, he spent a crystal to buy a complete set of magical kitchenware and tableware from the trading market. He planned to cook a big meal himself. The seller was a girl. Upon seeing the price Jiang Sun offered, she happily agreed to the trade and even gave him a magical cookbook of world cuisine. According to her, this was not just an item, but something she wrote herself after coming to this world. What a girl who understands life. Jiang Sun sighed. The moment he received the full set of kitchenware, he immediately checked it out. There were many items, including pots, bowls, and pans. There were also amazing things like magic pots that automatically control the heat and magical salt shakers that automatically control the amount of salt, and a series of other magical items. He didn't know where this person gathered all this. Afterward, Jiang Sun moved everything to the kitchen. He twisted his arms, eager to try. The amazing properties of magical items made Jiang Sun, who originally wasn't skilled at cooking, feel inexplicably confident. Walla, just watch. See how your father turns this raw meat into world-class delicacies. Ba-la-la-la. Half an hour later, Jiang Sun and Walla sat face to face by the table. On the table was a plate of dark, shapeless food. I'm telling you, Walla, being picky is wrong. You should try this. It definitely doesn't taste as bad as it looks. Walla? Ba-la-la-la-la. Me? Don't mind me. I'm on a diet. Finally, after staring at each other for a long time, Jiang Sun helplessly dumped the dark dish. He finally admitted that he wasn't cut out for cooking. Just now, he even thought about giving it to someone since there were many who couldn't get enough to eat, right? But when someone tried it, they found it couldn't even be converted into magic. Jiang Sun was instantly disappointed. He thought for a moment and ultimately added the kitchenware seller as a friend. If I can't cook well, can I just eat out? After all, I still have a bit of money. Meanwhile, on the other end, Song Yin was squatting on the ground, staring blankly at the totem pole. Just now, she had exchanged all of her favorite things to save her life. Now, her totem pole had fully restored, enough for her to safely get through this magic tide. But looking at the empty kitchen, she still felt a bit heartbroken. Back on Blue Star, she was a somewhat well-known private chef. Cooking was more of a joy for her than a job. So after coming here, she immediately immersed herself in studying magical world recipes. The magical kitchenware of this world made her cooking feel effortless. She even awakened her talent. Because of it, she had also joined a somewhat famous alliance because of this. However, on the eve of the tide, she was kicked out of the alliance for refusing the leader's proposal for support, although she didn't expect anyone to help her.
Many supplies she had put up for sale in the alliance were withheld. So in her little house, aside from barely enough food for 7 days,
all she had left was the kitchenware she had just traded to Jiang Sun. She wouldn't sell it unless absolutely necessary. Song Yin sat on the floor, feeling wronged as she muttered, I hope he's a great cook too. She propped her chin up with her hand, staring out the window, lost in thought. She felt that the next 7 days might be spent like this. Just then, she suddenly received a trading notification. Ding. Jiang Sun wants to trade with you. Magic pots. Magical salt shakers. Fire element magic circle. Do you accept the trade? Song Yin was taken aback. Her first reaction was that it was a return. So she hurriedly sent a message. Song Yin, is the item not useful? but I've already used half the crystal, the rest. Can I give it to you later? Jiang Sun, wait, I'm not returning it. Jiang Sun, how to put it? I'm just not very skilled at using your kitchenware. Song Yin Yin, oh, I can teach you how to use it. You don't have to send it back to me directly. Jiang Sun, your kitchenware might have, recognized its owner. You understand, right? I'm having a bit of trouble using it. Song Yin Yin, no way. This kitchenware is very powerful and easy to use. Really? Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun, I'm just bad at cooking, okay? Smiley face. JPG Song Yin Yin. That's not the kitchenware's fault, but I can give you a refund since you offered a high price. Seeing the reply, Jiang Sun face-bombed and sighed in despair. This girl is nice, but her thinking is a bit off. So he decided to be more straightforward. Jiang Sun, you don't need to return the crystal. Just make me 2 meals, and we'll call it even. Song Yin Yin, sure. I can make steamed magic pattern lamb, steamed magic bear paws, steamed icefield deer tails, and roasted flower spirit ducks. Jiang Sun, you can make quite a few. Just do a steamed magic pattern lamb and a roasted flower spirit duck. Song Yin Yin, okay. I need 2 pounds of star-level icefield deer meat, 2 firefly-level flower spirit ducks, half a pound of grass fruit, and 2 starlight mushrooms. Jiang Sun. Song Yin Yin, all right. I should provide the ingredients, but I don't have all the food right now. Jiang Sun. Then, just eat whatever you have. Song Yin Yin, sure. Ding. Song Yin wants to trade dried meat 20. Do you accept? What the heck? Hearing the trading notification, Jiang Sun's face darkened, almost smashing the magic book in his hand. I looked for you because I didn't want to eat dried meat, and yet you sent me a pile of dried meat back. Jiang Sun was furious, but he still held back and didn't lose his temper. After all, in this wasteland world, he knew many fighters, but only this one chef. Plus, after seeing the recipe she sent, he was drooling. So he endured and continued to ask about the situation. After chatting a bit more, Jiang Sun finally understood the whole story. So this dried meat is all her rations? Looking at the pieces of dried meat in front of him, Jiang Sun felt they looked quite appealing. He suppressed his discomfort, tore off a small piece, and chewed it a few times. The taste of the dried meat surprised him. This jerky is simply worlds apart from the jerky I make myself. If jerky can be made like this, what about other dishes? With that thought, Jiang Sun immediately stopped hesitating. He directly hung up a crystal and ordered a complete set of ingredients. Although this trading method would allow some people to profit from the price difference, overall, it was much better than acquiring everything bit by bit himself. After all, he'd still have to deal with change. Sorry, no small change. When the ingredients arrived, Jiang Sun directly packed them up and threw them to Song Yin Yin. He told her to keep 1 duck for himself and to prepare the rest for him. Then he sat down on the ground, drooling. It seems that I, the dark god of Ganera, am finally ending the days of eating plain and simple food today. Chapter 57, Culinary Talent. While waiting, Jiang Sun quickly boiled 2 more pots of crystal water. Then he opened the manual to check on other situations. The first day was already halfway through, and Jiang Sun saw that the regional channel hadn't decreased much. After all, if the collected materials couldn't last even a day, then that person clearly had no intention of surviving. At this moment, the state of everyone in the channel was mixed. Haha, I thought the magic tide was something big, but this? Just this. Exactly, it's been a whole day, and my totem pillar has only lost 1/5 of its energy, and this power, it's just 7 days. How is that possible? My level 2 shelter lost half its energy overnight yesterday. I'm afraid it won't last 7 days. No way, I'm also level 2, but I've only lost a small section. Could it be that everyone's disaster intensity is different? That is possible. Very likely, yesterday my friend with a level 3 shelter went missing, and the last message he sent me only had 2 words. What did he say? How could a level 3 shelter not withstand the tide? He didn't have time to say, just said, purple. Purple? Does that refer to the color of the tide? Isn't the tide light blue? It turns out everyone's intensity is different. I'm in a level B shelter, and the tide outside is light purple. I'm in level C, and it's also light purple. The energy of the level 3 shelter has already decreased by 1/3. It seems everyone encounters different intensities. I said, how could disasters be impartial? So encountering a high-intensity disaster, Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Of course, since coming to this world, hasn't everyone been relying on luck? That's true. Jiang Sun looked at everyone's conversation expressionlessly. Then he raised his head and silently gazed at the dark purple tide outside the window. Luck, how should one say it? Better not to mention it. However, Jiang Sun also roughly understood the level of disaster he experienced. He estimated that the destructive power of his tide was more than 100 times that of others. Jiang Sun was shocked by this data. However, he quickly realized the power of the tide should be viewed from two perspectives: energy level and magnitude. Jiang Sun estimated that his tide energy level was 5 times that of others. This means that the single attack damage others receive is 1, while Jiang Sun's damage is 5. As for the magnitude, it was ridiculous. He estimated it to be at least 50 times that of others. This means that while others are attacked once, Jiang Sun's shelter is attacked 50 times. What have I done to deserve this? This is clearly divine retribution. Jiang Sun thought bitterly, feeling indignant but not knowing whom to blame. So he could only grab the Wawa and start kneading it. It seems I've been eating well outside. I've gained weight. The familiar texture made Jiang Sun's mood instantly much better. Looks like I won't need to use my arm as a pillow tonight. Just as he was thinking, a prompt sound suddenly came. Ding! Song Yin Yin is trading you steamed magic pattern lamb 1, roasted flower spirit duck 1. Do you agree? My takeout has arrived? Hearing the trading sound, Jiang Sun picked up the Wawa and walked toward the table. On the table were the wooden utensils he had already prepared. One set for himself, one set for Wawa. Jiang Sun rubbed his hands in anticipation, and Wawa imitated him. Except, with a flash of light, 2 exquisitely plated dishes appeared on the table in front of Jiang Sun. Instantly, a wave of food aroma hit him, far surpassing any takeout he had eaten for years back on Blue Star. It even made Jiang Sun momentarily mesmerized. Looking at Wawa, who also had a dazed expression, Jiang Sun suddenly felt that perhaps the author of Chinese Cooking Master wasn't exaggerating. It's very possible that he had never eaten fine grain before. He then directed his gaze toward the 2 dishes on the table. The steamed magic pattern lamb looked like a small hill carved from white jade. The lamb meat was cut into evenly sized pieces, each looking tender and juicy, emitting wisps of steam amidst the green herb leaves and icy crystals. The steam spiraled up, intertwining in the air to form the shape of a playful little lamb. Is this magic pattern lamb meat? Jiang Sun raised his hand to wipe away the drool. You should know that magic pattern lamb meat is the kind of meat he has eaten the most. Although it's nourishing, the taste of grilled meat chops and jerky had already made him detest it. Unexpectedly, today it was made into this form. The roasted flower spirit duck, beside it was the same. The whole duck was placed on a smoked black sandalwood plate, its roasted skin golden and crispy like glass. With a gentle poke of chopsticks, the entire duck fell apart into evenly thin slices. The slightly curled outer skin emitted a fragrant aroma of fat, making Jiang Sun's saliva quickly secrete. Without thinking about anything else, Jiang Sun directly picked up a piece of duck meat and put it in his mouth. Crispy, tender. He almost swallowed his tongue. Crunch, crunch. Wawa, don't hold back. You should join in too. Jiang Sun mumbled indistinctly, inviting Wawa to eat together. When he looked up, he saw Wawa holding a chopstick, looking at him in confusion. I forgot, squirrels can't use chopsticks. Jiang Sun quickly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into Wawa's mouth, then took the chopsticks and in a few strokes shaped them into 2 skewers. You can eat it like this. No worries, we won't judge each other. Just as he handed the skewer to Wawa, Jiang Sun felt something was off. His body felt a bit warm. Was he drugged? No, she isn't even here. What is the point? As the warmth flowed through his body, Jiang Sun felt it was similar to the feeling he had when he first ate lamb. So this thing has properties. Thinking of this, he immediately focused his mind, and the information about the dishes appeared before him. Steamed magic pattern lamb, 2 bites taken. Type, magical cuisine level, bright moon, faint light, firefly star, bright moon. Effect, stamina 4, strength 4, first time consumption, subsequent effects halved. Note, a dish made by a highly gifted culinary master, possessing magical effects. Roasted flower spirit duck, without the butt, type, magical cuisine level, star effect, intelligence 2, agility 2, first-time consumption. Subsequent effects halved. Note: a dish made by a highly gifted culinary master, possessing magical effects. After reading the system's description, Jiang Sun couldn't care less about eating. He immediately sent a message to Song Yin. He felt that anyone who could let such talent fall into obscurity was definitely a fool. That's right. He was referring to the leader of the alliance who kicked Song Yin. Jiang Sun clearly remembered that the ingredients he traded to Song Yin were star-level magic pattern lamb and firefly-level flower spirit duck. The level of other side dishes definitely did not exceed the main ingredients. But now, after her cooking, the levels of both dishes had been elevated by one level. Such an absurd ability. What could be the reason? It must be due to talent. In currently awakened individuals, each of them was originally a person with exceptional talent. If her talent is to elevate the level of ingredients by one level through cooking, then that would be terrifying. Jiang Sun frowned in thought. He felt that encountering someone like Song Yin and not bringing her Qing Shan would be a waste. Thinking of this, he directly sent a message. Jiang Sun, please make sure to join my team. The cooking master truly lives up to the name. Song Yin, huh? Do you want to support me? Jiang Sun. Song Yin, no, but I also don't have 200 yuan in raw wood for the membership fee. Jiang Sun. Looking at the ridiculous conversation, Jiang Sun couldn't help but secretly think that people's hearts are hard to fathom. Has the outside world become this chaotic? Joining an organization means selling one's appearance and getting scammed for resources. Is it really that difficult to survive in outside organizations? It seems that he has been too kind. He should go find Zhao Tingtao later to extort something. Chapter 58. Level 1, Private Channel Qing Shan. After talking for a long time, Song Yin still believed that Jiang Sun was a con artist. To prove his identity, Jiang Sun even took out his treasure protection card. Only then did she confirm that he wasn't trying to support her. After repeatedly confirming this, she agreed to join Qing Shan. Who knows how many times this silly child has been deceived? Jiang Sun complained while eating mutton. Walla walla walla. Walla responded, with grease all over his mouth. Although the two rats couldn't understand each other, this harmonious chatting atmosphere lasted for half an hour. They finished 5 kilograms of food before putting down their chopsticks. Not because they were full, but because they had eaten everything. Jiang Sun picked up the reflective wooden plate, staring blankly. Does this plate not need to be washed? After cleaning up the dishes, he lay back on the bed, using Walla as a pillow under his neck. The soft touch made Jiang Sun stretch lazily. So comfortable. Eating well, sleeping well, and having a little squirrel to RUA. He felt like a complete winner in life. After finishing the meal cooked by Song Yin, Jiang Sun felt filled with hope. His mood had at least tripled. He wanted to seriously ask Song Yin, 10 days. Do you know how I've been living these 10 days? Eating terrible jerky and various sour, wild fruits every day. Why did it take you so long to get here? Jiang Sun estimated that if he had met Song Yin any later, he would have developed anorexia. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly took out the Level 1 private channel scroll he had just unboxed. Since that's the case, let's quickly bind everyone in. He tore open the scroll. Immediately, a beam of light shot into his magic Wasteland manual. Then, he heard a prompt in his ear. Ding. You have successfully created a Level 1 private channel. Please name a channel. Qing Shan. Ding. Do you confirm Qing Shan as the channel name? Confirm. As the light flashed, a brand new option appeared on his channel interface. This was an option independent of the World Channel, Regional Channel, and Friend Channel. Just like the Blue Star Council, the two characters, Qing Shan, also appear in the options. This meant that the weight of the Level 1 private channel Jiang Sun created was no less than that of the other channels. Then, Jiang Sun directly chose to invite a few people into the Qing Shan channel. Ding. Zhao Tingtao has successfully joined the Qing Shan channel. Ding. Qing Gingyun has successfully joined the Qing Shan channel. Soon, Jiang Sun saw several avatars appear in the sidebar. Jiang Sun, welcome everyone to Qing Shan. Today marks a formal ceremony and can also be considered the founding day of our organization. Zhao Tingtao. How will the year-end bonus be calculated? Jiang Sun. 50 kilograms of star-level monster meat for each person. Zhao Tingtao. That's great. Saves me from buying from others. You pay. and I'll sell it to you at a discount. Jiang Sun, smiling. JPG Zhao Tingtao. You'll pay, right? Jiang Sun. This level 1 private channel is considered an organizational benefit. Everyone can explore its specific functions on their own. By the way, welcome Song Yinyan to join. Song Yinyan. Hello everyone. Old Qin is also here. Hello Old Qin. I'm your fan. Song Yinyan. No, you're my fan. Song Yinyan, no. That's not it. Anyway, Qin Gingyun. Ha. Hello. This little girl is so lively. Zhao Tingtao. Hello young lady. I am Zhao Tingtao. Height 201 centimeters. Wait, ding. You have removed Zhao Tingtao from the channel. Jiang Sun. Alright, let's continue. The organization does not restrict anyone's development, and there are currently no unified rules. Jiang Sun. Everyone can share resources in the group. If anyone wants to leave, no one will stop you. But there is one rule. Do not betray your own. Ding. Zhao Tingtao has successfully joined the Qing Shan channel. Ding. Zhao Yueran has successfully joined the Qing Shan channel. Jiang Sun. Other people may join later, and if you think of anyone suitable, feel free to introduce them. Zhao Tantao, affiliation. You dare to kick me. Zhao Yueran, brother. Is this the boss you mentioned? So cool. Zhao Tingtao. Zhao Tingtao. Jiang Sun. Please kick my sister. Jiang Sun. Zhao Yueran, private chat. Looking at the harmonious scene in the channel, Jiang Sun felt a strange sensation rise in his heart. This feeling hadn't been experienced since his parents passed away more than 10 years ago. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. However, if possible, he wanted to take these people to see the scenery at higher places. After the playful chatting ended, everyone introduced themselves. Perhaps out of trust in Jiang Sun, they did not hold back much about their situations. They first introduced their environments and the unique resources nearby. Jiang Sun didn't need to say much. The most abundant resource where he was located was trees. Zhao Tingtao didn't need to elaborate either. His shelter was in the ice field, surrounded by various levels of magical beasts, which was also his main source of income. Old Qin was in the safest place, a vast plain with fertile land suitable for planting. There are also many wild fruits around. And Old Qin had already started small-scale artificial farming. What surprised Jiang Sun was that the locations of Song Yinyan and Zhao Yueran were very peculiar. Zhao Yueran's shelter was by the seaside, surrounded by countless rich seafood resources. You could easily pick up a basket of seafood while walking. As for Song Yinyan, her birthplace was ordinary, but not far from her was a city ruin. It was said to be very dangerous, and she had only wandered around the edge. Her kitchenware was found there. After hearing everyone's introductions, Jiang Sun felt that his understanding of this world was still too limited. Just talking about that city ruin near Song Yinyan. If he were there, he would have gone in and out 7 times, not knowing how many good things he could have scavenged. Then they started introducing their abilities. After listening, Jiang Sun didn't know how to describe his feelings anymore. If he had to sum it up in one sentence, it would be, the strong ones of Qing Shan are terrifyingly powerful. First of all 5 people in the group had awakened their talents. Even the over 80-year-old Old Qin was no exception. Jiang Sun didn't need to say much about his own. He had distributed a bunch of candy. Zhao Tingtao, this human-shaped gorilla, awakened a very strong beast mastery talent. It wasn't the traditional kind of mental control. Instead, after taming a magical beast, there was a high probability the beast would develop a sense of submission, convinced by his heavenly energy. The talent was aptly named Conquest. Is there any reason to argue about it? Jiang Sun was enviously gritting his teeth. Compared to his candy talent, the name Conquest clearly had a higher prestige. Chapter 59. Outrageous Talent. Next up was Elder Qin. It was something Jiang Sun had anticipated from the very beginning that Elder Qin would awaken his talent. After all, who could be mediocre if they could develop a plant growth liquid in just 3 days? The name of Elder Qin's talent was quite distinctive. It was called Abundance. The effects of the Abundance talent were numerous, but mainly focused on agriculture. For example, it allowed him to sense information about soil fertility, humidity, pH levels, etc., through magical energy. He could also use magic points to eliminate pests and improve soil conditions. According to Elder Qin, any crop that was affected by his abilities would see at least a 50 increase in yield. Everyone was amazed after hearing this. Truly impressive, Elder Qin. But this wasn't what surprised Jiang Sun the most. What he was most concerned about was a special effect in Elder Qin's talent called vitality. The description of vitality stated that it could significantly increase the probability of crops mutating within the shelter's area. The simpler the introduction, the stronger the effect. In a magical world, mutations were different from those in Blue Star. Plant mutations in the magical world often took two directions. One was positive mutations that increased self-value, such as increasing fruit yield, enlarging fruit size, and raising crop levels. This type of mutation had always been highly sought after. The other was more miraculous, called biological mutations. For example, carnivorous plants. Although encountering biologically mutated plants in the wild was dangerous, plants cultivated by Elder Qin could be controlled after mutation. It should be noted that plants can be artificially bred in large quantities. In other words, as long as one crop mutated into a carnivorous plant, Elder Qin would have the ability to grow a whole sea of carnivorous plants. Jiang Sun and the others were immediately in awe. This little old man was no ordinary old man. It was fortunate that they had saved Elder Qin. Otherwise, he would have regretted it deeply. Next, Song Nianyan introduced her talent. Jiang Sun could guess some aspects of her talent, but after she finished her introduction, he felt like he was still young. Song Nianyan's talent was called Flavor Box. This talent granted her the ability to precisely identify and analyze every type of food. At the same time, it allowed her to easily harmonize the attributes of various foods to achieve perfect balance. This was also the reason why the finished dishes she cooked were of a higher grade than the ingredients. It wasn't a simple upgrade type talent, as Jiang Sun had imagined, but a profound ability that required a very high level of skill to master. But that wasn't the most outrageous part. Jiang Sun suddenly realized that Song Nianyan's intelligence attribute was as high as 37 points. 37 points. Jiang Sun rubbed his eyes, confirmed that he wasn't seeing things, and then stubbornly opened his attribute panel to take a look. Sure enough, he had 28 points, and that was after accounting for the light flow bonus. It was originally only 23 points. Jiang Sun felt a bitter pang in his heart. Although Song Nianyan's other three attributes were abysmally low, her intelligence attribute was still a full 10 points higher than his. It should be known that Jiang Sun himself was also a person of extraordinary talent. His intelligence attribute was naturally a bit higher than others. Moreover, he had been dedicated to improving his intelligence attribute. Even so, he had barely reached 23 points. So how did Song Nianyan manage to achieve that? Noticing everyone's surprise, Song Nianyan explained. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Sun felt relieved. The reason why Song Nianyan had such a high intelligence attribute was thanks to the effect of her talent's gourmet illusion. The effect complemented her love for cooking. Every time she developed a dish that surpassed the ingredients level, she would experience a gourmet illusion. The culinary environment could significantly boost her intelligence attribute. This made Jiang Sun envious. But fortunately, Song Nianyan was now one of their own. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun let out a long sigh. So many talents. My Qing Mountain is full of talents. However, after hearing Song Nianyan's introduction, the others began to act a bit strangely. Their words were laced with flattery. Zhao Ting Ta. Miss, what is your usual price for cooking a meal for others? Song Nianyan. I used to cook for free in the Alliance. I never charged. Zhao Ting Tao. Qing Gingyun. I just harvested some spirit wheat. Let me give you some. If it's not enough, I can rush to harvest another batch. Song Nianyan. Wow. Elder Qin is amazing. You've already got results so quickly. Qing Gingyun. Jiang Sun suddenly understood. This is coveting. Upon reflection, he realized it was true. Although the group had developed well, their living conditions were the same as most people, with a shelter situated in a remote area. They'd been eating whatever they could find for over 10 days. This had made them, who were used to eating exquisite food, feel quite uncomfortable. Now that they had finally met a good cook, how could they not have ideas? Moreover, Song Nianyan was a chatterbox, continuously sharing her cooking insights in the group. This made the already hungry group even more eager. Even Jiang Sun, who had just finished eating, couldn't help but swallow hard. In the end, it was Zhao Yuan who couldn't stand it any longer and directly said, Sister Yin, we haven't eaten anything good in a long time. Let my brother pay, and you cook us something delicious, okay? Zhao Tingtao immediately waved his hand and produced 7 or 8 types of high-grade meat as the main ingredient. Jiang Sun also cooperatively took out a crystal as the purchasing fund for the auxiliary materials. The naturally clueless Song Yin only then understood what everyone meant and happily accepted the cooking task. Thus, the group's first organized gathering meal was confirmed. While they waited for the ingredients to be collected, Zhao Yueran introduced his talent. Zhao Yueran, my talent isn't anything special. It's called slaughter. Jiang Sun was taken aback. What? Typo. Was it supposed to be illustration? Zhao Yueran continued. The effect is very simple. The more lives I slaughter, the more four-dimensional attributes I gain. Jiang Sun, Song Yin, Qing Yin, Zhao Tingtao, facepalm. JPG Jiang Sun, you're just a big, dumb, and strong guy. And now you've led your sister astray. Zhao Tingtao, it's really not my fault. After confirming several times, Jiang Sun finally confirmed that Zhao Yueran's talent was indeed called slaughter. The effect was exactly as she said. Moreover, it was a spontaneously awakened talent. Jiang Sun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He thought to himself how outrageous this girl was compared to her brother. After all, the reason a talent could spontaneously awaken was that it had already been developed significantly along that path. So you, little girl, while calling your brother sweetly, are actually taking lives left and right behind his back. Jiang Sun and the others politely refrained from asking further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Furthermore, since Zhao Yueran had already revealed her talent, it meant she had no intention of hiding it from them. Chapter 60, Mountain God. After chatting for a while, the sense of unfamiliarity among the five had completely disappeared. This was quite normal. Jiang Sun and Zhao Tingtao had been close friends for a long time, which goes without saying. Elder Qin had also been part of Qingshan for a long time and was someone everyone respected. Zhao Yueran was Zhao Tingtao's younger sister. Being younger and having a quirky personality made her easy to approach. Song Yin was a naturally kind-hearted girl with a gentle demeanor that made everyone fond of her. This allowed the group to quickly become familiar with each other. Their combination was strange, yet oddly complementary. Jiang Sun looked at the lively chat channel with some relief. He felt that Qingshan was slowly becoming what he had envisioned. However, he suddenly realized a problem. The core of an organization cannot rely solely on good relationships and mutual support. Although Qingshan would develop into a harmonious and strong organization if it continued this way, it could very well become indistinguishable from the crowd. In a small organization, flaws are especially prominent. Internally, there is a lack of labor force. Externally, there is a lack of deterrence. Therefore, it is almost impossible not to develop towards a larger group. Allowing Qingshan to develop by chance is irresponsible to himself and to the others. This is not called being carefree. It's called giving up. Jiang Sun was fully aware that his S-level sanctuary had some reputation but lacked substance, and this was something the others were also clear about. However, no one expressed dissatisfaction. Instead, they seriously accompanied Jiang Sun in his antics. This was entirely due to their trust in him. It is important to note that with the strength of Zhao Tingtao and the others, if they developed independently, they would have long become leaders of their own factions, with countless people willing to serve them. After all, such situations are common nowadays. Seeking warmth in numbers is a human instinct, as is obeying the strong. But because they joined Qingshan, most tasks now had to be done personally. Even collecting materials required them to chop trees themselves. Even Elder Qin, who was over 80, was the same. This couldn't go on. Even if they could endure it, Jiang Sun could not. Everyone was aware that the humans of Blue Star would eventually meet each other. When that time came, it would be a matter of relying on one's own abilities. The bigger the fist, the heavier the voice, and the more resources one could acquire. Therefore, recruiting more people to form a faction was an inevitable step. Otherwise, Qingshan would forever just be an organization. Even if their individual strengths were formidable, it would still be the case. With this in mind, Jiang Sun brought everyone back to the topic, wanting to seek their opinions. Jiang Sun, what do you think about the future development of Qingshan? Zhao Tingtao, supporting my son's entrepreneurship is a given. I have no thoughts on this. So go ahead and do it boldly. Qin Gingyun, I've been a farmer my whole life, so I'm not too knowledgeable about this. You all can discuss it. Zhao Yuan, I'll listen to Brother Jiang Sun. Zhao Tingtao, Song Yin, the food is ready. Jiang Sun looked at the messages with a dark expression, then shared his plan. Jiang Sun, I plan to start recruiting more people after a period of development. Mainly ordinary people who are struggling to get by. They will provide labor while we offer them some protection. Zhao Tingtao, that sounds good. By the way, Xiao Song, can you add more vegetables for me? I'm about to throw up from all the meat. Jiang Sun, I think we also need to establish a law enforcement department and a violent organization to ensure internal suppression and external deterrence. Zhao Yuan, what Brother Jiang Sun said is right. Sister Yin, can I have that chicken leg? Jiang Sun, I think we also need to establish teams focused on exploration and teams responsible for gathering intelligence, as our future competitors will definitely include our own kind. Qin Gingyun, that is a good idea. Yin, I'm old and my teeth aren't good. Help me serve more soup. Jiang Sun looked expressionlessly at their replies. Anger suddenly surged. Finally, he gritted his teeth and replied, leave some for me. Then he joined the food-snatching team. An hour later, Jiang Sun and Walla lay back on the dragon egg bed, rubbing their round bellies and sighing. Walla, greed is the original sin. Why didn't you stop me? Walla? Walla lala walla. Don't you know we've already eaten a meal? Walla. Walla lala. I'm telling you, if you keep eating like this, we want to be able to afford to keep you at home. So go hunt. Walla? Walla walla. What do you mean go? You're a full moon level. I'm a firefly level. Isn't it right for me to cling to you? After lying for a while, Jiang Sun felt the fullness in his stomach dissipate a bit. He quickly got up and walked around the room a few times. He also replaced the magic crystal in the collector. He hadn't done this for a while. Ever since Walla got better, it had been busy doing it. Jiang Sun had even paid a high price of 10 candy bars a day for this, feeling the energy from the food fully absorbed. Jiang Sun sat back at the table. He lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingers, lost in thought. Walla seemed to sense the serious atmosphere and jumped to sit opposite Jiang Sun, with its little paws supporting its chin. It made a thoughtful expression similar to Jiang Sun's. Walla, do you think I can be a suitable organizer? Walla, Walla lala. The little squirrel walked over and patted his head to comfort him. Jiang Sun sighed deeply. He actually understood that the others weren't really giving up earlier. They just didn't want to encroach on his voice and decision-making power. Everyone was aware that Jiang Sun had always been an emotional person, so he would definitely be willing to give up more voice for the benefit of everyone. But they also understood that an organization should only have one voice. At the very least, important decision-making power should be concentrated in one person, and Jiang Sun was their default leader, even though this leader wasn't quite mature yet. After thinking this through, Jiang Sun sighed deeply. They might not be wrong in their views, but I don't believe I'm wrong either. I trust my judgment. Then, Jiang Sun smiled and heavily carved 2 words into the tabletop. Mountain God. A few hours later, Jiang Sun stretched. He finally finished the plan. He stood up but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He picked up the magic book to check the time. Wow. Time. Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 11. 1800 hours. Jiang Sun suddenly realized that he had not slept for a whole day and night. A wave of panic washed over him. Jiang Sun was suddenly a bit scared. He wouldn't collapse suddenly, would he? The previous emperor had barely started his business before he died, unexpectedly. This wouldn't do, so he quickly took out 2 candy bars and stuffed them into his mouth. Chapter 61, The Old Magician. When Jiang Sun woke up again, the shelter was dim, and a sense of deathly silence permeated the tranquility. He struggled to prop himself up. His mind felt tangled like a mess, heavy and sluggish, and his limbs were weak and powerless. It was clearly a symptom of oversleeping. Jiang Sun forced himself to focus and looked out the window. The purple, murky tide remained thick and impenetrable, completely obscuring the outside world and making it impossible for him to gauge the passage of time. How long have I slept? What time is it now? Jiang Sun mumbled as he groped for his magic book to check the time. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 12, 9 o'clock a.m. Daytime. Nighttime. He was surprised to find that he had slept for a full 11 hours. This was unprecedented. He had never slept so long since arriving in this world. Great. The hard-won adjustment of his biological clock was all for nothing. Jiang Sun cursed under his breath as he got out of bed, pondering that he needed to find something to eat. He felt embarrassed to have Song Yin cook for him every time, and besides, cooking with her abilities consumed a lot of magic power and stamina. Although her intelligence attribute was quite high, it still paled in comparison to his outrageous magic power and recovery speed. He first got up and walked to the next room, where he saw Walla dozing by the magic power collector, nodding off repeatedly. Surrounding it was a sea of candy wrappers. Jiang Sun still couldn't bear to exploit Walla. So before going to sleep, he had manifested most of his magic power into candy for it. Seeing the sheen on Walla's tail slightly restored, Jiang Sun's lips curved up in a small smile, feeling relieved. It seemed that the candy was effective. It just needed to be in greater quantity. At this rate, Walla would eventually recover. He walked over and gently patted Walla's little head, saying, "You've worked hard. Go to sleep." Walla mumbled sleepily, stretching out in a big yawn. Then it took the jerky Jiang Sun offered, nibbled a couple of bites weakly, and climbed onto the dragon egg bed to doze off. Indeed, after having a meal prepared by Song Yin, it was hard for anyone to be interested in other food. Fortunately, after some guidance from Song Yin, Jiang Sun's jerky-making skills had improved. While he couldn't claim that the jerky was perfect in color, aroma, and taste, at least it wasn't so hard to swallow anymore. After roasting a new batch of magic crystals, Jiang Sun walked to the central room where the totem pillar was located. Just as he reached the doorway, he heard a series of dull rumbling sounds inside, as if several high-powered generators were running wildly, making his ears buzz. Jiang Sun shook his head and walked in. He knew what the sound was. It turned out that whenever the external magic shield was impacted, although the energy would instantly dissipate, the shock wave would inexplicably transmit directly to the totem pillar at the core. However, the totem pillar remained firmly fixed in the load-bearing column at the center of the shelter, showing no signs of detaching despite the vibrations. This left Jiang Sun puzzled, as it didn't match anything he had learned on Blue Star. However, Jiang Sun was too lazy to delve into it further. He was only concerned about how many crystals were left in the totem pillar, as it directly related to his life and livelihood. Elder Qin once said a very wise thing. Don't view this new world through the lens of the past, because magic and science are different. Magic is elusive, a symbol of wonder, entirely separate from science. If one day magic were to be analyzed from a scientific perspective, it would no longer be magic, but merely a branch of science. This saying greatly benefited Jiang Sun, helping him quickly shift his mindset. Elder Qin truly deserved his title. Even as an old scientist in a new world, he quickly became an old magician. Jiang Sun focused on sensing the magic consumption speed of the totem pillar and found it was nearly the same as yesterday. This slightly eased his mind. It seemed he would manage to survive these 7 days, but the consumption was still terrifying. He sighed softly and collected the empty crystals around the totem pillar. In less than 2 days, over 100 crystals had been used up. Had it not been for the high efficiency of the magic power collector, he would have been in serious trouble by now. Jiang Sun sighed heavily again and sat down at the table. This starlight grass aromatherapy burner on the table emitted wisps of smoke like starlight, but Jiang Sun's mood remained heavy. He slowly opened the regional chat channel in his magic book, only to find the number of participants had dropped below 8,000. 7,786, 10,000. In just one day, nearly 1,000 people had died. Meanwhile, the World Channel showed the population had fallen below 6 billion. It seemed that people in other regions were worse off. Jiang Sun frowned. After all, this channel was where he was selling magic crystals, and almost all trading materials were using magic crystals. Although the chances of getting them were slim, at least it offered some hope for survival. After all, one crystal could help 3 people endure the disaster, leading to a relatively lower death count in this channel. Yet even so, 1,000 people had still died. With a heavy heart, Jiang Sun began to browse through the chat messages. Supplies are running out. Can anyone lend me some? I'll pay back double after the disaster. I advise you to stop shouting. No one will care in times like this. Yeah, we can only send 5 messages a day. If you really can't hold on, it's better to save it as your last words. Haha, guess where I am? If you're not in the shelter, Where else could you be? Did your stats exceed 15 points and you went out partying? No, I'm in a makeshift hut I built with stones yesterday. Did you see the method shared by the official people from Dragon Country? Are you talking about the method discovered by the big shots in Qingshan? Huh? It really works? Yes, the day before the tide, I killed a litter of wolf cubs, and I found they were using stones to block the entrance. And then, can it really stop the tide? Yes, although there's still some chaotic flows in the gaps. It won't kill me. Me too. I found a leopard, peeled off the bar from its tree hole, and stuck on the outer wall, and I'm fine now. I filled the gaps in my hut with straw. I used mud. Hope the wooden structure holds up. Looks like everyone is doing well. Not quite, this is a last resort. And many people didn't listen to advice back then. They wouldn't listen to something that concerns their lives? Exactly. There are even people who don't believe the news jointly released by Qingshan and Dragon Country shelters. Are they crazy? Isn't that right? Then don't blame others for ignoring them. Still, thanks to the big shots in Qingshan. Thank you, Big Shot. Qingshan is awesome. Thank you, Big Shot. Qingshan is awesome. Thank you, Big Shot. Qingshan is awesome. Chapter 62. Life will find its own way. After reading the news, Jiang Sun felt as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples throughout his heart. At this moment, a phrase slowly took shape in his mind. Life will find its own way. He couldn't help but recall his earlier speculation. He had thought that there must be many low-attribute individuals among the magical beasts. So how did they survive the tides? However, at that time, due to a lack of time and energy, he could only send the news to Zhou Tsangyan. What he didn't expect was that his immature idea actually helped so many people survive. It's worth mentioning that he hadn't taken it seriously at the time. He was surprised that Zhou Tsangyan and the others had really researched it and made it public. They didn't even take a bit of credit for Jiang Sun, and instead helped him promote it vigorously, raising Qingshan's prestige even further. Jiang Sun smacked his lips, secretly glad that his decision back then was wise. He could truly feel the benefits of having such a powerful ally. Looking at everyone's messages, he also learned about the results from the Dragon Country shelter. Simple, brutal. That is, finding the nests of low-attribute magical beasts and plundering their nesting materials. Take whatever you see. Considering the tides in this magical wasteland world were as common as daily meals, magical beasts, being the local tyrants, must have their ways to cope. They couldn't just watch a group of weaklings die every time the tide came, right? After all, cubs are the lifeline of all creatures, very fragile. If that were the case, magical beasts would have gone extinct long ago. As he pondered this, a thought suddenly popped into Jiang Sun's mind about that little cabin in the woods. His heart jolted. Could it be that the building materials for that cabin were borrowed from the magical beasts? He remembered clearly that he hadn't seen any totem poles or anything like that in the cabin. Even if the cabin's owner was capable, it wouldn't be possible to rebuild it every time a disaster passed, right? With this realization, Jiang Sun felt overjoyed. The amount of building materials used for that cabin must be considerable, and if they could be utilized, it would be a great help. After finishing the jerky in a few bites, Jiang Sun closed the magic book and let out a long breath. It seemed that the worst he feared hadn't happened. The number of people who survived was much higher than he had anticipated. The difference from his guess of 70% mortality was significant. Indeed, the essence of life is predation. How could humans, once the overlords of Blue Star, possibly lose to magical beasts with far lower intelligence? After replacing the magic crystals with a new batch, Jiang Sun took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the shelter door to step outside. Ever since upgrading the walls, he had almost become a hermit, rarely going out. At this moment, when he looked up, he was instantly stunned by the scene before him. The world outside was far more spectacular than what he had seen from the shelter. As far as the eye could see, dark purple tides surged violently. It resembled a bizarre purple sea. It was all blocked by a magical shield, forming a dreamy purple canopy. At first glance, it indeed had a unique beauty. Jiang Sun steadied himself and walked toward the plantation. As he approached, his eyes widened in surprise. A large number of seeds had broken through the soil, sprouting tender green shoots. The most eye-catching were the 10 stalks of grain that had already grown to calf height. On the slender stems, 2 elongated leaves swayed gently in the wind, delicate yet bursting with vitality. Jiang Sun stood there in astonishment. After spending the past few days with Old Qin, he had become somewhat of an agricultural expert, especially knowledgeable about the moonlight grain. Seeing the appearance of the grain, he knew it was still in the seedling stage. Wow, it's already this tall in the seedling stage? When it grows up, it'll be like a small tree. Jiang Sun couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Images of the grain's subsequent growth stages, from elongation to heading to filling until maturity, flooded his mind. And the more he thought, the more beautiful it seemed. In the later stages, that would be the time when the grain grows wildly and bears abundant fruit. Given the current momentum in the seedling stage, the yield would definitely not be low. Jiang Sun felt incredibly pleased. This moonlight grain was his designated strategic food crop, and the higher the yield, the better. After checking the main crop, Jiang Sun inspected other plants one by one. To his surprise, after watering with the growth liquid Old Qin had provided, various crops were in excellent condition. These seeds were all Old Qin's hard work, carefully selected, including crescent potatoes, wild corn, digging radishes, and various berries, all classified as dim light-level crops. Although eating them didn't help with strength growth, they could certainly fill one's stomach, serving as the main food source for ordinary survivors. Before meeting Song Yinyin, Jiang Sun had never thought much of these ordinary items. But now it was different. With Song Yinyin's ability to turn decay into magic, the more varieties of food, the better. Who knows? One day, she might come up with new tricks that would allow him to enjoy the benefits too. Besides the regular crops, there were also a few types of fruits. Though their taste wasn't great, they were at least firefly level, providing a slight boost to attributes when eaten. Among them was the emerald spirit fruit that Jiang Sun had previously regarded as a treasure. As he checked, he couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. Old Qin truly is amazing. Along the way, he had lost count of how many times he had marveled at this, but deep down he had only one thought. Old Qin is awesome. After watering the crops, Jiang Sun turned back to the shelter and entered the training room. He wasn't there to practice tidal magic. With the power of that skill, it might just blow the shelter away, and that would be a joke. He came here for two reasons: to strengthen his body and to practice the close combat techniques taught by Zhao Tingtao. These are all practical killing skills. After all, magic can sometimes be unreliable. If one day it fails, having another means of self-defense is one more chance of survival. No one says a mage can't engage in close combat, right? Jiang Sun muttered softly, his face showing a stubborn expression. He just didn't like the close-quarters melee fighting, but that didn't mean he didn't have the ability. As he spoke, he glanced at the logs in the corner, reaching out to grab them, but then hesitating for a moment, he turned around and dragged out a few pieces of hardwood. He nimbly pieced the hardwood together, and before long, a simple human-shaped target stood in front of him. Jiang Sun stepped back 2 paces, surveyed his creation, nodded in satisfaction, and couldn't help but put on a show, saying something like a middle schooler. You're my opponent, right? You know, the last guy who fought me in close combat is already scrapped, and you are the second. Gathering strength for a punch, Jiang Sun shouted loudly and swung his fist at the target. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the target shook. Half a minute later, he shamefully took down the target and retrieved the grass mat he had previously discarded from the doorway. After refixing the grass mat, Jiang Sun began to focus on practicing the most basic grappling and binding moves. The rest of the time was spent engaged in a fierce battle with the grass mat. Half an hour passed, and he was panting heavily but didn't dare to stop. He quickly got into a horse stance and practiced his fundamentals. This was a matter of life and death. He couldn't afford to be careless. When it came to survival, he had always given it his all. Chapter 63. Trade request from the dog magnate. 2 full hours later, Jiang Sun, dragging his exhausted body, filled the hot spring tub with water. Then he slumped into it. During those 2 hours, he had climbed trees, scaled walls, jumped, and rolled. He got himself dirty and was quite a mess. Who knows what this kid is up to? Could he be a death warrior trained by an assassin organization? Jiang Sun rubbed his sore arms and muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, as Zhao Tingtao's skills were indeed very comprehensive. According to him, these movements were merely a branch of jungle warfare techniques. Practicing for 2 hours every day, After some time, he would be able to navigate the jungle like a fish in water. At the very least, he wouldn't die from an ambush. This was also why Jiang Sun had put in so much effort to practice. After all, in a world with magic, while there is also a sound social system, there must be means to suppress magic. So no one can guarantee that they won't encounter such situations. Jiang Sun immersed himself in the hot spring tub, feeling the warm magical energy flow through his limbs, slowly alleviating his physical exhaustion. The tub itself, combined with the Firefly-grade rock spirit spring, significantly enhanced its recovery effects. This ensured that his subsequent training could proceed smoothly without the pain of practicing one day and suffering for 3 days afterward. Life is truly getting better, Jiang Sun sighed. He felt that the hot spring tub was the second best purchase he had made after the blood earned. The best buy was definitely the young dragon's nest. Both items had practical effects far exceeding their descriptions. After soaking for half an hour, Jiang Sun lazily stood up, dried himself off, and put on his mage robe. Then he carried the water bucket and poured the bathwater onto all the crops except for the Moonlight Valley grain. After all, it was Firefly-grade water source. Others couldn't even drink it. If others found out he used Firefly-grade purified water to bathe, they would probably curse him out. Having finished these tasks, it was already getting late. Jiang Sun picked up his magic book and glanced at the time. Suddenly, he noticed a new friend request notification. He opened it and saw it was from Zhou Tsangyan. What does this old guy want with me? Jiang Sun was a bit confused. Under the current circumstances, Zhou Tsangyan, as one of the decision-makers of the Dragon Kingdom's sanctuary, must be extremely busy, so he definitely wasn't reaching out to build rapport. Jiang Sun opened the chat box. Zhou Tsangyan, do you have any surplus magical crystals over there? I have a well-connected friend who wants to buy some. Jiang Sun was slightly taken aback upon seeing the message, thinking, don't you have a magical collection device too? But then he smacked his forehead. He suddenly realized that Zhou Tsangyan's situation was not like his own, where he could feed himself without worrying about anyone else. As one of the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's sanctuary, he had to allocate resources centrally. During the tidal period, although the collection devices had decent production capacity, compared to the dozens of sanctuaries in the Dragon Kingdom, each with hundreds of people, it was negligible. Internal consumption would barely be enough, let alone selling externally. At this stage, magical crystals were everything. Seeing that Jiang Sun hadn't replied for a while, Zhou Tsangyan continued, no worries, you don't have to feel pressured. If you don't have any surplus, that's fine. If you do, just name your price. They wouldn't dare to haggle with you. At this, Jiang Sun became interested. It seemed this person was willing to pay a considerable price just to have a conversation with him. Moreover, anyone who could talk to Zhou Tsangyan must have some clout themselves. With this in mind, Jiang Sun immediately agreed. Shortly after, Zhou Tsangyan sent a business card to Jiang Sun and explained, this is someone from the Sand Kingdom's official sanctuary. The Stargrade crystal core we bought before was sourced from them. Upon reading this, Jiang Sun understood what was going on. He remembered Zhou Tsangyan had once told him that the price for those 2 crystal cores was not small. So does this mean I can name my price without worrying about his face? Jiang Sun thought to himself. He then added the person named Khalid. As soon as the friend request was accepted, a message from the other side immediately came through. Khalid, esteemed Representative Qingshan, I have long admired your name. I come this time with the sincerity of the Sand Kingdom, hoping to discuss matters with you. Jiang Sun couldn't help but chuckle at Khalid's avatar, a shiny, bald head topped with a conspicuous white headscarf. As the saying goes, a person with a cloth on their head is either a terrorist or wealthy. Zhou Tsangyan surely wouldn't introduce a terrorist to him, so this old guy must be rich. So Jiang Sun replied, haha, you're too kind. Zhou Tsangyan has already told me about your needs. How many mushrooms? How many crystals do you want? Khalid, to be honest, although we have discovered many rare resources on our side, our magical reserves are quite scarce. Khalid, I've heard that the Qingshan organization is powerful and specializes in magical crystals, so I hope to purchase some from you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun thought to himself that the Sand Kingdom is still the same old wealthy tyrant, who talks business by saying they have plenty of precious resources. Isn't that just forcing me to ask for a higher price? He thought for a moment and decided to drag it out a bit. So he replied, crystals are not ordinary goods. They can be used to power high-powered weapons. Our Qing Shan has always advocated for peace. Khalid, understood. That's indeed the case. But now that the tidal period is approaching, we mainly seek self-preservation and certainly do not intend to attack other sanctuaries. Jiang Sun's mouth twitched slightly upon reading the reply. No, brother, we're in a magical world where even magical beasts can't get through. And I'm supposed to be afraid that you'll attack others? Do you even know how to negotiate? With such a thought process, it would be better to let Song Ninian talk to him. Thus, Jiang Sun stopped beating around the bush and directly asked, "How much do you want? What price are you offering?" When the conversation turned to business, Khalid also calmed down and said, "Whatever you have, we'll take it." Jiang Sun. When I express my confusion, it's not that I have a problem, but I think you have one. What do you mean by whatever you have? Are you treating me like a charity? Then, Khalid quickly sent over several item details. Sand Scorpion Crystal Core, type, magical material level, firefly effect. The magic crystal of the Sand Scorpion beast can be used as forging material. Detailed property information can be viewed after learning identification. Purple crystal or type, magical material level, firefly effect. A stone closely linked to mental and magical perception, often used to make meditation aids after processing. Obsidian iron or type, magical material level, firefly effect. Typically associated with dark elements, often used to construct defensive barriers capable of absorbing and dispersing malicious magic. Chapter 64. The Frustrated Sand Kingdom, then Khalid enthusiastically introduced. These are all resources that our Sand Kingdom can provide in large quantities. Definitely our specialties. This amethyst mine has a relatively high exchange price because it is really difficult to mine. And this Sand Scorpion Crystal Core. Khalid continued to elaborate on the effects and values of the three types of Firefly-level resources. Jiang Sun listened while calculating in his mind. He knew the preciousness of these resources, especially the amethyst mine and the obsidian iron mine. He had seen both materials in the Puppet Chronicles, and obsidian iron was one of the main materials for crafting the Black Mist Knight. Jiang Sun's eyes flickered as he contemplated. Such good resources should not have a low exchange ratio. He felt it should be at least 30-1. So, Jiang Sun tentatively messaged, "The items are indeed good. What exchange ratio do you plan to use?" It seemed Khalid hesitated for a while before replying. "We have fewer people here, and with the current title situation, we can't go out to collect it all. How about this? Crystal cores at 10-1, and materials at 100-1. What?" Jiang Sun's eyes widened at this reply, almost jumping out of his chair. He was incredulous and slowly typed 3 big question marks on a magic book and sent them. He was puzzled. These were solid Firefly-level resources, not common cabbages. How could they exchange like this? Using mineral resources to trade for crystals that would surely become widespread in the future seemed like a losing deal to him. What were these people thinking? Did they really have so many resources that they could just dig them up casually? Seeing Jiang Sun's reaction, Khalid thought he was unhappy with the exchange ratio and quickly said, 150-1 is also fine. Jiang Sun saw this message and couldn't help but complain internally. What a big spender. However, he didn't let this sudden generosity cloud his judgment and instead calmed down to think. Based on the current crystal production speed, he could produce 600 crystals a day. After deducting his daily consumption of 60 to 100 crystals, he could net about 500 crystals a day, totaling 3,500 crystals over 7 days. This number sounded indeed tempting. Something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine, even higher than the overall revenue of some large organizations. But Jiang Sun knew that this high charging rate was a unique benefit during the tidal period. The tidal phase lasted for 7 days, and after that, the charging rate would likely plummet to about 5 to 10 crystals per day. At that time, the difficulty of obtaining crystals would increase exponentially. Moreover, the crystals he held were not just for replenishing the energy of regular items. He also mastered the technology of puppet manufacturing. What drives the puppets? Undoubtedly, it's magic. Currently, the only known stable ways to store magic are magic crystals and totem pillars. In his view, using only 1 crystal per puppet would definitely not be enough. It would likely require at least 5 to 10 crystals to start. Calculating this way, after the tidal phase, the daily charging speed might not even meet the operational needs of a few puppets. Therefore, he had to start accumulating now, preparing for the future. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Sun ultimately decided to offer 200 crystals for exchange. This was an acceptable quantity for him, as the materials Khalid offered were also essential for him. So he replied, "Let's go with your suggested ratio. After all, he's a friend of Zhou Tsangyan. I can't disregard his face." With a series of thanks, Jiang Sun and Khalid completed the transaction. As the notification sound of the completed exchange rang out, over 10,000 materials were instantly transported to Jiang Sun's storage room. In the blink of an eye, the originally spacious area was filled to the brim. Jiang Sun let out a slight sigh of relief and walked over to take a look. Luckily, these mineral materials were small in volume. Otherwise, this 10,000 worth of materials would have burst his shelter. He saw 500 sand scorpion crystals, 5,000 amethyst ores, and 10,000 obsidian iron ores neatly stacked in categories in the storage room. Jiang Sun knew that 500 sand scorpion crystal cores was the maximum quantity Khalid could provide, and he couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking, if only I could exchange all of it for sand scorpion crystal cores, that would be the best deal. It was likely Khalid didn't expect to bring out so many crystals at once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident at the beginning. Jiang Sun estimated that the total magic value contained in these materials exceeded that of the traded magic crystals. He began to wonder, such an obvious calculation. The other party couldn't possibly be unaware. So he specifically asked, after all, if the purpose was just to convert magic, using these materials for direct conversion seemed more appropriate. Although converting arrays had lower efficiency and would waste some magic with their big spender appearance, they probably wouldn't care about that. Could it be that using crystals felt more ceremonial? Soon, Khalid's reply clarified his doubts. It was at this moment that Jiang Sun learned that the conversion array not only had poor conversion efficiency, but also a low conversion rate. This meant that as long as the intensity of the tidal phase was a bit higher, there might be an embarrassing situation where the speed of magic conversion couldn't keep up with the energy consumption of the totem pillar. Even with sufficient materials, it wouldn't work. Although most people's birthplace in the Sand Kingdom was resource-rich, the intensity of the tidal phase was relatively high. This led to many people there, despite having ample materials, dying due to slow charging. Such a death was too frustrating. This was why Khalid had come to Jiang Sun for help. After hearing all this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but sigh. Every family has its own difficulties. After completing the transaction with Khalid, Jiang Sun turned his attention to the situations of a few others. Through the transaction with Khalid, Jiang Sun suddenly realized that his understanding of the importance of magic crystals was still somewhat low. He had never considered the limitation on charging speed. After all, he had never used a conversion array, and almost no one around him had either. No wonder the magic gathering lamp required magic crystals for charging, while the low-temperature array could use magic values. Jiang Sun suddenly understood. He had actually noticed the strange part earlier, since both relied on magic for operation. What exactly was the difference between one's own magic and the magic from magic crystals? Moreover, devices that could be driven by one's own magic could also be driven by magic crystals, like hot spring barrels and low-temperature arrays. However, items like totem pillars that could be replenished with magic crystals couldn't be powered by human energy. Now it seemed that it was likely due to the output efficiency. But that seemed a bit off. To verify his guess, Jiang Sun picked up the magic book and messaged Zhou Tsangyan. Over there, are there any devices that can only be driven by human magic and cannot be driven by crystals? Zhou Tsangyan's reply came back quickly, clearly having set special alerts. He replied, "No, anything that can be driven by human magic can also be driven by crystals. The official shelter of Long Kingdom is also conducting relevant research." Jiang Sun, then there are many devices that can only be driven by crystals and not by human energy, right? Zhou Tsangyan, yes, isn't the crystal furnace one of them? Jiang Sun, Zhou Tsangyan. Chapter 65, Who's Not Right? After reading Zhou Tsangyan's reply, Jiang Sun felt his brain was a bit insufficient. Crystal furnace? He knew this thing could be powered by crystals because it had specially designed grooves and even interfaces to connect with other energy storage items. But what did Zhou Tsangyan mean when he said it couldn't be powered by one's own magic? Hadn't he always used his own magic as a power source? It used to be 600 per use, clearly priced. Oh right, after getting Star Abyss, it became 300 per use. It was like a card. But Zhou Tsangyan shouldn't be making a joke out of this. So, Is it me that's not right? Or is it my furnace that's not right? Jiang Sun felt a bit confused, so he continued to probe Zhou Sangyin, but changed his approach to be more indirect. Jiang Sun, don't mention that furnace. Its energy consumption is ridiculous. Zhou Sangyin, isn't it? Using it once consumes almost half a crystal. You wouldn't believe how much effort we put into our first batch. Jiang Sun, have you tried using human magic to power it? It feels like half a crystal is only a few hundred magic points. Zhou Sangyin, we've tried long ago. But with a dozen people inputting magic together, it took ages to charge even one base level. I also tried inputting 500 magic and the device only absorbed 5 points. With that magic, it would be better to save it for chopping wood. At least there would be some profit. Plus, we've been researching it deeply for a while now. And still no results. Old Chun is in charge of the research. You know him. Chun Ziyuan. Hearing this name, Jiang Sun was also taken aback. He had definitely heard this name before, or rather, not many people in Longwa hadn't. If Old Qin is a pillar in the agricultural science field, then Old Chun is the backbone in the energy science field. If even Old Chun couldn't find a way to charge using human energy, then it's highly likely that the problem is with me. Jiang Sun quickly raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Why are there more and more places where I'm not right? Looking at Zhou Sangyin, who was still chattering away, Jiang Sun felt a bit helpless. He could tell that this old fellow was clearly pent up. After all, it was a time of disaster. As a high-ranking member of the official shelter, he had the most to deal with, so it's normal for him to have some psychological pressure. Moreover, while in the shelter, he had to maintain his authoritative image, both internally and externally, so he could only vent to someone of the same level like Jiang Sun. After a while of Zhou Sangyin rambling on, Jiang Sun simply tossed a magic book to the just-awoken Walla. You play with him for a while, just don't curse. Walla. Subsequently, Jiang Sun directly walked into the bedroom and dug out the long, dusty, magic gathering lamp from the corner. He had originally bought this item to study the usage of Tide of Magic Gathering. However, due to the insufficient strength of the shelter, he had never been able to experiment with it, so he had just left it alone. But now, in this situation, this thing could be a very good experimental material. He had just consulted Zhou Sangyin about the power issue. Zhou Sangyin said that Old Chun's research results mentioned the efficiency of magic conduction, which was likely related to this. Jiang Sun slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing that the efficiency of magic conduction was one of the additional attributes of wand-type weapons. It's just that no one had discussed it before, and he hadn't noticed anything unusual, so he hadn't taken it seriously. But now it was different. This thing might be related to his abnormality, so he couldn't afford not to take it seriously. Jiang Sun stroked his chin, privately pondering. So, the reason why internal magic cannot be charged directly is because the magic conduction efficiency is insufficient? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. What if his own magic could meet the conditions for powering various crystal-driven devices? Wouldn't he no longer have to rely entirely on magic crystals? Although it wouldn't completely eliminate reliance, at least there wouldn't be an awkward situation where the magic puppet ran out of power in the middle of a fight and had to change batteries. The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. Jiang Sun hoisted the magic gathering lamp and strode into the training room. He estimated that the experiment would definitely make a lot of noise, so it was safer to mess around here. Once in the training room, Jiang Sun first fiddled with the magic gathering lamp, tinkering for a while, then turned around to carefully inspect the structure of the crystal furnace and hot spring bucket. It was only then that he discovered something unusual. The charging methods of the hot spring bucket and the low-temperature magic array were very similar. They could both use their own magic. Therefore, they both had a spot similar to a fingerprint lock, specifically designed to place a finger to inject magic. Jiang Sun even did a simple test. Through guidance, he could indeed see strands of magic being drawn in. However, the speed was a bit slow, taking a full minute to charge, and the magic value consumption was relatively low. But the crystal furnace and magic gathering lamp were different. Their structures were similar, but they only had grooves for placing crystals and a smooth area similar to a wireless charger. Logically, this spot should be for placing irregular energy storage items. But Jiang Sun naturally assumed it was a spot for manual input of magic. Small devices used fingers, while large devices used palms. That seemed reasonable, right? It's no wonder Jiang Sun only discovered this late. mainly because after acquiring the magic collection device, he had never manually charged it again. The troubles of the wealthy are just so plain and unadorned. Thinking of this, Jiang-sun suddenly realized a problem. He remembered that the seller, Luo Jun, seemed to have said he could use it too, even if only for 5 seconds like a real man. But didn't that also imply that he was a person with decent talent? Jiang-sun shook his head, not wanting to think too much. What was the point of this? The two of them would probably not have much intersection in the future, and the probability of any further connection was minimal. So he turned around, holding the magic gathering lamp in both hands, aiming the barrel-like body at the smooth test wall. Then he took a deep breath and steadily placed his palm on the magic input position. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and a focused beam of the magic gathering lamp shot directly at the test wall. Jiang-sun took a moment to glance at the magic value consumption and found the consumption speed was not fast, only about 10 points per second. He frowned, feeling that this power was not enough. Gritting his teeth, he increased the magic traction and enhanced the magic output efficiency. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he used Tide of Magic Gathering. As he exerted his strength, the light of the magic gathering lamp suddenly brightened, illuminating the entire training room as if it were daylight. But when Jiang-sun focused his eyes, he found that there was not a single reading on the test stone wall. It seemed that the input power was still insufficient. Jiang-sun gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, mobilizing all his magic, and pouring in the maximum output. At this moment, his magic value began to drop at a visibly rapid rate, reaching an outrageous 100 points per second. But just then, his expression suddenly changed. A dull sensation hit him hard. It felt as if the pipe diameter was too small, while the water flow was too large, starting to restrict the flow, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. He understood in his heart that this was probably what was meant by the issue of magic conduction efficiency. Jiang-sun let out a long sigh, helplessly withdrawing his hand. In an instant, the light in the room dimmed, and his eyes experienced a momentary daze. Chapter 66, Tide of Magic Gathering. Usage. Looking at the number 15 on the wall, Jiang-sun quickly noted it down, while feeling puzzled. Why did this number match the damage he dealt when he instantly cast Magic Tide? It seemed that this magic lamp was completely different from the kind of defensive weapon facility he had imagined. Jiang-sun sighed deeply, then gritted his teeth and dumped more than 10 magic crystals from his pocket, piling them into a small mound on the ground. He decided that he had to test the differences among them today, as this was crucial for his future development in this magical world. He selected 5 crystals and neatly embedded them in the grooves. In an instant, the surface of the magic lamp shimmered, as if it had been fully activated. A gentle light soon appeared, but the form was somewhat strange. Instead of the usual beam of light, it slowly expanded outward like a spherical light shield, wave after wave. Seeing this scene, which defied common sense, Jiang-sun kept muttering, "Believe in magic. Believe in magic." Although he had been wandering in the magical world for some time and had become more resistant to absurd things, he still found himself shocked at times. Jiang-sun squatted down and reached toward the base of the magic lamp, quickly finding 2 adjustment switches. If he remembered correctly, the left one was for adjusting the focus. So he pulled it to the maximum. Immediately, the light began to focus rapidly, transforming into a beam like before. Then, he found another knob and gently turned it. Instantly, the intensity of the light from the magic lamp began to change. After just one rotation, the brightness matched that of when he used his maximum magic power. Not far away, the number 15 quickly appeared on the test stone wall. "Is it really that easy?" Jiang-sun muttered, lowering his head to check the consumption of the crystals. He discovered that the rate of magic consumption when using the crystals was indeed lower than when he activated it himself. So he continued to rotate the knob. The beam of light from the magic lamp grew even more intense, even exhibiting a spiral wave. The number 45 then appeared on the stone wall, indicating that the power of the light had increased 3-fold. Jiang-sun swallowed hard, realizing that this was still far from the magic lamp's power limit. At the same time, it wasn't the input limit of the magic crystals either, but even so, it was already much higher than the limit he could output on his own. Jiang-sun sighed, realizing he had somewhat overestimated himself. The output efficiency of these crystals was probably irreplaceable in the short term. Cracking his fingers, Jiang Sun decided to directly set the output power to maximum to see where the limit of the magic crystal output lay. So he took a deep breath, bent down, and twisted the knob to the maximum. Then, there was a buzzing sound, like the startup noise of a nuclear reactor. Jiang Sun found that the world in front of him suddenly seemed to vanish, leaving only a blank white color. It was so bright that even closing his eyes couldn't block it out. If someone were outside at that moment, they would see Jiang Sun's magic stone castle suddenly emitting a dazzling light, so bright it made the stone walls appear somewhat transparent. This is unbelievable. Jiang Sun was so scared that his heart nearly jumped out, hurriedly fumbling to try to turn it off. But before he could find the switch, the white light suddenly disappeared, leaving only a faint afterimage in his eyes. Was the crystal exhausted? Without thinking too much, Jiang Sun quickly closed his eyes to massage them. This intense light was no joke for his eyes. He sat on the ground with his eyes closed, rubbing around his eye sockets while considering the situation. It seemed that the difference between magic crystals and his own magic lay in the output efficiency. The magic crystals were likely the result of years of research in a magical world, developed as the most suitable energy source, with all optimizations centered around energy supply. Thus, every magic crystal had the same size, capacity, and shape, very standardized, although the magic output from the crystals lacked the flexible and variable characteristics. It was extremely suitable for use as a stable and efficient energy source. The human body, however, was different. Jiang Sun pondered hard. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be that the magic in the human body was more active. The difference between the two was like the difference between the electric energy from a nuclear power plant and the energy from an anomaly user. In short, it was a kind of profound feeling that could only be understood but not explained. Although Jiang Sun, as a magic novice, could feel it, he couldn't articulate it. In any case, the two could convert into each other, but the efficiency was extremely low. The fundamental breakthrough between human output and crystal output lay in the magic conduction rate. As long as the conduction rate was high enough, Jiang Sun could charge the crystals or totem pillars with his bare hands. An idea slowly formed in Jiang Sun's mind. The pathway for magic transmission might be tied to magic gathering. After all, this skill merely manifested magic without any flashy effects. At the same time, he confirmed one thing. The magic consumption reduction characteristic of the Star Abyss robe was likely also related to the efficiency of magic transmission. Otherwise, the robe couldn't possibly generate magic on its own to make up for the difference. No wonder the milk candy generated by talent had almost no effect. Jiang Sun muttered to himself. For the next 2 hours, Jiang Sun kept trying new uses for the skill, completely immersed in it. This was the inspiration he had gained from the magic lamp. At that moment, Jiang Sun, sporting an explosive hairstyle and a face covered in dirt with several blood streaks, took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth with determination and waved his wand. He saw the magic ball accumulated at the tip of his wand suddenly explode, with a buzzing sound, forming a spherical shockwave in all directions, sending a dozen logs at his feet flying and crashing against the wall, scattering wood chips everywhere. It worked. Jiang Sun grinned, his white teeth standing out prominently against his dark face. This was the new use of tide of magic gathering he had learned. Its function was to detonate magic, creating a shockwave to push away nearby objects. A solid defensive magic. It seemed that the way magic was input was also very important, and he needed to develop more in the future. Jiang Sun smiled mischievously, but then inadvertently pulled at the wounds on his face, making him grimace in pain. Of course, personal safety was the most important. His development process just now had not been pleasant. Jiang Sun felt that the flaws of tide of magic gathering as a high-level skill shouldn't be so obvious. He hadn't expected to need a secondary development. He didn't know whether to add a description, so he casually named it reverse wave for a more sophisticated touch. Afterwards, he washed his face and looked at the apple-flavored milk candy in his hand, ultimately hesitating to eat it. This was a life-saving item. He raised his hand to summon Walla, who was pondering at the door like a philosopher, and Jiang Sun raised his wand and said, "Come, help me test the new skill." Walla responded, and then Jiang Sun saw a lightning-fast figure rush over. He hurriedly raised his hand, waving his wand, reverse wave. The magic sphere accumulated at the tip exploded rapidly, then suddenly formed a spherical shockwave that spread out. 2 seconds later, Jiang Sun began to exchange glances with the motionless Walla in front of him. The two stared at each other, and the air seemed to freeze. Damn, I forgot you are a crescent moon-level magical beast. Chapter 67. 3 days in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 15, 7 o'clock a.m. For most people, these few days had been uneventful. With the tidal conditions, no one could go outside, which led to feelings of irritability and unease filling everyone's hearts. In the first few days, everyone huddled in the shelter, guarding their ample food supplies and enjoying a leisurely life without the need for adventure. However, as the idle days gradually stretched on, the supplies everyone had collected began to dwindle in the conversion array. Similarly, food was running low as well. The fluctuating intensity of the tides made it difficult for many to even rest properly, forcing them to stay focused on the changes in the totem pillar. Under such circumstances, negative emotions like irritability, unease, and fear began to fester in everyone's hearts. Some even started to show symptoms of manic depression. Jiang Sun looked at the chat channel filled with pessimistic comments and sighed softly. He knew that once a person's spirit collapsed, it would be very hard to rebuild it. But for him, he had already done everything he could, and he couldn't sacrifice his own development to help others survive. Throughout these 3 days, Jiang Sun had been holed up in the shelter as well. However, his life had been considerably more enriching. He either studied the Magic Puppet Chronicles every day while tinkering with the remnants of the Black Mist Knight, or he developed new skills, often blowing himself up in the process. When it came to the application of Tide of Magic, Jiang Sun had made remarkable progress. Not only had he perfected the reverse wave, but he had also become more adept at using the Star Track. The Star Track was a conventional way of using a laser cannon, but he had given it a more stylish name. Now he could maintain an energy charge of 300 points without dissipating it while moving quickly. This was a significant improvement over his previous clumsy method. Similarly, he had made great strides in his knowledge of puppet making over just a few days. Especially regarding the principles of the Black Mist Knight, he had memorized them thoroughly. Although it was still somewhat difficult for him to create one himself, repairing them shouldn't be a problem. So, Jiang Sun decided to start trying to repair them tomorrow. He found himself becoming somewhat enamored with this feeling. The unique and fascinating knowledge of the magical world deeply immersed him, and he gradually adapted to this new world. At that moment, a voice rang in his ear. Ding. Song Nian offers to trade 6 steamed crystal shells with you. Do you agree? Jiang Sun, who had been lost in the ocean of knowledge, quickly pulled himself back to reality. A person is iron, and food is steel. He hurriedly called Walla to eat together. The two sat at the table, eating with grease dripping from their mouths. Over the past few days, everyone in the Qingshan group had been in a great mood. One reason was that there was no danger of the shelter being destroyed, and the other was because of their group pet, Song Nian. The food she made was simply too delicious and could even increase their attributes, making them almost lose the ability to cook for themselves. During these few days, they had been watching the trading channel to acquire various ingredients they had never seen before. They then sent them to Song Nian to help her research new dishes. Song Nian didn't find it tiring at all and accepted everything. Every day, she sent them new dishes to taste. Thanks to this, Jiang Sun and the others had gained at least 3 kilograms, and their attributes were rising rapidly. Song Nian also experienced a few boosts in her intelligence attribute due to the culinary environment, increasing it by over 10 points. After finishing the meal, Jiang Sun wiped his mouth and opened his attribute panel. Personal information name, Jiang Sun level, Firefly strength, 19 agility, 18 stamina, 16 intelligence, 37, 325, magic power, 2600 recovery speed, 13039052026 points H, skills, gathering, level 3, 55, Tide of Magic, level 2, 13, status, abundant magic power. Due to your long-term intake of high-energy food, your 4-dimensional attributes will slowly increase, and your magic power recovery speed will increase by 200. This status will disappear after 3 days of stopping intake. Looking at the effects of the abundant magic power status, Jiang Sun fell into silence for a moment. In the magical world, eating well and drinking well not only enhances mental state, but can also genuinely increase one's strength. Song Nianyan truly is a blessing. He sighed. So, does this mean I don't have to work hard anymore? Gin Lao Fam, Zhao Ting Dao hunts. Zhao Yuran catches fish. Song Nianyan cooks. And then I just eat coolly, and I could be invincible in the world? Stroking his round belly, Jiang Sun retracted his unrealistic thoughts and planned to start today as training. In the training room, Walla had already put on the white practice uniform, which Zhao Yuran had specially made for him. At that moment, Walla was staring at Jiang Sun with arms crossed, a black belt tied around its waist. It looked just like a martial arts master. That's right. Walla was Jiang Sun's sparring partner, whether in magic or combat. Jiang Sun had only one goal, to hit Walla, but this little goal had not been achieved even once in the 3 days. Guala, can we make a deal? Could you go easy on me a bit? Otherwise, I'll lose face. Gualala, Guala, I'll give you 5 milk candies. No, 10. Walla lowered its head to think for a moment, and then slowly untied the belt and wrapped it around its eyes. 10 minutes later, Jiang Sun was exhausted, sitting on the ground, while not far in front of him, Walla was grooming its fur without even breathing heavily. Just now, he had used all his strength but still hadn't touched a single hair of Walla. The result was the same as the previous days. Except this time Walla was blindfolded. Even more embarrassing, Jiang Sun squatted in the corner, expressionless, his eyes dazed. Walla walked over, its whole body floating in the air, and gently patted Jiang Sun's shoulder with its paw. Walla's tone was filled with comfort, then floated away, leaving the dazed Jiang Sun behind. This was the first time Walla had shown its abilities in front of him. Until now, it had only relied on its physical qualities and agile movements to make Jiang Sun dizzy. Unfilial child, Jiang Sun muttered softly and then turned to change clothes and wash up. Afterward, he filled a large bucket with water and routinely tossed himself into the hot spring tub. Feeling the fatigue in his body rapidly recovering, Jiang Sun let out a comfortable sigh. He couldn't help but marvel at how the hot spring tub and the young dragon's nest had greatly improved his quality of life. Moreover, recently, he had received a new treasure. Name, shape-shifting sofa, firefly level. Function, can change shape, hardness according to the user's needs, comes with a massage function. An excellent facility to prevent lumbar disc protrusion. After taking a shower, Jiang Sun lay on the shape-shifting sofa, feeling the gentle touch from behind as he completely relaxed, letting the sofa take care of him. Indeed, those with strength enjoy the world first. Chapter 68. The Behemoth in the Tides. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Sun had fallen into a deep sleep. Although he had plenty of time these past few days, he had not allowed himself to relax, exhausting both his body and mind each day. At this moment, having finally secured a moment of leisure, he quickly sank into deep slumber. However, this peace did not last long. Suddenly, a dull thud, as if echoing from the depths of the netherworld, erupted like thunder from the depths of the tides, instantly shattering the silence. Jiang Sun jolted awake, his eyes wide open. The remnants of drowsiness in his gaze were swiftly replaced by panic. He instinctively reached out beside him, grabbing the magical short staff he never parted with, gripping it tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. With a whoosh, Jiang Sun felt a flash before his eyes, and a small figure quickly dragged him back to the wall outside the shelter. Soon after, he felt several transparent shields rapidly appear around him, enveloping him tightly. Only then did Jiang Sun manage to lift his head to look. He found Walla staring seriously in the direction from which the sound came. Its small body was tense, its colorful tail twitching nervously, and its entire frame was slightly trembling. Seeing this scene, Jiang Sun broke out in a cold sweat. A creature capable of making a full moon-level Walla so cautious, even fearful. Could it be an epic-level beast? He barely had time to think. A deafening roar echoed, freezing him in place, too afraid to move. Almost simultaneously, another furious roar from the behemoth followed, the sound seeming to tear the heavens apart, making the air buzz. Jiang Sun felt a loud ringing in his head, his eardrums painfully shaken. The ground beneath him also began to tremble slightly, his heartbeat accelerating as if it wanted to burst from his chest. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his shirt. Jiang Sun felt the shelter behind him groaning under the strain. Walla was right to bring him out. If such a powerful magical beast attacked, hiding in the shelter would surely be a dead end. Charging into the tide, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. Jiang Sun widened his eyes, trying to see through the thick, almost tangible tide. But before him remained a chaotic purple. Nothing was clear. He suppressed his inner panic, trying to assess the situation in the midst of fear. Realizing that he couldn't gather information solely with his eyes, he closed them and concentrated as best as he could. He didn't know if it was the clear perception of magic or the overwhelming magical aura emanating from the battling beasts. In an instant, two massive silhouettes loomed in Jiang Sun's mind. They were like mountains, radiating a tumultuous wave of magical energy. And just the sweep of that energy made Jiang Sun feel a suffocating pressure. One of the behemoths seemed to swing its forelimb, thick as a stone pillar, creating a roaring wind. Jiang Sun instantly felt a powerful gust of wind rush past his ears, even sensing the chill carried by it. The intermediate magical shield immediately dented significantly, precarious as a bubble in a hurricane on the verge of shattering. Under the powerful impact, the walls of the shelter began to shake violently, experiencing minor displacements. What the hell? Jiang Sun's teeth chattered, but he didn't dare to make any movements. Then, he saw another behemoth retaliate fiercely, stomping the ground heavily, causing the earth to shake violently. Jiang Sun stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. The battle became increasingly intense. Flashes of magical light sporadically igniting in the mist like phosphorescence. Jiang Sun could sense that wherever the light flickered, there was bound to be a deadly strike from the behemoths. Occasionally, it was the hot breath of wind, and occasionally, it was a strike accompanied by flashing lightning. The sounds of collisions, roars, and howls intertwined continuously. After a full 10 minutes, with a blinding flash of light, followed by a painful howl, Jiang Sun's heart tightened. He couldn't tell which behemoth was injured, only knowing that the ferocity of this battle far exceeded his imagination. His breathing became increasingly rapid, his palms soaked in sweat, making it hard to grip his staff. Walla was no better off, trembling all over, clearly sensing something even more terrifying than he did. Jiang Sun nervously swallowed, knowing that he was on the edge of danger. If the battle between these two behemoths reached the shelter, given his current strength, the probability of survival was extremely low. Suddenly, the sound of metal piercing flesh echoed, and one behemoth's roar gradually turned into a mournful cry. Then came the sound of heavy, staggering footsteps retreating into the distance. Another sound of flapping wings followed closely, stirring up a powerful gust. The surrounding commotion gradually diminished, the dull thuds and deafening roars slowly fading into the depths of the tides. Jiang Sun gripped his staff tightly, exchanging a glance with Walla, not daring to breathe. Quietly waiting. After a long while, feeling that there was no further commotion, he cautiously moved closer to the edge of the magical shield. Although he still couldn't see the situation afar, he could sense that the suffocating pressure was gradually dissipating. It seemed that both behemoths had been severely injured and had dragged their bodies away from this place. Jiang Sun let out a long breath, but his tense nerves were still difficult to relax. He looked down at Walla, who was equally shaken, and gently patted its small head, trying to calm their mutual emotions. It was all thanks to you. If it weren't for your quick reaction, we would have been in grave danger today. Jiang Sun said softly, his voice still trembling. Walla replied with a couple of sounds, raising its head, its small black bean-like eyes looking at Jiang Sun, as if trying to ease its own fear. Jiang Sun tightened his grip on the staff and turned to lead Walla back inside the shelter. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he disregarded the mess around and hurried into the room where the totem pillar was located. As soon as he rushed in, he was startled by the scene before him. He saw that the dozens of crystals he had placed around had completely drained their energy. Only 2 or 3 were still struggling to hold on. Frightened, Jiang Sun quickly dumped a large pile of crystals from his ring around him. Thankfully, he almost lost his life. Jiang Sun collapsed on the ground, his whole body trembling slightly. The emotional ups and downs made him unable to open the Magic Wasteland manual several times. Frustrated, he threw the manual aside. Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, he knew that the world of the Magic Wasteland was dangerous. He just didn't expect such terrifying creatures to exist. Remembering the two mountain-like magical beasts he sensed, fear was evident in Jiang Sun's eyes. Is this really a creature that humans can deal with? Chapter 69. Repairing the Black Fog Night. In the 2 days that followed, Jiang Sun experienced a huge shift in his mindset. His views on the invincibility of intelligent beings were gradually changing, and he even found them somewhat laughable. With just those two unknown-level magical beasts, how could humanity possibly handle them at this stage? Every time Jiang Sun recalled those two towering figures, he felt a lingering dread. This transformed his happy learning into a nervous and fearful endeavor. Fortunately, after these days of careful study of the art of puppet making, he finally gained the confidence to repair the Black Fog Night. On the 5th day of the tide, on a dark and windy night, Jiang Sun got to work. The night glow stones on the wall flickered under the ebb and flow of the tide, casting shadows that danced wildly in the dim space. Jiang Sun sat at the table, the yellow light illuminating his chiseled yet somewhat fatigued face. His hands gripped the art of puppet making tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, and a determined light flickered in his eyes. Across from him lay the Black Fog Night. No, the remnants of the Black Fog Night had become a heap of parts. He had completed the most important step in his learning, disassembly. How could he understand the structure without taking it apart? Jiang Sun declared confidently as he hugged his shoulders. Walla nodded in agreement from the side. After all, he had a part in the earlier actions. Jiang Sun was not intentionally damaging it. He was genuinely learning. The damage to this puppet was far too severe, and it had almost lost all possibility of repair, so he could only disassemble it for spare parts. Jiang Sun remembered that he had been the most aggressive in pursuit, and he had no choice but to act ruthlessly. In fact, he had retaliated after running away, using a full 500 points of magic energy from Magic Tide. Looking at the fragmented Black Fog Night before him, Jiang Sun crossed his arms, twisted his neck, and heard a series of cracks. Then he picked up the puppet-making kit and walked to the other side of the workshop. Against the wall on the other side stood two relatively intact Black Fog Knights, silently looming there. Their huge and damaged forms resembled two dormant giant beasts, with large cavities blasted into their chests by Magic Tide. Jiang Sun couldn't help but think how cool they were. No man could refuse such an awesome figure. Not to mention, it could actually fight. Jiang Sun walked around the two Black Fog Knights twice. He noticed that although the black metal armor was severely damaged, it still emitted a chilling aura. Some armor plates had fallen off, revealing the intricate mechanical structures inside. Those delicate gears, chains, and rune circuits were tightly embedded with flesh and bone. Ingenious craftsmanship. Jiang Sun marveled internally, feeling even more awed by puppet making. The heads of the two puppets drooped, their dull eyes resembling deep, lifeless wells. This was why Jiang Sun had removed their core control array. He couldn't help but feel lucky that his caution had prevented a major mistake. During his studies, he had learned that these two puppets had merely run out of energy and were not completely destroyed. If they were exposed to the right amount of magical power, they could very well restart and continue executing their orders to hunt Jiang Sun down. And within the Magic Tide, there was no shortage of various magical energies. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun gently set the puppet-making tools aside and called Walla to assist him. His gaze swept over the pile of parts, and he began to formulate a plan. He motioned to Walla with his chin and said, "Listen here, my child. You'll hand me the tools later. This task cannot be done carelessly. Whether we can have bodyguards depends on today." Walla proudly raised his head, bounced a couple of times, and energetically jumped to Jiang Sun's side, his small eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Good, full of spirit. Let's get started." What followed was a scene of intense activity. Ding, ding, ding. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Sun, while referencing the manufacturing diagram from the art of puppet making, frantically searched for parts. Walla, the spirit pliers. Walla, wrong. That's the probe. Walla, blood pattern etching pen. Walla, Wrong again. That's the spirit stitching needle. Can you get it right? Voila, the flesh purification dish. Voila, the siphon blood vessel extractor. Voila. After a while, amidst the shouts and clanging sounds, Jiang Sun finally completed the rough repair work and etched the most critical control array. He stood up, supporting his waist, wiped the sweat from his face, leaving a dark mark. I truly have exceptional talent. Of course, you contributed too, Walla. We're quite capable. Jiang Sun turned and fist-bumped Walla. Then he squatted down again, picking up a uniquely shaped part that emitted tiny starlights, rubbing it in his hands. This was precisely the stardust alloy gear he had found in the box earlier. He remembered the effect of this item. It could continuously improve the overall material properties of the puppet, but he wasn't sure of the principle behind it. As he hadn't learned that page yet, Jiang Sun pondered aloud. This thing should be installed at the core hub, like a bypass for the heart. If it's off, by even a little, everything will be thrown into chaos. You'll have to help me with this. Voila. With that, Jiang Sun stood and walked slowly toward the two nearly repaired Black Fog Knights. As he approached, he raised his hand and gently touched the cold and damaged armor. His fingertips traced along the seams of the armor plates, feeling the traces left by time and battle, murmuring, "Who do you think researched this thing? Huh? You say?" After speaking, he turned to Walla and handed over a small wrench, his expression serious. "Once I secure the gear, you wait for the right moment to tighten the screws with the wrench, apply even pressure, got it?" Walla took the wrench, nodding seriously, his small claws gripping the tool tightly, ready to spring into action. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, carefully picked up the stardust alloy gear, and slowly reached into the complex machinery of the Black Fog Knight's chest cavity. His eyes were fixed on the alignment of the gear with the internal structure, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, dripping onto the metal armor and splashing tiny droplets. Once the gear was precisely in place, immediately a flash of light flickered. Jiang Sun quickly called out, "Walla now." "Walla." Walla reacted swiftly, darting closer, his small claws raised high, firmly placing the wrench on the screw. With a crisp click, the screw was tightened, and Jiang Sun's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Just as he was about to praise Walla, he noticed that the screw began to loosen again with a creaking sound, accompanied by a wisp of black smoke rising from a joint. Something went wrong. Jiang Sun's heart sank, and his brows knitted into a twist. He leaned in for a closer look and discovered that a small gear inside had been displaced during the installation process, jammed against the drive chain due to pressure unevenness, which was why the screw wouldn't tighten. He quickly reached in to try to reposition the misaligned gear. However, the cramped space made it difficult to even insert his fingers, let alone operate with precision. "Walla, pass me the coupler," Jiang Sun shouted anxiously. Walla scrambled through the tools and finally handed over the equipment. Jiang Sun carefully took the gear, gingerly maneuvering it, afraid of damaging other parts. For a moment, the only sound in the room were his heavy breathing and the faint friction of tools against metal. Finally, after a difficult operation, the gear was in place. Jiang Sun let out a long sigh and adjusted the skeletal distribution again. "Come on, wow, this time will definitely work." He renewed his spirit. With a satisfying click, the gear was successfully installed. Jiang Sun stood up and began the final touches. He started checking each connection point, reinforcing critical areas, and meticulously compared the control array diagram from the puppet's tail to ensure there were no oversights. "It's done." Jiang Sun's voice couldn't hide his joy. With the embedding of 8 magical crystals, Jiang Sun stepped back 3 paces, nervously staring at the black mist night before him. Chapter 70. The outrageous attribute of the puppet. Suddenly, the black mist night erupted with a strong light from its entire body, the brilliance surging like a tide, illuminating the entire room. The originally drooping head slowly lifted, the surrounding black smoke gradually dissipating, yet remaining within a 2-meter range. The dim, lifeless eyes reignited with a deep red glow. The damaged armor, nourished by the black mist, repaired itself at a visibly rapid pace, with metal pieces snapping together and fusing, producing crisp clacking sounds. Jiang Sun and Walla were forced to retreat a few steps by the light, but both couldn't hide their grins. It worked, it really worked. Jiang Sun's voice trembled with excitement as he felt that all the hard work and anxiety he had endured during this time transformed into a heart full of accomplishment at that moment. The Black Mist Knight stood there, like a demon god awakening from slumber, emanating a chilling pressure. From now on, in this magical world filled with unknowns and dangers, Jiang Sun had gained his first true combatant. At the same time, this was the most crucial step he had taken in the realm of puppetry. The sense of achievement from the results was indeed the best source of motivation. Jiang Sun looked at the imposing Black Mist Knight before him, his smile wider than AK's. With the experience from the first, he quickly replicated the process and swiftly repaired his second puppet. The two Black Mist Knights stood side by side, their combined pressure making the air in the room feel heavier. Jiang Sun excitedly rubbed his hands, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two puppets, unable to hide the pride on his face. With a thought, he began to check the information on the two Black Mist Knights. Name, Black Mist Knight, level, Firefly Strength, 45 Agility, 35 Stamina, 55 Intelligence, 15 Magic Reserve, 11750, 16000, Daily Consumption, 50 points H, Combat Consumption, 2000 points H, Resurrection Consumption, 250 points S, Skills, Black Mist Shield, consumes 300 points of magic, generates a Black Mist Shield around itself, absorbing 2000 points of damage, growing with level. During the shield's existence, the knight becomes concealed within the Black Mist, with a certain chance to evade enemy-targeted skills. Black Mist Resurrection continuously consumes magic to restore its own damage. In movement combat status, magic consumption doubles. Coordinated Vigilance. The knight passively enters a state of alert when sensing potential danger nearby, enhancing its sensory perception, temporarily increasing agility by 30. Multiple knights can share vigilance. Note: the pinnacle work of a puppet master. Though high-level modification materials were used, the slightly immature modification technique caused a minor drop in level. Jiang Sun happily looked at the attributes of the Black Mist Knight until he saw the final note, and his smile gradually faded. What do you mean by immature modification technique, huh? Groundhog Roar. JPG. However, Jiang Sun quickly put away his disappointment. After all, one must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. How can one expect to gain everything in one go? If he learned mature techniques in 3 to 5 days, then puppetry wouldn't be a profound subject at all. His smile gradually returned to his face. Indeed, letting go of internal strife was the best form of self-improvement for a man. Looking at the 3 impressive skills of the Black Mist Knight, Jiang Sun secretly clicked his tongue. The skills even surpassed his own, and they were all quite practical. A damage-absorbing Black Mist Shield, a Black Mist Resurrection that heals injuries, Coordinated Vigilance for patrolling, plus a total of 120 in attributes. Close Combat. Tank. Big Daddy. Jiang Sun immediately felt a sense of security. After all, 120 was already the limit attribute for the Firefly level. The reason it displayed a level of Firefly was mostly due to Jiang Sun's insufficient repair level. Once his skills improved, and he conducted modifications again, the Black Mist Knight could likely break through to the star level. At the same time, he also realized that the reason he had been chased before was likely due to triggering their Coordinated Vigilance skill. Thinking back to that moment, Jiang Sun shivered. Only those who used this skill knew how terrifying it was. If it weren't for his ample magic and the star flash for protection, he would likely have been absorbed as magic. Voila! With such a puppet, how many could you handle? Jiang Sun turned to the little squirrel who was secretly showcasing its milk candy. Walla was taken aback and then thoughtfully began to count on its fingers, running out of fingers and starting to count on its toes. Enough, enough! What am I comparing you to? Jiang Sun quickly called for a stop. Walla always appeared harmless, making him forget that this little rodent was actually a formidable creature of the full moon level. He had only recently begun to grasp a bit of Walla's abilities. Based on his guess, it was likely of the mysterious type. It could float, store items, and create shields. Could it be supportive? Jiang Sun stroked his chin, lost in thought. Coming back to his senses, he turned around to tidy up the scattered tools and parts on the ground, washed his face, and even rinsed Walla in a bucket before returning to the manufacturing room. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and slowly extended his hand according to the control method recorded in Puppet Chronicles, palm facing the Black Mist Knight, attempting to establish a mental connection. At first, he only felt a weak resistance, accompanied by a buzzing noise in his mind. He understood that this was the rejection from the puppet's soul part. Jiang Sun frowned, continually adjusting his magic fluctuations, trying to find a frequency that resonated with the Black Mist Knight. After a moment, the feeling of resistance gradually weakened, and suddenly, some blurry images flashed before Jiang Sun's eyes. They seemed to depict battle scenes experienced by the Black Mist Knight, and he even saw the moment it had chased him, which made Jiang Sun feel both amused and helpless. He was somewhat aware of these events, but the understanding from books was always superficial. He now realized that puppets were fundamentally different from mechanical creations. Puppets were not lifeless. They could even be viewed as alternative life forms. Although they lacked intelligence, they possessed beast-like instincts and a faint consciousness. This stemmed from the soul containers recorded in puppet chronicles. The bones and flesh used to create the Black Mist Knight had to be harvested from fresh corpses within 10 hours of death. And they also needed to be paired with the magic crystals from the corpses themselves. In a magical world, magic crystals and flesh were both considered containers for souls. As the mental connection became increasingly strong and stable, Jiang Sun finally began to gain initial control over the movements of the Black Mist Knight. This was a sign of entering the control mode. Unlike machines, puppets typically possessed a slight consciousness and powerful combat instincts. Therefore, there are two modes of use for the controller: command mode and control mode. Command mode refers to the puppet being able to perform simple actions through commands, such as attacking, patrolling, etc. Control mode, as Jiang Sun was doing now, involves establishing a mental connection with the puppet, allowing for refined operation of its actions and movements. A thought flashed through his mind, and the Black Mist Knight on the left immediately understood, its mechanical right arm slowly lifting, the metal joints emitting a faint yet crisp creaking sound. The movement was still stiff, but it was enough to excite Jiang Sun. Next, he tried again, giving the command to take a step forward. The knight's heavy foot stomped down with a thunderous sound, causing the tools on the table to tremble slightly. Awesome! Although he wasn't yet proficient in control, Jiang Sun was already very satisfied. After all, he was just in experimental control mode. For most of the future, they would be fighting in command mode. After playing for a while, Jiang Sun finally became proficient at controlling the Black Mist Knight to perform some routine actions. However, he was still quite far from being able to command them in battle. The main issue was that he himself didn't know much about fighting, let alone controlling the melee-focused Black Mist Knights. Chapter 71, The Last Tide, Time, Blue Star Calendar, Day 1, Month 17 in the training room. For figures were training vigorously. Walla, shield, Walala. Jiang Sun saw the tail of Walla wave, and instantly, 4 transparent shields appeared on their one person, 2 magic puppets, and 1 squirrel. Jiang Sun quickly opened his personal information and indeed saw a new entry in the status bar. Lioli Nut Shield, a companion skill from the mysterious creature Lioli Mouse. Lasts for 30 seconds, can absorb 10,000 points of damage, and deflects most non-targeted skills. Wow, 10,000 points. That's 4 shields at once. Jiang Sun couldn't help but be astonished. He calculated in his mind that with such a health shield, even if that Zhao Tingtai guy stood there and hacked away, it would take him at least half an hour to break through the shield. No wonder it's a moonlight-level magical beast. However, why does the skill's name sound so strange? Jiang Sun turned to Walla and asked, "Did you come up with this skill name yourself? It sounds so mouse-like." Walala? Walla. Immediately after, Jiang Sun watched as the name in the status bar changed to Lioli Milk Candy Shield. "So you really did come up with it?" Jiang Sun twitched the corner of his mouth, his face filled with black lines, but secretly vowed that if he ever mastered a renaming spell, he would definitely add AAA in front of the names of those who learned this skill, so they could all experience the feeling of being stuck at the top. After practicing cooperative combat for a while, Jiang Sun finally stopped. Ever since he repaired the 2 Black Mist Knights, he had been training to maximize their effectiveness. Jiang Sun estimated that now, even with just these 2 Black Mist Knight puppets, he could easily beat the venomous spider to the ground. Such powerful combat strength would be a waste if not used properly. Jiang Sun's tactics were quite simple, mainly divided into 2 situations. One was to take Walla with him, and the other was for Walla to guard the house. When taking Walla with him, it meant Walla would cast shields. And then the Black Mist Knights would charge in to beat the enemies, while he would accumulate magic tide from behind when Walla was guarding the house. It meant the Black Mist Knights would directly charge in to beat the enemies, while he would accumulate magic tide from behind. After all, the Black Mist Knights were built to take hits, tanking the charge while the mage survives. Shouldn't that be the case? Jiang Sun looked at the two imposing Black Mist Knights with satisfaction and expectation in his eyes. From now on, these two would be his personal meat shields. He turned around and quickly tidied up the room, waving his hand to command the two Black Mist Knights to stand guard outside the courtyard. One must say, their cooperative watchability was simply that of born protectors. Jiang Sun walked to the room where the collector was located and gathered the magic crystals produced yesterday. Looking at the thousands of crystals in his ring, he began to sigh, feeling that no matter how many crystals he had, it would never be enough. The more he learned, the more he understood how valuable these things were. He estimated that until his magic induction efficiency reached an outrageous level, magic crystals would most likely be irreplaceable. After collecting the crystals, Jiang Sun also stepped out of the shelter's door and stood side by side with the two Black Mist Knights. Today was the last day of the tide, right? He tilted his head slightly, looking up at the sky, and sighed softly, his eyes filled with obvious worry. Outside, magical turbulence was striking the shield at a very high frequency, showing no signs of the disaster coming to an end. It seemed this was the last madness of the tide. He wondered how many people would die in the darkness before dawn. Although feeling a bit melancholic, Jiang Sun also asked himself if he had done his best. Over the past 7 days, he had spent at least 200 magic crystals on trading in the channel. Knowing the irreplaceability of crystals, most of these transactions were almost a loss. Although energy storage items would inevitably become common in the future, they would never appear in large quantities like cabbages in the hands of survivors. They would most likely be treated as strategic resources, like the last few batteries in a post-apocalyptic world, used up once and gone. After all, charging was the biggest issue. He had never seen anyone share methods of charging crystals. The magic conversion array might be feasible, but with that kind of conversion efficiency, it would definitely be a losing deal. It seemed that the importance of magic collection devices was still increasing. He needed to plan well for how to use them in the future. As the delivery notification rang in his ears, Jiang Sun's face once again broke into a smile. He turned and walked back to the shelter, only to find Walla had already prepared the bowls and chopsticks, tied the napkin, and was sitting at the table waiting for him. Wow, this little rascal is even more punctual than an alarm clock, Jiang Sun jokingly scolded, sitting down at the table. He wasn't worried at all about Walla abandoning him. First, their bond had grown strong, and second, Walla had developed a taste for finer food. He didn't believe Walla could still enjoy the coarse tea and plain rice outside. As Jiang Sun clicked to receive, two exquisite dishes appeared on the table before him. One was a large bowl of rich soup emitting an enticing milky aroma, and the other was 2 pieces of grilled meat sizzling with oil, golden in color. The effects of eating them would respectively increase intelligence attributes and magic induction efficiency. This was a custom dish Jiang Sun had specially ordered, and he had spent quite a bit for these 2 bites. Of course, Song Yin had also put in a lot of effort behind the scenes, and importantly, she didn't charge him a single cent more. This made Jiang Sun feel a bit guilty. He planned that once he repaired the other Black Mist Knights, he would send one to each of them. As for Zhao Tingtai, forget it. That guy couldn't even handle the magical beasts. And the Black Mist Knights probably wouldn't be able to either. Jiang Sun enjoyed his meal heartily, wiped his mouth, and waved his hand to arrange for Walla to wash the dishes. He then lazily leaned back on the transformable sofa and casually flipped open the manual of Magical Wasteland. However, after reading a few pages, he sighed again, unable to resist opening the regional communication channel. The remaining number of people made him feel a bit anxious. 6,772 10,000. Compared to 2 days ago, it had decreased by more than 1,000, and the numbers were still dropping. On average, 1 person died every few minutes. This damn magical world. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and cursed. He lowered his head and thought to himself that he couldn't just watch. He had to do something. Although he didn't have the ability to save everyone, having mixed with these silly online friends for so long, He couldn't bear to watch them die one by one right under his nose. It would weigh heavily on his conscience. But how to effectively help those who really couldn't survive? That was a question. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Since he would definitely need to recruit external members in the future, why not lay a good foundation now? Jiang Sun quickly devised a plan in his mind and then listed exactly 100 magic crystals in the trading bar. At the same time, he released a concise message in the channel, hoping everyone could survive and that everyone could help each other. These 100 crystals could be considered a huge sum, and as soon as they were listed in the channel, they quickly attracted everyone's attention. However, the exchange condition was somewhat peculiar, just a large quantity of low-level food. This was almost equivalent to openly doing charity. After all, on the last day of the tide, most people were already broke, and almost everyone in the shelter was left with nothing but themselves. However, the magical power converted from low-level food is pitifully small, yet it is a necessity for everyone's survival. Therefore, everyone tends to hold on to it tightly and save it for last. By only exchanging low-level food, it maximizes the chances of these crystals being obtained by those who are truly desperate. Chapter 72. Trading and World Announcements. A full 10 minutes passed before Jiang Sun's crystal was completely traded. His shelter was now filled with a large quantity of wild potatoes, wild carrots, wild vegetables, and dry berries. This clearly showed how desperate people in the channel were at this stage. Even this little bit of food would likely require a dozen people to pool all their belongings to gather enough. But since it was the last day, there was no need for everyone to completely fill the totem column. Therefore, if things went as he imagined, that one crystal could very likely save a dozen people. Jiang Sun thought for a moment, concerned that some people might genuinely be unable to gather enough food and had small social circles. So he put up another 50 crystals. This time, he requested only unlimited exchanges for Firefly-level blueprints or materials of star level and above. This was something every survivor could manage to offer at least 1 or 2 items. Moreover, blueprint items couldn't even be converted into magical power. By doing this, Jiang Sun ensured that he wouldn't lose everything while giving those with some stock a chance to exchange for the life-saving crystals, preventing them from helplessly watching. If this still didn't work, then there was nothing more he could do. After doing what he could, Jiang Sun sighed again. He had acted with a clear conscience. He wasn't a saint, and he couldn't change this damned world by himself. He just sought peace of mind. If saving one life was worth more than building a level 7 pagoda, then the pagoda he was building now could probably cover the entire blue star. Jiang Sun immediately stopped hesitating and opened the chat channel to see other people's reactions. Upon looking, he found messages flooding in like a tide. Thank you, Qingshan bosses, for the crystals. Thanks to the Qingshan bosses for letting me survive. Thank you, really thank you. I only used 1/5 of the crystals I bought. Whoever wants to use them can send resources to the Qingshan bosses and then screenshot it for me. Are you stupid? Didn't you pay to buy it yourself? We 5 pooled together 300 potatoes. Do you think that's worth a magical crystal? We have a conscience, so we can't let down the boss's kindness. Me too. Whoever sends resources to the boss, I'll lend them a crystal. Exactly. The boss said to help each other, and I'm the same. Me too. The Qingshan organization is clearly saving lives. Yes, they only want the most inferior food. This is obviously saving us, who can't survive. You guys are crazy. Do you know what the price of crystals is in other channels right now? I know, but I also know that if I don't do this, I'll be letting down the boss's intentions. If it weren't for the Qingshan bosses selling crystals, my wife and I would have died just now. No matter if I can join or not, I will always support Qingshan. Me too, although I'm not a good person, but whoever lets me survive is my father. Haha, I also exchanged for one, but I traded it for the scraps bucket blueprint. You guys are still talking sweet words like fools, haha, you bunch of sycophants. Qingshan's money didn't come from the wind. Helping you must have some ulterior motive. Whatever the motive, they let me live. But you? What is your motive for sowing discord here? I know this person. He was just buying inferior food in the channel, trying to take advantage of the disaster relief supplies sent by Qingshan. I saw it too. He didn't collect anything and is desperately spreading rumors. Where the hell did this thing come from? And dare to slander Qingshan here. Don't pay attention to him. Blacklist those who are friends with them. Big. Jiang Sun watched the chat content in the channel, his mouth twitching slightly. He expected the effect to be even better than he imagined, and he couldn't help but sigh that he hadn't wasted his resources. He was betting that even in this magical wasteland world where survival was a problem, many people still had the most basic conscience. Qingshan didn't need those who would do anything to survive. Survivors who resort to any means are as good as dead, having lost their original hearts. Those who uphold righteousness and follow the path endure disasters without destruction. Their hearts and souls remain eternal. As for the rhythm of sending resources to Qingshan bosses to borrow crystals for free, it was actually initiated by Jiang Sun himself. He certainly didn't lack these resources, but he knew in his heart that people's hearts are hidden deep. It's completely normal for anyone who finally gets something good to want to keep it for themselves. But if everyone is selfish, then the number of people that over 100 crystals can save would be greatly reduced. Fortunately, the response was better than he had expected. After Jiang Sun took the lead, many people began to actively borrow crystals, and even if they only lent them to those they knew, it allowed countless people to have a chance to survive. Taking advantage of the lively atmosphere in the channel, Jiang Sun quickly sent a message in the Qingshan channel. You all quickly note down the names in the channel. These people are the first batch we need to absorb as peripheral members. The others responded in agreement. Although there were still many messages in the chat channel with thousands of people, he now had enough time to browse through them slowly. Moreover, the level 1 private channel also had a recording function, allowing him to record the attitudes of all remaining survivors in the channel. This way, when needed, he could easily identify who had goodwill towards Qingshan and who was ungrateful, treating him as a fool. Furthermore, with Qingshan's current prestige, this channel would definitely dominate in the future. The people in this channel were the first to receive Qingshan's favor and were also the group Jiang Sun was most familiar with. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Therefore, the first batch of Qingshan's foundation should naturally be composed of the people in the channel. Similarly, these people were in urgent need of solidarity, and they had all benefited from Qingshan. Thus, it was only natural for Qingshan to be their first choice. Loyalty is often tied to a sense of identification and interests. Jiang Sun provided both. As a result, most of the people he brought in would naturally be devoted. This was Jiang Sun's plan. With this calculation, the painful feeling of spending hundreds of crystals disappeared significantly. Jiang Sun sighed. The reason he was anxious to create this environment was that he felt a major upheaval was about to occur. After all, the last system update was still fresh in his memory. The last time, the system ruthlessly canceled the secondary novice protection and a bunch of key mechanisms, catching everyone off guard. Who knew if the system would act up again and create some weird issues? Preparing early is the best way to avoid being caught off guard. He glanced at the channel records, seeing dozens of people who had taken crystals but refused to respond to the call, even making sarcastic remarks. Jiang Sun felt a cold smile in his heart. It's okay. He had ways to deal with these people. Soon he would make the list of these people public. By then, these individuals would become synonymous with selfishness in the eyes of others, quickly isolating themselves and becoming outcasts, eating my food and not acknowledging my kindness. Where in the world is there such a good thing? After saying this, Jiang Sun immediately sent the list to the channel. After finishing all this, it was already afternoon. Jiang Sun stepped outside, carrying a small chair and sitting in the yard. Above him, the dazzling and dangerous tide was slowly weakening and receding, now turned a light purple. A ray of sunlight struggled to penetrate through the gaps of the tide, seeping in thread by thread. Jiang Sun quietly stared at the changes before him, not knowing what was on his mind. Suddenly, the system notification sound came to all survivors' ears without warning. Ding! Magic Wasteland World Announcement. Congratulations to everyone for successfully surviving the first round of disaster. Current average number of survivors in the channel, 3996, 10,000 highest number of survivors. 6,755, 10,000 lowest number of survivors. 93, 10,000 at 2000 hours on the 17th. The system will conduct a comprehensive scoring based on everyone's performance during the disaster period. After the points are distributed, you can redeem rewards on your own. Scoring criteria include, but are not limited to, tide intensity, number of survivors after the tide, comprehensive living standards during the tide phase, etc. Disaster points shop opening time. 1 o'clock on the 18th system update time. 6 o'clock on the 18th please be prepared. Chapter 73. Assessment begins. Huh. I just had a premonition, and now there's an update? Jiang Sun opened the magic book in confusion and confirmed the announcement content once again. It seemed that a change was indeed about to happen. At the same time, he saw the number of survivors announced by the system in the area. An average of 3,996. The highest was 6,755. The lowest was 93, since the average number of people was announced, and the remaining number was used as an assessment standard. It proved that the initial number of people in each area was basically the same. In other words, after just the first round of disasters, 60 of the tens of billions of people who crossed over from Blue Star had died. Currently, only about 3 billion people remained. After looking at this data, Jiang Sun fell silent. No one would remain indifferent after seeing such numbers. He never imagined that one day the number of dead would be measured in billions. And what was up with the 93 survivors in this channel? Is it truly a case of 1 in 100? Jiang Sun cursed under his breath, but suddenly thought that the maximum number of survivors seemed a bit familiar. Wait, 6,755? He quickly opened the magic book and saw that the number of survivors in his channel was 6,750 to 10,000. It seemed that it was indeed his channel, but 3 unfortunate souls had died during the time of the tide. He flipped back to look at the assessment criteria and immediately felt that he was stable this time. The main content of the assessment was tide intensity, number of survivors in the channel after the tide, comprehensive living standards during the tide. This was exactly the assessment criteria I wrote, right? Jiang Sun chuckled, and the bitter feeling in his heart faded a bit. Indeed, only when the output is proportional to the gain can one feel pleasant. He knew how difficult it was to survive this tide. If there had been any mistake in any step before, he would have been left with nothing. ISNT had only right to give good things. Jiang Sun began to look forward to the assessment moment, and he opened the magic book to check the time. Time, Blue Star Calendar, Year 1, Day 17. 1642, daytime. 6 to 1500 hours, nighttime. 15 to 6 o'clock, it seemed that the tide was indeed going to pass, and the time for the day-night transition had reappeared. Jiang Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The thing he feared the most had not occurred after all. He had always been afraid that because he was in a high-level map, the duration of the disaster would far exceed that of others. It seemed that the dog system hadn't tried to kill him after all. He sighed softly and then turned back to the shelter. 1700 hours. With a familiar feeling of being watched appearing and quickly disappearing, then reappearing and disappearing again. Jiang Sun suddenly sat up from the bed. The bit of sleepiness that had just surged completely gone. Ding! Assessment begins. Your disaster score details are as follows. Basic score for tide intensity, 100, multiplier, 177. Total score, 17,700. Basic score for regional population, 100, maximum 100 survivors, multiplier, 1, 8. Total score, 360. Quality of life, score, 177. Other bonuses, personal strength increase 500, channel survival contribution 10,000, world survival contribution 37800, puppet research contribution 370, private channel bonus 1034. Your total score is 73,551. Current world ranking 2 ding. Due to your channel's contribution being the highest, you now receive an exclusive reward, World Horn 3, channel exclusive privilege. Top information. Seeing the score, Jiang Sun's heart raced. If according to this scoring standard, then his score could be astronomical for others. After all, his score for the tide intensity, which accounted for the largest portion, was somewhat outrageous. To put it in perspective, based on the disaster intensity of other people in the channel, most of their scores were only between 80 to 500. After all, very few people could withstand a tide with 5 times the intensity, let alone higher. Similarly, the contribution from the regional survivor count added a full 10,000 points to him. To ensure that more people in the regional channel survived, he had spent nearly 300 magic crystals. This clearly indicated that this disaster score would likely be very valuable. After all, most people had exhausted their wealth for just 100 or 200 points. However, when he saw the other bonuses, especially the 27,800 points from World Survival Contribution. Jiang Sun felt a bit puzzled. What did I do? Did I prevent a meteor from crashing into the magic wasteland world? But then he quickly realized. So he opened the magic book to inquire about Zhou Sangyan's score situation. The result was pretty much what he expected. Zhou Sangyan was ranked first. The biggest contributing factor to his score was also the world contribution, and he had added a full 60,000 points. Jiang Sun immediately understood what was going on. This was clearly the bonus from his previous suggestion to plunder magical beasts. This made sense. After all, he had only made a suggestion, while Zhou Sangyan had confirmed the specific actions and announced them to all the channels that could be affected. It was normal for him to receive more bonus points. Not to mention that the official shelter of Long Country had also taken in countless ordinary people. The bonus for that aspect would definitely not be low. Jiang Sun calmed his emotions, waiting for the disaster score shop to open. This was the first time the system had generously allowed them to choose their own items. He had to choose carefully. While waiting for the exchange to start, Jiang Sun opened the Qingshan channel to ask about the scores of the others. Jiang Sun, how's it going? How many points do you all have? I welcome private chat for my new business of disaster points loans. Zhao Tingtao, unfilial son, look at my 7,790 points, ranking 97. Are you all around 3 or 4,000 points? Call me father and I'll help you exchange for items. Qin Gingyun, 16,550 points, ranking 10, with high research bonuses. Zhao Tingtao, Song Yinyin, 9570, ranking 81. What do you all want to eat today? Zhao Tingtao, Zhao, you eram 11.055, ranking 39. Jiang Sun brother, I'm amazing, right? Praise me. Your disaster intensity is high, so your score must be high too. Jiang Sun, it's just okay. 73551, ranking 2. The first is that old guy Zhou Sangyan. Zhao Tingtao. Ding. Zhao Tingtao has exited the Qingshan channel. Ding. You have successfully invited Zhao Tingtao to join Qingshan, Jiang Sun, Yueran, and Yinyin. How did you get such high scores? Zhao Tingtao. Zhao Yuran's tide intensity is low. Her attributes have exceeded 15 points. Zhao Yueran. Yeah. Many magical beasts are stuck and can't come out. I just go find them and take them down one by one, ha. Song Yinyin, I have a food research bonus of 9,000. Is it okay to eat Icefield Bear paw steamed with obsidian crab today? Zhao Tingtao, kneeling to thank the big shot. JPG, looking at the high rankings of the Qingshan group. Jiang Sun immediately felt relieved. He estimated that if this continued, the future would definitely see those who developed well getting better and better, while those who did not could only become vassals. This tide could already be seen. Most people had exhausted their wealth just to barely survive. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun and the others had ample time to digest their previous gains, thereby strengthening their abilities. The gap from this moment on had grown to a point that was difficult to close. Those who barely survived could only start collecting supplies again, going in circles until the day they could no longer hold on. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. It seems that, without realizing it, he has already moved ahead of everyone. Chapter 74. The Disaster Point Store is open. After that, Jiang Sun began to check the regional communication channel, where the discussions were very lively. Ha. 800 points. I'm rich now. Damn, you're so high. I only have over 500 points. Be grateful. I have a friend in another channel. Their highest is only 1,700, with an average of 250. Yeah, thank the big shots for keeping you alive. Our channel has the most people, so we have bonus points. Did you see that channel with 93 people? I have a friend in there. And they even deducted 50 points. What the hell? How did that happen? Did everyone in the channel die? He said the best developed person in the channel was a fraud, claiming to merge everyone as shelters, but ended up stealing their supplies. Wow, that is crazy. Is that even possible? Of course. Do you think every channel has an organization like Qingshan? Exactly. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of Qingshan, I'll kill their whole family. Thanks to the big shot for saving our lives. Thanks to the big shot for saving our lives. After finishing the regional chat, Jiang Sun put down a magic book with satisfaction. This way, the overall strength of their channel would definitely be higher than that of other channels. This meant that the foundational quality of personnel in Qingshan would also be superior to that of other organizations. After all, every organization's base is their respective channel, and the influence in the world channel is equally low for everyone. Before Jiang Sun's thoughts could drift further, a prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. The Disaster Point store is temporarily open. Please check it out. Jiang Sun looked down and saw that the Magic Wasteland manual was vibrating wildly and emitting a dazzling light. He quickly opened it, and a huge store interface appeared before them. There was a 2-hour countdown displayed on it, and below were numerous items. Damn, such a short time again. Jiang Sun cursed under his breath and hurriedly checked the contents. But the more he looked, the greener his face became. From small items like spring water and bread to large equipment and weapons, everything was available. He even saw an option for an excavator. There were also various scrolls and skills, but the prices were generally high. Just as he was troubled, a message suddenly came from the Qingshan group. Zhao Tingtao. There are exclusive exchange options for rankings below. Jiang Sun quickly flipped through and indeed saw the options in the corner below. They were the exclusive exchange pages for ranks 1 to 10, 11 to 100, and 101 to 10,000, and after 10001. Without hesitation, he chose the first option, and upon entering, he found that there were indeed fewer items, but the flashing lights almost blinded him. Name: Apocalypse Firefall Spell, Forbidden Technique. Effect: Ignite fire elements with magic power to summon meteorites, scorching the earth and causing devastation. Using it will deplete 1's magic power and greatly shorten lifespan. Price: 100. 000 disaster points. Name: Chaos Dissolution Potion, Forbidden Technique. Effect: A potion refined by alchemists using souls as the catalyst, capable of dissolving any substance. Using it will cause bodily decay, and the potion cannot be cured. Price: 100. 000 disaster points. Name: Sword of Glorious Judgment, Forbidden Technique. Effect: In times of despair, knights wield the holy sword and invoke the forbidden spell of faith to slay evil. Using it will dry up 1's magic power and leave them weakened for life. Price: 100. 000 disaster points. A pile of forbidden spells that he couldn't afford. Jiang Sun helplessly continued to flip through. Behind were numerous weapons and equipment, as well as various skills, all at the level of Bright Moon. But suddenly, Jiang Sun thought of something. He quickly skipped these contents and began to search. He knew that equipment would eventually become obsolete, so as long as it was usable, it was fine. Skills were also dispensable for him. He already had the versatile Tide of Magic, and his primary combat method in the future would definitely be magic puppets. Therefore, regular items wouldn't significantly enhance him. However, after acquiring the magic puppet record, he was aware of the value of legacy items. Just like its classification, knowledge can be inherited, so a high-level legacy item could very well lead to the birth of a large force. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly began to search for such items. Soon, he found what he wanted. Name: Void Weaving Technique. Legacy Unique Bright Moon Level. Effect: Extract energy thread from the mysterious void to weave clothing, equipment, and even spatial containers. Price: 12,000 disaster points. Name: Star Track Divination Technique. Legacy Unique Bright Moon Level. Effect: The Star Track Divination Technique is an ancient skill hidden beneath the starry sky, allowing one to glimpse personal fortunes, relationships, career paths, and even the rise and fall of nations and changes in the world. Price: 12,000 disaster points. In the end, after discussing with the other four, Jiang Sun directly spent 60,000 points to exchange for 5 legacy items: Spirit Plant Symbiosis Technique, Heart of Beasts, Magic Potion, Magic Power Matrix, and Life Spirit Healing. This was prepared for himself and the other 4 in Qingshan. After all, aside from himself, the others didn't have so many points to exchange for, and he could have them help him exchange for other items. The 5 hefty magic books fell into his hands, and Jiang Sun immediately became excited. Each one represented profound knowledge of the magical world. Moreover, all marked as unique. Once he took them, others could no longer obtain the same legacy through any means, although their levels couldn't compare to the epic level magic puppet record. Jiang Sun had a way. because in the corner of the exchange store, he also discovered an item called Legacy Item Advancement Scroll. However, the highest level only reached Bright Moon level. But since there were such items, there would definitely be higher level counterparts. It's just that they weren't available now. Not having them now doesn't mean they won't exist in the future. If epic level advancement scrolls appear later, the value of these legacy items would quickly rise to the same level as Magic Puppet Record. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun immediately felt a surge of excitement. Other knowledge he might not be clear about, but he deeply understood the power of magic puppetry. Highly skilled magic puppeteers could even create magic puppets that surpass epic levels. With this in mind, Jiang Sun's smile gradually broadened. He had just checked, and there were only a dozen types of legacy items in the store. He alone had taken half of them. As for the others, he simply notified Zhou Tsangyin, not knowing if he would listen to him. However, it was estimated that Zhou Tsangyin could only exchange for one or two at most, as there were countless others waiting to be fed. Jiang Sun looked up at the exchange time and found that an hour had passed without him noticing. He quickly relayed the list of items he needed the other few to help him exchange for, and then continued to search for the items he needed. Mainly the materials related to magic puppet manufacturing, which others didn't understand. He needed a large amount of materials to learn how to create magic puppets. Ding! The Disaster Point store is about to close, and any unexchanged points will be automatically converted into universal currency and distributed after the system update. Countdown for redemption store closure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final second of the countdown ended, Jiang Sun had just finished redeeming everything. Although there were still some points left, it was less than 50. Time was really too tight. Jiang Sun stopped his slightly trembling hands from quickly flipping through items. Then he plopped down on the sofa, causing the Walla, who had just sat down, to bounce up more than a meter high. Looking at the Walla hovering in front of him with an angry expression, Jiang Sun said a bit sheepishly, "Do you believe me if I say I didn't mean to?" Chapter 75, Repairing the Starfall Storage Ring. I've really made it big this time. Jiang Sun crouched on the ground, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the large pile of items in front of him. These were all items that could only be exchanged by high-ranking individuals. Ordinary people didn't even have the chance to take a glance at them. Moreover, even if someone had a high ranking, very few could afford to exchange points for these items. It's worth noting that among the top 10 on the leaderboard, most were high-ranking members of shelters like Zhou Tsangyin. The remaining few were seasoned magicians like Elder Qin, all backed by large forces. Their points definitely couldn't be squandered, as most had to be used for the development of their shelters, leaving very little for personal items. Just as he was pondering this, a transaction alert suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Zhao Tingtao is trading you 2 repair scrolls. Do you agree? Ding! Qin Gingyun is trading you 5 facility enhancement scrolls. Do you agree? Ding! Song Yin Yin is trading you. The items he had asked others to help exchange had arrived. A brilliant smile broke out on Jiang Sun's face as he excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Finally here." He quickly operated with his fingers, decisively choosing to accept. First, 5 thin paper scrolls appeared in his hands. Name: Facility Enhancement Scroll, Special. Effect: significantly enhances facility capabilities, improving facility attributes and efficiency. Usable only once per facility. Price: 3,000 disaster points. This scroll was something Jiang Sun had longed for, and although the price wasn't low compared to its powerful effects, he felt it was very cost-effective. It was just that his points had to be prioritized for exchanging 5 types of inheritances, so he had no choice but to ask Elder Qin and others for help. The purpose of this item was clear: to enhance facilities like fireplaces, furnaces, and mana collectors. Although the item description didn't provide details about the enhancement effects, Jiang Sun was confident. The stringent exchange conditions alone proved its extraordinary nature. While there were no level restrictions on usage, each type of facility could only be enhanced once, and both the micro and epic levels were treated equally. Moreover, it could only be exchanged on the top 10-point specialty exchange page. Thus, among the group, besides himself, only Elder Qin could exchange, and even then, he only had enough points for 5 scrolls. Otherwise, he would have insisted on getting more. Jiang Sun solemnly put away the 5 scrolls and continued looking at the other items. Name: Equipment Repair Scroll, how you level. Effect: can repair how you level and below equipment without consuming additional resources. The system will automatically complete the repair. Price: 5,000 disaster points. This item was also essential for Jiang Sun. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a how you level ring that was damaged. To avoid a loss, he had specifically searched for the prices of storage-related items when checking the points shop earlier. The result left him astounded. In the points shop, any storage-related item was priced at over 10 times that of a weapon of the same level. Even a backpack with only 5 cubic meters of space required a whopping 3,000 points for exchange. Jiang Sun speculated that this situation was likely not due to the difficulty of making storage equipment or the preciousness of materials. Rather, it was because such items should not appear in the hands of survivors at this stage. Thus, the system imposed restrictions, setting not only a high price, but also quite outrageous exchange conditions. Only the top 1,000 survivors on the points leaderboard were eligible for exchanges. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun felt a wave of relief and gratitude towards the skeletal elder in the mine. After all, while storage space might not mean much to others, it held significant importance for him, because magic puppets could be stored in the storage space. Therefore, the size of the storage space essentially represented how much combat power Jiang Sun could carry when going out. Just imagine if he stealthily infiltrated the enemy's lair, and when surrounded by grinning foes, suddenly 500 robust black mist knights appeared beside him. That scene was too beautiful for Jiang Sun to imagine for a moment. Moreover, at this stage, although magic puppets could follow him, if faced with special situations where he had to flee, Jiang Sun could use Star Flash to escape. However, the magic puppets would just have to be left behind to wait for their demise. With this in mind, Jiang Sun immediately stopped hesitating and slapped the repair scroll onto the inconspicuous ancient ring on his left hand. The expected violent noise didn't occur. Instead, a soft glow flashed, and the ring instantly became radiant. Jiang Sun was momentarily taken aback, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes, thinking he would get to see a light show. But soon, a special manipulation authority message flooded into his mind. Jiang Sun instinctively looked down, and the detailed information of the ring appeared before his eyes. Starfall storage ring, type, ring level, how you wearing requirement, intelligence 15 effect, contains an independent 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, allowing for classification, marking, and quick retrieval of items within the ring. Note: crafted by an ancient elven master craftsman using starfall, iron, and space magic crystals, integrating the secrets of space magic. Jiang Sun's heart suddenly raced, and he excitedly mentally recited the activation command. The next moment, a neatly arranged 10M, 10M, 10M space unfolded before him. The space had a somewhat ethereal feel, as if separated from the real world by a thin veil. Overlapping yet independent, Jiang Sun focused his gaze and, after some effort, finally found a few items he had previously stored in the corner. The ring had been damaged before, leaving very little usable space of only 0.5 cubic meters, causing items to be haphazardly crammed together. Now it was different. Jiang Sun, following the system's prompts, methodically divided the internal space of the storage ring into 500 small compartments of 2 cubic meters each. This was a plan he had carefully considered. Each compartment was just the right size to hold a magic puppet. If larger magic puppets appeared later, he just needed to break through a few compartments as needed, making it flexible and convenient. So if I have enough magic puppets, does that mean I can carry 500 bodyguards with me in the future? Jiang Sun thought, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips as he envisioned commanding a group of magic puppets to gang up on enemies. He then began experimenting with the item retrieval method of the storage ring. After all, with 1,000 cubic meters of space, he would want to have to reach in and move things every time. If that were the case, just getting 500 magic puppets out in a fight would tire him out. However, through the experiments, Jiang Sun gradually relaxed. Although the ring wasn't intelligent enough to allow items to be retrieved at a thought, the accompanying classification and marking functions were quite useful. With just a simple mental command, he could precisely locate the item he wanted, which would then appear directly in his hand or in a designated position nearby. This was much more convenient than the previous method of reaching in to retrieve items. After finishing the experimentation, Jiang Sun couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the magical world. Although it wasn't as outrageous as in novels, it was unexpectedly practical. The separation and retrieval functions greatly enhanced the usability of the ring. This was a magical world product that was reasonable and convincing. Having completed all this, Jiang Sun immediately began to transfer many of his items into the Starfall storage ring. This way, it would be much more convenient to find things in the future. It won't be like last time, rummaging through everything with my bare bottom. Every time Jiang Sun thinks of that scene, he feels his face flush. After putting away all the items, Jiang Sun hesitated as he looked at the flowing light in his hand, ultimately deciding not to put it into the storage ring. First, he was already used to taking things from the close pocket of his Star Abyss robe. Second, he was afraid that there might be means in this world to restrict storage space. In such a situation, if everything was in the space, he would lose all his power. After all, a mage without a staff is not much different from clucking chicken. So Jiang Sun decided that he would never take such a risky action until he could cast spells with his bare hands. Chapter 76, New Staff and the Array Map Removal Scroll. Jiang Sun carefully stored the Liuguang staff, his gaze falling on the exquisite box containing the new staff beside him. His face filled with worry. What kind of situation is this? He frowned as he looked at the staff, emitting a faint glow from within the box. This was a good find he discovered in the last few minutes before the point shop closed. Initially, he had no intention of exchanging for equipment, but the additional effects of this staff were hard to look away from. In the end, he couldn't resist and bit the bullet, spending a hefty 10,000 disaster points to redeem it. The reason for his dilemma now was that although the new staff was excellent in every way, the skill star flash attached to the Liuguang staff was simply irreplaceable for him at this stage. It should be noted that this skill had allowed him to successfully escape the pursuit of a star-level venom spider when he was at the dim light level. The only reason he dared to swagger around in high-level monster territories was that Star Flash gave him enough confidence. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun shook his head and sighed as he picked up the new staff. Checking its attributes, Xuanjuan, type, weapon, staff, level, unique bright moon requirements, intelligence 30 effects, maximum magic power 1000, intelligence 15, magic induction rate 500. Additional effect, Xuangyue remarks. Crafted from rare ores of the land of Xuangyue, with the staff core made of moonstone, it is a treasure coveted by mage scholars. Xuangyue significantly increases the magic induction rate and control, doubles the accumulation speed of charging-type magic, and greatly reduces the magic dissipation rate. Looking at the various desirable attributes attached to the Xuanjuan staff, Jiang Sun's brow furrowed. These additional attributes were simply tailor-made for him. The magic induction efficiency would help realize his plan for remote magic puppet charging. The doubled accumulation speed would allow him to release Magic Tide more quickly. Jiang Sun felt both happy and troubled. The happy part was that he had finally found a staff that almost completely matched his needs. The troubling part was that until he found a complete substitute for Star Flash, the new staff would have to obediently sit in the box collecting dust. He had considered some unconventional ideas, like carrying two staffs at once and switching between them when needed. But reality slapped him in the face. Doing so would not only prevent the attributes from stacking, but after switching, the additional skills would enter an infuriatingly long cooldown period. Jiang Sun could only shake his head helplessly, dispelling this bug-like thought. He stood up in disappointment, preparing to put away the Xuanjuan staff. His eyes suddenly caught sight of something Zhao Yueran had traded for. It was also a scroll, but it looked more ancient and even had some small notches on it. Jiang Sun was taken aback. He remembered that he hadn't asked Zhao Yueran to buy anything for him. Instead, he had told her to save the points and use them when they found items that they truly needed to purchase. After all, everyone had their own needs. If he bought the inheritance and made her contribute all her points to buy something for him, it could significantly slow down her own development. So at that time, they had all agreed on the strategy. Jiang Sun, filled with curiosity, picked up the ancient scroll, and after just one glance, his eyes widened in surprise. Name: Array Map Removal Scroll. Special. Function: completely imprint the built-in magic array of an item. After imprinting, the original item is damaged, and the imprinted scroll can be converted into a skill scroll or magic array map. Remarks: a scroll from ancient times with a crafting technique long lost. Redemption price: 8,000 Jiang Sun. It's no wonder he was so shocked. This item was incredibly timely for him. Just moments ago, he was still troubled about the new staff, and then he was suddenly presented with this surprise. The importance of Star Flash to him was self-evident, and with this scroll, not only could he continue using Star Flash, but he could even completely transform it into his own skill. From then on, he would no longer be troubled by similar concerns. And this wasn't even the most important part. Although the Star Flash carved into the staff was powerful, as he encountered higher-level monsters in the future, there would inevitably come a time when he couldn't keep up. But once it transformed into his own skill, it will be different. The biggest difference between personal skills and equipment skills is that personal learned skills have a progress bar and can be upgraded. Given Jiang Sun's frequency of using Star Flash, it wouldn't be long before Star Flash became the highest level skill among all his skills. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun immediately stopped hesitating and chose to use it on Liu Guang. Watching Liu Guang gradually turn to ash in a burst of dazzling light, Jiang Sun couldn't honestly say he wasn't heartbroken. After all, Liu Guang had accompanied him for a long time and had saved his life several times. But for the sake of long-term development, he had no choice but to do this. As the light gradually faded, the ancient scroll slowly lost its color and transformed into a skill scroll Jiang Sun was familiar with. Star Flash consumes magic power, allowing the holder to instantly teleport to a designated location within the line of sight, releasing an instant immunity to damage. Basic cost: 150 points. Seeing the familiar skill return, Jiang Sun's mouth spread wide to the back of his head. Flash, no cordon, also immune to damage. This was simply a godly skill. He didn't even know how lucky he was to have obtained this staff. It was probably only possible to get such a reward during the S-level shelter. Jiang Sun shook his head helplessly. He then directly chose to use it. The feeling of learning a skill was unforgettable, like an invisible carving knife etching patterns into his soul. The pain made him involuntarily gasp, but at the same time, his heart was filled with the joy of becoming stronger. As the pain from his soul gradually faded, Jiang Sun couldn't wait to open his personal information panel. Personal information name: Jiang Sun level, Firefly strength, 20 agility, 22 stamina, 18 intelligence, 50, 35, 15, magic power, 4,000, recovery speed, 2006008004000 points H, skills, gathering, level 356. Magic tide, level 214, Star Flash, level 10, status, magic abundance. Due to your long-term intake of high-energy food, your four-dimensional attributes will gradually increase, and magic recovery speed increases by 200. This status will disappear after 3 days of stopping intake. After reviewing his attributes several times, Jiang Sun felt that the future was promising. The current him could fight, could run, and could even call for help. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to blend in with the crowd. Trying out the recovered Star Flash, Jiang Sun was pleasantly surprised to find that the skill's release seemed to be smoother. It seemed that there was a significant difference between his own magic and the magic on the equipment. Jiang Sun pondered deeply. However, such good fortune was probably hard to come by a second time. Skills of Star Flash's caliber likely shouldn't appear on a star-level staff. The reason he was able to obtain it was probably also due to the S-level shelter. The rewards from that time were quite comprehensive, including strategic-level facilities, clear insights into future planning, and equipment that could forge strong individuals. With these items in hand, it was almost inevitable to establish a large force. So, is this how Liu Guang's true use comes into play? But this probability is too small. According to the description in the scroll, he knew that the method for making this thing had long been lost and was almost impossible to obtain. So, this thing might very well be a burial item dug up from the tomb of some powerful figure by the system. Given Jiang Sun's understanding of the system, with its dog-like personality, it could definitely do something like that. After calming himself down, Jiang Sun played with the new staff while picking up the magic book. He wanted to see what the others had exchanged for. By the way, he had bought a few books to share with them, so everyone could experience the joy of harvest together. Chapter 77, The Book of Inheritance. Jiang Sun picked up the magic book and instinctively glanced at the time. To his shock, it was already 3:10 a.m. He hurriedly opened the Qingshan channel, and sure enough, he found that several people were still awake. Zhao Tingtao, I just got a new star-level hunting bow. It's super useful. By the way, I also got a few leather jackets. Are you interested? Sao Jueyan, no. Yours looks too ugly. You look like a bear in it. Song Yin, Ran, you're short. You don't look like a bear. You look like a fluffy panda. Zhao Yuan, really, Sister Yin, I want one too. Qing Yun, give me one. It's been pretty cold these days. I planted some digestive grass. Do you want some? Song Yin, I want it. Kitchen waste is really hard to deal with. Zhao Tingtao, are you guys not sleeping at this hour? Qing Yun, old age means less sleep. You young ones should rest more. Zhao Yuan, I'm waiting for Brother Jiang's son. What are you all waiting for? Song Yin, I'm studying late-night snacks. Do you want anything? Zhao Tingtao, give me one. Qing Yun, I'm a bit hungry. Zhao Yuan, Sister Yin, you're so nice. Jiang Sun looked at the chat records and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, wherever Song Yin is, the topic will eventually turn to food. Jiang Sun quickly typed, I'll have one too, thanks. He knew very well that these people were not actually tired. They were just waiting for him. After all, he had been constantly telling them how powerful the Magic Puppet Chronicles was. Now that they finally had the opportunity to gain inherited knowledge, how could they possibly sleep? Jiang Sun's gaze fell on the 5 books in his hands, among which Magic Matrix Theory was the one he prepared for himself. He had already looked through its contents and found that the knowledge recorded in it was even deeper than that in the Magic Puppet Chronicles. He estimated that the reason this subject was only rated as Bright Moon level was probably because it couldn't be directly converted into combat power. After all, once you learned the Magic Puppet Chronicles, as long as you had enough materials, you could directly create magic puppets based on the methods recorded in it. Thus, you could immediately enhance your strength. Even if your personal ability was lacking, as long as your manufacturing skills were sufficient, you could create epic-level magic puppets at the glimmering level. From then on, you'd be able to walk freely in the magical world. This was also the main reason why magic puppeteers were recognized as difficult to deal with. After all, it was hard to judge whether a seemingly frail magic puppeteer could casually pull an epic-level dragon puppet out of their storage space. But Magic Matrix Theory was different. It belonged to the profound knowledge of the energy supply technology tree. Its main focus was on the application of magical power. Jiang Sun was very familiar with this, as he possessed both Magic Tide and Magic Collector, which both fall under the direction of magical power application. Furthermore, his own magical conduction efficiency was far superior to that of ordinary people. In this case, not forging his own path would indeed be a waste of his innate talent. Moreover, although Magic Matrix Theory had limited enhancement to combat power, its value was by no means lower than that of the Magic Puppet Chronicles. The knowledge within mainly focused on the collection, conversion, and storage of magical power, as well as the construction of magical energy networks and magical regeneration. It could even complement the study of magic puppets, serving a synergistic role. This was also the key reason why Jiang Sun ultimately made up his mind to spend a large sum of money to buy it. Just then, a transaction reminder sounded in his ear, and Jiang Sun immediately accepted the late-night snack sent by Song Yin. Walla also came over at the sound, and they began to share the rare delicacies of this magical wasteland world together. After taking a few bites of the crispy, fried mushroom snack, Jiang Sun continued to look through the other few inheritances. The other books were chosen by the others after communication, with Jiang Sun acting as the one with the money. First, he sent over the inheritance chosen by Old Qin, called Symbiotic Spirits. Just looking at the introduction, this technology seemed tailor-made for Old Qin. Jiang Sun had previously curiously glanced at it, but upon looking again, he was completely baffled. How to put it? He recognized every word inside. But when these words were put together, he couldn't understand them at all. It felt like reading a heavenly book. He even went to ask Old Qin for advice. Old Qin was initially enthusiastic about explaining it to him, but after a full half hour, perhaps realizing the futility, he finally sent Jiang Sun off with a casual remark about magic world hybridization. Jiang Sun sighed for a long time. finally recognizing the fact. Although knowledge can be inherited, intelligence clearly cannot. Next was Zhao Tingtao's choice, Heart of Beasts. This was also a perfect match for his talent of conquest. Jiang Sun could roughly understand this inheritance technique. In simple terms, it was a manual for raising magical beasts. However, the content was quite outrageous, covering everything from the construction of magical facilities like training grounds to the specific training diet configurations for tame magical beasts. It even introduced how to sign contracts with some super powerful magical beings once a high-level shelter was established. For example, signing a contract with an ancient dragon could allow it to guard important areas of the shelter, becoming a protective magical beast. This subject mainly studies the evolutionary mechanisms of magical beings. Through special magical environments, magical potions, and magical rituals, it promotes the evolution of magical beings. Since Jiang Sun could understand some of it, he could also deeply appreciate the power of this inheritance knowledge. He couldn't help but think that if this technique were placed in a cultivation world, it would surely establish a powerful beast master sect. Jiang Sun looked at Zhao Tingtao, who was grinning foolishly, and shook his head helplessly, secretly worrying. He really feared that this technique wouldn't be able to flourish in Zhao Tingtao's hands. After all, as mentioned earlier, knowledge can be inherited, but intelligence cannot. As for Song Yinyin, her choice was not self-made. Apart from having great talent in cooking, she actually performed generally in other areas. So, she had Jiang Sun and Old Qin help her decide on the direction. Due to Song Yinyin's high intelligence attribute, after her agreement, they ultimately chose an inheritance called magic agents. This inheritance fundamentally revolved around the science of magical potions. Recording the methods for establishing alchemy workshops and countless potion formulation techniques. Jiang Sun remembered that the forbidden spell chaotic disintegration potion he saw in the shop was one of the highest achievements of potion science. This inheritance had a very high ceiling, but it had prerequisite learning requirements, which required a keen perception of the magical characteristics of materials. This just happened to align with Song Yinyin's specialty. It's worth noting that the reason Song Yinyin could create culinary dishes that exceeded the level of ingredients was because of her talent for flavor boxes. This talent endowed her with the ability to precisely identify and analyze every type of food. At the same time, it allowed her to easily blend the attributes of various foods to achieve perfect balance. Since she could blend food, blending potions should be a piece of cake. After all, the underlying logic of the two is similar. After sending out a few inheritances, Jiang Sun observed and found that, including himself, the inheritances chosen by several people were complementary to their talents. However, when it came to Zhao Yueyin, it became quite strange. The inheritance she chose left Jiang Sun and the others quite puzzled. It was actually an inheritance called life healing. Just from the name, it was clear that this was a knowledge inheritance focused on healing abilities. Although this inheritance seemed quite suitable for a young girl to study, Zhao Yueyin was different. Her talent was called slaughter, and it seemed that these two were completely at odds. However, when the others asked her about her thoughts, she was very insistent. It's my intuition, Brother Jiang Sun. My intuition is usually very accurate. Trust me. After hearing this, the others decided to let her be. Although they helped each other and shared resources, they never interfered with each other's development. After all, no one understood themselves better than she did. Chapter 78, System Update. As he sent the inheritances to a few people, they all began to silently digest their gains. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and started to rest. Beside him, Walla was flitting around, busy tidying up the dining table, the bustling figure adding a touch of vitality to the quiet space. At this moment, Jiang Sun's mind was racing with thoughts, and his plans for the future became increasingly clear. Although in the short term, Zhao Tingtao and the others could not quickly enhance their strength through points, from a long-term perspective, the foundation they had laid had already surpassed almost all other survivors. As long as they developed step by step, they would surely secure a place in this magical wasteland world in the future. Moreover, the points they had left were not insignificant, with a few thousand points securely in hand. It was almost impossible for them to be left behind by other survivors. Their slower development was relative to themselves. Jiang Sun slightly raised his eyes, glanced at the time, and found it was already past 4 o'clock. He lazily stretched and decided not to return to the dragon egg bed. Instead, he adjusted the variable sofa into a suitable shape for lying down and then lay down. Although there were only 2 hours left until the system update, he still had many important things to do the next day. Therefore, staying up all night was impossible. He had to ensure at least some basic sleep. With that thought, he set an alarm clock and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, the even sound of his breathing filled the room. Outside, the world that had just been ravaged by the tides began to quietly undergo tremendous changes. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 18, 5:59, daytime. 7 to 1600 hours, nighttime. 16 to 6 o'clock, dingling. Voila! A soudain, urgent. An intense, shaking jolted Jiang Sun awake from his dreams. As he squinted his eyes, he saw Walla shaking his arm with an aggrieved expression. Stop, stop, stop. I'm up. Jiang Sun quickly sat up with a jolt, hurriedly turning off the alarm for the magic Wasteland manual. Only then did he remember he had set the alarm for 5:30, repeating every 2 minutes. Looking at Walla's pouting and angry face, he understood. He had slept too soundly, and Walla, unable to operate the manual, must have been tormented by the alarm ringing dozens of times. Checking the time, Jiang Sun realized the update was imminent. He straightened his body, rubbed his messy hair, and waited for the system update to arrive. Ding! Magic Wasteland World System Update notification. First of all, congratulations to the surviving survivors for successfully staying alive. The cold system notification echoed slowly in the air, like a herald from a distant time and space. The first nationwide disaster has become a thing of the past, and you have all become qualified survivors. Now, the second system update will take place. Please prepare to face greater challenges and more opportunities. 1. Change the scope of system functions. From today, outside a certain range of the shelter, no functions other than the chat feature can be used. Just the first update content left everyone stunned. Jiang Sun's expression froze instantly. This first strike hit the jugular. This meant that from today on, going out to explore was truly a matter of survival. The many functions of the system had always been the greatest assurance for survivors. Like when Zhao Tingtao encountered danger before, Jiang Sun quickly traded a bunch of escape items to him, which allowed him to survive. But that would not be possible anymore. If his friends and family encountered danger while exploring outside, there would be almost nothing they could do besides praying. So, keeping the chat function was meant for people to leave last words. Jiang Sun curled his lips. This matter did not have a significant impact on him. After all, with the complete Starfall material ring, the number of items he could carry had greatly increased, almost packing all his belongings inside. So for him, anywhere was a shelter. As long as he was well prepared, there was nothing to fear. However, for others, the impact would be substantial. Many people relied on trading to transport supplies, exchanging with others, and then trading back after returning. But from now on, everyone would have to rely on their own bodies to carry supplies back after discovering them. 2. Cancel the public trading channel, retain the private trading channel, open the system public exchange channel, and start the currency system. As the second update was announced, the crowd that had just been stunned was like a powder keg ignited, snapping back to reality and starting to curse loudly. System. Jiang Sun couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. The trading channel had always been one of the most relied upon functions. Any needed items could be quickly searched through the system and then filtered by price for purchase. This method was both convenient and quick, and it was also a means of survival for many people. Just like when Jiang Sun previously purchased crystal shards, he could simply filter for crystal shards and then filter again for the exchange item logs, sorting by price from top to bottom to click and buy. But starting today, this joyful shopping method was gone, and Jiang Sun could only find other factions to make purchases. Hopefully, Zhou Tsangyan and the others have enough stock. Jiang Sun sighed, then quickly realized the intention of the system. It was to filter out some lucky children who relied on their connections. There were many such people. Relying on the rich environment of their birthplace or unique resources, they quickly made money through the trading channel, earning money effortlessly. If Jiang Sun wanted to be lazy, he could do that too. After all, he had a renewable Firefly-level water resource, the Rock Spirit Spring, nearby. As long as he collected it every day and listed it, supplies would continuously flow into his hands. However, starting now, These people's lives would become difficult, and their development speed would significantly decline for a while. Fortunately, the system had shown mercy by keeping the private trading function. Otherwise, it would truly have left no way for the survivors to survive. Thinking about how he might not be able to enjoy Song Yinyan's delicious food in the future made Jiang Sun shiver. And he felt that life had turned gray and hopeless, devoid of anticipation. As for the updated system store, the system displayed that it was still loading. And Jiang Sun guessed that it was likely something to barely replace the trading channel. However, he would have to wait for it to load to know for sure. 3. Open teleportation options. Please explore the teleportation methods on your own. As the third update appeared, most people's expressions softened, and the swearing subsided from ancestral generations to immediate relatives. After all, for most survivors, this was good news. Being able to teleport meant being able to meet. Even if it was not to find family, one could explore outside with other trusted individuals, greatly increasing their chances of survival. Seeing this, Jiang Sun felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although others did not yet have a teleportation method, he had already obtained one. It was none other than the teleportation function that came with the Qingshan level private channel. He opened the magic book and glanced at it, and indeed saw that the originally gray teleportation option had turned into a selectable state. Chapter 79, The Impact of the Update. Jiang Sun carefully checked the introduction of the teleportation options in the Qingshan channel. He discovered that teleportation could only occur between internal personnel, and there were also permission restrictions. Channel teleportation. A directional teleportation array can be set up using a manual, and after the other party's consent, one can teleport to their shelter. Note, teleportation consumes magic power, and the amount consumed depends on the teleportation distance. The number of uses of teleportation permissions is determined by the channel's permissions. While it consumes magic power again, Jiang Sun helplessly continued to read downwards and found that the limitations of channel teleportation were actually quite significant. With first-level permissions, one could teleport once every 7 days, including a round trip. Fortunately, it wasn't a one-way ticket, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, this frequency is relatively high. Most of the people in Qingshan need to focus on developing their own shelters. Therefore, the demand for teleportation is not too high. And even for tasks that require concentrated effort, once every 7 days is sufficient. The reason he said the limitations were significant is that first-level permissions can only be set for 10 people. This is clearly meant for high-level personnel within the organization. If that's the case, then the teleportation frequency for other permissions will likely be very low. With that thought, Jiang Sun furrowed his brows and continued reading downwards. Sure enough, the usage frequency of second-level permissions dropped to once every 30 days, and it could only be set for 30 people. Third-level permissions were even more outrageous, requiring a full 300 days for a single teleportation, and teleportation required approval from first-level permissions. Temporary permissions allowed for one-way teleportation, but could only be used once. Jiang Sun sighed slightly. This clearly delineated the hierarchy within the organization. It seemed the system encouraged everyone to band together for survival in an organized manner. 4. The profession system has been activated. Please explore the details on your own. After reading this update, Jiang Sun paused his action of flipping through the book. Profession? He thought for a long time before remembering that the profession system was part of the revelation information previously announced by the ancient European Alliance. It seemed to involve four-dimensional attributes of 20 points. After cross-referencing with the update information, Jiang Sun realized that someone must have already reached the attribute limit of 4 dimensions at 20 points. The reason no one was discussing profession-related matters seemed to be because the system had not yet been opened. Thinking of this, he quickly opened his personal information to check his attributes. He found that, aside from stamina being 18 points, the other 3 attributes had already reached the awakening standard. It seemed he needed to take some time to farm a few more milk candies in the coming days. Jiang Sun continued to jot down what he needed to do in his notebook. There was so much to do. 5. Reduced system operation weight. Removed skill cooldown time limit. There's more? Jiang Sun immediately focused his attention, but the 5th update content left him feeling confused. He could roughly understand the reduction of system operation weight. The system was slowly letting go, reducing its assistance to survivors. However, what was this about removing cooldown times? Wouldn't that mean everyone could freely cast skills? From an apocalyptic human machine to unlimited firepower? What a joke. Jiang Sun shook his head. Based on his understanding of this dog system, it definitely wouldn't do something like that. If the cooldown time restriction was removed, there would likely be other harsher limitations. With this thought, Jiang Sun immediately thought of his Star Flash and Gathering Magic Tide. It's worth noting that these two skills he used most often had no cooldown time restrictions. However, they had limitations in other aspects, such as magic induction rate and maximum magic value, and continuous casting would put immense pressure on his body. Therefore, the cooldown time restriction could actually be understood as a form of protection. Jiang Sun lowered his head and thought, if that's the case, could it be understood that removing restrictions would make the strong even stronger, while the weak might not even be able to cast basic magic? For example, after the restrictions were lifted, Jiang Sun could continuously use gathering technique within the limits of his body's tolerance. However, Zhao Tingtao might not be able to cast magic at all due to inadequate magic induction efficiency. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But since the update had not yet taken effect, there was no way to experiment. After waiting for a while and realizing that no new system notifications were coming, Jiang Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the 6 weakening updates and felt a sense of trepidation. Perhaps many people were unaware that the reason they could survive in this world was entirely due to the existence of the system. Although the system was flawed, it helped everyone quickly adapt to the magical Wasteland world. It was like a cheat code that couldn't modify values, accurately assisting survivors in completing every task. You give me enough stones and wood, and I'll help you build a sturdy shelter. You give me 50 magic points, and I'll help you chop down a tree and break it down into evenly sized wood. Clear pricing, yet fair to all. And now, the system was gradually reducing its assistance to survivors. Did that mean that if one couldn't keep up with the system's pace and quickly adapt to the way of life in this world, they would be directly eliminated when the system disappeared in the future? Thinking of this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He felt that his speculation might very well become a reality. Therefore, the pace of development needed to accelerate. Just as Jiang Sun was feeling anxious, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears, startling him. Ding! The system shop has finished loading. Please proceed to check it out. This time, he didn't curse but couldn't stop himself from feeling relieved. It's still here. It's still here. He had just begun to envision the days after the system disappeared. So the system's notification sounded much more pleasant now. It also pulled his chaotic thoughts back. Why think so much? People die. Birds fly to the sky. If I can't survive at my development speed, then no one else should either. Jiang Sun immediately regained his confidence and opened the Magic Wasteland manual to check. Sure enough, in the original trading channel position, he saw a new option, System Shop. He clicked on the System Shop and found a red exclamation mark message prompt in the upper left corner. With his click, 2 metallic glimmering copper coins immediately fell into his hand, causing Jiang Sun's mouth to twitch slightly. He remembered that these were likely the currency automatically exchanged from the unused disaster points. So over 40 points only got him 2 copper coins? Jiang Sun was somewhat confused. Was it that the points were too worthless, or were these copper coins too valuable? He looked curiously at the contents in the shop and found that there were quite a variety of items. There were glimmer-level weapons, glimmer-level food, water, crop seeds, tools, etc. Not bad. It seemed the system still had some conscience. At least the basic survival supplies could now be directly exchanged through the shop. The prices ranged from 1 to 10. Jiang Sun fiddled with the 2 copper coins in his hand. He still didn't quite understand the value of currency. But it seemed that these copper coins were the most basic currency. Chapter 80, System Store and Currency System. Not bad. There are quite a lot of items. Jiang Sun finished looking through the dim light level exchange items, feeling that the system did not crazily deprive everyone of their livelihood. He even saw many basic tools for sale such as toilets, pots, bowls, and clothes, almost covering all daily necessities. Unexpectedly, the system's son still had some filial piety. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly sensed something was off. Wait, where are the exchange pages for other levels? Realizing this, Jiang Sun immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly opened the store interface and started searching. But the more he searched, the colder his heart became. In the end, he finally despaired to find that the damn system store didn't have any exchange interfaces for other levels at all. In the categories, there were only two options: ordinary items and special items. So, it only sells dim light level items? Jiang Sun's face immediately darkened. He nervously clicked on the special items option, hoping for a turn of events. However, after checking for a while, his anxious heart finally sank. The special items interface had a pitifully small selection, only containing teleportation scroll, totem migration scroll, and currency exchange. The first two were special function scrolls, each costing 1 radiant gold coin to exchange. The teleportation scroll allows for teleportation with the other party's consent, similar to the channel teleportation function, but it has side effects. Although you don't need to provide your own magic power, using it will cause your body to be torn by space and injured. So the interval for use varies from person to person. The totem migration scroll allows a person to retrieve the sanctuary totem while retaining the sanctuary's additional effects and the ability to rebuild the sanctuary. Otherwise, if you directly retrieve the totem, you won't be able to rebuild the sanctuary. The third option, currency exchange, is somewhat special, specifically for exchanging currency. You can input materials to exchange for Xian copper coins and can continue to exchange upwards. 10 Xian copper coins can be exchanged for 1 spirit silver coin. 10 spirit silver coins can be exchanged for 1 radiant gold coin. These currencies are not only symbolic, but also have high practical value. They're a kind of magic power storage item, but cannot be directly connected to devices. They require something like a magic power conversion array to use. The advantage of using coins for conversion is that there won't be any magic power loss during the process. You get what you pay for. And coins are also easier to carry. It seems this is the way ordinary people obtain magic storage items. Jiang Sun immediately understood what was going on. The system's method was very clever, as it solved the currency issue while simultaneously addressing the magic storage item problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun decided to test the exchange rate. He guessed that the system would definitely profit from the price difference, as it never gave survivors a chance to exploit it for free. So, an equivalent exchange was impossible, and when exchanging materials for currency, it was likely to incur a loss. What Jiang Sun wanted to test was how much he would lose. Thus, he could flexibly adjust the selling price of his items. If he was going to try, he might as well go big. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and opened the currency exchange function, then directly put in a magic crystal filled with magic power. Since the magic stored in the crystal is fixed, he could calculate how much rebate the system took based on the total magic power stored in the exchanged gold coins. As Jiang Sun clicked confirm, shortly after, a small package rolled down and landed at his feet. Looking at the exquisite package by his feet, Jiang Sun's heart sank. The system clearly had done something shady to create such a flashy thing. How much of a handling fee did it take from him to be willing to give him a wallet? Jiang Sun nervously picked up the small package, only to find it felt soft and was made of real leather. He quickly poured out the coins inside, and with a clinking sound, he was surprised to discover that there were exactly 5 silver coins inside, not even a single gold coin. Jiang Sun picked up 1 silver coin and felt it, discovering that the magic power contained within was pitifully low. There was only about 200 points, so 5 coins only totaled 1,000 points. This meant the damn system took more than half in commission. Jiang Sun's face immediately turned darker than the bottom of a pot. Even if calculated by magic power alone, it was still half less. Not to mention that the practical value of the magic crystal was far higher than that of the silver coins. R&M, refund me. Jiang Sun cursed in anger. But the system would not respond at all, let alone refund him. He could only helplessly stuff the 7 coins into his pocket. The reason he didn't put them into the storage ring was that Jiang Sun quite liked the sound of coins clinking together. With the practical value gone, he had to at least recoup some emotional value. Looking at Walla, who was happily eating candy nearby, Jiang Sun suddenly had an idea and walked over to poke it. Brat, have you seen this thing? Jiang Sun took out a silver coin and tossed it into Walla's arms. Walla looked at it in confusion, then put it in its mouth and bit down, shaking its head in confusion. Seeing this, Jiang Sun felt a bit disappointed. He wanted to use Walla to determine whether this thing was produced by the system or if it was part of the existing currency system in this world. Seeing it shake its head in disappointment, Walla suddenly brightened up, as if it had thought of something. A golden coin appeared out of nowhere in its little paw and directly threw it at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun caught it and found that apart from the pattern, the size and feel of this coin were similar to his silver coin. It was clearly part of the same currency system. Radiant gold coin? It seems this currency was not created by the system, but rather something that already existed in this world. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun's curiosity about the original inhabitants of this world grew even stronger. In this world, there were clearly well-developed races, with gold coins proving a complete currency system existed. The ruins of towns indicated a well-established social system. The presence of level divisions and advanced magical creations demonstrated a complete magical system. This was a complete and sound society, and their development of magic was even far superior to that of humanity on Blue Star in terms of technology. Moreover, since Walla had seen it, it proved that it had likely interacted with the original inhabitants of this world long ago. Jiang Sun suddenly turned around and looked at Walla with sincerity. Walla, are you hungry? Later, I'll let Sister Yin Yin make you something delicious. What do you want to eat? Walla's eyes lit up at the mention of food, and it nodded. What do you think your dad is like? Does he give you candy every day and let Sister Yin Yin make you all sorts of delicious food? Walla, no need to thank me. Given our father-son bond, this is only right. We rely on each other for survival. Who else do we have, right? Walla? Walla nodded again, but vaguely felt something was off. I've always been curious about the magical world. And how should I put it? I consider myself a scholar, dedicated to contributing my life to magical research. Walla's voice became a lot quieter. It suddenly felt that this conversation seemed familiar. So do you have any of these coins, whether gold, silver, or copper? Bring me more, and I'll research them. Later, I'll help you exchange for some delicious food in the system. Walla. Chapter 81. The World After the Catastrophe, the End of the World. The Golden Dialogue Principle. The result is, wow. While angrily munching on the barbecued ribs that Song Yin Yin just delivered, Jiang Sun watched as he counted his money. Looking at the small pile of gold coins on the table, Jiang Sun couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. This little rascal is quite wealthy. He had just counted and pulled out over 100 gold coins, which could be considered a huge sum. Although the magical power contained within was roughly equivalent to the same amount of magical crystals. Knowing the special nature of magical crystals, Jiang Sun couldn't afford to trade them in bulk anymore. Moreover, the main trading method in the future would definitely be through coins. He had just tried it out and found that about 5 pieces of Firefly-level materials could be exchanged for 1 Xian copper coin. This meant that every 500 pieces of magical materials could be exchanged for 1 gold coin. This significantly increased the value of gold coins. Although at this stage gold coins could only be exchanged for a few items, Jiang Sun speculated that the system shop would likely update with new items in the future. After securing his belongings, Jiang Sun checked the time and realized there were only a few minutes left until dawn. He quickly tidied up, putting the 2 black fog knights into his ring. There wasn't much to pack anyway, since the 1,000 cubic space was more than enough to hold all his belongings. He just needed to wash up and put on his Star Abyss robe, thinking that he might not be able to use the system functions once he stepped outside. Jiang Sun specially brought along a few hundred wooden barrels as containers. These were blueprints he had exchanged for crystals during his charity work, with no limit on manufacturing times. Although the quality was average, it was certainly better than going empty-handed. Just before leaving, Jiang Sun opened the magic book to check the weather. Weather, temperature, 18 to 25 weather conditions, clear skies, stable flow of magical energy. Wind level, light breeze, magical atmosphere. Magical elements dance gracefully in the air. Energy flows smoothly like a stream. Celestial signs. The stars are arranged in a mysterious magical maze, indicating infinite possibilities for exploration and discovery. The flow of magic had indeed stabilized. It seemed that today would be a great day to get things done. With that thought, Jiang Sun carefully avoided the still sleeping Walla and went out by himself. Staying at home was good. After all, as the shelter was the foundation of survival. After mumbling softly to himself, Jiang Sun left a piece of candy behind and cautiously stepped out of the shelter, gently closing the door. The sky outside hadn't fully brightened yet, but it was already enough to see the surroundings clearly. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, stepping out of the intermediate magical shield that enveloped the shelter. In an instant, A fresh breath filled his senses from all over his body, familiar and pleasant. It felt just like when he first arrived in this magical world. Jiang Sun greedily took a few more deep breaths, looked up at the sky, and quickly judged the direction based on his memory. Then, without hesitation, he released Star Flash, transforming into a streak of light and dashing toward the distance. His destination was the battlefield of the two giant beasts. Just thinking about the breathtaking war scene between those two towering magical beasts made Jiang Sun's heart race. Under such intense slaughter, the surrounding area must have been in ruins by now. But that was just what Jiang Sun wanted. If he wasn't mistaken, both giant beasts should have been injured, one of them severely. Although they had fled later, they were likely to have left behind some blood, scales, or the like nearby. After all, both of them had surpassed the full moon level and were likely at the epic level or higher. Even if such high-level magical beasts dropped just 2 pieces of scales, they would be rare treasures. With that thought in mind, Jiang Sun immediately channeled his magical power, increasing the distance of Star Flash. Along the way, the scenes ravaged by the tides were vividly visible. The once familiar forest was now full of scars. Fallen trees were scattered everywhere, and broken stones lay in disarray. Some had been shattered by magical blasts, turning into powder and drifting in the air. It was a good time to collect resources. Jiang Sun looked at the scene before him with some emotion, but it was clearly not the right time to do such things. Those scattered resources could wait until he returned. As he made his way, the sky gradually brightened, and light penetrated through the clouds, casting a dim glow over the ruins of walls and remnants. Occasionally, there were flickers of light among the tree debris, but those were not treasures. They were remnants of unruly magical currents, the kind that could hurt. Don't ask Jiang Sun how he knew, just know he was well informed. As he approached his destination, Jiang Sun gradually slowed down the frequency of using Star Flash. He could clearly feel that the skill was being released much more smoothly than before. Looking down at the frost moon chanting staff in his hand, Jiang Sun began to ponder. He wasn't sure whether it was because the system had lifted its restrictions or if his magical conduction rate had significantly improved. Perhaps it was a combination of both. He carefully explored forward while sensing the changes in his body. Upon noticing a faint stinging sensation inside him, Jiang Sun sighed lightly. It seemed he had realized the consequences of releasing skills without the system's control. That was bodily harm. After all, reality is not a game. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any cooldown for casting magic. So why did the system go through all that trouble? The answer was obvious. It was to protect survivors like them who were just starting to venture into the magical world. Everything follows the law of conservation, and the difference between the strong and the weak cannot be limited to just the maximum magical power. If that were the case, everyone could just stack magical power and forget about other attributes. So there must be other limitations. For example, known factors like body strength and magical conduction efficiency, or unknown attributes like magical affinity. This can be understood. If there were no restrictions on blue star people just touching magic, it could lead to a situation where a bunch of people couldn't control their magic and accidentally killed themselves with gathering technique. With this in mind, Jiang Sun couldn't help but be much more cautious. After all, his body belonged to him. If he got hurt from rushing, it would be too much of a loss. With this in mind, he stopped using Star Flash and switched to walking. At this point, he could sense that he was not far from the battlefield. Slowly, the scene before him began to grow desolate. Countless massive trees were uprooted or broken in half, their charred trunks emitting a pungent odor. Only a few trees still stood crookedly, their branches bare, trembling in the light breeze, with dead leaves rustling. This was clearly not the center of the battlefield, just an area affected by the aftershocks. As Jiang Sun continued to walk forward, a strong smell of blood assaulted him, nearly choking him. The vegetation and trees became sparser until they completely disappeared, revealing a scene that made Jiang Sun's heart race. The ground was covered in ash from trees and shattered ice. The soil was churned up into a muddy mess, mixed with dark red bloodstains. Stepping on it made a chilling hissing sound. Massive, irregular deep pits were scattered everywhere. Marks left by the heavy bodies of the giant beasts crashing down were the powerful attacks they unleashed. Scales, fur, and fragments of flesh lay scattered all around. The scales, some as large as shields, shimmer with a cold metallic sheen, but are now covered in cracks. The hair is as thick as ropes, sticky and wet, emitting waves of foul odor. Chunks of flesh are interwoven with char and blood, attracting swarms of carrion flies buzzing around, greedily gnawing at them, refusing to disperse. Looking up, the sky is stained with the remnants of magic, colorful yet eerie. A cloud resembling breath, like flames, stretches for an unknown distance. Chapter 82. Slaughter and plunder. Looking at the devastated scene before him, Jiang Sun felt a mix of emotions, but wasn't he frightened? Over the past few days, he had long since overcome his deep-seated fears and even began to feel eager. The reason he had been afraid before was ultimately due to the human instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. However, conquering other races was also a human instinct. So now, he just wanted to develop quickly and then capture a giant beast to serve him out. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sun steadied his nerves. His gaze cautious, he carefully navigated around several areas where the magical aura was still violently raging, heading toward the center of the fiercest battle where a large amount of giant beast blood and body materials lay scattered. This was all money. As he approached that bloody area, Jiang Sun's pupils suddenly constricted. A scene resembling hell struck his eyes, making him feel as if his eyes would burst. He saw that the places stained with giant beast blood were densely packed with magical beasts of various levels and forms. They were like a pack of starving wolves, greedily licking up every drop of blood from the ground. Moreover, several agile and sharp-clawed predator beasts were fighting fiercely over a piece of meat on the ground, their claws clashing, blood splattering everywhere. "Shut up!" Jiang Sun roared inwardly. These were all things he had already set his sights on and represented his potential biggest gain in the short term. What would happen if these beasts ruined it? Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly calmed down, his eyes sharp as he swiftly estimated the number and levels of the magical beasts. Soon, he had a clear understanding. The highest level was probably around the star level. They were beatable. He could even kill them. After confirming this, Jiang Sun immediately stopped hesitating and waved his hand. The two black mist knights that had been standing beside him were instantly awakened, their eyes igniting with a ghostly red light. Then, they leaned forward and with a thunderous roar, surged toward the group of magical beasts with an overwhelming force. Under the cooperative vigilance, their sprinting speed reached its peak like a runaway black train. The dispersing black mist left traces in their wake. During their run, both knights activated the black mist shield skill simultaneously. In an instant, a black spherical shield appeared out of thin air, tightly enveloping their bodies, making their figures appear illusory. The sudden loud noise startled the magical beasts, causing them to stop their frenzied actions and look up in alarm. Some clever magical beasts, sensing the terrifying momentum of the black mist knights, were so frightened that they lost their souls and scrambled to escape. But it was too late. With a thunderous boom, two of the densest clusters of magical beasts were struck. Immediately, several huge magical beast figures flew out like kites with broken strings, blood spraying from their mouths and noses. These are the slightly stronger magical beasts. The weaker ones were directly smashed into a rain of flesh at the moment of collision. Blood and bones splattered everywhere, hitting the surrounding magical beasts and instantly causing waves of howls. The two black mist knights continued their momentum, sprinting dozens of meters before finally stopping. A large amount of black mist spread like a tide from their sides, instantly obscuring Jiang Sun's and the numerous magical beast vision. This time, they had directly shattered a shield that had 2,000 damage points. Jiang Sun was stunned by the scene before him. This was the Black Mist Knights' first real combat. Their combat power and the stunning results far exceeded his expectations. However, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes flashing with fiery light. This was an excellent opportunity. While the magical beasts were still caught in chaos and fear, Jiang Sun quickly mobilized the magical power he had already accumulated in his body. The tip of his staff resembled a vortex of magical power, accumulating nearly 800 points of magical energy in a short moment. Then, a beam of light as thick as a barrel suddenly appeared, sweeping through the group of magical beasts with terrifying force. Although this light only shone for a second, it still cut across a vast fan-shaped area. Wherever it passed, trees shattered and collapsed. Weak magical beasts disintegrated and shattered under the blue light of the star trail. Even star-level magical beasts could not withstand it, suffering large, shocking wounds on their bodies. Jiang Sun stared at the devastation he had caused, his eyes wide. He never expected that, under the same amount of magical energy, the difference in skill power due to the magical conduction rate would be so drastic. However, before he could recover from his shock, a wave of pain in his body alerted him. Jiang Sun sighed helplessly. The backlash from the highly charged tide of magic was far more severe than he had imagined. It seemed he still wasn't skilled enough. Without systematic, precise control, the skill was even harder to manage than he had thought. He sighed softly, dismissing the impulse to cast it again. Looking at the spoils from himself and the two knights, Jiang Sun wasted no time and headed straight for the scattered scales and armor. After all, the purpose of this trip was not to kill magical beasts. The materials were the focus. He transformed into a burst of starlight and directly appeared near a pile of scales not far away. He raised his hand to scoop them up and toss them into his storage space. Seeing magical beasts rushing toward him, Jiang Sun didn't T-dodge. He directly detonated the accumulated magic sphere, unleashing a spherical shockwave. Under the tide of magic in reverse mode, it forcefully knocked them away, causing a wail. This was also a rare opportunity for Jiang Sun to gain real combat experience. He moved swiftly, flashing between the magical beasts. With his staff waving, beams of blue light flickered out, causing the magical beast to emit painful howls. A firefly-level magical beast that attempted to ambush him was cut in half by his scythe after he dodged its attack. The scythe was also an idea he had just come up with, and the name was just something he casually said. Indeed, real combat was the fastest shortcut to improvement. Jiang Sun wiped the blood from his face, feeling a bit excited. Of course, I can hit you, but you can't hit me. Jiang Sun couldn't help but smirk, his face covered in the blood of magical beasts, completely unaware. At this moment, he was fully immersed in the intense passion of battle, with only one thought in his mind: plunder. As the battle continued, Jiang Sun gradually felt some fatigue. Although the Black Mist Knights charged through, attracting the attention of most magical beasts with their powerful defense and impact, they never strayed more than 30 meters from Jiang Sun. However, due to the sheer number of magical beasts and their reckless ferocity, the Black Mist Knights were now drenched in blood, their stored magical power greatly depleted. Jiang Sun, while not under the greatest pressure, had been continuously releasing the long-accumulated tide of magic in various forms, expanding the results of the battle. Over time, he also became mentally and physically exhausted. The three of them were rampaging, and different magical beasts were slaughtering each other, leading to an increasingly uncontrollable situation. At this moment, Jiang Sun truly realized just how many magical beasts were lurking nearby, and how irresistibly attractive the blood of the giant beasts was to them. If a beast tide were to form and charge at the shelter, he and the two knights would definitely not be able to withstand it. Jiang Sun felt a sinking feeling in his heart, sighed, and felt somewhat uncertain. If it weren't for Walla, this golden thigh,
he might have died in this dangerous jungle long ago, after successfully killing a newly entered star-level magical beast once again.
Jiang Sun felt that his internal magical power was somewhat lacking. He took a moment to check and found that his magic points were down to less than 1,000. Without hesitation, he commanded the Black Mist Knights to fight while retreating, heading back in the direction he had come from. As a powerful backlash, fueled by 500 magic points, suddenly spread out, the surrounding beasts were knocked away. Immediately after, Jiang Sun quickly stored the two Black Mist Knights into his storage ring. Then, several consecutive star flashes disappeared from the sight of the many beasts. He had already collected most of the items, even gathering over a dozen barrels of soil stained with blood. Therefore, there was no need to continue fighting these beasts and increase his risk. Once he reached a slightly safer location, Jiang Sun opened the Starfall storage ring space and began to check it. After calculating for a while, he almost smiled crookedly. Chapter 83. Inventory of gains. It seems I've been quite lucky lately. Jiang Sun sat on a thick tree branch, grinning from ear to ear. Before him, the storage space of the item ring was filled with more than 20 storage compartments, each measuring 2 cubic meters. Among them, Over 10 compartments were occupied by the bodies of various magical beasts. This trip was undoubtedly the most fruitful one Jiang Sun had since arriving in this world over 10 days ago. Speaking of which, he had never truly hunted magical beasts before. To his surprise, he managed to take down dozens on his first attempt. Although most of them were killed by the two Black Fog Knights, he definitely played a significant role. However, could you two tone it down a bit next time? Jiang Sun looked at the dismembered and gruesome bodies of the magical beasts, wrinkling his nose. The Black Fog Knights were straightforward and brutal in their approach. When at a distance, they charged like a train, using their heavy and solid shoulder armor to knock the magical beasts away, many of which were smashed to pieces. When close, they resorted to punches and kicks, and their final execution method was shocking, literally tearing them apart. Because of this, most of the magical beasts ended up in tatters. Incomplete. To collect these bodies, Jiang Sun instructed them to throw the slain magical beast to him, resulting in him being covered in blood and bits of flesh. The two Black Fog Knights evidently executed his orders thoroughly. However, looking at the few magical beasts that had been cut in half, Jiang Sun felt quite satisfied with his haul. It seemed he had unknowingly raised his strength to a relatively outrageous level. At least now, facing ordinary star-level magical beasts, he would have a decent chance of winning. He initially thought of avoiding magical beasts as much as possible, but once he started, he couldn't stop. Jiang Sun sighed lightly, feeling a bit helpless. Fortunately, he didn't miss out on grabbing materials. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. After that, he focused on the item ring, carefully counting his gains from this trip. First, there were 3 freshly hunted, star-level magical beast corpses still warm. 2 of them were severely injured by a direct collision with the Black Fog Knights during the first wave of attacks. One was a triangular rhinoceros beast covered in crystalline armor, and the other was a lion beast with fire abilities. The lion beast was simply too weak and failed to dodge the charge of the Black Fog Knights, not even able to use its abilities before it died on the spot. The rhinoceros beast, already besieged by other magical beasts and severely injured, was ultimately finished off by Jiang Sun, who stepped on its head and used the moon's scythe to end its life. As for the third one, it was a wolf-shaped magical beast skilled in stealth, which almost successfully ambushed Jiang Sun. However, at the moment it revealed itself to attack, it was spotted by the alert Black Fog Knights and was eventually killed in their siege. At this point, Jiang Sun realized he had indeed underestimated both his and the Black Fog Knight's strength. Perhaps it was due to spending too much time with Walla that he had become somewhat insecure. Spending every day with Walla has affected my judgment of my own strength. He muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the highlights of this haul. Dozens of large scales appeared before him. These scales seemed to be overlooked by the magical beasts, so Jiang Sun managed to collect quite a few. He picked up a scale about half a meter in diameter and examined it closely in his hand. This scale was heavy, weighing dozens of pounds. If it weren't for his increased strength, he wouldn't have been able to lift it. The scale was rhombus-shaped, a deep purple-black, resembling a meticulously forged metal shield. Its edges were sharp, and the surface was covered in strange patterns, emanating a faint magical aura. Jiang Sun gently rubbed it, feeling its hard and dense texture, yet it had a slight warmth, as if he were touching ancient cold iron. Truly the crystallization of life and magic. He couldn't help but exclaim. He even tested it with a moon scythe, which had accumulated 300 magical power. To his surprise, the scale remained completely undamaged, leaving not even a tiny mark. This was undoubtedly excellent material for reinforcing shelters or crafting armor. Jiang Sun felt elated. He had collected over 100 of these scales, which, while not quite enough for construction, would be sufficient to equip several people excellently. Next, he looked at several chunks of meat still attached to skin. These pieces were hard-won from other magical beasts and clearly came from a wounded giant beast, since some had been partially consumed by other beasts. The total amount was not much, only about 1,000 pounds. After all, magical beasts were not interested in scales, but had a huge appetite for blood and flesh. It was likely that consuming the flesh of high-level magical beasts could enhance their own strength. With this in mind, Jiang Sun turned to the largest piece of meat. This chunk was over a meter in diameter and bore numerous bite marks from magical beasts, making it look somewhat unappetizing. How on earth am I supposed to eat this? He shook his head helplessly. He guessed that the flesh, which had attracted the attention of numerous magical beasts, must have significant benefits when consumed. However, he wasn't at the shelter right now and couldn't check the relevant attributes through the system. What good is meat if I don't eat it? With that thought, Jiang Sun immediately decided to hand the meat over to Song Yin Yin when he returned. After all, when it came to cooking, her skills far surpassed his. This meat would only turn into jerky in his hands, but in Song Yin Yin's hands, it could become a delicious dish. He couldn't let it go to waste. After reviewing his biggest gains, he continued to look at the other items. For instance, a few bloodied furs that Jiang Sun planned to turn into mats. Additionally, there were over a dozen buckets filled with bloodied soil, which left him a bit puzzled as to what to do with them. He had collected this soil because he saw a large number of Firefly-level magical beasts competing to lick it. He adhered to the principle that if something was being fought over, it must have value, much like the shopping sprees of the Dragon Kingdom supermarkets. So he gathered all the soil, literally digging 3 feet deep. Jiang Sun reached out to touch the soil, and the sharp pain he felt at his fingertips surprised him. He discovered that the blood was still somewhat warm, and there was even a weak magical energy flowing through it. Keep in mind, this battle had happened nearly a week ago. He couldn't help but wonder how high the levels of those 2 magical beasts were. Jiang Sun sighed lightly. So, should I give it to Song Yin Yin and see if she can make blood sausage? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he immediately shook his head. How can I think about food for everything I see? I've been spoiled by Song Yin Yin. Moreover, this material would surely be excellent for making potions. Eating would be too wasteful. Once he returned, he could use the blood and flesh purification vessel to extract complete blood from it. It must not be wasted. With that thought, Jiang Sun planned to get up and head home. Wandering around the forest covered in the smell of blood was not a good idea. Chapter 84. The Unexpected Guest, the Shamate Bear. Just as Jiang Sun was about to get up and leave, the 2 black mist knights beside him suddenly lifted their heads in unison. The black mist emanating from them instantly retracted, and their eyes glowed red. Seeing this, Jiang Sun's expression immediately turned cold. He knew that the black mist knight's coordinated alert had been triggered. There were enemies nearby. Where did that blind beast come from? Jiang Sun cursed under his breath. Although he had just been through a fierce battle and was physically and mentally exhausted, given his and the 2 black mist knight strength, beating 1 or 2 star-level beasts was not a big problem. With that thought, Jiang Sun raised the Frost Moon chanting staff, accumulating magical energy at its tip, ready to unleash it at any moment. As a rustling sound arose, Jiang Sun's gaze sharpened, but he felt a strange familiarity with this sneaky feeling. Where had he seen this before? As the grass nearby trembled slightly, a huge figure suddenly emerged. What the hell? The moment he saw the figure, Jiang Sun instinctively took a step back. The figure was tall, and at first, he only saw a round belly. He quickly looked up and directly met a pair of lively and clear eyes reminiscent of a college student. A tuft of purple fur on its head swayed, making the tall figure look both comical and somewhat non-mainstream. The Shamate Bear, Jiang Sun exclaimed. The creature before him was none other than the Shamate Bear that had been scared off by Walla on the first day. However, its posture now seemed a bit strange. Standing upright on its few-meter-long body, it raised its claws in a gesture of surrender. Its eyes were bright and lively, and its expression even seemed somewhat fawning. I thought it was someone else. ISNT, this the Stone Grain Bear? Jiang Sun teased, but he kept his staff pointed at the black bear. He glanced around and noticed that although the 2 black mist knights were still in a state of alert, they showed no intention of attacking. Clearly, the Shamate Bear had not made any threatening moves. Seeing that Jiang Sun did not immediately attack, the Shamate Bear took 2 steps back, returning to a normal stance. It first tilted its head and curiously examined Jiang Sun. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, it gently tapped its head with its right paw, producing a series of gurgling sounds from its throat. Next, it began to perform a series of strange actions. It drew a circle on the ground with its paw, pointed at itself, then pointed at Jiang Sun. Finally, it scratched the ground a few times, unearthing a stone that emitted a peculiar glow. Jiang Sun frowned slightly, filled with confusion. What was it trying to do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered that when he first sent the 2 black mist knights into the beast herd, He had vaguely seen a round figure rolling and crawling into the nearby grass. Could it be it? With that thought, Jiang Sun asked, "Oh, what are you doing here?" "Black bear, whoa. Jiang Sun. What? You can really understand? The Shamate bear seemed to sense Jiang Sun's wariness. It shook its head, and that tuft of purple fur swayed comically. It pointed at the stone on the ground, then pointed at Jiang Sun. Then it patted its belly and made a gesture of exchange with its paw. A hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Sun's eyes. An exchange? What could this seemingly silly bear possibly offer? However, he was also curious about what this bear was up to, so he nodded slightly, signaling it to continue. Seeing that Jiang Sun had responded, the Shamate bear perked up immediately. It pushed the stone toward Jiang Sun, then pointed toward the direction of the giant beast carcasses behind him. It extended a claw, gesturing a one sign. Finally, it clapped its two round paws together, making a gesture of a deal. "Well, it has its eyes set on my giant beast meat." Jiang Sun thought to himself, surprised that this black bear was quite clever. It seemed that Walla had left a significant psychological shadow on it, which was why it had run away upon seeing him. Now, seeing him accompanied by the Black Mist Knights, it had developed some small ideas and was eyeing his spoils. Jiang Sun looked at it with an amused expression, bending down to pick up the glowing stone from the ground. It felt warm to the touch, with strange patterns on its surface, resembling a mysteriously formed natural totem. There was also a hint of magical energy flowing within, clearly not an ordinary item. "You got a good eye?" Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow and said to the black bear. Although the bear looked endearingly clumsy, Jiang Sun did not let his guard down. After all, the thoughts of magical beasts were hard to predict. If it had other intentions, the two Black Mist Knights beside him could strike at any moment and subdue it. The Shamate bear saw Jiang Sun pick up the stone, and its eyes flashed with joy, thinking the deal was about to be finalized. It hurriedly pointed again at the giant beast meat behind Jiang Sun, making urgent sounds that implied impatience. Jiang Sun toyed with the stone, his thoughts racing. This stone was indeed very appealing to him, although he had no way to identify it without the system and didn't he know its use. The magical flow within it was undeniable. Jiang Sun sensed it in his hand and found it rich in magical energy, probably at the star level. It might be a necessary material for some facility or magical puppet. Moreover, he didn't want the outermost layer of the beast meat that had already been gnawed, so it was just right to exchange for something. With that in mind, Jiang Sun immediately agreed to the deal in his heart. He had considered